Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Inyang Release. Danzo turned his head to look at the figure of Black Zetsu standing before him. From the point where he had been stabbed, his entire body began to rapidly undergo petrification, turning into wood at an alarming speed. Sealing Jutsu. Sealing runes spread outward with the wood clone as the center, forming a seal that encompassed everything within a 5-meter radius. It worked. Seeing Black Zetsu visibly restricted in his movements, Danzo felt a surge of satisfaction. Sealing Jutsu. Wood release, silent strangulation bind. Danzo wasted no time, immediately layering another sealing technique on top. His wooden arm extended unnaturally, coiling around Aito's body and beginning to constrict. "You really are quite cautious," Aito remarked, maintaining his distance while observing Danzo carefully. The seals on his body slowly faded away until they completely disappeared. The sealing jutsu didn't work. No, it worked, but only marginally better than regular ninjutsu. It was still being absorbed. "Who exactly are you? How do you wield Inyang Release?" Danzo asked while analyzing the situation, already considering a possible retreat. "You'll find out soon enough," Black Zetsu replied, his hands forming a rapid sequence of hand seals. As he moved. "Black Zetsu, what are you doing?" Aito's expression grew grim as he sensed his life energy rapidly draining. He was already preparing to break free from Black Zetsu's control at any moment. "It's fine, Aito. You can have White Zetsu replenish you afterward." Black Zetsu's presence became more ominous, giving Danzo an uneasy feeling. Genjutsu, Bringer of Darkness technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh. Danzo attempted to disrupt Black Zetsu's sensory perception, but the technique had no effect whatsoever. With a speed far surpassing before, Black Zetsu burst through the lingering dust cloud and charged directly at Danzo. Clang. 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 After several exchanges, Danzo quickly realized something was wrong. Black Zetsu's strength and speed had at least doubled, and the influence on his chakra was growing stronger. Can he forcibly enhance his host's abilities to boost his own combat prowess? While engaged in the fierce battle, Danzo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When did? Oh. You noticed. Black Zetsu's attacks grew even fiercer. Wind release, chaotic air dance. Yet, instead of the expected turbulent gust filling the battlefield, only a few weak breezes stirred. Black Zetsu stepped back, smirking wickedly. Inyang Release, Devouring collapse. For black orbs, which had been buried in the ground beforehand, emerged from the four corners of training ground number 3, forming a barrier that sealed the entire area. Through his Sharingan, Danzo could see that all surrounding chakra was being drained into the black spheres, even his own chakra was evaporating like mist, drawn into them against his will. "I need to find a way out. You won't be leaving." Black Zetsu's eerie voice cut through the air, as if reading Danzo's thoughts. He launched himself at Danzo once more. Wind release, big ball Rasengan. As the swirling chakra sphere formed in his hand, Danzo's brows furrowed. The same technique now required more than 3 times the usual chakra to maintain. Even worse, the big ball Rasengan was steadily diminishing in size. Aito had been injured by this very technique earlier. This meant that Black Zetsu's Inyang Release wasn't as invincible as Madara had later demonstrated. From the earlier sealing techniques, it was also evident that chakra-based jutsu were not completely ineffective. As long as the attacks exceeded his absorption rate, they could still inflict damage. Black Zetsu didn't evade. Instead, he lunged forward, pressing both hands against the swirling sphere of chakra. The big ball Rasengan visibly shrank as its chakra was rapidly consumed. Super big ball Rasengan. Danzo roared, unleashing his chakra in a torrential surge without hesitation. The Rasengan expanded rapidly, swallowing Black Zetsu's arm little by little until his entire body was engulfed in the glowing blue sphere. To maximize the damage, Danzo sustained the Rasengan for a full 6 seconds, ensuring that the force of the technique remained constant. Then, a hand suddenly extended from within the glowing sphere. Damn it. Danzo quickly leapt back, landing firmly on the ground. The moment he touched down, a streak of black matter shot up from beneath, piercing into his body from below. His chakra instantly spiraled into chaos, and an excruciating pain surged through him, locking his muscles in place. At that moment, Aito closed the distance in a flash. BZZZT. BZZZT. Blood splattered in 2 sharp arcs as 2 black rods, formed from Inyang Release, impaled Danzo's shoulders, nailing him against the wooden surface behind him. Got you. A dark, menacing face emerged from the shadows, whispering in Danzo's ear with a hoarse and chilling voice. Impossible. The spatial seal was broken. Danzo could feel his chakra in complete disarray, the black substance rampaging inside his body. He never expected to be caught off guard like this. Chapter 102, Tension. Danzo, pinned against the tree, was in complete disarray. The black substance within him flowed like a living entity, greedily absorbing his chakra and life force. The two black rods impaling his chest not only restricted his movements but also threw his chakra into chaos. His lungs had been pierced, making even breathing difficult. This time, I've really lost. Danzo muttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stared at the figure before him, Aito. No. Black Zetsu. At this moment, Aito's entire body was wrapped in black matter, leaving only his Sharingan exposed. However, rather than showing excitement, his eye reflected a hint of fear. The black substance gradually receded. Black Zetsu relinquished control over the body, and even the remnants clinging to the severed arm began to fade away. Cough, cough. With control of his body restored, Aito suddenly dropped to his knees, coughing violently. His voice was hoarse, like that of an old man. The once youthful half of his face was now covered in wrinkles. A deep unease gripped his heart. Recalling what had just transpired. When facing the super big ball Rasengan, Black Zetsu had suddenly enveloped him entirely, leaving him no time to react before his body was completely taken over. Within that darkness, he had felt himself cut off from everything, even the spatial barrier that enabled Kamui had been severed. Yet, his body had been deteriorating at an alarming rate. Every second, he could feel his life slipping away. Even with white Zetsu cells partially integrated into him, he had been on the brink of death. And that terrifying sensation of losing control, of being drained of life, it was the first time Aito had experienced such utter helplessness. Black Zetsu had seized control of him in an instant, forcing him to use Kamui against his will. This was simply. Aito, are you all right? Black Zetsu's raspy voice echoed in his ears. I'm fine. Aito steadied his mind, slowly lifting his head to look at the captured Danzo before him. At least this old man is dealt with. Aito pushed himself to his feet and walked toward Danzo. The scene was grim. Danzo, pinned to the tree, was in a pitiful state, but Aito standing before him wasn't much better. His clothes were torn, his body aged, and his arm, missing. Cough. Looks like your partnership isn't all that harmonious. Danzo remarked, his breath ragged, but his tone filled with amusement. He had clearly noticed the fear in Aito's eyes when he emerged from the Rasengan's impact. Even on the brink of death, you're still trying to sow discord. As expected of the darkness of Konoha. Aito regarded Danzo with cold indifference, but there was a hint of admiration in his tone. Szzzt. A swift chakra-infused blade slashed down, severing Danzo's right arm in an instant. Aito picked up the severed limb and pressed it against his own missing arm. The black substance quickly spread, integrating the arm with his body. Not bad. A body infused with life force chakra indeed lives up to its name. Aito flexed his fingers, testing his newfound limb. Danzo let out a low chuckle, as if he hadn't just lost an arm. His gaze shifted to Aito, now bearing his transplanted limb. No matter how you try to conceal it. I can see the unease and fear in your heart. Cough. Blood pooled in his lungs, forcing him into a fit of uncontrollable coughing. A subtle tension filled the air. Aito chuckled lightly. Are you begging for death? Don't worry. Once I extract the information I need, I'll grant your wish. Take off his other limbs first. Something seems off with the Nine-Tails situation, Black Zetsu's voice echoed from Aito's body. Cough. Cough. Danzo, hunched over and coughing, suddenly let out a faint chuckle. Cough. Did you know, Aito? How does he know my name? Aito's body tensed at the mention of his identity. Slowly, Danzo lifted his head, his eyes filled with mockery. You will never live in a world where Rin exists. Aito's expression twisted with fury in an instant. You bastard. His chakra-coated palm shot forward, aiming to crush Danzo's skull. Aito, Black Zetsu reacted swiftly. The black matter surged up, wrapping around Aito's arm to restrain him. He couldn't let Aito kill Danzo, at least, not yet. But just as he restrained Aito, a chilling sensation swept over him, making even his formless existence tremble. The source. Danzo's right eye. A mesmerizing, intricate pattern bloomed within his Sharingan. Dojutsu, tension. Come with me to hell. Reverse 4 symbol seal. In a shadowed corner of Konoha, Kakashi lay unconscious. Suddenly, his left eye snapped open, blood trickling down his cheek. His body convulsed violently. The space before him twisted. Boom. A white-haired Obito crashed to the ground, motionless. For a long time, nothing moved. Then, from the center of Obito's chest, a mass of black matter slowly spread, enveloping half of his body. Gradually, he staggered to his feet, unsteady and disoriented. Ah. My consciousness. A rare, pained groan escaped Black Zetsu. To think there was such a dojutsu. That old bastard was ruthless. Recalling the pattern in Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan, Black Zetsu shuddered. That technique had bypassed everything, striking directly at the soul. The sheer force of it had triggered a primal fear in him. If he hadn't used Obito as a shield, even as Kagaya's will, he wasn't sure he could have survived. And that seal triggered upon the moment of death. At least Obito left behind this coordinate. Rest in peace, Obito. I'll take good care of your remains. Black Zetsu reached down, grabbing the unconscious Kakashi. Unlike Obito, he had no complicated feelings toward Kakashi. Ugh. Even in his unconscious state, Kakashi groaned in pain, his eye burning with agony. In the eerie silence of the alleyway, his voice was particularly unsettling. Chapter 103, The Passing of Minato. Lord Danzo. Several dark figures arrived at training ground number 3. The area was completely unrecognizable, reduced to a massive crater as if everything had been swallowed whole. At the bottom of the crater, Danzo slowly stood up, supporting his body. His face was aged, his right eye pale and blind. Yet, the limb that had been severed was now fully restored. Who did this? Let me, Pakura's eyes flashed with anger and unease. I'm fine, Pakura. Danzo's hoarse voice interrupted her. He could feel the black substance within him surging again, spreading wildly through his body. A sharp pain coursed through him, but the immense life energy chakra enveloped it, temporarily suppressing the chaos within. Its presence made Danzo realize that Izanagi was not as all-powerful as he had once believed. A deafening roar echoed from the distance. The sheer intensity of the sound sent a shudder through Danzo's soul, forcing him to turn his head. A massive spectral figure loomed over Konogakure, dwarfing even the Nine Tails. That is the Shinigami. Lord Danzo, what's wrong? Pakura followed his gaze but saw nothing. Take me to the Nine Tails. But your body. Do as I say, Pakura. His weakened voice brooked no argument. At the heart of the village, Jeriah held a newborn in his arms, his expression a mix of sorrow and complexity as he looked at Minato and Kushina. Ninjas gathered gradually, forming a solemn crowd. Minato. Faced with the Nine Tails' near-limitless chakra, Minato had chosen to use the Reaper Death Seal to prevent further destruction of the village. The third Hokage stood nearby, his face conflicted, a glimmer of shame in his eyes. For a brief moment, he had hesitated. Yet Minato still wore his signature, sun-like smile. Jiraiya-sensei, Elder Danzo once told me that a crown raises its bearer above others, it is a symbol of status. But when calamity strikes from the heavens, the one wearing the crown must stand tall and let the people see a golden beacon of hope. As if sensing Hiruzen's guilt, Minato turned to him. Lord Third, this is my own choice. With those words, he moved toward Kushina, his steps weak, gently caressing her tear-streaked face. Kushina. I'm sorry. I failed to protect you and our child. Minato. Jeriah placed the baby into their arms. Naruto. Kushina whispered, softly stroking the newborn, tears streaming down her face. Danzo, with Pakura's support, finally arrived at the scene. Watching the sight before him, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. Nothing had changed after all. Lord Danzo. Minato's eyes glowed faintly. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Lord Danzo. Not at all, Minato. You've done far better than I ever expected. Is that so? Minato smiled weakly, his eyes losing their light. You were more like a mentor to me. Kushina and I wanted you to be there for Naruto's birth celebration, to share a meal together. System notification, important character, Namikaze Minato, has acknowledged you. Connecting. Reward acquired, spatial awareness, where do you wish to go? A reward he had once longed for, yet Danzo felt no joy. As he looked at Minato and Kushina, his heart clenched unbearably. Minato gazed down at his son. Lord Danzo, could you? I will take care of him. He will grow up happily. The village, and Naruto. I leave them to you. Kushina looked up at Danzo with deep gratitude. To her, the village meant nothing, only her child and Minato mattered. But Minato's decision, the tragic fate of Jinchuriki. As a new mother, she couldn't even bear to imagine it. Kushina. I'm so sorry. Minato held his wife and child tightly, his voice growing weaker. The last remnants of his soul were drawn from his body as the Shinigami's phantom slowly faded away. Konogakure was in turmoil. In a single night, both the Seven Tails and Nine Tails had rampaged, and the fourth Hokage had perished. Many still hadn't grasped the full weight of the situation. Leaderless, the village turned to the third Hokage, who stepped forward to regain control. As for Danzo, after the death of Minato and Kushina, he disappeared, taking the newborn Naruto with him. He hadn't even attended the funeral of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Deep within Root's underground laboratory, Jeriah stood with two toads perched on his shoulders, the distinct features of Sage Mode visible on his face. His webbed hands slowly withdrew from Danzo's exposed chest cavity. So this is the product of Inyang release. My first time seeing one up close. Fukasaku examined the black mass wrapped in Senjutsu chakra with great curiosity. It pulsed with a will of its own, struggling against the sealing runes surrounding it, attempting to break free. This old man's body isn't normal either. A regular person would have been dead long ago, Shima remarked, eyeing Danzo's torn-open torso. His shattered internal organs lay beside him, yet he remained conscious. As soon as the black substance was extracted, his destroyed organs rapidly regenerated. Jeriah sealed the mass inside a containment vessel and handed it to the researchers. Thanks, Jeriah. Danzo exhaled. The moment the black substance left his body, he felt as if he could finally breathe. The life energy chakra within him now worked to restore his body. You won't last long, Jeriah said solemnly. Tsunade and Minato's trust in Danzo had led Jeriah to seek aid from the great toad sages without hesitation, even using techniques he had yet to master. But in Sage Mode, he could clearly sense that Danzo's very cells were being drained dry. Despite his seemingly powerful regenerative ability, it was all due to some unknown life force chakra keeping him alive. Jeriah wouldn't be surprised if Danzo dropped dead in the next second. Danzo, however, remained calm. I still have unfinished business. I won't die just yet. He knew his body's condition better than anyone, far worse than what Jeriah imagined. Without the strength of his powerful soul, not even all the life energy in the world would be enough to sustain him. Chapter 104, the Third Hokage. At the Root headquarters, Danzo sat slumped in his stone chair. The once imposing leader now exuded an air of decay, his presence weighed down by a sense of impending demise. His arm supported his head, as if he could fade away at any moment. The Fire Country's capital has sent an envoy to the Land of Lightning. A number of unidentified shinobi have appeared in the Land of Grass. 23 suspicious individuals have entered Konoha. After hearing the intelligence reports, Danzo finally opened his eyes. Unlike his frail body, his lone visible eye was sharp and unfathomable, like an abyss that no one could dare to gaze into directly. It felt as though it could pierce straight into one's soul. Eliminate all unidentified shinobi near the Fire Country. Send a letter to the daimyo, telling him to stay quiet. The raspy, aged voice carried a tone that brooked no argument. Once the Root operatives departed, a trace of exhaustion crossed Danzo's face, and he slowly closed his eyes again. What's Kakashi's condition? He has suffered severe psychological trauma and remains unconscious, answered Pakura, standing behind him with unwavering respect. Danzo was certain his Mangekyo Sharingan had inflicted serious damage on Obito and Black Zetsu, but the extent remained unknown. Right eye Mangekyo, Dojutsu, Tension. An unavoidable soul-piercing attack. Due to the limited endurance of his Mangekyo, Danzo had always kept this ability as his trump card. The fourth Hokage and his wife's bodies have been secretly sealed away, so you need not worry. Just focus on resting. Pakura looked at Danzo with concern. Since his injury, she had barely left his side, witnessing for the first time just how fragile he had become. An unsettling fear gripped her heart. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Pakura. Danzo reassured her briefly before sinking into a state of feigned sleep. His body was truly on the verge of collapse. More and more, he found himself slipping into these periods of rest, desperate to extend his remaining time. 1 month after the fourth Hokage's death, a decree arrived from the Fire Daimyo's court, officially reinstating the third Hokage. Danzo awoke from his feigned slumber upon hearing the news. He hadn't expected Sarutobi to be so foolish. Bringing the Fire Daimyo back into Konoha's affairs was a grievous mistake. During the few years Minato had served as Hokage, he had gradually severed Konoha's reliance on the Fire Daimyo's authority. By the end of his tenure, Konoha operated almost independently. To the point where, given another decade, the daimyo's existence would have been all but forgotten. But now, Sarutobi had no choice but to act. After taking control, he quickly realized that the village no longer recognized him. Even the Inoshikacho clans, once his loyal supporters, no longer offered their full backing. In this precarious situation, Hamura Mitokado proposed a solution: leverage the daimyo's formal appointment to solidify Sarutobi's legitimacy. To the common villagers and most shinobi, the Fire Daimyo still held great authority. And so, an opportunity was handed to the Fire Daimyo on a silver platter. The daimyo, having woken 10 days ago to find a warning letter from Danzo at his bedside, had wisely abandoned any private schemes. Yet now, everything had conveniently fallen into place for him. With the daimyo's endorsement, Sarutobi was once again formally recognized as the Hokage. As part of the agreement, all enforcement outposts within the Fire Country would remain under shinobi control, but must be supervised by the nobility. Sarutobi agreed to the terms without hesitation. Konoha was once again bound to the Fire Country. Danzo could feel his life slipping away even faster from sheer frustration. He should have killed Sarutobi when he had the chance. Jeriah once again entered the root headquarters, gazing at Danzo before him. Even without entering sage mode, he could sense the life draining from the old warhawk. Jeriah. Sarutobi has undone everything Minato built. I need you to step forward. Danzo's voice, though weak, was laden with urgency. If you're willing, you will become Hokage, and Konoha will stabilize quickly. Danzo had no choice but to turn to Jeriah in one last desperate bid. His body was failing. He could no longer act personally. And lurking in the shadows, Aito and Black Zetsu remained a looming threat. Though Danzo was unaware, Aito's soul had already been destroyed by dojutsu tension, leaving only Black Zetsu to maneuver in the dark. Jeriah, with his stellar performance during the Nine Tails attack, his role as Minato's mentor, and his past renown. If he wanted the position, no one could challenge him. Not even Sarutobi. Yet, in the end, Jeriah refused. Danzo had expected this answer, yet he couldn't help but sigh when he heard it. Watching Jeriah's departing figure, he muttered. This is a mess beyond saving. It's time to let go. I'm sorry, Minato. Chapter 105, Cultivating Clones. 2 months drifted by. In the depths of a massive underground laboratory, sounds of astonishment echoed through the space. Lord Danzo, this is incredible, a creation worthy of the gods. This is the perfection I've been seeking. Using the black matter produced by Inyang release, a flawless body had been crafted. Even the normally conflicting forces of wood release and Uchiha bloodline powers merged harmoniously under its influence. The consciousness-imbued black substance they obtained this time likely originated from a fragment of Black Zetsu's body, a part that Kagaya separated from herself using Inyang release before she was sealed away. It was a separation much like how the Sage of Six Paths split the 10 tails into the 9-tailed beasts. Danzo had erased Black Zetsu's will from it and infused his own soul's essence into the black matter, creating the ultimate material for cultivating clones. Even the white Zetsu cells harvested from Training Ground 3 paled in comparison. Using the black matter as a vessel, the two types of cells fused almost instantly, as if they had always belonged together. Shinraku was consumed with ecstasy as he gazed at the 5 enormous containers before him. Inside each, embryos floated in a nutrient solution, their pulses strong and steady, like miniature hearts. How much longer? Pakura asked impatiently from behind Danzo. Her tone was cold, with no attempt to hide the murderous intent underlying her words. Shinraku snapped out of his daze, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even at the fastest pace, it'll take at least 2 years, and there's no guarantee all the embryos will survive. So you're saying it's possible none of them will live? Pakura's icy voice sent a chill through Shinraku's heart. Once they mature, they will be flawless, absolutely one of a kind. Enough, Danzo interjected, his voice steady from his wheelchair. Shinraku cautiously approached Danzo, speaking with great care. Lord Danzo, perhaps you should transfer your consciousness to a temporary vessel and give these embryos time to grow. Once they've matured, you can transfer again. To Shinraku, rushing the embryo's growth and risking their perfection was unthinkable. Besides, the black matter had been completely depleted. Reproducing these perfect embryos was now impossible, at least for the foreseeable future. I have 2 years, that's enough time. Danzo refused without hesitation. He had delayed transferring his consciousness for so long not just because he wanted the perfect body, but because something in his soul trembled at the thought. Now that his soul had grown stronger, the sense of unease had only intensified. It was as if his very essence warned him of the dangers along this path, a different path from Orochimaru's, yet just as fraught with peril. At the same time, the recent system reward of spatial awareness made Danzo even more convinced that strengthening his soul was crucial for survival. His fighting style would never be as swift or fluid as Minato Namake's. Meanwhile, under Hiruzen's new leadership, the atmosphere in Konogakure had shifted subtly. Though Hiruzen had returned to the Hokage's office, the village itself had changed dramatically in the past 4 years. Policies, budget allocations, clan appointments, civilian accommodations, job distributions. Much of it bewildered Hiruzen. For instance, Konoha's treasury now held over 23 billion ryo. Shirakawa town alone brought in a stable monthly income of 2 billion ryo. The village had implemented numerous supportive programs. Enrollment support for villagers' children. Scholarships for geniuses. compensation for the bereaved and war orphans, Fire Country legal reforms. And even more policies were in the planning stages. Fire Country land use planning. The highest level laws of Fire Country. Restrictions on noble privileges within Fire Country. Konoha's population had surged to 230,000, a staggering number considering that even small nations surrounding Fire Country had populations of only 20,000 to 30,000. The number of jonin had doubled since Hiruzen's resignation. The academy's enrollment had increased more than fivefold. For the first time, Hiruzen questioned the validity of his own political philosophy. No, everything I did was to ensure Konoha's stability. Taking an oppositional stance toward Fire Country will only bring disaster, like the recent tailed beast rampage. Hiruzen's gaze hardened. He began distributing vast sums of money, winning over many of the smaller clans. He provided relief to injured shinobi and the families of the fallen from the Nine-Tails incident. He gave speeches about the will of fire at the Ninja Academy. He helped villagers rebuild homes destroyed by the tailed beasts, free of charge. Everywhere in Konoha, the sight of the third Hokage working tirelessly became a common sight once again. The title of the Compassionate Hokage began to circulate. However, alongside it, rumors spread that the Uchiha clan had controlled the tailed beasts. After all, many shinobi had seen Sharingan in the beast's eyes during the attack. Despite the Uchiha clan keeping a low profile, they once again found themselves under scrutiny. The rumors spiraled out of control. A week later, Hiruzen stepped forward personally to quell the rumors and vouch for the Uchiha clan. At the same time, Uchiha Shisui and other Uchiha members holding positions in various departments were dismissed and reassigned to the Konoha military police force. Their roles were filled by members of the Hyuga, Nara, Aburame, and other clans. This move won Hiruzen yet another wave of support. Chapter 106, Naruto's Fate. Ikawa Kamami slowly made her way to the deepest part of the root base once again. To be honest, she didn't want to be here. It wasn't just the oppressive atmosphere, it was also because that woman was here. The night of the Nine-Tails rampage, Kamami had witnessed that woman unleash an S-rank jutsu. The mere memory of the woman's hostility made Kamami's will to resist dissolve, replaced only with fear and a desperate urge to flee. The stone chamber seemed darker than ever. The wall-mounted torches were extinguished, leaving only vague shadows in the distance. Lord Danzo. Kamami knelt on one knee. She could feel it, the suffocating killing intent, familiar and unrestrained, locking onto her. It was a warning. Your strength has deteriorated significantly, Danzo's aged voice echoed from the darkness. Kamami trembled. She hadn't trained properly for the past 2 years. I've let you down. Danzo then delivered harsh news. Root will soon withdraw from the oversight of the Land of Fire. Kamami's body shuddered involuntarily. A mocking, female laugh broke the silence in the darkness. But Kamami remained frozen, still processing the news. She had known that the fourth Hokage's death would bring upheaval, but not on this scale. 2 years of hard work, gone. Before she could snap out of her daze, it hit her. Her soul felt like it had been dragged into a deep sea, crushed by endless pressure and despair. Ugh. A pained groan escaped her lips, entirely beyond her control. That single instant felt like centuries. When she finally came to, Kamami was on her hands and knees, gasping for air. Sweat dripped from her forehead, mixing with the saliva that trailed down her chin. I have a mission for you. Yes, Lord Danzo. Kamami's attempt to sound calm was undermined by the quiver of terror in her voice. Danzo reappeared in the Hokage's office after a 3-month disappearance. When Jeriah arrived, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Sensei. Danzo-sama. Jeriah chuckled awkwardly when no one acknowledged him and stepped aside. He greeted Pakura, but she didn't respond either. The heavy, awkward air was unbearable. Until. Danzo-sama. Hokage-sama. Jeriah-sama. A plainly dressed old man entered. If not for the hidden leaf emblem on his clothing, one might mistake him for a farmer rather than a ninja. Kosuke, it's you, Jeriah was the first to speak, greeting him warmly. Despite Kosuke's seniority, the two had once worked together on missions during Jiraiya's Chunin days. Jeriah had always found him to be a reliable comrade. I summoned you here for an important mission, Hiruzen spoke solemnly, his eyes on Mariboshi Kosuke. Danzo, seated with his eyes closed, finally opened them to regard Kosuke, the eternal genin of Konoha, yet respected by many as a redemption-seeking shinobi. This is more of a request than a mission, Hiruzen added. It's a request from the fourth Hokage. Come in, Nono. Yakushi Nono entered, holding a baby. This is the orphan child of the fourth Hokage and his wife. I promised Minato I would take care of him, but Root is no place for a child to grow up. I would like you to take him in as your grandson, raising him as an ordinary child. Hiruzen paused, glancing at the infant in Nono's arms. If it's you, I believe Minato would rest easy. Should you encounter any trouble, I will personally see to it. Kosuke accepted the baby, his arms stiff. He hadn't expected this mission. He had spent his life in penance, atoning for his youthful mistakes. Now, in his old age, he found himself with a child. But when he saw the baby smile, a strange sense of responsibility swelled in his heart. Yes, Lord Danzo. I will take good care of the fourth's orphan. Hearing his pledge, Danzo exhaled in relief. Hiruzen, if you interfere with this child in any way, I will lead route in severing all ties with Konoha. Jeriah can bear witness to this. Danzo's flat, slow words made everyone tense. It was a clear declaration of his stance. In return, Root will withdraw from Konoha's administrative departments and limit its role to information gathering, as before. It had taken Root years to step into the light, but only a few days to be plunged back into darkness. Many operatives stationed outside the village were recalled, and those with public roles vanished into the shadows. Hiruzen Sarutobi heaved a sigh of relief. Root and Danzo had weighed heavily on him in recent months. Now, it was all resolved. Danzo and Root became less and less mentioned in Hokage Tower meetings, almost as if they were a taboo topic. Rumors soon spread within the village. Danzo, Root's leader, had died. After all, many shinobi had seen Danzo gravely injured that night. Chapter 107, Kumogakure. 2 years passed quickly, and the shinobi world remained relatively peaceful. The only major event was that 6 months ago, the Reikage, backed by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, completely eradicated Kumogakure's Elder Council. This marked the full restoration of the One Village One Kage system in Kumogakure. However, the years of internal strife had left the village severely weakened. Kumogakure, built atop steep cliffs and surrounded by towering mountains, looked as grand and imposing as ever. Having regained control, stood abruptly as he read the intelligence report delivered by his subordinates. Damn Konoha. I knew they were behind this. Otherwise, those old fools wouldn't have dared. Despite everything, the Reikage temper hadn't mellowed over the years. He had suffered enough humiliation. Despite his overwhelming strength, he had been powerless against the Elder Council. The power of the people, they had smugly called it. Send the order, no caravans from the Land of Fire are to enter the Land of Lightning. Reikage-sama, the daimyo won't agree to that, his secretary reminded him cautiously. Slowly sat back down, though the anger on his face didn't subside. Even though the Elder Council had been eliminated, the problems they left behind remained unresolved. Many of the policies they had implemented had genuinely improved the lives of the villagers. However, much of the funding for those policies had come from deals similar to what Konoha had done. Now that A had used the daimyo's authority to overthrow them, the daimyo had reclaimed control of the trade routes and towns that had been operating in secret. With the village's financial resources gone, the welfare policies were naturally scrapped, leading to widespread discontent. A had considered adopting similar strategies himself, but the daimyo, after witnessing Konoha's internal struggles, had become paranoid. Any hint of unrest in Kumogakure resulted in the daimyo slashing their funding and locking down trade routes around the village. This stranglehold forced A to compromise. He had no choice but to find other ways to ease the village's internal tensions. Meanwhile, a Kumogakure envoy was en route to Konoha to sign a peace treaty. News of the envoy spread like wildfire through Konoha's streets, accompanied by praise for the third Hokage's efforts to promote peace. However, Konoha's major clans viewed it all with disdain. Life hadn't changed much for the villagers, but the clans clearly felt Konoha's decline, whether in foreign relations or economic strength. Yes, decline. The once revered oversight department, hailed as a beacon of justice during the fourth Hokage's time, had fallen into irrelevance. Originally created to monitor the nobility, the department was now under the nobility's thumb. When conflicts arose, the third Hokage's conciliatory attitude disillusioned many of the department's shinobi. Those with any connections transferred out, leaving the department a hollow shell. With oversight offices and enforcement squads losing their authority, Konoha's grip on the Land of Fire slipped. The once thriving Shirakawa town, Konoha's economic hub, was now under commercial blockade and constant pressure. Over the past 2 years, Konoha had steadily retreated under the Land of Fire's control. Yet despite all this, Konoha's leadership placed great importance on Kumogakure's envoy. The third Hokage, flanked by the village elders, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and other clan leaders, personally greeted the delegation at the Hokage Tower for peace negotiations. The talks went smoothly, with both sides expressing their desire for peace and mourning the fallen shinobi from both villages. The third Hokage signed the ceasefire agreement and the non-aggression pact, officially marking the end of their decade-long conflict and the start of a new era of peace. Konoha's streets erupted in celebrations over the hard-won peace. Late at night, in the Hyuga clan's mansion. "Brother, what's wrong?" Hyuga Hizashi asked, looking at Hayashi, who had been sitting in his room since the day's meeting ended. Ever since the fourth passed, Konoha's problems have worsened. The third can't hold the village together anymore. I'm worried about the Hyuga clan. The meeting was still fresh in Hayashi's mind. When did Konoha fall this low? The entire leadership had turned out to welcome a mere envoy. The delegation's attitude, once respectful, had gradually grown arrogant. The shift unsettled Hayashi deeply. The third isn't getting any younger, and... Before he could finish, the brothers exchanged a look, leapt to their feet, and rushed outside. From the rooftop, they spotted a shadowy figure fleeing. Hinata. Hayashi's sharp eyes caught sight of his daughter in the intruder's arms. He charged forward, veins bulging around his Byakugan. 8 trigrams, air palm. Chakra erupted from his tenketsu, striking the enemy's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Hizashi, who arrived moments later, examined the corpse before turning to his brother, who was cradling his daughter. "We have a serious problem," he said grimly. Chapter 108, Reprimand. Hokage Tower Conference Room. Compared to yesterday's relatively amicable atmosphere, today's meeting was weighed down with tension. What more is there to say? Kumogakure came with ill intent, and now they have the audacity to demand accountability. Let me lead the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to break the oppressive silence, rising with a dark expression. Fugaku, this is a formal meeting. The Hokage hasn't spoken yet. Do you intend to destroy the peace between Konoha and Kumogakure? Kohara Udatane scolded him sharply, her tone laced with irritation. Fugaku shot her a cold glare but sat back down without another word. The others present were unsurprised. Over the past 2 years, Fugaku had clashed frequently with the two elders, but neither side could ever gain the upper hand. Fugaku's accomplishments during the 4th Hokage's era, combined with the Uchiha clan's considerable strength, made it difficult for the 3rd Hokage to act rashly, despite ongoing efforts to suppress them. The last major victory the village elders had won against the Uchiha was forcing them to retreat after the Nine-Tails incident. Hayashi, how do you believe we should handle this matter? The 3rd Hokage's expression was complicated as he posed the question. We will defer to your judgment, Lord Hokage, Hayashi Hyuga responded. Silence fell over the room once again. After a long pause, the 3rd Hokage finally spoke, his voice tinged with regret. This time, I must ask the Hyuga clan to endure the burden. The heads of Konoha's major clans all frowned. The Hyuga clan was a prominent force in Konoha, and now they were expected to swallow the humiliation of having their heiress kidnapped. Not long ago, Konoha had been a true leader in the shinobi world. How had things deteriorated under the third's leadership? But what the 3rd Hokage said next stunned everyone further. This peace is fragile and hard-won. Konoha has just emerged from the Nine-Tails rampage. We cannot afford another war. As for Kumogakure's demands for accountability, I must ask Hizashi to take on this burden. The decision had been made after the 3rd Hokage consulted with the village elders. Kumogakure's terms were simple: hand over the head of the Hyuga clan as payment for their leader's life. The meeting fell into another uneasy silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally broke it with a solemn declaration: everything I do is for the good of Konoha. At that moment, the doors burst open, and Pakura wheeled Danzo into the room. Danzo. Lord Danzo. If I'm not mistaken, I am still an elder of Konoha. I have the right to be part of this meeting, Danzo said, his frail yet commanding voice leaving no room for argument. Danzo, we've already reached a decision. You're not well. You should rest. Hamura Mitokado tried to dissuade him. Everyone could see Danzo's condition. His aura was that of someone hovering at death's door. I've already heard the full situation, and I overheard Sarutobi's decision from outside. I disagree with this resolution. Danzo's single, piercing eye swept across the room, daring anyone to meet his gaze. None could. If someone must be sacrificed for Konoha's peace, then that person should be the Hokage. The conference room descended into stunned silence. Hamura rose, his face dark with anger. Danzo, you don't understand the circumstance. Shut your mouth, Hamura. This isn't a negotiation. And we still have unfinished business regarding the Fire Daimyo's demands. Danzo, you, Hamura pointed at him, too incensed to speak. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. The scent of fresh blood clung to him as he knelt respectfully. My lord, the Kumogakure forces have been dealt with. Danzo, you. The 3rd Hokage's face darkened further. Danzo had undermined him, first with words, and now with actions. The oppressive pressure from Hiruzen's chakra spread throughout the room, causing everyone to shiver. His glare stopped Danzo from speaking further. Compromise is like feeding a crocodile, hoping it will eat you last. What you're doing, Sarutobi, is destroying Konoha, Danzo declared coldly. I'll handle Kumogakure. Pakura, let's go. Pakura pushed Danzo out of the room, leaving behind a stunned and silent gathering. Deep within Root's headquarters, Danzo's spiritual pressure radiated continuously, a side effect of his deteriorating body. If the Raikage wants to act, we'll leash him. Itachi, handle the situation in the Land of Lightning. Yes, my lord. After Itachi departed, Pakura wheeled Danzo to a hidden chamber. The room was filled with everything necessary for a forbidden technique. In the center, a massive glass cylinder held the body of a 17 or 18-year-old, floating gently in the liquid inside. As soon as they entered, the stone door closed behind them, sealing the room with complex runic inscriptions. This was the safest place in all of Root. My lord, everything is ready. We can begin. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Reincarnation. The clone was placed next to Danzo. If reincarnation fails, proceed with the plan. Danzo slowly opened his eyes, speaking calmly. Sir. A trace of confusion laced the voice. All preparations had been completed. With swift hand seals, Danzo's soul began to radiate outward, connecting with the nearby clone. It was hard to say how much time passed. Danzo found himself in a vast, dark space. He could see his own hand as he reached out. With a mere thought, his skin tightened, and his entire body reverted to a younger state. Is this my soul form? The surrounding space began to change. Starting from Danzo, soft hues of pale blue and pink spread outward. A single pinpoint of light emerged from the darkness, growing and swallowing the void bit by bit, like ink spreading in all directions. With each space filled, a sense of comfort spread through Danzo's soul, as if finding his true home. So, my soul is occupying the clone's consciousness. Since the clone had no soul or consciousness, it must have been a hollow, dark void before. Excitement filled Danzo at the novelty of his first reincarnation. As his soul's colors took over more of the consciousness, the space brightened. He felt more at ease with each passing moment. It's surprisingly beautiful. I knew I was an upright person, not like Orochimaru's soul space, filled with grotesque lumps of flesh. Once I completely saturate this space, this body will be fully mine. Now, all that's left is to wait. Time became meaningless. It could have been an instant, or an eternity. Just as Danzo was about to paint the final patch of sky, a surge of unknown energy sent a shiver down his spine. From the unpainted section above, a massive eye emerged, staring down at Danzo's soul with unwavering intensity, like a house cat watching its prey. The eye, enormous and rippling with concentric circles, seemed embedded in the sky itself, halting Danzo's progress. The dead should not remain in the shinobi world. A deep voice echoed from the depths of Danzo's soul, followed by a tremendous pull. Danzo felt himself being forcibly dragged out of the consciousness space. His soul froze, caught in a suffocating grip. The higher his soul ascended, the larger the giant eye loomed before him. Amid the chaos, a small part of his rational mind remained clear. If my soul leaves this space, the reincarnation jutsu will fail. I might end up in the Pure Land, or worse, lost forever. To hell with you, Sage of Six Paths. I want my youth back. Dojutsu, tension. A violent surge of soul energy crashed against the eye of the Rinnegan. The massive eye fractured like glass, cracks spreading until it shattered with a loud snap. With the obstruction gone, Danzo's soul quickly sealed the final gap in the consciousness space. Only once the last puzzle piece fell into place did the ominous feeling in Danzo's soul dissipate. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, the Sage of Six Paths opened his eyes. A soul escaped. Someone in the shinobi world broke through my restrictions. The sage's eyes closed again, and all fell silent once more. The capital of the Land of Lightning bustled with life. Among the great nations, it was second in prosperity only to the Land of Fire. As night fell, 5 uninvited guests stealthily infiltrated the daimyo's palace. Who's there? Intruders. A loud shout shattered the stillness of the night. We've been discovered. Move. Lightning style, falling thunder jutsu. Lightning style, ground surge. Lightning style, falling thunder jutsu. Multiple bolts of lightning illuminated the sky, striking the palace where the daimyo resided. Clang. 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 Intruders. Chaos erupted across the palace. Guards began converging from all directions. Prepare to break through, one of the attackers ordered, lightning sparking across their body as they charged toward the surrounding soldiers and shinobi. By dawn, the daimyo's palace lay in ruins, smoke rising from the aftermath of the fierce battle. Damn that Raikage. How dare he? The daimyo was still reeling from the terror of the previous night. Though they used lightning style, it may not have been Kumogakure. The chief minister tried to offer counsel. He was swiftly cut off. Even if it wasn't Kumogakure, they're responsible for guarding the Land of Lightning. All those funds we give them every year, wasted. Cut off Kumogakure's financial support and seal their trade routes. Though the daimyo had survived the night unscathed, the fear remained all too real. But, my lord. No more talking. Do as I say. Chapter 110, The Whip of the Land of Lightning. The fallout from Danzo's disruption of the Konoha Council meeting had shaken the village leadership. The third Hokage and the two elders saw their authority among the clans diminish significantly. Soon after, someone leaked details of the meeting to the wider village. The leak had a massive impact among the ninja ranks. Many shinobi rushed to the Hokage's office, pledging their lives to Konoha's protection but refusing to endure such dishonor. Initially, the third Hokage and the elders tried to pacify the masses. However, the situation spiraled when Hyuga Hayashi, as the victim of the event, publicly declared, "The Hyuga branch family may die to protect the main house, but we will not be sacrificed like this. If someone must die for the sake of Konoha's peace, that person should be the Hokage." This sentiment spread rapidly throughout Konoha, evoking memories of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The outcry grew louder by the day, and even the third Hokage found himself unable to control the situation. Civilian and ninja dissatisfaction became more evident, with many openly comparing the third to both the fourth Hokage and Danzo. Amid this turmoil, news arrived from the Land of Lightning. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning had sealed off Kumogakure's trade routes and cut off financial support, effectively placing the village under a complete lockdown and economic sanction. Within 2 months, Kumogakure fell into disarray, verging on collapse. 3 assassination attempts were made on the Reikage during this time. Food shortages plagued the village, and ninja stipends and wages could no longer be paid. Kumogakure's outposts throughout the Land of Lightning were also attacked by unknown assailants, leading to significant casualties. Many Kumogakure ninja, receiving no aid from their village, chose to abandon their outposts and flee. The chaos worsened as some minor shinobi clans began to defect and large numbers of civilians fled the village, drawing the attention of the entire shinobi world to Kumogakure's plight. Though the sanctions had lasted only 2 months, they demonstrated the extent to which a daimyo could discipline a shinobi village. The Reikage was now far from being able to wage war. Simply maintaining his position as Reikage had become a challenge. Konoha's higher-ups were well aware that Danzo had promised to resolve this matter. While they admired his foresight, they also felt a lingering fear at the Land of Lightning's fate. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage silently smoked his pipe, revealing no emotion. "What's wrong, Sarutobi? Why did you summon us?" The 2 elders, Koharu and Hamura, entered and immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. "Koharu, you've always overseen Shirakawa town. Why did its income last month drop to just 600 million ryo? That's less than a third of what it was 2 years ago." As Konoha's financial hub, Shirakawa town had been entrusted to Koharu after the third took office. Even when the fire daimyo suggested appointing noble officials to the town, the third Hokage had politely declined. After all, with Konoha's expanding needs, money was essential, and he couldn't allow these profits to be divided. I'm not sure. Everything's been operating as usual, Koharu answered, clearly troubled. The third Hokage sighed. "Hamura, if the fire daimyo were to cut Konoha's funding and block our trade routes, how long could we hold out?" "That won't happen. We've always been loyal to the daimyo," Hamura replied, his expression uneasy. "Go back for now," the third said after taking a long puff from his pipe. His eyes briefly reflected disappointment. Once they left, the Hokage's office filled with thick smoke. The Land of Lightning's actions had revealed a potential crisis within Konoha. The night before, the third had done the calculations. If the fire daimyo truly mirrored the Land of Lightning's actions, Konoha could last 6 months, perhaps less. But if the fourth Hokage were still alive? These thoughts circled endlessly in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, leaving him agitated. He even felt a strong desire to confide in his old friend, Danzo. Unable to suppress the impulse, he opened the bottom drawer of his desk. Inside were various documents left behind by the fourth Hokage. Meanwhile, in the sandstorm-filled Sunagakure. As expected, the Reikage is just a muscle-brained fool, Raza remarked with a sneer as he skimmed through the report delivered by Baki. Back then, when the third Reikage had arrogantly taunted Sunagakure outside its gates, no one from the village had dared to stop him. How triumphant he had been. Now, that same man's son was little more than a lackey of the daimyo. "You truly have foresight, Lord Kazekage. If not for you, Sunagakure would likely be worse off than Kumogakure right now," Baki said, half serious, half flattering. For years, Sunagakure had been the poorest of the great nation's shinobi villages, resorting to whatever means necessary to secure funds. Yet even so, most of the village's finances still depended on the Wind Daimyo's support. That was until Raza took office. In recent years, through both open and covert means, controlling checkpoints, oases, and trade routes, he had elevated Sunagakure's economy significantly. While still not on par with the prosperity Konoha enjoyed under the fourth Hokage, it was enough to spark meaningful economic improvement. More importantly, the framework for a stable economy was gradually taking shape, inching closer to the standards Konoha had achieved under the fourth Hokage. Chapter 111, A New Dawn. Deep within the headquarters of the Root Division in Konoha, a hidden chamber sat in darkness. On a bed surrounded by various instruments lay a handsome young man of about 17 or 18, asleep. Despite his unconscious state, he radiated life. His delicate, flawless skin would make even women envious. His long hair looked recently trimmed, though uneven in places. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At first, there was confusion in his gaze, but it quickly gave way to excitement. He yanked the monitoring devices from his arm and stared at his smooth, pale skin. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips, unable to be suppressed. Danzo-sama. A voice rang out, tentative yet filled with joy. Danzo Shimura turned to see Pakura standing nearby. He beckoned her forward, and she slowly approached the bed. When he raised his hand, she instinctively lowered her head. You've done well, Pakura. I can always trust you. His hand settled atop her head, stroking her hair in praise, as he always had. She resembled a contented cat at that moment. How long have I been asleep? Danzo asked as he withdrew his hand and began detaching the wires from his chest. 6 months, Danzo-sama. I see, he muttered, a trace of gravity entering his gaze. The memory of that soul attack lingered. He knew the assailant, without a doubt, it had been the Sage of Six Paths himself. Nagato's Rinnegan may have been powerful, but Danzo didn't believe he had the ability to invade someone's spiritual space. This proved that the sage wasn't simply watching over the shinobi world from afar. Danzo-sama, your eyes. Pakura, still clearing away the last of the instruments, froze as she saw Danzo's new eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered in his sockets, the intricate, otherworldly patterns shifting with his mood. They were mesmerizing, so much so that it felt as though her very soul was being drawn in. Danzo, too, was keenly aware of the immense power brimming in those eyes. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This body could finally contain the full might of his soul. His evolution was complete. He glanced at Pakura, smiling. Pakura, make sure to stay by my left side. Don't fall behind, he teased. I've always been working hard, she huffed, puffing her cheeks in mild defiance. Danzo couldn't help but ruffle her hair again, his mood soaring. The power of his right eye, the Mangekyo technique tension, could attack an enemy's soul directly, turning his own spiritual energy into a deadly weapon. For Danzo, it was a trump card that few had survived, Aito, Black Zetsu, and even the Sage of Six Paths had felt its effects. However, the technique wasn't without drawbacks. Each use placed immense strain on the Sharingan, potentially rendering it unusable for an extended period. His left eye's Mangekyo technique, Tenkasari, allowed him to drag an enemy's soul into his consciousness. The full extent and risks of this ability remained unknown, though. Thinking back to the massive Rinnegan he'd seen in that space, Danzo surmised that a strong enough soul could resist, or even seize control. Still, these twin powers felt tailor-made for him. As his soul had grown stronger through various enhancements, there were now few in the shinobi world who could match him. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the eyes that reflected one's reality and heart. Danzo had never considered himself just the original Danzo. He was a soul occupying a once ailing body, transformed by the system's repeated rewards. After several days of adjustment, Danzo concluded that all the waiting had been worth it. This reincarnation had elevated his power to an entirely new level. In addition to his enhanced Mangekyo Sharingan, his wood release had evolved to version 2.0. This new wood release was brimming with vitality and could absorb chakra on its own, far from the crippled version he had used before. Now, he could wield nearly all of the first Hokage's wood release techniques effortlessly, save for the Sage Mode enhanced ones. But his greatest potential lay in the remnants of Kagaya Otsutsuki's body, the fragments of Inyang release she had split from herself. Fusing Hashirama and Uchiha cells had triggered a catalytic reaction. In the vast underground laboratory, Danzo stood before two massive glass tanks. Within one floated a chakra-formed tentacle, a manifestation of the Eight Tails' power. It cowered at the sight of him, despite having no will of its own. Danzo felt it clearly, the beast's fear and his body's growing hunger to absorb it. It was as if it belonged inside him. Chapter 112, Taunts. In a courtyard near the entrance of Konoha, the sound of children's laughter echoed. Slow down. Don't run so fast. Grandpa can't keep up. A small figure darted forward, glancing back occasionally. Grandpa. Grandpa. Mariboshi Kosuka caught the mischievous Naruto in his arms, a doting smile spreading across his face as he lifted him high into the air. Watching the happy scene of the grandparent and grandchild from afar, Danzo couldn't help but allow a small smile to creep onto his lips. Kakashi, do you think Minato would blame me? The reason Sensei entrusted Naruto to you, this may be it, Kakashi replied lazily, his tone relaxed and unconcerned. You've been on this assignment for 2 years now. Why not return to the root? Danzo glanced at the carefree Kakashi beside him. This is fine. I can laze around in the sun every day, watching Sensei's kid. Kakashi closed his single eye, a content expression appearing on his face. You've changed a lot, Kakashi. Danzo observed, noting how different Kakashi was from 2 years ago, far more laid back, almost unrecognizable. Not as much as you have, Elder. If you hadn't revealed your identity just now, I would have thought you were an enemy. It's going to take me some time to get used to it, Kakashi added with a slightly sheepish grin. In the past, Kakashi had always seemed cold, distant, and logical. But now, Danzo saw traces of others in him. Thankfully, though Kakashi's personality had changed, his strength had not. The short blade on his back radiated a formidable aura, far more powerful than 2 years ago. Clearly, he hadn't slacked off. His attitude toward Danzo had also improved, showing signs of respect. Though the system hadn't fully approved Kakashi yet, Danzo had no intention of forcing the issue. Very well. Danzo didn't push further. After exchanging a few more casual words, he left. However, as he walked away, he clearly felt Kakashi's hesitation, like he had countless questions to ask but didn't know how to start. Night blanketed Konoha, though the bustling village still gleamed with lights. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was working as usual, sorting through piles of documents. The ashtray on his desk was filled with cigarette butts, evidence of hours of smoking. I hear you've been looking for me these past 2 years. That's rare, Sarutobi. Hiruzen's head lifted at the familiar voice and name, though something about it felt off. A figure emerged from the shadows of the office. Danzo. The face from his memories now stood before him, younger and sharper than he remembered. It's undeniable. Your disciple truly was a genius. Wood sprouted from the floor, quickly forming into a chair. Danzo sat across from Hiruzen, meeting his gaze. Would release. Don't be so surprised, you're the Hokage. Minato wouldn't react like this, Danzo said, throwing in a few teasing jabs. Hiruzen's actions over the past 2 years had been deeply frustrating to Danzo. Always the martyr, sacrificing himself for the so-called peace of Konoha. Even the Seven Tails had been returned to Takigakure a year ago. Get to the point. Why are you here? I don't have time to waste on idle chatter. I'm only indulging you because of Minato and Konoha. Hiruzen suppressed his surprise, speaking seriously. Danzo, since you've regained your youth, would you consider returning as administrative elder? If you want the position of Hokage. Danzo chuckled and shook his head, cutting him off. You know, Sarutobi, you always make a mess of things and then shove the responsibility onto someone else, proclaiming, it's all for Konoha, or, for the will of fire. If you'd stepped down 2 years ago and given the Hokage title to Jeriah, I might have respected you a little more. In Danzo's eyes, Konoha was now little more than a decaying mess. Its surface still sparkled, but internally and externally, it was being boxed in, slowly crumbling from the inside out. Though Danzo could fix it, he saw no reason to bother. Your vision is too narrow, Sarutobi. And now you're realizing the threat the Land of Fire poses far too late. Mark my words. If I take up the role of administrative elder, the daimyo of the Land of Fire will immediately begin to suppress Konoha. You'll be forced to compromise, and then I'll hear the inevitable, sorry, Danzo, it's all for Konoha. That won't happen. Hiruzen's voice was uncertain, his mind clouded. Deep down, he knew Danzo wasn't entirely wrong. The Reikich's recent fate had driven Hiruzen to review Minato's policies over and over. The more he studied them, the more fearful he became. Finally realized something, have you, Sarutobi? Danzo's expression shifted as though he'd just stumbled upon something fascinating. But it's already too late. Danzo's gaze swept over the disheartened Hokage, and a flicker of amusement rose in him. Konoha is now a caged dog. We're not at Kumogakure's level yet, but we're getting close. Konoha will decline under your leadership, and you'll be remembered as the village's greatest sinner. When you meet Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato in the afterlife, I wonder what that will be like. Souls really do exist, after all. By the time Hiruzen snapped out of his daze, Danzo was gone. Only the wooden chair remained as proof of his visit. To Danzo, Konoha had never been his true goal. The current Konoha could offer him neither protection nor support. Chapter 113, The Base in the Land of Rivers. Konogakure has rotted, but the root will endure. New branches will break through the wasteland and deadwood, growing stronger and more lush. This is the path of the root. Honor will ultimately belong to you all. Danzo stood above, addressing the dense crowd of root members kneeling before him. Their leader had returned. Itachi, you don't look well. Are the concerns about the Uchiha clan weighing on you? Uchiha Itachi knelt below, his once youthful demeanor now fully shed. If you wish, the Uchiha clan can fully support you in becoming Hokage. Itachi finally voiced the inner conflict that had been gnawing at him for days. The third Hokage's administration and the Uchiha clan couldn't see eye to eye anymore, they had completely split into opposing factions. Itachi and Shisui were caught between loyalty to the village and their clan, filled with unease. Until Danzo's return to power, revitalized. Danzo's influence in Konoha was undeniable. If he wanted it, even many within the Uchiha clan would back him. But recent root activities made it clear, they were abandoning Konoha. Itachi, you're smart, but your strength is still too weak, Danzo stated. Konoha was a mire of internal conflict, political struggles, the land of fire's interference, other villages, and lurking threats in the shadows. Stirring things up now would bring no benefit. Besides, Konoha's internal strife would draw attention away from Danzo's other plans. Don't worry, I'll handle the issues between the village and the Uchiha. But not yet. What you need to do now is follow my lead. Along a trade route in the land of rivers, Danzo and Pakura traveled in common attire, blending in with a merchant caravan. As Danzo observed the development of the land of rivers, his satisfaction grew. His efforts weren't a complete failure after all. The land of rivers now primarily consisted of civilians and shinobi, with the daimyo holding little influence. All of Danzo's policies had taken root here. Civilians enjoyed living conditions that were not inferior to those of the land of fire, with better safety measures in place. Even security for outsiders was tight. Danzo had already sensed a ninja sparrow shadowing the caravan since they'd entered the land of rivers. Night fell. The caravan members gathered around campfires, slowly drifting to sleep. From the darkness, 4 or 5 figures emerged. Lord Danzo. The leader was none other than Nono Yukushi, the overseer of the land of rivers operations. Dressed in her usual nun's garb, Nono exuded intellect and gentleness, looking more like the girl next door than the second-in-command of an underground organization. Pakura, standing beside Danzo, immediately shed her earlier excitement and became visibly tense. Danzo himself had no plans to linger any longer, there was still much work to do. The land of rivers' root base was even larger than the one in Konoha. Nestled within a plain surrounded by 3 gorges, the above-ground administrative buildings concealed the vast underground network that adhered to the old root traditions. It looked like a shinobi village, a ninja village ruling over this nation. Over 3,000 shinobi had been trained here, some with Kekkei Genkai, many originating from Kirigakure. Among them were 5 Uzumaki clan members from the Land of Grass, a pleasant surprise. Looking over the data that Nono Yukushi provided, Danzo knew the village was developing well but lacked elite combat power. Without strength, prosperity was as fleeting as the evening primrose. What's the situation with Sunagakure and the Land of Wind? Danzo, now radiating vitality and youth, gazed ahead. His eyes, filled with intense purpose, made even the usually composed Nono feel a bit unsettled. Everything in the Land of Wind is proceeding as planned. However, aside from securing the trade route through the Land of Birds a year ago, Sunagakure has also established maritime connections with the Land of Water. The Kazekage has been busy. He's trying to cut me out of the picture. Danzo's initial plans for the Kazekage didn't include expanding into the Land of Rivers. In many ways, Sunagakure was Konoha's best imitator. This was partly because Danzo had given the Kazekage a preliminary strategic guide. But it was also because Sunagakure was fundamentally different from the other ninja villages. Since its founding, it hadn't relied entirely on the Land of Wind daimyo's funding. Sunagakure pursued any profitable endeavor, controlling checkpoints, mining resources, expanding trade routes. Once they realized they could grow stronger by encroaching on the Land of Wind's territory, they became unstoppable. Danzo left for the Land of Wind alone. Chapter 114, Land of Wind. Danzo's sudden departure left Pakura in a foul mood. Especially since she had to see that woman, Nono Yukushi, every day, it made her even more irritated. Tap, tap, tap. Following Nono, who was leading the way ahead, Pakura fought the urge to turn her into charcoal. You seem to have a strong hostility toward me, Nono said, stopping in her tracks and turning around with a gentle smile. Humph. Pakura let out a cold snort, brushing past her and taking the lead. Nono chuckled softly and followed, her voice light yet probing. Is it because of Danzo-sama? Pakura stopped, her gaze sharp and brimming with killing intent as she turned to face Nono. I'm his most trusted subordinate. If you don't back off, I'll kill you. Nono, still wearing her ever-pleasant smile, seemed unfazed by the threatening aura. I know. What do you mean by that, woman? Pakura's eyes narrowed at Nono's ever-so-fake smile. I know you're the most important one to Danzo-sama. Pakura froze for a moment, her expression turning even colder. Are you trying to provoke me? Nono didn't seem to care. Instead, she pulled out a scroll from within her robes. This is a mission Danzo-sama gave me. He said that before his reincarnation, if the process failed, he wanted me to complete his last task. It was to help you become a hero of Sunagakure. That was the promise he made to you. She handed the scroll over to Pakura and began walking ahead without another word. The capital of the Land of Wind was built upon an enormous oasis. The oasis was so vast that it resembled a sprawling plain. Unlike most of the desert-blanketed regions of the Land of Wind, this was a prime piece of land. The distinct clothing and architecture displayed the unique culture of the region. Crowded buildings and the bustling movement of trade caravans spoke of the capital's prosperity. At the heart of it all stood the daimyo's palace. Centuries, if not millennia, of continuous construction had made it a towering, grand structure that defied the barren resources of the region. However, the current daimyo's indulgent lifestyle in his youth had left him with little vitality. With only one son, who had passed away 3 years ago, the daimyo had no choice but to bring back his widowed eldest daughter from the land of Earth to continue the bloodline. The eldest princess quickly became the most sought-after figure in the Land of Wind. Countless noble heirs tried to win her favor, hoping to rise to power. If she bore an heir, that child would become the next daimyo of the Land of Wind. In a secluded palace behind the daimyo's residence, one could look out over the capital from the balcony of a lavishly decorated tower. The room itself was adorned in luxury, beaded curtains of gemstones, silk drapes forming partitions, and rare incense from the Land of Water. Even a copper basin in the corner held melting ice cubes. When the wind blew in, the swaying white silk and shimmering beads gave the space a lively, airy feel. Behind a veil of white silk lay the silhouette of a woman, her figure graceful as she napped on the bed. Danzo stepped inside, inhaling the sweet fragrance that filled the room. Despite himself, he felt a rare moment of ease. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. His voice broke the peaceful stillness, disturbing the woman's nap. Who's there? Came the startled voice. Shing. A senbon needle flew toward Danzo, who caught it effortlessly. The eldest princess burst through the silk curtains, wearing only a thin robe. 2 more senbon flew from her hands. Danzo's gaze fell on her barely concealed form, her curves visible beneath the sheer fabric. Did I come at a bad time? He raised a brow. And those senbon. Catching the incoming needles, Danzo watched her attempt to flee toward the window. Tongue eradication technique. Ah. Her body went limp with a soft cry, collapsing to the floor before she could escape. Danzo glanced at her and took a seat at a nearby table. Your strength has weakened. Your perception and reflexes aren't even at the level of a chunin anymore. Danzo-sama. The princess, now trembling, crawled up from the floor and half knelt before him. Realizing it was Danzo, a deep fear filled her. The soul-piercing agony from 2 years ago was still etched into her memory. But she hadn't considered how ill-suited her thin robe was for kneeling. Her name was Ichikawa Naomi. Despite her exotic Land of Wind complexion, her figure remained as full and curvaceous as ever. Especially now, in her loose robe and kneeling posture, she wasn't treating Danzo as an outsider at all. Stand. Naomi stayed in her half-kneeling position, silently expressing complete submission. Danzo didn't press the issue, getting straight to the point. You've done well with your task. I'm satisfied. I came this time to set up a spatial marker. When the mission is complete, I'll reward you. Though it seems you're not too keen on improving your strength. I wouldn't dare. Hearing Danzo's praise, her nerves slowly calmed. She was curious about his noticeably younger appearance, but fear and the desire to please him outweighed her questions. No matter how much she craved power, the seal on her tongue and the feeling of falling into a bottomless abyss kept her in line. A woman's intuition told her that something was off about this version of Danzo. A cool breeze made her shiver slightly, and she instinctively pressed her legs together. As long as you have the capability to serve the root, even becoming a daimyo is not beyond reach. Hearing that, Naomi's head remained lowered, but her heart raced with excitement. She slowly raised her gaze, her eyes filled with submission and a hint of flattery. Rest assured, Danzo-sama. I will complete my mission. Danzo watched with mild surprise as Naomi stood. Her robe slipped off her shoulders, and her bare form pressed against him. Let me serve you tonight, my lord. The next morning, Danzo knew he had been deceived. Naomi had boldly removed her clothes, yet she didn't even know how to serve properly. He had to guide her himself. Now, her transformation technique had worn off, and her true face was revealed as she lay unconscious on the bed. The room was a mess, curtains, fruit platters, and other items scattered everywhere. The experience had been exhilarating, though not entirely satisfying. Chapter 115, Revising the Terms of Cooperation. Danzo used the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he couldn't match Minato's mastery of it in the heat of battle, it was perfect for travel. Coordinates had already been set up for key locations, Konoha, the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Wind. When Danzo transported himself back to the base in the Land of Rivers, he found Yukushi Nono waiting for him. She had designed the headquarters' secret chamber to be an exact replica of the root headquarters in Konoha. Even the candle holders on the walls were the same. Stuck in old habits as usual. Maybe I should start changing how people like her view me, Danzo thought. Is Ikawa Kamami the only one who knows how to enjoy life? While Danzo was still mulling over these thoughts, Pakura arrived immediately, her face lighting up with joy. Instinctively, Danzo reached out to pat her on the head. Pakura nuzzled into his hand before sniffing the air, her nose twitching. After a few more sniffs, she frowned and gave him a look that was unmistakably displeased. Where were you? You smell like another woman. Her tone was one of a wife questioning a husband who hadn't returned home all night. Her eyes even carried a hint of murder. Danzo flicked her on the forehead. What about the mission I gave you? Pakura's wife act crumbled instantly. Rubbing her forehead, she grinned with a hint of pride. They were too weak. I'm obviously your best subordinate. Then she turned serious. Next time you go out, take me with you. I'll take care of any enemy that crosses our path. Don't worry. I will. Danzo's thoughts had already wandered far away. In the depths of a desert, the wind whipped up towering dunes of sand. The only distinguishing landmark was a massive stone pillar. Over a dozen shinobi waited there, most of them at the jonin level. Even the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had come personally. This meeting was to address tensions that had arisen between both sides. The sudden reduction of trade from the land of rivers to the land of wind and the halt in purchases of Sunagakure's minerals had thrown off Raza's long-term plans. Although Raza had forged some ties with the lands of birds and water, the bulk of Sunagakure's trade still depended on the land of rivers. When Yakushi Nono, the land of rivers representative, requested a meeting with Raza, it led to the current gathering. They're still not here. Do you think something's happened? Baki asked, frowning at the Kazekage. This is my territory, and we're not far from the village, Raza replied confidently. Then, with a meaningful smile, he added, I'm rather curious to meet the representative from the land of rivers myself. Danzo had been absent from the public eye for too long. And Konoha. The land of rivers' sudden breach of their agreement had thoroughly irritated Raza. It also reignited his ambitions to annex the entire land of rivers. The land of rivers was a juicy prize. If Sunagakure could absorb it, the benefits would be enormous. At that moment, a group of 6 figures appeared in the distance, moving steadily toward them. Their attire, standard issue for root operatives, was all too familiar. Leading them was Yakushi Nono, dressed in her signature nun's robe. I'd heard rumors about Yakushi Nono of Konoha's root, but I didn't expect her to be this young, Raza remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, his sensory ninja silently transmitted information about the approaching group. Doesn't the Kazekage know that probing someone's strength without permission is extremely rude? Raza showed no hint of embarrassment at being called out. It's just a precaution to ensure the safety of our cooperation. And the trade routes you've developed with the lands of birds and water, are those for the sake of cooperation as well? That seems to go against the original agreement between Danzo and yourself, Nono's gentle tone belied the sharpness of her words. The original agreement no longer suits Sunagakure's needs. I propose we revise the terms. And what exactly do you mean by that, Kazekage? We've heard rumors from Konoha that Danzo is on his deathbed, or perhaps even dead already. Isn't that right? Raza's eyes locked onto Nono, searching for any tell in her expression. But he was destined to be disappointed. However, a sudden rise in temperature drew Raza's gaze to a female ninja standing behind Nono. That chakra. It feels so familiar. Before Raza could process the thought, Nono spoke again. Revise the terms of cooperation. As a matter of fact, Lord Danzo feels the same way. She looked calmly at the assembled Sunagakure shinobi. Mokutan, tree binding eternal burial. In an instant, countless tree branches erupted from the sand, swiftly growing and weaving around both groups. The trees twisted and writhed like living beings, consuming the Sunagakure shinobi. Ah. Ninjutsu isn't working. Run. When the trees finally stopped growing, a dense, massive forest now stood where the desert had been. Some Sunagakure shinobi had been dragged underground, their bodies now fertilizer for the forest. Others hung lifelessly from the branches, their chakra completely drained. The only ones who had escaped the Jutsu's range were the Kazekage, Baki, and a third shinobi who had taken to the skies on a summoned beast. Retreat to the village. Raza ordered, sensing that something was terribly wrong. A massive fireball exploded in the sky, incinerating both the summon and its rider. Scorch release. Pakura. Raza's eyes widened as the realization hit him. I'm surprised you still remember me. Pakura, who had blocked Raza's escape route, slowly removed her mask. Raza's face darkened as he stared at her familiar features. Danzo hadn't killed her. He had allowed a shinobi raised by another village to live. Of all things, Raza hadn't expected that. In his mind, if Pakura had survived at all, she should have been reduced to a wretched experiment subject, not standing here in his path. I'm here to repay you for all the care you showed me back then. Pakura's mind involuntarily drifted to memories of that valley, darkening her mood. The air around them grew even hotter. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, A Fair Duel. A pleasure to meet you, my partner. Danzo emerged from the freshly formed forest, greeting Raza like an old friend reuniting after a long journey. Danzo. The familiar presence made Raza hesitant. But this youthful appearance, this body brimming with unrestrained pressure. The Kazekage, Raza, instinctively took a more defensive stance, his legs shifting apart slightly as he remained on high alert. No need to be so tense, my friend. Do you still remember our arrangement? I helped you become the greatest Kazekage. If we are truly partners, then you. Raza's eyes flickered toward the corpse of a Sunagakure shinobi high up in the trees, its chakra completely drained. This was merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Sunagakure's only real ally here is you. Danzo turned to look at the wary Baki standing beside Raza. Baki, step aside and keep watch. The Kazekage and I have matters to discuss. His words carried an almost hypnotic pull. Baki, despite his initial vigilance, slowly lowered his guard. Yes, he responded mechanically before stepping away. When did this happen? How is this possible? Raza grew even warier, a sliver of fear creeping into his heart. Baki had fallen under control without the slightest warning. Now that we're alone, let's talk about our partnership. You've already become the greatest Kazekage. Now it's time to discuss what I want. What do you want? A deep sense of unease surged within Raza, though he still clung to a final shred of hope. A fair duel between you and Pakura. If you win, you live. If you lose, Sunagakure belongs to me. Now, let's begin. Before Raza could protest, Danzo leapt onto a towering boulder, rising above the forest as though overseeing a battlefield. Raza was momentarily bewildered. What was this situation? However, seeing that Danzo had no intention of interfering, he relaxed slightly. He was very familiar with Pakura's scorch release techniques. In fact, his magnet release was a direct counter to her abilities. With the right timing, he could find an opening to escape. Pakura, already eager for battle, formed 5 blazing fireballs around her. Scorch release. Flames surged toward Raza, distorting the already scorching desert air. Magnet release, grand sand burial. Raza clasped his hands together, activating the jutsu he had prepared in advance. Yet, instead of a flood of golden sand, only a few grains slowly rose from the ground. Maintaining his stance, Raza's expression darkened. He turned sharply toward Danzo atop the boulder and shouted in fury. Danzo. You called this a fair duel? Beneath him, an intricate network of tree roots had completely ensnared his gold dust. Before he could finish his sentence, flames engulfed him in an instant. Scorch release, overheated execution. Pakura unleashed her next technique. Danzo watched from above as the desert below turned to glass under Pakura's intense flames. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern for the Kazekage. Perhaps he had been too hasty in agreeing to this so-called fair duel. Scorch release. Danzo suddenly appeared beside Pakura, seizing her wrist before she could release another jutsu. That's enough, Pakura. You've won. The Kazekage was this weak. But just now, Pakura hesitated. She recalled Raza's peculiar actions moments before his defeat. It almost seemed like he was about to shout something at Danzo, but no sound had come out. Don't overthink it. The Kazekage has always been weak. They've all been weak, Danzo dismissed her suspicions casually. Would release. He slammed his hands onto the ground. Crack, snap. The glassed-over earth fractured, and from the depths of the sand, a half-melted golden sphere was pushed to the surface by tree roots. Wind release, vacuum wave. With a precise blade of wind, Danzo sliced the sphere cleanly in half. Inside, Raza, semi-cooked from the heat, tumbled out. Good, still alive. Confirming Raza's survival, Danzo exhaled in relief before glancing at Pakura, who seemed deep in thought. Reaching out, he ruffled her hair, his tone growing firm yet oddly warm. Well done, Pakura. You truly are my most trusted right hand. Pakura couldn't help but smile. Without realizing it, she leaned into Danzo's hand, rubbing her head against his palm. With utmost sincerity, she responded. Don't worry, Lord Danzo. I will always follow in your footsteps. Danzo could clearly sense her genuine happiness. He sighed inwardly in relief, he had successfully convinced her. As for the concept of a fair duel, to Danzo, this was fairness. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, The Fall of Nobility. Far away in the land of wind, a grand banquet was underway in the capital's daimyo residence. In the center of the grand hall, more than a dozen geishas performed traditional dances, their graceful movements enchanting the audience. Seated at separate tables, nobles indulged in an extravagant feast of meats, vegetables, and fruits, conversing in hushed tones, sharing laughter, and forging connections. These banquets were held almost every month, and for the influential figures of the Land of Wind, receiving an invitation was a mark of prestige. Here, one could savor the finest sake, the most exquisite delicacies, and the most beautiful women. It was also an opportunity to establish alliances and strengthen family influence. While noble ranks rarely shifted, power flowed constantly beneath the surface. At the head of the hall, behind a silk curtain, the daimyo lounged comfortably, holding two kunoichi in his arms, female ninja who had once been tributes from Sunagakure. Though relations between Sunagakure and the daimyo had deteriorated, he remained infatuated with them. "My lord, the princess isn't feeling well and won't be attending tonight," a servant reported respectfully. Let her rest," the daimyo replied absent-mindedly, his hand already wandering over one of the kunoichi beside him. "Speaking of the princess, you're being naughty again, my lord," the woman teased, giggling as she swatted his hand away. Then, leaning closer, she whispered something into his ear. The daimyo's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter, anticipation gleaming in his gaze as he looked forward to the night ahead. Hearing the daimyo's laughter, the nobles below, already enjoying their wine and delicacies, joined in, their amusement echoing through the hall. Some grew bolder, sliding their hands into the garments of the attendants serving them. No one found such behavior unusual. It was a scene of indulgence and decadence, one that had long become the norm. None of them noticed the shadow that had appeared atop the grand residence's gate. A pair of hands formed a rapid series of seals. Magnet release, flowing sand waterfall. The entire daimyo's estate trembled. From all around the residence, torrents of golden sand surged forth like a tidal wave. The violent tremors instantly alerted the daimyo's guards. The samurai and shinobi loyal to the daimyo quickly located the intruder atop the gate, Raza. "There. Take him down." The warriors charged forward, weapons drawn, but the swirling sands around Raza seemed to possess a will of their own, forming a living barrier that prevented anyone from approaching. Instead, many of the samurai and shinobi found themselves ensnared by the sands, dragged under and crushed into pulp. At the same time, intricate sealing runes flared to life around the perimeter of the daimyo's estate, forming a massive protective barrier. Like a colossal sphere, it enveloped the grand hall, keeping the invading sand at bay. Outside, the golden waves crashed relentlessly against the barrier, chipping away at it bit by bit. Though the runes held firm for now, the pressure was mounting. Meanwhile, more guards rushed to the scene, reinforcements pouring in from across the capital. "Quick! Everyone attack together, kill the intruder." But what happened next left them all in utter shock. The seemingly impenetrable barrier, once a steadfast defense, began to fracture, slowly at first, then faster, like a bubble stretching too thin before it popped. Before anyone could react. Magnet release, gold sand burial. An ocean of golden sand surged into the estate, swallowing everything in its path. Screams rang out. "Ah! Help! Somebody, please! Save me!" The grand hall, which had moments ago been filled with laughter and indulgence, had transformed into a scene straight out of hell. Even the daimyo, who had been lounging contentedly, was now scrambling for his life, his once dignified form reduced to a panicked mess. The two kunoichi who had been at his side just moments ago now struggled to support his floundering body as they attempted to flee. "Hurry! Get me out of here," he bellowed, his voice shrill with fear. But the sands were relentless, flowing like a living entity, sealing off every possible escape route. Sensing the inevitable, the two kunoichi exchanged a silent glance, then, without hesitation, they abandoned him. "You treacherous wenches! Help me! Save me, ahhh." His desperate cries were cut short as the golden sand swallowed him whole, crushing his bloated body into a smear of blood and flesh. When the jutsu was finally complete, the daimyo's grand residence had been reduced to nothing more than a massive golden mound, like an opulent tomb. Of those who had attended the banquet, only a few shinobi and samurai managed to escape. The rest, every noble in attendance, had been buried beneath the sands. From the tower at the back of the daimyo's estate, Danzo stood by a window, watching the spectacle unfold. He sighed in admiration. What a sight to behold! Though, I must say, using this much gold just to bury a bunch of rotting nobles does seem like a bit of a waste. His interest in watching Raza's slaughter quickly waned. He turned his gaze downward, where a woman knelt before him, Ichikawa Naomi. "Now then, it's your turn to put on a show. Don't mess this up." She gave no response, but the slight shift in her demeanor made it clear, she was looking forward to it. Unable to resist, Danzo reached out and patted her head. Chapter 118, The Bloody Princess. The capital of the Land of Wind was on lockdown. Fear gripped both the commoners and the nobility alike. Many had witnessed the events that unfolded at the daimyo's palace last night. Now, the tightly shut city gates and the soldiers patrolling the streets made it clear, something monumental had happened. Before long, news spread. The daimyo had been assassinated. The culprit, Sunagakure's Kazakage, Raza. With the support of several hereditary noble families, the eldest princess had temporarily taken control of the Land of Wind. In a secluded hall within the daimyo's palace, Ichikawa Naomi knelt gracefully on the highest tatami platform, clad in a traditional kimono. Even through the hazy silk curtains, her dignified yet voluptuous figure exuded an undeniable presence. The hall below her was now empty, the representatives of the noble families had only just left. Go. Kill all those who opposed me just now. Her voice, refined and elegant, carried a chilling edge that sent shivers down one's spine. Yes, my lady. A root operative in the shadows swiftly vanished. Moments later, a middle-aged general clad in armor strode inside. Your Highness, the city's samurai and soldiers have locked down the capital and are currently searching for any remaining enemies. The shinobi and warriors who defected last night have also been captured. I will leave the city's security in your hands, General. After a few polite words, she dismissed the men she had personally elevated to power. She then summoned her most trusted aides and began issuing orders one by one. In just a few days, the Land of Wind had undergone what felt like a century of change. After the daimyo and many nobles were slain, the families of the former Minister of Finance and the ruling minister were also wiped out the following night. Naturally, the blame fell upon the fugitive Kazakage. Even the hereditary nobles who had hoped to profit from the chaos now trembled in fear. And as fear spread among the aristocracy, so too did it seep into the common folk. Panic turned to violence. Looting, arson, and murder erupted throughout the capital. It was then that the princess took action. With ruthless and bloody measures, she restored order to the city. Some personal freedoms were stripped away in the process, fueling further dissent among the nobles. Now, those dissenters hung at the city gates. Her merciless tactics silenced any remaining objections. At the same time, power was being redistributed. The nobles were given a choice: accept rewards and new responsibilities or face the blade. Officials who had never dared to dream of high office were suddenly promoted. The hereditary nobles, meanwhile, could only grit their teeth and endure. Within mere days, the title, Bloody Princess, spread like wildfire among the aristocracy. Hundreds had perished in the initial chaos. Thousands more fell to the brutal crackdown, including many members of the noble families. While the Land of Wind underwent its violent transition of power, the news of the Kazakage's assassination of the daimyo sent shockwaves through Sunagakure. Chiyo and Ebizo convened an emergency meeting with the village's top officials. Raza is dragging Sunagakure to its ruin. And you fools just stood by and let it happen. Chiyo's gaze burned with fury as she glared at Raza's closest confidants, resisting the urge to turn them into puppets on the spot. The details of the incident have yet to be. Details. Chiyo cut off the elder before he could finish. From the moment the attack happened, Raza had vanished without a trace. To make matters worse, most of the village's wartime resources had been smuggled away just days prior, taken by Baki and a group of Sunagakure shinobi. All that remained was a devastated village on the brink of collapse. As of this moment, he is no longer the Kazakage. And you lot, you're no longer elders. Sunagakure is not yours to command alone. Several elders rose in protest, and tension filled the air as the gathered shinobi prepared for a confrontation. Chiyo swept her gaze across the room, her voice as cold as steel. Are you all really willing to let Sunagakure perish? A heavy silence followed. Chiyo pressed on, her words sharp and relentless. The Land of Wind has already cut off all trade routes with us. Do you understand what that means? Raza has failed. No food. No supplies. No reinforcements. You think your secret trading routes will sustain us? How long do you think they'll last? How many of our people will starve? How many of your families will suffer? Her furious voice reverberated through the chamber. Never had she imagined that Raza could be so mindlessly reckless. As if he were dragging all of Sunagakure into his own grave. In the end, the council had no choice but to accept Chiyo's decision. A formal letter was sent to the Land of Wind, stating that Raza had betrayed Sunagakure and the nation. Effective immediately, he was designated an S-rank rogue ninja. Sunagakure would deploy a team to hunt him down. When the news broke, the entire village was in disbelief. The most compassionate Kazakage in history had assassinated the daimyo. Chapter 119, Sunagakure's predicament. Many villagers questioned the so-called assassination of the daimyo by the kindest Kazakage, hoping that the Sunagakure leadership would investigate the truth and even revoke the missing mean status of Raza. But within a month, those voices disappeared from the civilian population. Instead, resentment toward Raza became the dominant sentiment. No more merchant caravans. No food supplies. No missions for shinobi. Everything happened too suddenly, and the village was completely unprepared. The traders from the land of rivers also refused to do business with Sunagakure. Prices soared, resources became scarce, and panic began to spread. Looting. Shops shutting down. Even shinobi, normally the village's elite force, lost control because they, too, had families to feed. Theft, robbery, even murder, all for the sake of hoarding more rations. Even though the Sunagakure higher-ups repeatedly tried to appease the people and implemented rationing, they could only barely maintain order. The trade routes they had hoped to establish with the land of birds and the land of water were also attacked by unknown forces. As the Kazakage's assassination of the daimyo incident spread, the other 4 great nations issued their own wanted notices for Raza. They even made a joint declaration: anyone who traded with Sunagakure would be considered an enemy of all 5 great nations. For the various daimyo, this was a chilling warning. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire, upon receiving the news, became more wary of Konogakure. Chiyo once again made her way to the capital, realizing that the last time she had been here was over a decade ago. But this time, it felt more like she was a prisoner. 4 shinobi escorted her toward the Grand Princess. Upon entering a side hall, she was met with the furious glares of many officials, making her even more anxious about the purpose of this meeting. Princess, Chiyo bowed deeply, her voice respectful. You people from Sunagakure still dare to come to the capital, came a cold voice from behind a veil. Princess, I beg you to consider Sunagakure's long history of protecting the land of wind and give us a chance. Even without Sunagakure, we have our own forces to protect the land of wind, a general beside her said solemnly. Sunagakure has always been employed by the land of wind. But after an act as grave as assassinating the daimyo, how could we ever trust you again? The princess's tone was calm, as if she were discussing something utterly trivial. Chiyo's heart sank. However, the princess continued, if you hand over Raza, I may consider how to deal with Sunagakure. There was no room for negotiation. Without hesitation, Chiyo accepted the mission. Rest assured, Sunagakure will provide the land of wind with an answer. Good. I will send someone to supervise you. You do not have much time. If you fail, there will be no need for Sunagakure to exist. Leaving the capital, Chiyo felt as if she were in a dream. She looked ahead at the 6 shinobi accompanying her. The leader was none other than Pakura. That outfit. That presence. The hero of Sunagakure, Pakura. The one assigned to monitor her by the princess was Pakura. But hadn't she already been sacrificed in an exchange with Kirigakure years ago? Pakura. What is it, elder? Don't recognize me. Her cold expression matched her icy tone. How are you here in the land of wind? You and the princess. Enough. I was just saved, that's all. There's no need for me to answer your questions. Pakura cut her off impatiently. Chiyo wasn't offended, her mind was racing. Pakura was in the land of wind and seemed to hold a significant position. And she clearly knew that Sunagakure had betrayed her back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have avoided the village for so many years, nor would she be treating Chiyo with such hostility. What exactly was her relationship with the princess? Could she serve as a bridge between Sunagakure and the land of wind? Meanwhile, back in her private chamber, the princess had not changed her attire. She remained in her luxurious kimono, adorned with precious ornaments, exuding a dignified and noble beauty. Kneeling respectfully, she reported her progress to Danzo. If the nobles of the land of wind saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. You've done well, Danzo said, offering a rare word of praise. These past few days, he had been very pleased with Ichikawa Naomi's performance. Lord Danzo, Pakura doesn't seem very happy. Danzo glanced at her with a strange expression. Is this part of your mission report? Naomi's posture stiffened. She quickly lowered her head. My apologies, Lord Danzo. You'd best be careful. If Pakura overhears you, she might burn you to ashes. Danzo picked up the sake on the table, taking a small sip, then looked at the kneeling Naomi. Making mistakes means accepting punishment. Naomi immediately understood. She lifted her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her eyes shimmering. She hadn't understood before why some people indulged in such humiliating things. But now, she was beginning to realize. Though Lord Danzo's demands were often humiliating, they also. Her face flushed even deeper. Just as she was about to stand and release the transformation jutsu, removing the cumbersome clothing, Danzo's gaze stopped her. She could only crawl forward slowly. Chapter 120, Uprising. Throughout the journey, Pakura remained silent, her expression cold and unreadable. She completely ignored Chiyo's subtle probing questions. It wasn't until they returned to Sunagakure and she saw her former disciple, Maki, standing before her that her demeanor finally changed. Sensei. Without any hesitation, Maki threw herself into Pakura's arms, catching her off guard. Pakura stood frozen for a moment, staring at the girl who barely reached her chest. Memories of their time together as master and student flooded her mind, and before she realized it, her hands had already embraced her disciple. "Sensei. I thought I'd never see you again." Maki sobbed as she clung to her. Watching the scene, Chiyo waved a hand, signaling the others to leave and give them space. Maki eventually lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, and even a small snot bubble forming. If it were anyone else, they would have been burned to ashes by now. "You're all grown up, yet you still cry so easily." Pakura sighed and wiped away Maki's tears, her voice softening. "Sensei, why didn't you come back? Do you know how much I missed you?" Pakura had no intention of telling her the cruel truth. "Because I found something more important." Maki's expression soured. "But that doesn't mean you had to stay away from the village." "And what about me?" She suddenly paused, as if a new realization had struck her. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she stared at Pakura with curiosity. "Oh. I get it now. It must be like one of those stories where a wounded kunoichi is saved by a handsome noble, and then she falls in love with him and has his baby. That's why you never came back, right?" Pakura froze. That sounded familiar. Wait, no. That's not what happened. But, could it have happened that way? If it had. Her face suddenly flushed, and a hint of longing flickered in her eyes. But when she saw Maki's expression, one of absolute certainty, she quickly changed the subject, asking about her disciple's recent activities and the state of the village. The next day, a rather fantastical intelligence report landed on Chiyo's desk. A love story between a handsome noble and a fallen kunoichi. Chiyo's expression twisted as she read the report. This intelligence. Lady Chiyo, aside from the reports on Maki's parents and friends, we also secretly hypnotized her last night. There may have been some personal embellishments, but the core information should be accurate. The intelligence officer was absolutely certain. If this were true, then Pakura could serve as the perfect link between the Land of Wind and Sunagakure. Chiyo's mind raced with possibilities. And what about Raza and Baki's movements? Baki left with 165 loyal shinobi and is currently heading toward the southern region of the Land of Wind. However, Lord Raza is not with him. The twin oases in the south. Chiyo's face darkened as she stood up, pacing anxiously. Her aged body trembled slightly as she considered the implications. It was becoming increasingly clear, Raza was abandoning Sunagakure entirely. "What are you planning?" she muttered under her breath, resentment creeping into her thoughts. Just as Chiyo mobilized all her resources to track the fourth Kazakage's whereabouts, a riot erupted within the village. 50 shinobi went rogue. It started as a simple robbery, 3 shinobi looting a wealthy household. But once blood was spilled, the violence spiraled out of control. Sunagakure, already teetering on the edge, finally cracked like a pressure cooker with a broken release valve. More shinobi joined the looting and killing. By the time the village reacted, hundreds had already perished. Dealing with the 50 captured shinobi, however, was another problem entirely. In chaotic times, severe punishment was necessary, but executing all 50 might push the remaining shinobi toward defection. Sunagakure's unity was already fragile. If mass desertions followed, the village could completely collapse. On the other hand, the civilians were like a powder keg, ready to explode. Many had lost friends and family in the riot. They demanded justice, insisting that the criminals be put to death. Chiyo was at a loss. But then, an idea struck her, one that involved Pakura. That night, she visited Pakura along with Maki. After Chiyo left, a figure emerged from the shadows. Danzo. Just when I was wondering how to get involved, she delivers an opportunity right to my doorstep. Chiyo really is considerate. Danzo had been considering ways to exploit the chaos in Sunagakure, but now a perfect opening had presented itself. As he pondered his next move, he noticed something strange about Pakura. She looked uneasy. "What's wrong, Pakura?" he asked. Pakura's face was slightly flushed, but her eyes held firm resolve as she met his gaze. "Lord Danzo. I want to have your child." Danzo blinked, his expression unreadable as he studied her. She had only been away for a short time. How had she come up with this idea? "Is that not possible?" Pakura asked, looking somewhat disappointed. Danzo extended a hand. Pakura instinctively leaned in, resting her head against it. "Not now," he said. "We'll talk after this matter is resolved." If not for the presence of Ichikawa Naomi, Pakura might have actually succeeded in her plan. Chapter 121, Target. Early in the morning, news of the public trial spread across the village. At the same time, rumors swept through Sunagakure. The verdict would be decided by the envoy from the Land of Wind. And that envoy turned out to be none other than Sunagakure's hero, Pakura. Stories of a noble prince and a fallen kunoichi began circulating, adding a touch of intrigue to the event and slightly easing the village's tensions. A large crowd of civilians gathered at the central square, with shinobi stationed around to maintain order. But all eyes were fixed on the front, where Sunagakure's high-ranking officials stood alongside the envoy from the Land of Wind, Pakura. The village leaders solemnly recounted the events, expressing their condolences for the fallen villagers. Yet, once they finished, they quietly stepped back, making no mention of the judgment for the shinobi involved. At that moment, Pakura stepped forward, facing thousands, tens of thousands, of villagers. This is the village's hero. She looks so young. I wish I could meet my own noble prince. I'm so jealous. She's beautiful. Standing on the high platform, Pakura gazed down at the crowd. This was the very place where she had once been honored and cheered. Shinobi exist to protect. Protectors of the Land of Wind. Protectors of the village. But if one day that purpose is corrupted, then they must be eliminated and replaced. Everything proceeded smoothly. 50 shinobi were sentenced to death. As the crowd erupted in cheers, the higher-ups breathed a sigh of relief. The matter had been resolved perfectly. Not only did they fulfill the civilians' demands, but they also prevented the shinobi from harboring resentment toward the leadership, an outcome that satisfied both sides. As for Pakura, the envoy of the Land of Wind and Sunagakure's hero, she quickly became the most talked-about figure in the village. Some worshipped her, some envied her, some resented her, and some admired her. The second day of the trial. A merchant caravan carrying 20 carts of supplies slowly entered Sunagakure. The families of the 50 executed shinobi each received a generous compensation of supplies. This only further fueled the public's discussion. Pakura, the envoy of the Land of Wind, had managed to secure resources. Even Elder Chiyo personally came to ask if she could procure supplies for the village. However, Pakura refused. Yet, not long after, another batch of food arrived, given to Pakura's old friends and struggling civilians. Then came a third batch, a fourth. The amount wasn't large each time, but like a steady stream, it kept flowing in. Though the supplies weren't officially distributed in the village's name, they undeniably eased Sunagakure's hardships. Elder Chiyo chose not to comment. The desert at night. The desert was eerily silent under the bright moonlight, disturbed only by the distant howls of lone wolves. A group of over 20 shinobi moved swiftly across the sands. He's up ahead, 2 kilometers away. A sensory shinobi suddenly reported. Are you certain? Elder Chiyo asked, frowning. Positive. The fourth Kazakage's magnet release chakra cannot be imitated. Upon confirmation, Chiyo's expression hardened. Sister, why would Raza appear here alone? Doesn't this seem suspicious? Ebizo voiced his doubts, still skeptical about Raza's alleged attack on the feudal lord. No matter what the truth is, we have to find him quickly. If we don't, the village is doomed. Though she acknowledged her brother's concerns, Chiyo had no time for hesitation. Things had spiraled beyond her control. The truth no longer mattered. Her only wish was that, in her lifetime, she wouldn't have to witness Sunagakure's downfall. As they approached their target in a tight, cautious formation, Chiyo's eyes narrowed upon spotting a lone figure in the distance. Raza. Magnet release, sands of burial. Without a word, waves of golden sand surged toward them like a tidal wave. Spread out and hold position. We can't let him escape. Ebizo, Pakura, we're going in. 5 puppets emerged at Chiyo's side, undeterred by the shifting sands. They maneuvered fluidly through the currents, pushing against the golden tide as they charged toward Raza. Ebizo and Pakura split off, circling from the sides to form an encirclement. The other shinobi scattered, searching for an opening. Magnet release, sandstorm surge. The surrounding desert, spanning a kilometer, began to spiral into a massive vortex. Even those using chakra to steady themselves found it impossible to maintain their footing. Ah. Several Sunagakure shinobi were sucked in and shredded, leaving only crimson stains on the sand. SHHHK. 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 Hundreds of tiny senbon launched from Chiyo's puppets, only to be blocked by Raza's sand shield. Raza, what are you trying to do? Chiyo's eyes blazed with fury as she watched her comrades fall. Raza slammed both hands onto the ground. Golden sand swirled into a labyrinth-like vortex, isolating everyone from one another. Damn it. Not only had the labyrinth separated them, but it also blocked all sensory abilities. Chiyo had completely lost track of Raza. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, A Wrong Choice. Just as Chiyo rampaged through the golden sand realm, Ebizo suddenly emerged from the sands, appearing in front of her. Sister. What are you doing here? He asked, looking at her in surprise. Your tracking abilities are quite impressive. In terms of overall strength, you might even surpass your sister, Chiyo, a voice said as Raza's figure slowly emerged. Who are you? Both siblings turned their gaze toward Danzo, who stood behind Raza, their eyes filled with caution as they prepared to strike. It seemed their meeting was no coincidence. Danzo did not respond. Instead, he looked at Ebizo with a hint of curiosity. This elder of Sunagakure, who was either fishing or in the library most of the time, had somehow managed to track Raza inside the Golden Sand realm. Danzo had no idea what method he used, but he was able to consistently locate the Kazekage. Moreover, his ability to navigate the Golden Sand realm was far more methodical than Chiyo's. This forced Danzo to reassess his understanding of the men. Raza. You're controlling him. You were also the one who attacked the daimyo. Ebizo glanced at the expressionless Raza, then fixed his sharp gaze on Danzo. You're quite intelligent, and skilled in sealing techniques. Unfortunately for you, so am I. I took the liberty of destroying the mark you just left behind, Danzo said, immediately exposing Ebizo's attempt to buy time. Let's go in together. I'll take the lead, you support me. Chiyo commanded, waving her hands as dozens of puppets appeared around her. Fine, I've been wanting to move around a bit anyway, Danzo said with a smirk, stepping past the unresponsive Raza. As the dozens of puppets charged forward, Danzo swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Swoosh, crack. With a single sweeping motion, most of the puppets were sliced in half. The residual wind pressure forced Chiyo and Ebizo to dodge hastily. Even the golden sands in the distance were severed, though they quickly reformed. A second sweep came immediately after, barely giving them time to evade. Too slow. Be careful now. Danzo finished speaking and rapidly formed seals again. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A powerful gust of wind surged toward the two as they landed. Whoosh whoosh. From the surrounding golden sand, two puppets shot out, one fired senbon, while the other sprayed poisonous mist. Wind release, wind pressure. Without forming any hand seals, Danzo released a visible shockwave from his body, repelling both the senbon and the poison while simultaneously crushing the two puppets. Meanwhile, Ebizo had formed a protective barrier resembling the sealing technique used by the former One-Tails Jinchuriki, managing to withstand Danzo's attack. However, judging by the strain on his face, it clearly wasn't easy. I had hoped for a good fight. Danzo muttered, quickly losing interest in the battle. His current strength seemed far beyond the typical Kage level. It was like an adult fighting children, completely one-sided and devoid of any challenge. Let's end this. Would release. The moment Danzo placed his hands on the ground, the earth trembled. Countless branches emerged from beneath the sands, twisting and writhing like living creatures as they encased Chiyo and Ebizo. Amidst the golden maze, streaks of green began to spread. Ebizo clasped his hands together, forming a circular, intricate seal that enveloped both himself and Chiyo. Like a glowing pearl, it stood out starkly against the dense forest of trees. The branches and massive tree trunks coiled around them like serpents, constricting, encasing, and attempting to consume them. Creak. Creak. The symbols on the barrier flickered erratically. I can't hold on. Sister, prepare to escape. The circular seal began to shine brightly. Boom. With a loud explosion, debris scattered in all directions. The once tightly packed trees were blasted apart, creating an opening. The two siblings swiftly darted out, only to find themselves surrounded once more by an overwhelming mass of tree branches. Danzo approached slowly, the trees parting to make way for him, revealing the two captives ensnared in the branches. Who are you? How do you know would release? What exactly are you planning? Chiyo, now hanging upside down, weakly asked. Her chakra had been nearly drained by the surrounding trees. Already forgetting so quickly. Chiyo, you really are getting old. Danzo. Ebizo, who was tightly wrapped in branches with only his head exposed, called out uncertainly. You're sharp as always, Ebizo. So, are you interested in joining Root? Don't even think about it, Danzo. We'd rather die than join Konoha. Chiyo snapped furiously. It's not about joining Konoha, only Root. You would still govern Sunagakure, strengthening the village gradually. Danzo looked at Ebizo, recognizing his potential. Compared to the widely known Chiyo, Ebizo was actually much more valuable, exactly the kind of talent Root needed. Even if we refuse, you'll just use Bakura to control Sunagakure, right? And by now, the Land of Wind is probably already under your influence. Ebizo had pieced everything together. What? You? Danzo. How dare you? Chiyo's previously weak voice now carried a hint of rage. You're very perceptive. The Land of Wind and Sunagakure will flourish, there will be no more oppression by the nobles, no more unnecessary wars. Danzo locked eyes with Ebizo. He was confident that Ebizo understood the implications. Fine. I agree. Just then, Danzo felt a faint sense of restriction. However, it was far too weak. Whoosh, thud. Danzo tilted his head slightly, dodging the purple poisoned needle that shot from Chiyo's mouth. The branch it struck immediately withered away. What a pity. You've made the wrong choice. Danzo's voice turned cold. Since they couldn't be used, they had no reason to remain. The previously motionless trees and forest began to tremble, slowly retracting into the earth. Brother. I'm sorry. Chiyo said regretfully as she watched Ebizo being dragged underground. This was my choice as well. Let's hope the village won't suffer again. The green within the golden sand realm faded bit by bit, as if it had never been there at all. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Magnet Release. The golden sands realm slowly dissipated. Every trace of the battle, along with the corpses, was gradually swallowed by the golden sand, leaving no sign that a fight had ever taken place here. Let's go, Pakura. It's time to make further use of some resources, Danzo called out as he approached Pakura. The fourth Kazekage followed closely behind them, disappearing into the vast desert. 5 kilometers from the battlefield, deep within a root stronghold. Inside a stone chamber filled with an array of complex instruments and devices, over 20 root members stood on guard, maintaining strict vigilance. The fourth Kazekage was tightly wrapped in bandages, covered in intricate and mysterious seals. Don't worry, Pakura. As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. I believe in you. With that, she removed the few remaining pieces of clothing on her body. Crossing her arms over her chest, she slowly closed her eyes and lay down on the medical table. After forming a series of intricate hand seals, Danzo pressed one hand onto Pakura's abdomen. Her body trembled slightly, and the seals began to spread across her slender frame. At the same time, the runes on the effigy of the fourth Kazekage glowed with a mysterious light. The technique had just begun. Suddenly, the effigy started to shake violently. The surface bulged as if something inside was struggling to break free. Pakura's brows furrowed tightly, her expression twisting in pain. Danzo also frowned. He had put considerable effort into ensuring the fourth Kazekage's extraction would proceed smoothly. But judging by the current situation, it seemed that effort had little effect. Was the forced removal of a Kekkei Genkai triggering an instinctual resistance from the body and mind? His Sharingan spun rapidly, revealing an intricate, mesmerizing pattern. Dojutsu, Tenkasari. Within a radiant space tinged with blue and hints of soft pink, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Danzo. Damn it. In an instant, his memory surged back like a tidal wave. Being controlled. Killing the daimyo. Becoming an enemy of his own village. And just now, the searing pain of his bloodline being ripped away. So the soul is immune to genjutsu. The ghostly figure of Danzo gradually solidified into a tangible form. Danzo. I'll kill you. Raza roared, his eyes burning with fury. Magnet release, eternal sand burial. A colossal wave of gold sand erupted behind him, flooding the space with its dazzling brilliance. Interesting. Danzo could clearly sense that Raza was using actual ninjutsu within this soul space, and it was consuming his very soul's strength. That massive tide of golden sand. It was merely a physical manifestation of his spiritual energy. If that's the case. Danzo mused, casually reaching out a hand. The once bright space dimmed slightly. Above, a colossal hand materialized, blotting out the sky as it descended. The golden sand, seemingly all-powerful, was effortlessly scooped up like a child's plaything, along with Raza himself. With a powerful squeeze, the once mighty sands and the fourth Kazekage were reduced to shimmering fragments, scattering into the void. Back in reality, Danzo slowly opened his eyes. He could clearly feel the toll on his soul. But it wasn't a permanent loss, he estimated that his spiritual energy would recover within 10 days. Satisfied with the results of his dojutsu, he smirked slightly. Over 2 hours later. Pakura finally opened her eyes, exhaustion and confusion evident in her gaze as she propped herself up on the bed. The moment she saw Danzo, her face lit up with joy. Danzo-sama. How do you feel, Pakura? Danzo asked, though despite himself, there was an unusual flicker in his gaze. Pakura's body tensed, and she instinctively raised her arms to cover her chest. But as she made the initial motion, she hesitated, then slowly lowered them. Turning slightly to the side, she rested her hands on her thighs, her expression a mixture of shyness and restraint, with a faint blush creeping across her face. I'm not sure if it worked. There's only one way to find out. Also, put on your clothes. Danzo picked up a prepared set of garments and handed them to her. Instead of taking them, Pakura's blush deepened. Kneeling on the bed, she raised her hands, golden sand swirling around her like a living entity. The fine grains shimmered, reflecting the dim light as they danced in the air. In this moment, with her graceful posture and radiant aura, she resembled a goddess of the desert itself. Did it work? It's beautiful. Danzo murmured, momentarily captivated by the sight. But before he could appreciate it further, the golden sand suddenly wrapped around his wrists. Pakura yanked him forward, pulling him onto the medical table. With a swift movement, she straddled him, pressing her hands firmly against his shoulders. Looking down at him with flushed cheeks and unwavering determination, she whispered, "Lord, you are mine. Forever." Chapter 124, Absorbing Shikaku. The corpse of the fourth Kazekage was brought back to the land of wind to quell the turmoil. As for the sole survivor of the mission, Pakura, the one who returned with the Kazekage's body, she had, through various maneuvers, become the undisputed hero of Sunagakure. Among the villagers, she was the most highly favored candidate for the position of the fifth Kazekage. However, what the common villagers did not know was that within the upper echelons of Sunagakure, a pervasive sense of unease had taken root. Pakura had never been their intended choice for Kazekage. In fact, some among the higher-ups had even proposed eliminating her once again. But now, it was as if some unseen, omnipotent force was manipulating everything from behind the scenes. A deep sense of powerlessness gripped them, they could do nothing but comply. As for those who opposed this unseen force, they were either assassinated by the remnants of the fourth Kazekage's faction or vanished without a trace. No one knew the full truth. And no one dared to investigate. In the end, with the formal decree from the Land of Wind, combined with her own prestige and irreplaceable status, Pakura smoothly ascended to the position of the fifth Kazekage. Inside the Kazekage's office, Danzo's figure suddenly appeared, his gaze falling upon Pakura, now clad in the Kazekage's distinctive robes. The blue and white wind cloak accentuated her tall and graceful figure, adding an air of commanding presence to her. "What's wrong? Not happy about becoming the Kazekage? I never wanted to accept that woman's appointment. Besides, I'd rather stay by your side." Seated at her desk, Pakura's delicate face was filled with displeasure. Danzo chuckled, stepping closer. Standing over her, he gently cupped her chin with one hand, lifting her face to meet his gaze. "This was my decision. She was merely carrying it out. And you look quite stunning in that outfit." He was being honest. The Kazekage robes had been subtly modified with feminine touches, giving them a unique charm, one that he found particularly appealing. "Is that so?" Pakura's expression softened slightly, a hint of shyness flickering across her face. Seeing that look, Danzo couldn't help but recall how things had been when she was still just a naive little fledgling. Acting tough when she knew nothing at all. In the end, begging for mercy in every possible way. Only to stubbornly deny it afterward. After resolving Pakura's dissatisfaction and restoring her good mood, Danzo descended into the depths beneath the village, arriving at his latest acquisition, Gaara, still in his infancy. Following the public declaration of Raza's betrayal, all three of his children had been placed under strict confinement. Among them, the Jinchuriki, Gaara, was under particularly heavy surveillance. And now, Sunagakure's ultimate deterrent weapon had been effortlessly transported to the newly constructed underground root facility. Humph, what a crude seal. Danzo observed the unconscious Gaara, his consciousness swiftly diving into a different space. A vast, dimly lit chamber, surrounded by endless yellow sand. Gra. Ha ha ha. Who dares to intrude? Let me devour you. A crazed voice echoed through the chamber. But rather than finding it grating, Danzo felt a strange sense of nostalgia and anticipation. The sand on the ground stirred as though alive, gradually forming the massive figure of Shikaku. "It's you, that damned old man." Recognizing the familiar presence, Shikaku's expression twisted with rage. With a roar, he launched a massive air bullet straight at Danzo. Yet just before impact, the enormous projectile suddenly burst apart like a fragile bubble, dispersing into nothingness. "My, aren't you an adorable little thing?" Feeling the surge of power within his body, Danzo's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. High above in the shadows of the chamber, a pair of eerie Mangekyo Sharingan spun, overlooking the sealed domain like the eyes of a god surveying his dominion. "What? What did you do?" Shikaku's once arrogant voice trembled, laced with fear. He had lost control of this space. This was his domain, the inner realm of the seal, where he had always been the absolute ruler. Even his Jinchuriki had no authority here. If Gaara fell asleep, Shikaku could pull him into this world at will. Yet now, a mere human was walking toward him, step by step. A chill crept into Shikaku's heart. "What? What do you want? What else? I'm going to eat you. After all, I'm quite hungry." Danzo's voice was calm as he extended both hands. Instantly, streams of faint purple chakra began leaking from Shikaku's body, swirling like mist before being drawn into Danzo. What are you doing? Stop. No." Shikaku let out a terrified shriek, struggling in vain. Yet he was utterly powerless. He could only watch as his essence, his very being, was slowly but relentlessly drained away. Meanwhile, Danzo stood there with his eyes closed, basking in pure ecstasy. This sensation. It was far beyond the mere fragments of the Eight Tails chakra he had absorbed before. This was intoxicating. Every fiber of his being was surging with pleasure, his cells crying out in sheer euphoria. More. I need more. More. Shikaku's desperate screams faded into the background, irrelevant amidst Danzo's overwhelming bliss. But then. A sudden jolt of unease. A deep, instinctual sense of foreboding seized Danzo's heart. His eyes snapped open. He immediately ceased the absorption, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the chamber for any abnormalities. Nothing seemed out of place. His eyes drifted to Shikaku, now half-melted, his grotesque form reduced to little more than a single floating eyeball, trembling in horror. The lone eye, having slipped from its socket and down to its chest, was filled with raw terror. It seems that's enough for today. Danzo cast one last glance at the deformed, pathetic remains of Shikaku before allowing his consciousness to fade. Back in reality. The intricate patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly receded from his eyes. That eerie sense of foreboding still lingered. Danzo's expression darkened as a familiar presence crossed his mind. If he had continued absorbing Shikaku to the very end, that man would have come looking for him. Still, one day, he would settle that debt properly. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Daimyo. The entire land of wind had taken on a strange atmosphere. Under the pretext of hunting down the remnants of Raza's faction, the princess had all but locked down the major roads throughout the country. Meanwhile, the fugitive Baki, leading a band of rogue ninja, rampaged across the land of wind, slaughtering nobles and government officials indiscriminately. Despite their efforts, the combined forces of the land of wind and Sunagakure always seemed to fall just a step behind. Wherever Raza's remnants went, rivers of blood followed. A great number of the old noble families were wiped out, and some officials even chose to flee. Even as the princess repeatedly increased the number of pursuers, she was unable to completely eradicate them, and instead, her own forces suffered significant casualties. Other nations and ninja villages had caught wind of the situation, gathering intelligence on the land of wind. The consensus was clear: this was a bloody civil war that would send the country into total decline. The political system and military strength were both on the verge of collapse. The daimyo of the Land of Fire personally wrote a letter offering to supply grain and daily necessities to help stabilize the Land of Wind's internal affairs. As the civil war dragged on, the noble representatives of the old regime gradually withdrew from the center of political power. The princess's faction swiftly filled the power vacuum, gaining complete control over the Land of Wind. And so, she naturally became one of the few female daimyo in the nation's history. 3 months after Ichikawa Naomi officially took the title of daimyo, Baki and the remnants of Raza's faction were finally eliminated. With that, the Land of Wind's bloody civil war was declared over. Yet even after the conflict ended, the country remained in a state of semi-isolation. Apart from a few merchant caravans personally approved by the daimyo, no one was permitted to enter or leave the country. This policy sparked dissatisfaction among certain merchants. However, the moniker of the Bloody Princess was no mere exaggeration, and those who voiced complaints quickly fell silent. Throughout the war, nearly all of the old noble families had been eradicated, and 4/5 of the country's oasis lands had been reclaimed. As a series of policies favoring the common people were gradually implemented, the previously indifferent civilians, who had never cared for the struggles between nobles, the daimyo, or the ninja, became supporters of Ichikawa Naomi. In just 6 months, the capital of the Land of Wind had regained its former prosperity. Yet the daimyo's residence itself saw little change. The grand hall at the center remained the same, an artificial golden sand dune, solidified into a small mountain. Many officials had advised removing the golden dune and reconstructing the daimyo's palace. However, Ichikawa Naomi firmly rejected the proposal, stating that with the country in ruins and so many places in need of financial support, now was not the time for extravagant renovations. Moreover, this golden mountain stood as a testament to the bloody civil war, a constant reminder to herself and the upper echelons of the Land of Wind. Her decision earned her the respect of many who had previously remained on the fence. Inside a familiar pavilion, the once serene corner adorned with flower pots and wicker chairs had been transformed into a small desk stacked with government documents from all across the Land of Wind. Danzo glanced at the window, a hint of nostalgia flashing across his face. He then turned his gaze to Ichikawa Naomi, who was kneeling respectfully by the desk, and remarked, "Didn't Nono send you plenty of internal affairs personnel? There's no need for you to handle everything yourself. My lord entrusted the Land of Wind to me. I dare not show the slightest negligence." Hearing her response, Danzo sighed and shook his head. He could guess at some of the deeper reasons behind her diligence. Stepping forward, he lifted her chin and studied her striking features. "How many times do I have to tell you? Strength is the foundation of everything. Despite her position as daimyo, she remained utterly submissive to Danzo's every action. She gazed at him with longing eyes and whispered, "I am not as talented as Lady Pakura. The only way I can help you is by doing what I can." Danzo scoffed, releasing her chin. "You're letting power cloud your vision. I have disappointed you." Without hesitation, Ichikawa Naomi prostrated herself on the ground, pressing her forehead tightly against the floor. Looking at the complicated woman kneeling before him, Danzo wasn't sure what to feel. He greatly enjoyed the way she submitted to him, not just physically, but from the depths of her soul. If Pakura's attachment to him was possessive in nature, then Ichikawa Naomi's was rooted in fear and obedience. Yes, fear, an innate terror that consumed her very soul. Every time her will neared its breaking point, Danzo could sense it clearly: excitement, pleasure, submission, fear, dependence, the desire to please, a complex mix of emotions. At times, he even wondered if she suffered from Stockholm Syndrome. Yet at the same time, she held an insatiable hunger for power, an innate obsession with control. Enough of that. How are the matters I assigned to you progressing? At his words, Ichikawa Naomi quickly answered with reverence, "Everything has been arranged, my lord." After speaking, she hesitated for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. With a hint of mist in her eyes, she cautiously murmured, "If my lord dislikes the way I am now, I can always stay by your side." Danzo gave a dismissive wave. "You should remain here as daimyo of the Land of Wind. If you stick too close to me, Pakura might just burn you alive. Dealing with you two is already troublesome enough." Chapter 126, The Land of Roran. To the west of the Land of Wind lies a vast desert. Beyond the seemingly endless sea of sand stands the Land of Roran. Although nominally part of the Land of Wind, Roran operates independently, maintaining its own political system. Once a prosperous nation, it has long since fallen into decline. Now, fewer than 2,000 citizens remain, and the population continues to dwindle. The kingdom's extinction is merely a matter of time. Yet today marks an important occasion for Roran. An envoy from the Land of Wind is scheduled to arrive. Even though the Land of Wind is the weakest among the 5 great nations, it is still an overwhelming giant compared to the small and struggling Roran. Queen Sarah, accompanied by her ministers and numerous citizens, personally leads the welcoming party. Even her daughter, the future queen, stands at her side. Leading the envoy is none other than Danzo. However, as he sets his eyes on Queen Sarah, his attention is quickly drawn to the red-haired, blue-eyed girl standing beside her. That girl. She looks far too familiar, especially her eyes. "My lord." Despite being the queen of a nation, Sarah does not dare show any disrespect toward the envoy from the Land of Wind. "No need for formalities, your majesty. May we rest for a while? The journey across the desert is hardly an easy one. Everything has been prepared. Please, follow me." As they walk through the city, Danzo surveys the desolate surroundings. The once thriving land is now little more than a barren wasteland, scattered with withered trees that seem to have died only recently. The air is thick with sand, and in time, the desert will likely consume what remains of Roran. The citizens appear impoverished, their faces etched with hardship. Even Queen Sarah herself is dressed in simple garments, her attire far from what one would expect of royalty. Though the city still boasts tall, towering structures, many show signs of erosion from the relentless wind and sand, giving the place a sense of abandonment and decay. "I heard that Roran wasn't always like this. What happened?" "I'm not sure of the exact cause. It hasn't rained in years, and the sandstorms have only grown worse. I can only pray that my people survive this ordeal." Sarah closes her eyes briefly after speaking, as if offering a silent prayer for her people. Danzo, of course, already knows the reason. Before the Third Great Ninja War, Namikaze Minato had been here. The Ryumayaku, Roran's powerful dragon vein, must have been sealed away. His gaze shifts toward the young girl in the arms of a maid, the next queen of Roran. Then he looks at Sarah, studying her features. The red hair, the facial structure, she bears an undeniable resemblance to Uzumaki Kushina. Sarah suddenly falters mid-step. Has she sensed my gaze? Impressive perception. Yet, she possesses no chakra whatsoever, just an ordinary person. Is that your daughter? She's adorable. I haven't seen her father. Where is he? Sarah stops in her tracks and turns to face him, a trace of sorrow flickering across her face. Her father passed away. My condolences. Danzo seizes the opportunity to step closer, walking alongside her as he subtly probes for information. Later that night, inside the guest quarters arranged for the envoy, Danzo sits by a dimly lit oil lamp, deep in thought. This queen is unusually cautious. I haven't been able to extract any useful information from her. Under normal circumstances, I would simply activate my Mangekyo Sharingan and get whatever answers I need. But if she truly is connected to Minato, That man has always treated me as an elder and a member of his family. Forget it. I'll just confront her directly. After all, the bloodline of the queen holds the key to controlling the dragon vein. There's no way around her. In the dead of night, within the queen's chambers, a modest dwelling only slightly better than those of the common folk. Knock, knock. 2 firm knocks sound against the bedroom door. Who's there? Sarah calls out warily, hoping her voice will alert the guards. It's me. The envoy from the land of wind. I need to speak with you privately. Wait a moment. I need to get dressed. A long pause. After ensuring no guards are present, Sarah clenches her teeth and opens the door. Forgive my intrusion at this late hour, Danzo offers a perfunctory apology. Where are the guards? She glances outside, her face tense. Don't worry. They're just sleeping soundly. A peaceful, restful sleep. At his words, Sarah exhales slightly, though her wariness remains. What does Lord Envoy wish to discuss at this hour? But Danzo's next words leave her utterly stunned. I just want to ask you one thing. Is the child's father Namikaze Minato? You. How do you know that? Her face is frozen in shock and panic. Danzo simply smirks. So it's true, then. Chapter 127, Minato's illegitimate daughter. Seated at the table, Danzo listened to Queen Sarah's account, feeling somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected the story to unfold like this. In Sarah's recollection, there was no trace of the time-traveling Naruto. Instead, through the combined efforts of Minato Namikaze, Chozo Akimichi, and Shibi Aburame, they had managed, albeit with great difficulty, to defeat the rogue ninja Makade. However, Minato himself had suffered severe injuries and fallen into a coma. And during that coma, something rather delicate had happened. Does Minato know? Danzo asked, raising an eyebrow as he studied the queen's nostalgic expression. He was tempted to tell her outright, this was a crime. If Uzumaki Kushina found out, the land of Rorin might very well suffer the wrath of the Nine Tails. Sarah's face flushed slightly under Danzo's scrutinizing gaze. He probably doesn't. Danzo's expression turned even stranger. Clearly, he had misunderstood something. Sarah hurriedly explained, I belonged only to him. Our clan has a very unique constitution. When we combine with a strong individual, conception is extremely easy, and we only ever give birth to daughters. Is it because of your control over the Ryumayaku? You even know about that? Sarah was visibly surprised, but after a moment, she seemed to accept it. Well, I suppose that makes sense. I came here precisely because of the Ryumayaku, Danzo said, standing up. I didn't expect to meet a descendant. Get some rest. We'll discuss things further tomorrow. With that, his figure slowly faded into the darkness of the room. Back in his quarters, Danzo digested the information he had just learned. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Minato really is something. Even a queen would throw herself at him, and in this way, no less. I'd love to see his reaction if he found out. And Kushina's. The next day, Queen Sarah hosted a formal banquet for the envoy delegation. However, throughout the entire event, both she and Danzo seemed distracted. Danzo, for his part, had little interest in such affairs, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the Ryumayaku. Sarah, on the other hand, seemed as if she hadn't slept well, weighed down by her thoughts. As the banquet neared its end and the meal was served, Danzo finally spoke. You may all leave. Yes, my lord, came the obedient response as everyone stood, bowed respectfully, and exited. Even the ministers and guards of the land of Rorin left without question. What? Sarah stared in surprise at her retreating attendants. It's fine, Danzo assured her. I just didn't want them to interrupt our conversation. This was the second time she had witnessed his ability to command a room like this. That morning, she had asked her guards about the previous night, and their response was that they had remained at their posts without issue. And yet, her guards included warriors with Chunin-level strength. Yesterday. I didn't get the chance to ask, what exactly is your relationship with Minato? Sarah's face reddened slightly as she posed the question. You could say. I'm a senior to the child. Hearing this, Sarah breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Somehow, the idea of Danzo being related to Minato filled her with a sense of pride. It was only fitting that the men she had chosen came from such an exceptional lineage. The Ryumayaku has been sealed away, Danzo said, shifting the topic. The land of Rorin's situation isn't looking good. If things continue like this, it won't be long before it disappears altogether. At the mention of her country's plight, Sarah's expression darkened. The power of the Ryumayaku is too immense. If the seal is undone, the land of Rorin will perish even faster. A lesson hard learned, the arrival of Makade, the rogue ninja from Sunagakure, had proven as much. Danzo leaned forward slightly. If I help you restore your nation, would you assist me in controlling the Ryumayaku? Sarah hesitated. This was exactly what Makade had once told her mother, before ultimately killing her. Danzo, noticing her uncertainty, added, you don't need to worry. I won't harm your people or your country. After all, you are Minato's woman. Even if Minato himself was unaware of that fact. To the west of Rorin's capital, the desert had already swallowed everything. It wasn't even a wasteland anymore, just endless, shifting sands. The sandstorms all come from the west? Danzo asked, gazing at the vast, barren landscape. Yes. Sarah's expression was heavy. No matter how hard my people try, they can't stop the desert from encroaching on our land. Danzo studied the scene before turning back to Sarah, whose eyes reflected her despair. If you weren't Minato's woman, this would be much simpler, he mused. He looked out at the boundless desert and added, but given the circumstances, I suppose I'll have to put in some extra effort. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals. Would release, nativity of a sea of trees. He poured an overwhelming amount of chakra into the technique without restraint. The sand began to shift. From beneath the golden dunes, countless trees surged upward, racing to claim the barren land. In mere seconds, what was once a lifeless desert had transformed into an endless sea of lush greenery. Sarah stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had already witnessed Danzo's strange abilities before, but never had she imagined he possessed such immense power. The strongest man she knew was Minato Namikaze, and even he would never have been able to accomplish something like this. Danzo looked upon the vast forest with satisfaction. Consider this a small gift to the next generation, he murmured. Not bad at all. The newly formed forest instantly changed the climate. The hot winds that had plagued the land were blocked, cooling the surroundings. The air, once thick with dust, was now crisp and clean. These trees would endure in the desert for at least a century or two. And as long as the environment improved even slightly, they would last far longer. Chapter 128, Tsunade. Deep beneath the kingdom of Rorin, Danzo stared at the raging chakra before him and his arm, which had begun to turn to wood. A fusion of chakra and natural energy. The arm that had been turning into wood gradually regained its flesh, from the shoulder down to the fingertips. Once it had fully returned to normal, he turned his gaze back to the massive chakra source that formed the Ryumayaku. He could feel it. His body craved this power, longed for it. That meant it could be absorbed, just like a tailed beast. Ever since his reincarnation, having fused with the Senju, Uchiha, and Black Zetsu, his body had undergone some unknown transformations. His desire for massive chakra sources, like those of tailed beasts, had become insatiable. Yet, the natural energy within the Ryumayaku was something his body couldn't fully assimilate. How did the Otsutsuki clan process natural energy? Through the divine tree, absorbing it and condensing it into chakra fruit. But that method was clearly impractical here. Are you all right, my lord? Sarah asked with concern. I'm fine. But it looks like the Ryumayaku won't be of use to me for now. Danzo had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. He sealed the opened rift once more, setting up spatial coordinates at the site and ordering Root to establish a base in the kingdom of Rorin to safeguard and study the Ryumayaku. With the internal strife in the land of wind coming to an end, the shinobi world experienced a brief moment of peace. However, the major nations now viewed the shinobi villages with even greater wariness, as if they were dangerous beasts. Even within Kumogakure, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had begun placing his own officials in the village. The implications were obvious. Yet, internal political struggles within the great nations had little effect on smaller countries. In fact, over the past 6 months, the Land of Wind had been heavily promoting trade, allowing many small nations to profit and thrive. The Land of Craftsmen was situated on an island between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. True to its name, it was a neutral country home to numerous skilled artisans. Though a small nation, its formidable manufacturing capabilities and superior weaponry made it an entity that all 5 great nations sought to court. This, in turn, had allowed it to remain neutral throughout multiple shinobi world wars, suffering minimal losses. Its unique status attracted wealthy merchants, gradually transforming the once small island into a bustling hub that rivaled even the Land of Fire in prosperity. Merchant ships crowded the coastline, and the lively towns were filled with people. At the corner of a busy street stood a 2-story building, its entrance adorned with a curtain that bore the large character Gamble. Inside, the air was thick with the shouts and cheers of gamblers, creating a deafening cacophony. Big. 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 A bold female voice rang out, standing out even in the chaotic din. 5. 5. 6. It's big. As the dealer's announcement echoed, the crowd erupted in cheers. Quick. Follow the lucky lady. She's on a winning streak today. Before the man could finish his sentence, a sharp glare shut him up. Not that he needed to say more. Everyone had already noticed the towering stacks of cash in front of Tsunade and had begun betting alongside her. Meanwhile, the dealer, now drenched in sweat, nervously wiped his forehead. Bet everything on big. All of it. Tsunade commanded. My lady, you've won so much already. Maybe we should call it a day and come back tomorrow. Shizun suggested timidly. All on big. I finally turned my luck around, I need to make up for my losses. 3, 5, 6. It's big. Once again, the room erupted in cheers. All eyes were on Tsunade, waiting for her next move. She continued to bet fearlessly and won repeatedly, yet her excitement gradually faded. Lady Tsunade. Shizun asked, her arms laden with 3 boxes of freshly exchanged cash, her face brimming with joy. Nothing. I just don't feel like playing anymore. Exchange the chips and let's go. But with such good luck, why not play a few more rounds? A casual, familiar voice spoke from behind. Shizun turned around, her face instantly turning red. He's so handsome. His voice is so gentle, and his eyes, they're like a galaxy. Gather the money, Shizun. We're leaving. Tsunade stood up. The crowd instinctively stepped aside, making way for her as she strode out of the casino. Wait for me, my lady. Shizun scrambled to collect the winnings, flustered. Here, let me help you. Danzo, watching the panicked, red-faced girl, couldn't help but chuckle slightly. By the time the two of them left the casino, Tsunade was already nowhere to be seen. I need to find Lady Tsunade. Goodbye. Shizun, her face still flushed, quickly ran off. Not far from the casino, inside a quiet tavern, Danzo walked in leisurely. His eyes immediately locked onto Tsunade. Why did you follow me? Shizun asked in surprise. I came to see an old friend. Danzo's gaze shifted to Tsunade, who had already downed an entire bottle of sake. Whether it was the alcohol or something else, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her relaxed posture at the table gave off an enticing aura. Just as Danzo sat down across from her. Bang. Tsunade suddenly stood up and swung a fist straight at his face. Chapter 129, The Shikatsu Forest Contract. Danzo caught Tsunade's downward punch with one hand. They're huge. He quickly averted his gaze, silently declaring that he had no desire to die just yet. Lady Tsunade. Shizun, standing to the side, was momentarily at a loss, unable to grasp the situation. What shocked her even more was that Danzo had actually managed to block Tsunade's punch. You old bastard, I was just about to pay my respects at your grave. Tsunade, clearly displeased, sat down and downed the sake in front of her in one go. Just looking at Danzo's youthful, handsome face ignited a surge of anger within her. This was a result of Orochimaru's research, commissioned by the third Hokage before the Third Great Ninja War. After that disaster, I was gravely injured. Figured I might as well try it since I had nothing to lose, never expected it to actually work. Danzo poured himself a cup of sake as he spoke, subtly shifting the blame elsewhere. Seeing Tsunade silently drinking, he continued. Besides catching up with an old friend, I also wanted to talk about the Craftsman Nation's Merchant Association. Their losses have been severe these past 2 years. You old bastard. Tsunade shot him a furious glare. Seeing that she was finally responding, Danzo let out a small sigh of relief and quickly pressed on. I regret what happened with the first Hokage. I swear to you, something like that will never happen again. And I'll use this power to protect Konoha. Shizun was utterly dumbfounded. This handsome man was actually Lady Tsunade's old friend. And he seemed even older than her. How did they manage to be both old and youthful, mature yet attractive at the same time? I don't care what you do with that power. If you're done talking, get lost. Sensing that Tsunade's anger had lessened considerably, Danzo stood up. Then I won't disturb you any further. But let's have lunch together tomorrow at your usual spot. Before leaving, he glanced at the dazed Shizun. You should come along too. Ah. Without waiting for a response, Danzo left the tavern. The next morning, a servant came to invite Tsunade and Shizun to lunch at Ichifudo, a high-end restaurant under the Craftsman Nation's Merchant Association. Tsunade and Shizun frequented this place, not because it was cheap, but precisely because it was expensive. It was considered one of the most luxurious restaurants in the Craftsman Nation. And whenever the two of them lost everything gambling, this was where they came to freeload. In a private room upstairs, an elaborate feast was already prepared. Upon arriving, Tsunade wasted no time and immediately began devouring the food and sake before her. Lady Tsunade, did you not eat last night? My apologies. Shizun, blushing slightly, turned to Danzo and bowed. Danzo merely smiled. It's fine. You should eat too. No need to stand on ceremony here. His warm tone and reassuring gaze made Shizun hesitantly sit down. She ate delicately and politely, an extreme contrast to Tsunade's uninhibited appetite. Enough stalling, old man. Just get to the point already. Tsunade set her chopsticks down. Though her anger from the previous day had faded, she was still irritated. Danzo hadn't just changed physically. His whole demeanor was completely different. The old Danzo had been strict, always upholding authority, enforcing discipline, and ensuring the survival of Konoha. Though he had stopped his more despicable actions, he still led Root with an iron will, fiercely protecting the village and his comrades. But now, he was treating a young girl with kindness and patience, like some caring older brother from the neighborhood. In contrast, she herself seemed more like the uncouth one. Seeing Shizen's flushed face, Tsunade had to fight the urge to shout, "Don't be fooled by this old bastard. I want to sign a summoning contract with the Shikatsu forest and learn Senjutsu. You're going to be disappointed. The slug sage knows Senjutsu, but the conditions to learn it are extremely strict. Normal people can't master it. The only successful case was my grandfather. You should go to Jeriah instead." It was clear that Tsunade didn't believe Danzo could succeed. Between the three great summoning regions, Mount Myoboku's Senjutsu was far easier to learn. "I'd prefer Shikatsu Forest. It suits me better." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, staring at him intently. Danzo wasn't one to make empty boasts. That could only mean one thing. "How far has your wood release progressed?" Danzo took a sip of sake. "It's decent, I suppose." As his words fell, the wooden walls around them began sprouting branches. The tendrils spread throughout the room, and soon, clusters of small white flowers bloomed, filling the air with a light, delicate fragrance. "You bastard." Tsunade sprang to her feet and cursed. She tossed a summoning scroll onto the table, grabbed Shizun, and stormed out. Out on the streets, Shizun cautiously asked, "Lady Tsunade, what's wrong?" "Shizun, take this token and withdraw 1 billion ryo from the Craftsman Nation's bank." "Ah. But we still have money. We won a lot last time. And that's such a huge sum. Just do it. Take as much as you can, no mercy." Tsunade growled through clenched teeth. Chapter 130, The Masked Man's Trail. Danzo merely chuckled when he received the news. Compared to what he had gained from Tsunade, what were a few coins? Even if he had to invest all of the land of Craftsman's industries, it would still be worth it. Besides, Danzo understood a universal truth: sooner or later, debts must be repaid. Returning to the land of rivers, he planned to settle down and head to Ryuchi Cave to explore the secrets of Senjutsu cultivation. However, things did not go as planned. When he received a report from Uchiha Itachi, Danzo immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. At the root headquarters, Uchiha Itachi was soon summoned. By now, he had grown from a small child into a composed young man. His face remained calm, rarely showing any emotion. Yet, his strength had become formidable even within root. With his 3 Tomo Sharingan, he could easily take down an average Jonin in an instant. "Tell me everything about the person who approached you." "Yes, Lord Danzo. A week ago, while leading his squad on a mission, Itachi encountered a masked man with Sharingan. The man possessed an eerie spatial ability and had slaughtered all of Itachi's teammates. At the final standoff, the masked man unexpectedly chose to leave, sparing Itachi's life. His abilities were strange. Both of his eyes were Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was far stronger than me. He could even use wood release. Also, I noticed something odd: he seemed to lack much common knowledge." Hearing Itachi's report, Danzo frowned slightly. "Be more cautious from now on. Avoid leaving the village. That man is likely the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. There must be a reason he sought you out." After giving his instructions, Danzo dismissed Itachi. Inside the dimly lit chamber, candle flames flickered. "So, he surfaced again. I wasn't looking for you, yet you came straight to my doorstep." A glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. At the same time, he pondered over Itachi's situation. Danzo was certain of Itachi's loyalty to him. Yet, the system had given no notification at all. Thinking back to the system's past rewards. Orochimaru's pursuit of knowledge. Tsunade's farewell before leaving the village. Minato's last dinner before his departure. This might be another opportunity. Root operatives began secretly investigating Konoha and its surroundings for suspicious individuals. Naruto's security was also reinforced significantly, with Danzo personally setting up spatial markers and barriers around him. In the Uchiha district, as the clan head, Fugaku's residence was spacious, with a small lake in the backyard. It was also a common meeting spot for Uchiha Shursue and Uchiha Itachi. "These are turbulent times, but at least Lord Danzo has returned," Shursue remarked after receiving his orders. "Don't worry, Shursue. I'll be careful. That guy isn't easy to deal with." Shirsue's expression grew serious as he recalled the time he was instantly defeated while trying to control the Seven Tails. When he regained consciousness, he learned that the fourth Hokage had perished, and Danzo had suffered severe injuries. Shirsue blamed himself deeply. He had been powerless to stop any of it. "It's all right, Shirsue. Lord Danzo said it himself, this wasn't your fault. I just wonder if his return can ease the tension between the village and our clan." It was a well-executed topic change. Both believed that with Danzo's influence, he could surely mediate the growing conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha. Just as they were immersed in conversation. "Big brother. Big brother." A young Sasuke came running over, his little feet pattering against the ground. "What's wrong, Sasuke? Weren't you going out to play with your friends?" Itachi knelt down, a rare smile appearing on his usually stoic face. His grandfather wouldn't let him go out, saying it was dangerous outside. "Humph." Sasuke pouted unhappily, trying to look tough. Itachi instantly saw through his little brother's thoughts and sighed with a faint smile. "Sorry, Sasuke, but I can't go out to play with you today either." Sasuke's cool demeanor instantly crumbled, his expression turning slightly aggrieved, eyes glistening. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Itachi habitually tapped 2 fingers against his little brother's forehead. As midnight descended upon the quiet village of Konoha, the streets emptied of people. Street lamps continued casting their glow along the roads. Within the Uchiha district, a shadow flickered, weaving through the area, ignoring all barriers. Soon, the figure arrived at the residence of the Uchiha elder. "Who's there?" The elder, who had already retired for the night, suddenly sat up, his gaze wary as he stared at the doorway. A hazy silhouette phased through the wall, revealing the masked man. "It's you. You caused the Nine Tails incident. Because of you, our Uchiha clan has been subjected to suspicion and blame." The Uchiha had conducted their own investigations into the true culprit behind the attack. His Sharingan spun rapidly, the 3-tomo pattern locking onto the masked man. "Hoyo, have you forgotten me?" The masked man's voice carried an eerie tone. "You wouldn't have become the Uchiha elder without my help. It's you." The elder's face paled instantly, his expression shifting to one of utter shock. Chapter 131, Itachi's Mangekyo. Any movement. Even though he rarely stayed in Konogakure, Danzo always kept the village's affairs under the watchful eye of Root. The sudden activity among the Uchiha elders, combined with the appearance of the masked men. None of it was a coincidence. However, he seemed to be overly cautious this time. The key figures, Naruto and Uchiha Itachi, had yet to make any moves. In the dimly lit Root base, Danzo sat on a stone chair, his eyes glinting coldly. "No matter how you play your pieces, the board belongs to me." Tap, tap, tap. "Lord Danzo." Within the dark chamber, Uchiha Itachi stood before him. "Itachi, you must have sensed the internal unrest within the Uchiha. The masked man's target could be me, you, or even Sasuke." "Sasuke." Itachi's usually calm eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, Sasuke. There's something unusual about him." Danzo didn't elaborate but watched as Itachi's expression subtly shifted. As expected, a brother complex. "If you truly wish to protect your brother, you need new power. I can help you." Danzo's Sharingan spun slowly, the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan emerging. "But the process will be excruciating, perhaps even fatal. Are you willing to undergo such a trial, Itachi?" "Good. Eliminate the Uchiha elders. They are the root of this chaos. Once it's done, I will personally resolve the conflict between the village and the Uchiha." "Understood, Lord Danzo." When Itachi returned, drenched in blood, he once again faced Danzo. "Well done, Itachi. However, it seems your father has caught on to the situation. He is beginning to harbor hostility toward the village. Kill him. He will become an obstacle to everything." Itachi's face twisted in shock. How could Lord Danzo say such a thing? Yet, a voice echoed in his mind. "Agree. Agree. Shirsue intends to lead the Uchiha away from Konoha. This is outright betrayal, Itachi." The next time Itachi stood before Danzo, his once calm expression was now void of life. "Itachi, it seems you have acquired new power. Your brother seeks vengeance against you and the village. He has betrayed the village. For the village's sake. Itachi, what are you doing?" In the dark chamber, Shirsue glanced at the broken Itachi, a trace of sympathy in his eyes. "Lord Danzo, isn't this too cruel? I merely suppressed his consciousness for a moment. The genjutsu was yours." Danzo deflected responsibility without hesitation. Observing the changes in Itachi's chakra, he smirked. "But it seems to have worked. Though I wonder what he experienced." Within the illusion, Itachi had fought Danzo to the death, only to collapse in exhaustion afterward. When he finally opened his eyes, he found himself still in the chamber, Danzo sitting above him. Instantly, his guard went up. His Sharingan, now transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, spun intensely. Itachi, show some respect to Lord Danzo. It was only a genjutsu. Shursue quickly intervened. Shursue, genjutsu. Itachi froze, his mind drowning in memories. Killing his clan. Killing his parents. Killing Shursue. Killing Danzo. Was it all fake? None of it actually happened. If so, that's a relief. Go rest, Itachi. Once you've adjusted to your new power, return to me. Danzo watched as Itachi, dazed, slowly nodded. Yes. Lord Danzo. Once Itachi had left, Shursue turned back. Lord Danzo, Itachi didn't wake from the genjutsu immediately. My apologies. Enough, Shursue. I'm not so petty. Go check on him. Whatever he experienced, it doesn't seem pleasant. Back at the Uchiha compound. Shursue entered Itachi's room. Itachi radiated an eerie coldness, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. Itachi, are you all right? I'm fine, Shursue. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, what are you apologizing for? Shursue laughed, patting his shoulder. However, he could feel the stiffness in Itachi's body. Looking into his eyes, he sighed. To awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, one must endure great pain. I don't know what you saw in that genjutsu, but I won't let it become reality. Slowly, Itachi's rigid body began to relax. As he met Shursue's serious gaze, a warmth spread through him. This feeling was comforting. A flicker of determination flashed in his otherwise emotionless eyes. Yes. I won't let it happen. Chapter 132, Capture. The situation with the Uchiha clan was escalating, and discontent was growing rapidly. Even the higher-ups of Konoha had taken notice, having spoken with Uchiha Fugaku multiple times, but to little effect. This growing hostility was especially evident within Konoha's police force. In just 2 short months, they had offended many, causing the Uchiha's reputation within the village to decline significantly. In a forest outside Konoha, a figure emerged from a tree, White Zetsu. Weren't we supposed to avoid unnecessary contact? I have important news. Uchiha Itachi truly lives up to his reputation as a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you certain? The masked man, his own Mangekyo gleaming, seemed doubtful. Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes in the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall. You people really know how to hide things. A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. So, this is where you're hiding. Stepping out from behind a tree, Danzo appeared. However, neither of the two before him carried Black Zetsu's presence. The masked man's chakra felt strange, somewhat like Obito's, yet also like White Zetsu's. Danzo, so you're still alive. Although his appearance was different from before, the masked man was certain that this was indeed Danzo. So this is Danzo. He doesn't look that impressive. Why does Black Zetsu say he's dangerous? White Zetsu, perched on a branch, curiously observed Danzo. Enough reminiscing. Danzo, unable to sense Black Zetsu anywhere, had no interest in idle chatter. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. The entire forest trembled as trees burst to life, growing rapidly as if possessing their own will. Whoa. That's impressive. I'm out of here. Half of White Zetsu's body merged into a nearby tree and disappeared. When the jutsu subsided, 3 thick trees had intertwined near Danzo. Slowly, the trunk separated, revealing White Zetsu trapped within, his face filled with shock. Didn't work. Before he could react, his vision was filled with a pair of eerie Mangekyo Sharingan. A pure soul. Danzo had initially used Dojutsu, Tenkasari, to probe White Zetsu's soul for secrets. However, the moment he entered its spiritual space, White Zetsu's soul disintegrated entirely. Still, Danzo could clearly feel a minuscule increase in his own soul's strength. It was less than 1/10,000th, but the improvement was undeniable. It seems I should test this on another one. Danzo's figure disappeared. Meanwhile, the masked man was sprinting through the forest at high speed. His phantom-like body weaved through the living, shifting trees like a ghost. The surrounding branches closed in, trying to entangle him, but none could touch him. Just how wide is the range of this jutsu? A rare sense of tension crept into his mind. Unlike disposable White Zetsu, he knew much more, and the fact that Danzo had become even more terrifying was an undeniable truth. So he really is alive. I need to inform Black Zetsu immediately. He suddenly came to a halt. Ahead, the forest parted, revealing a clear path. At the end of it, Danzo stood, waiting. The masked man turned, preparing to flee once more, but Danzo simply muttered. Aito. No response. Rin and Kakashi will never forgive you. Still no response. Instead, the masked man turned away and continued his escape. Fine. I'll capture you and ask my questions later. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. At Danzo's command, countless trees erupted from the ground. From above, the landscape for several kilometers seemed to come alive, the trees twisting and constricting, seeking to strangle all within. It wasn't as explosive as Conan's 600 billion paper bombs, but it ensured that his target would never escape the grasp of the wood release. Through the trees, he could sense the masked man's exact position. 5 minutes later. Oh. So you rewrote your own death using Izanagi. 15 minutes later, Danzo stood before the captured figure of Aito, now entangled in the trees. His pale, half-melted body dripped with a strange, sticky substance, as though he had been swallowed and then spat out by something. His eyes had turned completely white, and his mask lay shattered at his feet. In the highest tower of Omegakure, far away. Zetsu, what is it? From the wall, the Venus flytrap-like figure stirred, revealing black and white Zetsu's split face. The white Zetsu that went to Konoha on a mission seems to be dead. This could mean Konoha will become our greatest obstacle. No one can stand in the way of a god. Nagato's Rinnegan flashed with displeasure as he glanced at Zetsu. His body radiated an overwhelming vitality, far stronger than when he had relied on machinery to survive. The oppressive aura around him was vastly more intense than before. Even Black Zetsu was uncertain whether this decision had been the right one. Aito's death had significantly hindered the execution of their plans. And as for the white Zetsu clones, they were nothing more than mindless husks. Even if one absorbed Aito's body, inherited his memories, and took his eyes, it would still be nothing more than a failure. Now, that reality was painfully clear. Looking at Nagato, Black Zetsu could only hope that his choice was not a mistake. 1,000 years of waiting had been far too long. This time, failure was not an option. Chapter 133, Itachi's Fate. Itachi, why would you even consider such a thing? Lord Danzo, the Uchiha elders have become a serious threat to the clan. Recent actions by the two elders had completely unsettled the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Itachi couldn't help but recall the vision he had seen in his genjutsu, a peaceful Uchiha clan after eliminating the two elders. After much deliberation, he had come to the root headquarters to meet with Danzo. But have you thought about yourself? And what about Fugaku? How will he handle this? I believe my father will understand. Recalling everything that had unfolded in his genjutsu, Itachi felt even more resolute. As long as his father, mother, Sasuke, and Shisui remained safe, he was willing to bear any burden. So, Shisui doesn't know about your plan. Fine. I will grant your request. Once this is over, you will remain en route. When the time is right, I will help clear your name. Lord Danzo, after this, I intend to join the Masked Man's organization. That is not a wise decision. Danzo studied Uchiha Itachi carefully. His own strength did not require a spy. They won't kill me. Because of Sasuke, isn't that right, Lord Danzo? Itachi lifted his head and met Danzo's gaze, waiting for his response. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan and reading the stone tablet in the underground shrine, he had recalled something Danzo once said, Sasuke is not ordinary. Piecing together all the clues, Itachi became certain that the masked man had approached him because of his younger brother. Yes. Lord Danzo, let me go. I want to protect the village and my family in my own way. Danzo observed the unwavering determination in Itachi's eyes. Itachi, this is the first time I've realized just how stubborn you are. That evening, in a valley not far from the village, the full moon shone brightly overhead, and a nearby stream flowed gently. Danzo stood atop a massive boulder, silently admiring the moonlit landscape. Elder, why did you have Shisui summon me so late at night? Uchiha Fugaku asked, surprised to see the young Danzo before him. Danzo turned to face the Uchiha clan leader and Shisui. I've assigned Itachi a mission. And you, Fugaku, might stand in the way. Danzo's words immediately put Fugaku on guard. He had agreed to the secret meeting because he did not believe Danzo would harm him, and because he was confident in his own strength. Elder, what do you mean? The two Uchiha elders have been colluding with the mastermind behind the Ninetales incident. I've already sent Itachi to eliminate them. Lord Danzo. Shisui's face was filled with disbelief. Damn it. Fugaku's expression darkened. He turned and prepared to return to the village immediately. I'm sorry, Fugaku. But I can't let you leave. Danzo's figure flickered, suddenly appearing in front of him. Danzo, you can't stop me. Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, the three tomo whirling. A massive, orange-red skeletal frame formed around him, gradually growing muscle and solidifying into a towering figure. Danzo stood firm, unfazed by the oppressive aura radiating from the enormous upper body Susanoo. Susanoo? A second stage. You've been hiding your strength well, but... Fugaku, you have no idea what I am truly capable of. In an instant, a fully formed blue Susanoo emerged. Muscle grew over its frame, followed by the appearance of an armored samurai, wielding a Han sword. It loomed over Fugaku's Susanoo, casting an imposing shadow. This. Through his own Susanoo, Fugaku stared in utter disbelief at the entity standing before him. As the Uchiha clan head, he was well aware that a fully manifested Susanoo required the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet Danzo, an outsider to the Uchiha bloodline, had achieved it. The sheer oppressive force of Danzo's Susanoo sent a primal fear through him. Fugaku, everything I do, everything Itachi does, is for the peace between the village and the Uchiha clan. I do not wish to fight you. Uchiha Fugaku, filled with fury, demanded, then why send Itachi? You clearly have the strength to handle this yourself. He did not care about the elder's fate. What truly concerned him was Uchiha Itachi. As the enraged Fugaku drove his Susanoo forward, Danzo sighed internally. Should he tell him that this was his son's own choice? Itachi, you've truly given me a headache. Mokutan, wood dragon technique. A massive wooden dragon erupted from the earth, coiling tightly around Fugaku's Susanoo. Danzo. Fugaku's enraged roar echoed through the valley as his Susanoo struggled against the wooden dragon's grip. Lord Danzo, why? Enough, Shursue. If you want answers, ask Itachi yourself. For the first time, Danzo felt that being a villain was far easier. No need for explanations, just one phrase would suffice. Everything is for Konoha. Chapter 134, the farce comes to an end. At dawn, Fugaku returned home, his face weary. He stood outside the room. Inside, there wasn't a single light. Taking a deep breath, he slowly slid open the door. Father. Through the faint moonlight filtering in from the window, he could see Itachi kneeling formally in the center of the room, still clad in his mission attire, faint traces of blood on his body. Fugaku strode inside and knelt before him. You're not hurt, are you, Itachi? Just as always, he asked after his son's well-being upon returning from a mission beyond the village. I'm fine. Sorry for troubling you, father. You've always had a strong will. You are the son I trust the most. Though his words were praise, his expression remained unreadable. After speaking, the two fell into silence once more, enveloped by darkness. Stay here. I will take care of everything. Another stretch of silence followed. You've grown up. Don't let your mother worry. Go rest. Yes, father. The next morning, unrest gripped both the Uchiha clan and the entire village of Konoha. 2 Uchiha elders, both possessing elite Jonin-level strength, had been slain. And the culprit was none other than the son of the Uchiha clan head. Uchiha Itachi. Itachi himself had vanished without a trace, as if he had disappeared from existence. Uchiha clansmen gathered in front of the clan head's residence, demanding answers. The situation escalated until Shursue activated his Susanoo before the crowd, finally bringing the chaos to an end. The village soon declared Uchiha Itachi an S-rank rogue ninja, forming an Umbu pursuit squad to hunt him down. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku announced his decision to step down as clan head. In a dimly lit stone chamber. No matter what path you choose, you will always be a member of Root. And I will always be your support. Yes, Lord Danzo. I will always remain a member of Root. Go. Say your farewells to Shursue, then head to the laboratory. I have a gift waiting for you there. Watching Itachi's silhouette disappear into the shadows, Danzo smirked. His suspicions had been correct. Ding. You have gained the recognition of a major storyline character, Uchiha Itachi. System reward, pure Ina tribute chakra. With me, you will either embrace boundless love, or descend into madness. A sudden clarity washed over his mind. His visual prowess and soul power surged rapidly. It took a long while before the growth finally settled. His ocular power had likely already surpassed an ordinary eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If he were to be pushed to the brink of death, would he awaken the Rasengan? Before long, the commotion surrounding Itachi died down. Shursue was appointed as the new clan head of the Uchiha. Originally, Konoha's higher-ups had planned to use this opportunity to suppress the Uchiha further, proposing that they vacate the land granted to them by the 4th Hokage. However, the proposal was met with strong opposition from the Hyuga, Aburame clans, among many others. As a result, the matter was dropped. Yet, behind the scenes, the true puppet master continued to manipulate Konoha from the shadows. Compared to what the 3rd Hokage could offer, the elites of Konoha still favored Danzo. After all, the monthly dividends they received from Root's various enterprises were simply too lucrative to pass up. Meanwhile, after Itachi's departure from Konoha, Danzo had finally finished assimilating the senjutsu materials he had spent the past 2 months collecting. It was time. Activating a pre-prepared reverse summoning seal, he vanished. So this is the Shikatsu forest. It's even more humid than I imagined. All around him were decayed trees and a heavy, damp atmosphere. Mushrooms sprouted everywhere, and kelp-like strands of algae draped over rotting trunks. The entire area pulsed with dense natural energy. An ordinary person wouldn't last long here. Before they knew it, they'd be transformed into a monster, or perhaps a tree or a stone. The dampness clung to everything, making Danzo exceedingly uncomfortable. So, you are the one Tsunade called her summoner. I expected you to summon me, not come here in person. A voice resonated in his mind. Slug Sage. Danzo's figure flickered as he moved swiftly toward the source of the voice. Reaching the destination, he scanned his surroundings. It was the same as before, nothing but a decayed, swamp-like environment. Yet, he sensed something. This should be the place. What an immense presence. Even Hashirama may not have measured up to this. A gentle feminine voice echoed as the ground trembled. Danzo quickly leapt back. A small mountain began to rise, long tendrils emerging from its mass, revealing an enormous slug. Greetings, Slug Sage. I am Danzo. I have come to learn senjutsu. Only now did Danzo understand why he had failed to sense the Slug Sage before. Because she was beneath him the entire time. From the moment he entered the Shikatsu forest until now, he had unknowingly been standing atop her body. The seemingly decayed forest was, in truth, growing from her flesh. And the small mountain before him. It was merely a portion of her body, revealed in response to his arrival. Clearly, the Slug Sage had a rather gentle temperament. At the same time, Danzo considered a crucial detail. If she were an enemy, he would have to lure her out of the Shikatsu forest's domain. Otherwise, defeating her would be impossible. Chapter 135, Sage Arts. I've heard about you from Little Tsunade, but the sage arts of the Shikatsu forest have extremely harsh requirements. There's a chance you might die. The massive Slug Sage lowered its head, gazing at Danzo. I still want to give it a try. Having come all this way, there was no reason for Danzo to back down. Then follow me. I'm curious to see if you can complete Sage Mode training. You give off a strange feeling, powerful yet chaotic. The enormous slug slowly began to dissolve, while the surrounding trees shifted, parting to form a pathway. As Danzo ventured deeper, the natural energy around him grew increasingly dense, to the point that he started to feel a slight discomfort. Aside from Little Tsunade, no one has come here in a long time. I hope you can complete your training, then I'll have another contractor. Danzo observed the trees around him and noticed human faces embedded in their bark. Some even had vague, distinguishable limbs. Sensing his confusion, the Slug Sage explained. These are the remnants of powerful humans who failed and were consumed by natural energy. Even I cannot save them. You still have a chance to turn back. Thank you for your concern, but I believe I can succeed. Let's hope so. You humans are always so fearless. After this brief exchange, they fell into silence. Danzo continued forward until he reached the end of the path. This is the place. A fine spot. If you fail and end up rooted here, at least the scenery is pleasant. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Danzo replied dryly. The ground began to writhe as a stone tablet slowly emerged, surrounded by a slimy secretion. Train here at your own pace. Everything you need is here. If you get hungry, you can eat the poisonous mushrooms. You're strong enough that you probably won't die from them. With that, silence enveloped the area. Danzo carefully studied the inscriptions on the stone tablet, noting the warning left behind by the first Hokage. Those with insufficient chakra should not attempt this training. It seemed that, throughout history, only the first Hokage had successfully mastered this sage art. My bloodline and chakra should be sufficient. Danzo steadied his mind and began to attune himself to the natural chakra surrounding him. The initial training was relatively simple, and in just 3 days, he had grasped the fundamentals. Next was direct contact with the slimy secretion around the stone tablet, which was thoroughly unpleasant. Coating his palms with the secretion, he resumed training. Natural energy surged into his body, his hands developing wooden patterns before they gradually faded away. Time passed quickly in training. A month later, Danzo felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Mushrooms had started growing on him. However, his progress was undeniable. Strange black markings had appeared on his face, and his aura now exuded a natural vitality. I should have succeeded. With this, absorbing the energy of the dragon vein should be no issue. Danzo stood up, plucked the mushrooms from his body, changed into drier clothes, and prepared to leave. You're strange. Slug Sage, is there a problem? Danzo asked. He had been aware that the sage had been observing him throughout his training, though it bore no hostility. During your training, I noticed that natural energy strongly rejected you, yet you still managed to complete sage mode. Natural energy rejected me. Danzo was puzzled. Could natural energy possess its own will? Wasn't sage mode simply the process of absorbing natural energy and blending it with physical and spiritual energy to create senjutsu chakra? Yes, it rejected you, as if there is something in you that it despises. Yet, you are so powerful that, even if it resists, it has no choice but to submit to your will. Something in me that natural energy despises. Could it be Black Zetsu's presence? That was the only logical explanation. So it wasn't that mastering sage mode had made him strong. Rather, it was because he was already strong that he could forcefully master sage mode. But ultimately, that didn't matter. As long as the results were satisfactory, that was enough. Danzo could feel his power had increased significantly. In sage mode, his perception had expanded, he could now sense everything within a 30-kilometer radius. Noticing Danzo's indifference, the slug sage cautioned him. If you suffer severe injuries while in sage mode, you might turn into a wooden statue. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for your guidance, but it's time for me to leave. Danzo had no intention of staying here any longer. Otherwise, he'd end up covered in mushrooms again. I will send you back. No need, I'll handle it myself. Locking onto the coordinates of the Land of Wind, Danzo vanished in an instant. Watching him leave, the slug sage murmured to itself. His aura is indeed chaotic. A truly peculiar contractor. Let's hope he lives long enough. Chapter 136, Nono's helplessness. Ever since leaving the Shikatsu forest, Danzo had been moving around the Land of Wind. Whenever his body had absorbed enough energy, he would head to the Kingdom of Roran. From time to time, he also contributed to the Land of Wind's environmental transformation policies, using wood release to improve the land's condition. He had created many new oases. Now that the Land of Wind was in a semi-closed state, it had completely stabilized. Under the overall management of Yukushi Nono, with the assistance of Pakura and Kamamiyakawa, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Bandit purges, environmental transformation, population statistics, civilian resettlement, and the training of new shinobi. Everything was running smoothly. Lord Danzo, the population of the Land of Wind is still too sparse. The teams responsible for environmental transformation need a significant number of earth release and water release users. We should prioritize developing the southern coastal areas, as they have great potential for trade and commerce. Nono systematically reported on the current situation in the Land of Wind and outlined plans for the future. As Root continued to support the Land of Wind, it was also reaping enormous benefits in return. Economically, Root had effectively monopolized both the export of the Land of Wind's unique mineral resources and the import of essential goods such as food and daily necessities. The sheer profit from this trade alone brought in billions every month. By controlling the exclusive rights to the Land of Wind's rare minerals, Root had further solidified its covert influence across the shinobi world. At the same time, all of Sunagakure's stored jutsu, be they regular, secret, or forbidden, had now become part of Root's arsenal. Root had even begun cultivating its own puppet masters and shinobi skilled in poisons. Among the three parties, Root functioned more like a headquarters, with the Land of Wind and Sunagakure as its subsidiaries. Despite their close ties, the three entities remained distinct, a structure Danzo had established from the very beginning. Outside of Root's assigned personnel, very few within the Land of Wind or Sunagakure even knew of Root's existence. To the general public, it simply appeared that the Land of Wind was undergoing massive reforms with remarkable success. The nation's tax revenue had increased several times over compared to previous years. No, you've done an excellent job. You can handle these matters as you see fit. Danzo had long lost interest in micromanaging such affairs. Improving his strength, occasionally visiting the capital or Sunagakure, wasn't that a much better way to spend his time? If not for Nono's insistence that he return to the Land of Rivers periodically, he might not have come back at all. Nono smiled gently at Danzo. Then, Lord Danzo, would you care to explain the 1.5 billion Ryo funding for Sunagakure that you promised to Pakura? Though she maintained her usual warm and gentle demeanor, Danzo could clearly sense the questioning behind her words. Pakura gave me a secret technique. That 1.5 billion is simply the price I paid for it, Danzo said with a completely straight face. Lord Danzo. Nono called softly, her gaze still fixed on him. Her respectful posture, coupled with the modest and delicate beauty of her nun's attire, only made the situation more difficult to handle. That gentle yet unwavering gaze was simply too much. Danzo had no choice but to concede. All right, it won't happen again. The real reason. Sunagakure's development was far slower than that of the Land of Wind, which frustrated Pakura to no end. After much pleading, and after Danzo had completely taken advantage of her, he had finally agreed to allocate the funds. Lord Danzo, please don't do this again, Nono said helplessly. The southern region of the Land of Wind is in need of many shinobi. Let's allocate this 1.5 billion as an employment fund for Sunagakure's ninjas instead. Seeing how smoothly Nono arranged everything, Danzo couldn't help but think, Bakura had paid a price for this funding, and if things played out like this, she might just explode with anger. You tell her yourself. She listens to you, Danzo said, tossing the problem to Nono. For some reason, both Bakura and Kamamiyakawa, who were normally bitter rivals, got along quite well with Nono. Back when Bakura had adamantly refused to accept Sunagakure, Nono had spoken to her about something, after which Bakura obediently remained in the village, fully dedicating herself to its development. Nono shot Danzo a glare, feeling that ever since he had changed bodies, he had become increasingly unreliable. Here is the detailed information on the tailed beasts gathered over the past year. She said, still fulfilling her duties despite her exasperation. What Nono didn't realize was that in the past, when Danzo had been burdened with an aged and frail body, he had no energy for anything beyond strengthening himself and managing affairs. But now, things were different. Every time he visited the capital, he enjoyed an emperor's treatment. And whenever he went to Sunagakure, he could always take the opportunity to console Bakura. Danzo saw his time and energy as limited, so he had to prioritize among administrative work, keeping his subordinates in check, and strengthening himself. Without hesitation, he chose the latter too. Chapter 137, Mizukage Yagura. There's something clearly wrong with him. Why are we still letting him join? Nagato's Deva Path stared coldly at Zetsu before him, his tone devoid of warmth. He's useful for our future plans. Under the gaze of the Rinnegan, he won't be able to stir up any real trouble. Besides, his Mangekyo Sharingan will be a great asset in capturing the tailed beasts. Faced with Nagato's murderous gaze, White Zetsu, especially the half resembling a pitcher plant, looked visibly nervous. Black Zetsu, on the other hand, remained calm and indifferent. Akatsuki is my organization. My collaborator is Madara, not you. Casting one last glance at the pitcher plant-like form, Nagato turned and retreated into the depths of the tower. Watching him leave, a rare solemnity flickered across Black Zetsu's eyes. That guy is becoming more and more terrifying. White Zetsu finally dared to speak, still shaken by the killing intent from earlier. Looks like he's really starting to see himself as a god. He's becoming harder to control. The Land of Water, a nation composed of countless islands, blessed with fertile land and abundant resources, making it one of the wealthier regions. However, due to its long-standing isolationist policies, it has remained cut off from the outside world for years, shrouded in secrecy. Only a select few nobles and high-ranking officials are permitted to trade with neighboring countries. The majority of the populace harbors deep hostility toward outsiders, believing they bring disaster and war. On a secluded forest path, two figures in black cloaks adorned with red clouds strode forward, their wide-brimmed straw hats casting shadows over their faces. Never thought I'd set foot here again. Damn, this place still pisses me off. Juzo Biwa tightened his grip on the massive blade slung over his shoulder. You're from Konoha. Ever heard of a guy named Might Due? I only know Might Guy, Itachi Uchiha replied flatly. Juzo sighed, his gaze lingering on the cold and unreadable Uchiha beside him. Listen up, never underestimate someone just because of their appearance. You never know what they might be capable of. He exhaled sharply. I really hate taking on these kinds of missions. If I get captured, make sure you kill me. We of Kirigakure aren't as soft as Konoha, letting rogue ninja like you and Orochimaru roam free. As they walked, Juzo did most of the talking, occasionally pausing to complain. Itachi, in contrast, responded only when necessary, subtly gathering information about Akatsuki along the way. Are you sure the intel is reliable? Why would the Mizukage leave the village alone? I don't know. Just follow orders and get the job done. Juzo snorted. I still don't get why you slaughtered your entire clan and ran. From what I hear, life in Konoha wasn't half bad. Whatever, I won't ask, and you better not ask about me either. The two reached the edge of the forest. According to their intelligence, this was where the Mizukage often came to train in solitude. They lay in wait for several days until a small figure slowly emerged from the depths of the woods. Exchanging a glance, Juzo gave a signal before vanishing in a blur of motion, launching his attack. Clang. The fourth Mizukage blocked the strike and deflected it in one fluid motion. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire. From the shadows, a barrage of flames shot toward the Mizukage. He swiftly dodged, only for Juzo's executioner's blade to come swinging down once more. Despite their recent partnership, the two lacked true coordination. For now, their strategy relied on a simple close and long-range assault combination. Itachi shuriken and fire techniques were exceptionally precise, providing Juzo with multiple openings. Yet, even while parrying hidden attacks and engaging in close combat with Juzo, the fourth Mizukage remained unfazed. Executioner's Blade. Rogue ninja must die. A red aura of chakra erupted around Yagura's body. Juzo was suddenly sent flying, crashing into the dense underbrush. Behind Yagura, 3 chakra tails sprouted, and a tailed beast ball began forming at his mouth, its target, Itachi's concealed position. Itachi's Sharingan spun rapidly, the crimson glow reflecting eerily in the dim forest light. Tsukuyomi. Yagura, now partially transformed into his tailed beast state, suddenly froze, his chakra dissipating as his body stood motionless. Itachi frowned slightly. Something's off. Despite being caught in the illusion, Yagura's reaction was abnormal. When he had used Tsukuyomi on the Konoha elders before, their suffering had been immediate and obvious. This time, however, something felt different. No need to be confused, Itachi. The fourth Mizukage is nothing more than a neatly wrapped package. A voice came from the shadows. Danzo emerged, dragging the unconscious Juzo behind him. After receiving Itachi's intel, Danzo had come to the land of water alone. Package. Itachi murmured. Yes, a package. And it looks like it's finally reaching its expiration date. Danzo stepped forward, sensing the Mizukage's condition. Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan had been damaged, meaning he likely hadn't reinforced Yagura's control in some time. While the Mangekyo had served as a key, the true mechanism keeping the Mizukage under control was a jutsu planted by Uchiha Madara himself. However, that jutsu was beginning to show cracks. Yagura's consciousness was likely starting to resurface, and the tailed beast within him was awakening as well. Recalling the events from the original story, Itachi noted that the Mist Ninja Ao had eventually broken Yagura's illusion, leading to a coup in Kirigakure. The upheaval resulted in Yagura's death and left the village severely weakened, so much so that they couldn't even capture the Three Tails after it went wild. Observing the jutsu closely, Danzo scoffed. No way a simple Byakugan was enough to break this. The original story made it seem like it was just Obito's final act of spite, disposing of a spent pawn and leaving Kirigakure in ruins. Chapter 138, Kirigakure. By the campfire in the dark forest. Biwa Juzo slowly opened his eyes, his first instinct to scan his surroundings with vigilance. Only when he saw Uchiha Itachi sitting by the fire did he finally relax. What happened? You hit your head and have been unconscious for 5 hours. Juzo shook his head, still feeling a lingering dizziness. It was only then that he noticed the unconscious figure of the fourth Mizukage lying beneath a nearby tree, shrouded in darkness. You're really something else. He couldn't help but praise. For Itachi to capture the fourth Mizukage alone was beyond his expectations. Having such a powerful teammate wasn't a bad feeling at all. Kirigakure felt lifeless, its very atmosphere heavy with oppression. Even the people walking the streets moved hastily, their faces full of unease. Whenever they encountered a shinobi, they either turned away or avoided eye contact altogether. More than a decade of bloodshed had twisted the village to its core. The brutal policies had left lasting psychological scars, and incidents of shinobi killing civilians had become disturbingly common. As punishment, such shinobi were merely assigned high-risk missions. If they survived, that was the end of it. Even among shinobi, mutual slaughter was an everyday occurrence. At the heart of Kirigakure stood an administrative building responsible for handling civilian affairs. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A gentle female voice called from inside. When the visitor entered, Mei Terumi's eyes immediately lit up. She instinctively set aside the documents she had been reviewing. Tall, handsome, and exuding an air of refinement, he was exactly her type. Just looking at him felt pleasant. Too bad he seemed to be just an ordinary villager. Otherwise. How can I help you? Mei asked with a warm smile, her eyes narrowing slightly, radiating a sweet, almost seductive allure. Normally, she would have passed such a trivial matter to her subordinates. But lately, she had started to appreciate fostering closer ties with the villagers. Danzo, standing before her, wore an odd expression. This woman seemed to have some inappropriate thoughts about him. I hear you're preparing for a coup. I can help. Mei's gentle demeanor instantly turned icy, her gaze filled with killing intent. A flood of thoughts raced through her mind. Had her plan been leaked? Don't be like that. I much prefer the gentler version of you. Who are you? She couldn't sense a single trace of chakra from this man, making it impossible to gauge his strength. That's not important. What matters is that I can assist you. Danzo calmly walked to the desk and took a seat across from her. Only then did he take a moment to examine Mei more closely. She was indeed beautiful, and the amount of chakra in her body had already reached Kage level. No need to be so on guard. If I had ill intentions, even you wouldn't. Suddenly, she felt his presence locking onto her. Every instinct screamed that even the slightest movement could mean instant death. Only when the suffocating pressure disappeared did she let out a breath, her heart still pounding. A deep sense of wariness took root as she gazed at the men before her. "Trust me, I come with good intentions." Danzo smiled at her. "I find it hard to believe that someone hiding in the shadows brings good intentions." "Oh. Then let me introduce myself. I come from an underground organization within the shinobi world, one that seeks to bring order and stability to the chaos." He leaned back slightly. "Of course, if you join, you'll gain access to more detailed information about us. So you came here to invite me to your organization?" May tried to probe for more details, but Danzo simply looked at her with an unreadable expression. "I think you misunderstand. What I meant was, the next Mizukage will be part of our organization." Silence filled the room. "You want to control Kirigakure?" May's expression darkened. "Control Kirigakure? Hasn't Kirigakure always been under someone's control? We don't need the village itself, only a more orderly shinobi world." Danzo stood up and looked at her. "I've answered your questions. Now, make your choice. Do you want to become the Mizukage?" "Wait. What did you mean by Kirigakure always being controlled?" May caught onto something in his words. Danzo chuckled, his tone casual. "Since you were so polite earlier, I'll tell you, just this once. It's exactly as I said. Kirigakure has always been under someone's control." His voice turned cold. "Now, decide." Before May could respond, an overwhelming darkness engulfed her. She suddenly found herself standing alone in a vast, pitch-black void. A crushing pressure seized her heart, an overwhelming sense of isolation and despair consuming her. Her mind, once filled with concerns for her village, went blank. At this moment, survival was her only instinct. "I join." Her voice trembled as she forced out the words, her eyes filled with terror. The suffocating sensation finally receded. A wise choice. Welcome to Root. For a long moment, May remained slumped in her chair, struggling to regain her composure. Root. A Konoha organization. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Terumi May. It seems you have some misunderstandings about the organization. Root originated from Konoha, but it does not belong to Konoha. Danzo picked up the cup on the table, poured himself some water, and glanced at Terumi May, whose forehead was slightly damp with sweat and whose face looked a bit pale. "Are you all right? You don't seem to be in good condition. Do you need some water?" "How considerate of you." Though her words expressed gratitude, the gritted teeth and tense expression made it clear she meant anything but. "No need to thank me." Danzo poured a cup of water for her anyway and thoughtfully pushed it toward her. "I always treat my subordinates well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Terumi May ignored the cup and instead fixed her gaze on Danzo, asking seriously. "What did you mean when you said that Kirigakure was under control?" "Exactly what it sounds like. The fourth Mizukage was being manipulated, and through him, Kirigakure was controlled. This has been going on for over a decade." Danzo's casual response left Terumi May momentarily stunned. The village she cared about most had been under someone else's control all along. It felt as if the person she'd admired for years, whom she thought was pure and sincere, had turned out to be nothing more than a mistress in someone else's affair, utterly unacceptable. She had planned a coup solely because the fourth Mizukage's policies were dragging Kirigakure into ruin. But she had never considered that the Mizukage himself was a puppet, that the entire village had been played like a mere toy. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Danzo merely smiled at her complex expression. "The organization controlling the Mizukage has already reclaimed him. I'm sure you'll be receiving confirmation soon." Terumi May slowly stood up. "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. Which is why you need to act quickly. We will fully support you." Unlike the turmoil on Terumi May's face, Danzo was unbothered, taking the opportunity to appreciate her standing figure. Her demeanor, figure, and face, she was quite stunning. Enjoying the view. She turned to meet his gaze, unbothered by his lack of subtlety. "Not bad. How exactly do you plan to help me? And what do you want in return?" she asked, casting him a sultry glance. "After the Mizukage's disappearance, your main competitors will be Fuguki Suikeisen and the Byakugan wielder, Aito. However, we know that while Aito appears to be your rival, he actually supports you in secret. I will take care of Fuguki Suikeisen for you and secure the daimyo's approval. The village, however, is yours to handle." Terumi May leaned over the table and sauntered to Danzo's side, perching on its edge with one leg crossed over the other. Supporting herself with one arm, she tilted her body slightly and ran her fingers through her hair before leaning forward, her gaze smoldering. "And what do I have to give in return?" Danzo pulled her by the waist, drawing her from the table straight into his lap. She stiffened for a moment before quickly relaxing, her arms naturally wrapping around his neck, an image of an affectionate couple. Loyalty to the organization. What else? Danzo said, watching her seductive gaze. Then shouldn't your hands be behaving a little better? My apologies, just a reflex. Despite his words, his hands didn't stop wandering. Naomi stood up, nonchalantly adjusting her clothes. But Danzo could tell she wasn't entirely comfortable with what had just happened. Not bad. But if you're going to play this game with me. The game was over. Danzo stood up, feeling quite satisfied. Time for me to complete my task. You should act soon as well. As he was about to leave, Naomi's voice, sultry yet laced with challenge, stopped him. Doesn't Root have a way to control the life and death of its members? Why am I an exception? Danzo smirked. Don't worry. Once the mission is complete, I'll personally brand you with the Cursed Tongue Eradication seal in a private setting. It might sting a little, though. Naomi licked her lips. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you after it's all done? Danzo cast her a glance, intrigued. You're welcome to try. A rogue ninja from Root, now that would be a first. With that, he vanished from the office. What a bastard of a man. A charming yet annoyed murmur was all that remained in the empty office. Chapter 140, An Unexpected Subordinate. Danzo walked through the dimly lit underground sewers, his steps echoing against the damp stone walls. He hadn't expected Kirigakure's intelligence network to be hidden in such a place. It seemed intelligence and assassination organizations all shared the same taste for darkness. His journey had been smooth so far, traps, sealing techniques, and other security measures were useless against him. Along the way, he dealt with a few unfortunate souls who had crossed his path. Navigating the maze-like tunnels was a challenge. Only after interrogating a captive did he finally reach his destination. Deep in the complex sewer system, in an isolated chamber, the only sounds were a twisted chuckle and muffled groans of pain. Footsteps echoed through the dark corridor. Do you not know I'm busy right now? Get out. The voice belonged to Fuguki Suikeisen, who was hunched over a restrained victim, carefully dismantling the man's clavicles. Excuse me, is Fuguki Suikeisen home? Danzo's voice was calm and unhurried. Only then did Fuguki sense something was amiss. His instincts screamed danger, whoever was behind him felt non-existent. Swish. Swish. Without hesitation, he hurled the torture tools in his hand toward the intruder. Danzo easily sidestepped the attack. Seeing this familiar figure, memories of their encounter in the Land of Waves resurfaced in Danzo's mind. That battle had left quite the impression. Who are you? Fuguki grabbed Samehada from the side, gripping it tightly while eyeing Danzo warily. We're old friends, Danzo replied, raising his palm with a faintly sinister smile. A crimson chakra shroud enveloped his hand, glowing like a tailed beast's cloak in the dim chamber. Jai. Jai. Samehada's scales rubbed together, twitching as if the sword had come to life. Samehada, what's wrong? Damn it. Fuguki instinctively flung the weapon away, his palm now dripping with blood from the sudden rejection. The abandoned Samehada slithered along the ground, moving toward Danzo like a loyal pet, rubbing against his leg in an eerie display of submission. What did you do to Samehada? Fuguki's face twisted with rage as he watched his trusted blade betray him. Danzo chuckled. Weapons choose their masters. It seems you're not worthy. Game over. Gripping Samehada's hilt, he lunged at Fuguki. 10 minutes later. Danzo stood over the bloodied remains of Fuguki Suikeisen, Samehada still dripping with fresh blood. Turns out, I'm quite good with a sword. Don't you agree? Silence filled the chamber. From a nearby passage, Kisame Hoshigaki stepped out of the shadows, his shark-like features barely visible in the dim light. Sir, I'd say you're not suited for using a sword at all. He had watched the entire fight. Danzo hadn't just overpowered Fuguki, he had toyed with him, making resistance seem utterly pointless. Danzo shook his head, disappointed. What a dull response. I had set up plenty of measures around here. How did you find this place? He flicked the blood off Samehada as he studied Kisame with interest. The Hoshigaki clan isn't just known for its large chakra reserves. We also have a keen sense of smell, Kisame replied, glancing down at Fuguki's mangled corpse. Though, given the outcome, that ability didn't help much this time. Danzo smirked. So, do you want to fight? Kisame's expression remained calm, but his body was tense, ready to react at a moment's notice. He could feel it, if he made a wrong move, he would die. Fuguki had been on par with him in strength, yet he had been reduced to this. Kisame had no desire to share that fate. No need, sir. I know I'm not your match. His voice was sincere, though his instincts remained on high alert. Danzo sighed, clearly unimpressed. How boring. Well then, would you be interested in joining my organization? Without waiting for a reply, he turned and dealt the finishing blow to the half-dead prisoner still bound to the torture rack. Kisame's sharp teeth gleamed in the dim light as he chuckled. It would be an honor. I was already planning to leave the village. Danzo casually tossed Samehata toward him before heading toward the exit. Kisame caught the sword, then followed without hesitation. The two emerged into the village and made their way to a discreet restaurant. Inside a private room, a meal had already been prepared. Sir. A waiter respectfully handed Danzo a document. Danzo slid it across the table to Kisame. 3 days. Scanning the list, Kisame's grin widened, making his already fearsome face look even more menacing. Understood. I'm quite familiar with this line of work. For Danzo, Kisame was an unexpected recruit. Even the mission he had assigned him was inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. But formalities had to be observed. In just 3 days, Kagaya grew eerily silent. The once bustling streets were now deserted, even the ever-present shinobi had vanished. Within half a month, the daimyo's official decree was issued. Naomi was named the 5th Mizukage, tasked with stabilizing the village. As for Kisame Hoshigaki, he had become the new leader of Kagay's intelligence network. Chapter 141, The Conquest of the Land of Water. Knock, knock. Naomi, who was handling official duties in the Mizukage's office, looked up. Her sensory abilities told her there was no one outside the door. Her brows furrowed slightly, she knew the debt collector had arrived. Then, with a slow release of tension, she let her signature smile return to her lips. Come in. Am I interrupting? You seem quite busy. Danzo walked in naturally, taking a seat across from her as he glanced at the pile of documents on her desk. If you know it's a bad time, then don't come, May said, setting down her pen and rolling her eyes at him. I attended your inauguration ceremony 2 days ago. You looked stunning in the Mizukage robes. Danzo ignored her irritation and offered a rare compliment. Is that so? She knew she shouldn't care, but a small part of her couldn't help feeling pleased. Of course. Trust my judgment. Danzo met her gaze, his tone completely assured. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. All right, get to the point. May wasn't naive enough to believe Danzo had come just to flatter her. The assistance route had provided in recent times had shocked her. Most critically, everything had seemed to happen so naturally. She had even secretly ordered her most trusted subordinates to investigate, but they had found nothing. Nothing too urgent. However, as a member of the organization, while enjoying its benefits, you also have responsibilities. Danzo retrieved a document from the sealed space within his arm and handed it to May. As she read through the proposal, her delicate brows gradually knitted together. After a long moment, she looked up, her tone serious. You want to control the land of water. Correction, not you, but we. And it's not about control, it's about bringing order to the land of water. Danzo set aside the scroll of Kagay's official affairs he had been casually flipping through. Silence filled the room once more. May's mind was in turmoil. What kind of organization had she joined? What were their true intentions? At first, she had thought it was merely a loose alliance between certain shinobi and villages. But after reading this proposal, she realized it was nothing like she had imagined. If Kagaya became deeply involved in this plan and it was exposed, the village might never have a place in the shinobi world again. Danzo seemed to sense her thoughts. Relax. Even if the plan is exposed, it won't implicate Kagaya. All you need to do is provide some minor assistance. Danzo wasn't foolish enough to use Kagaya as the direct means to control the land of water. However, the village was an unavoidable factor. Now that May was one of his own, everything would be much easier. Do I have the right to refuse? What do you think? Fine, but if any of the organization's actions endanger the village, I won't assist. Danzo looked at May's reluctant compromise with a hint of amusement. Now that we've finished discussing business, it's time to move on to more pressing matters. Half an hour later, a soft curse echoed from the Mizukage's office. Bastard of a man. May sat alone, her bare shoulders and back exposed. Through a water mirror technique, she could see the vivid peony flower tattoo now adorning her back. Her fiery orange hair, combined with the intricate tattoo, gave her a mesmerizing, almost bewitching allure. She glanced at the ring on her finger and couldn't help but mutter another curse. Damn it, he did that on purpose. Meanwhile, having teleported back to the land of rivers via the flying thunder god technique, Danzo couldn't suppress the smirk on his lips. You seem pleased, observed Nono Yukushi, who had hurried over upon learning of his return. Danzo quickly composed himself. Looking at Nono, still dressed in her perpetual nun's attire, exuding an aura of calm and warmth, he nodded. The land of water is moving according to plan. That's something worth celebrating. Nono simply smiled gently at him, saying nothing. For some reason, Danzo always felt slightly uneasy around her. He quickly changed the topic. No, it's been a while since you visited the Konoha orphanage. The next time I return to Konoha, I'll take you with me. Then, as if recalling something, he handed her a small object. Here, take this. It's the latest result from the research on the Ryumayaku. If you're ever in danger, just channel your chakra into this ring, and I will come to you immediately. If there was anyone in this world who truly understood him, it was the woman standing before him. A flicker of warmth flashed in Nono's eyes before she began reporting the recent developments in the Land of Wind and Sunagakure, as well as the next phase of the plan for the Land of Water. So this is the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Nagato extended his hand, palm open. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, floated slowly toward him. Why is the Three Tails so weak? Nagato asked, his Rinnegan analyzing the state of the beast. I already checked. There's nothing abnormal, just some residual weakness. It could be the aftermath of a battle or perhaps Uchiha Itachi's doing, Black Zetsu added, unwilling to dwell on the issue. A white Zetsu clone, moving like pliable clay, slowly wrapped itself around Yagura. We need to focus on retrieving the remaining tailed beasts. The ghetto statue can only absorb them in ascending order, so we start with the one tail. Enough, Zetsu. I will handle it. As Nagato walked away, Black Zetsu's gaze turned cold. Ever since receiving the transplantation of Hashirama cells and regaining his youthful vigor, Nagato had become obsessed with strengthening himself and further developing the Rinnegan's abilities. His interest in the Eye of the Moon plan had noticeably waned. Chapter 142, Reunion with Orochimaru. Amidst the desolate landscape of the Land of Wind, a bustling town stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. The streets teemed with merchants and civilians, exuding an air of peace and prosperity, far from the bloodshed, famine, and chaos often rumored by outsiders. Orochimaru-sama, I never expected this place to be so lively. It's almost as vibrant as the Land of Fire. Guren will be staying here for the night. How interesting. Orochimaru remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the sky before heading toward a nearby inn. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. Guren followed with excitement. Having spent most of her time in the base, she rarely saw such a lively scene. As night fell, Orochimaru remained awake, seated at a small table with a cup of sake in hand. His demeanor suggested he was waiting for something, or someone. I didn't expect to find you here. The door slid open, and Danzo stepped inside. He cast a glance at Guren, who had instinctively moved to attack. No need to be so tense, young lady. I wasn't expecting this to be Root's territory either. But then again, Danzo-sama, you never fail to surprise me. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with a sinister curiosity as he scrutinized Danzo, who stood there without a hint of chakra fluctuation, like a priceless artifact waiting to be examined. Danzo found Orochimaru's unreserved gaze unsettling. If given the chance, the men would likely drag him to a laboratory for dissection without hesitation. Enough, Orochimaru. Spare me the theatrics. Tell me, what brings you to the Land of Wind? Last I heard, you had joined the Akatsuki. The irritation in Danzo's voice made Orochimaru withdraw slightly. As sharp as ever, Danzo-sama. I came to participate in Konoha's Chunin exams, though I lack a proper identity to do so. It seems that plan is now out of the question. The Chunin exams. Danzo frowned. This was likely something Nono Yakushi had reported, but he hadn't considered it important. My dear teacher has invited both Sunagakure and Iwagakure. It will be quite the spectacle. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sick anticipation. Danzo's gaze darkened. So, you intend to eliminate the Kazekage, assume his identity, and use the grand event to bury Hiruzen. Orochimaru didn't answer. Instead, he licked his lips again, his eager expression speaking volumes. Guren, standing to the side, watched curiously. Who was this man? Orochimaru-sama seemed particularly excited about meeting him. Ignoring Orochimaru's twisted enthusiasm, Danzo suddenly spoke in a more intrigued tone. Instead of the Kazekage, I have an even more suitable identity for you. How do you feel about becoming the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Orochimaru's eyes lit up instantly. The upcoming joint Chunin exams, hosted by 3 of the great shinobi villages, had attracted participation from several smaller villages. The allure wasn't just the rewards, it was the prestige such an event could bring to their homeland. However, to the truly powerful figures of the shinobi world, this was nothing more than a performance by Konoha. A calculated display of strength meant to reassert its dominance after the internal strife with the Uchiha. But anyone with keen insight could see the truth, Konoha had long since lost the overwhelming supremacy it held during the 4th Hokage's era. In a hidden root base within the Land of Rivers, Nono Yakushi, usually composed and gentle, furrowed her brows as she faced Danzo. Danzo-sama, the water country operation has only just begun to stabilize. If we launch the Fire Country plan now, it will put immense pressure on Root. No matter. We can afford to be more aggressive here. Eliminating a few nobles won't make a difference. Danzo-sama. Nono hesitated. This went against the original strategy. Don't worry. There's someone else to take the blame. Danzo smirked. By the way, how is Kirigakure responding? They've already exchanged all available A-rank jutsu and secret techniques. As for forbidden jutsu, the Mizukage is still considering, but they've agreed to trade us the chakra of the Six Tails. Hearing her report, Danzo's expression remained unsurprised. He had anticipated this outcome. Given Kirigakure's dire economic situation, they were even worse off than Sunagakure. Even the previous Kazekage, Raza, had resorted to desperate measures for the village's survival. Danzo's demands were hardly excessive in comparison. When a root trade request landed on Mei Terumi's desk, the newly appointed Mizukage, burdened with the wreckage of her village, felt as if she had stumbled upon an oasis in a desert. From initial reluctance, to trading A-rank jutsu, to secret techniques, and even forbidden jutsu, Kirigakure had ultimately accepted more and more of Root's offers. What had once been a reluctant partnership was now an undeniable necessity. Chapter 143, Return to Konoha. The daimyo's residence in the Land of Water. The ministers murmured among themselves in hushed voices. What is the Mizukage trying to pull? We shouldn't have supported her in the first place. Exactly. Without the backing of the daimyo's estate, would she have ever become Mizukage? Their discontent stemmed from Kirigakure's outright rejection of their officials, refusing to allow them into the village. The ministers present all wore expressions of anger and dissatisfaction. Sitting above them, the daimyo raised a hand, halting the heated discussion. Enough. If they don't want our officials, so be it. Reduce Kirigakure's budget to 10 billion this year. At these words, most of the ministers showed satisfied smiles. That's how it should be. We should learn from the Land of Lightning and tighten the noose around their necks. Ninja villages exist to serve the nobility. Clearly, they were pleased with how the daimyo was handling Kirigakure. After all, it was Konoha that had set a bad precedent, trying to use so-called laws to limit the power of the nobility. Enough about that. I received an invitation from the Land of Fire to attend the Chunin exams. The Fire Daimyo and the Wind Daimyo will be attending in person. I'll send the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Internal Affairs in my place. After issuing the order, he turned to a general clad in armor beside him. You will escort them. I don't trust Kirigakure. Yes, my lord. We will not bring disgrace to the Land of Water. After the court session ended and the officials departed, the daimyo returned to his chambers. His gaze slowly became unfocused. Konoha. As the Chunin exam approached, the streets of Konoha bustled with excitement. Merchants from various nations and some nobles had also come to visit the village. It's lively as always, but not quite like it was 5 years ago. Danzo bit into a tricolored dango, then casually held out the skewer to Yakushi Nono. Nono hesitated for a moment before smiling gently, leaning in to take a bite and slowly savoring it. Let's check out the fried rice cakes. With that, Danzo took her by the wrist and led her to a nearby food stall. Do you think the kids at the orphanage would like these? I think if an adult buys them, they'll be very happy. Boss, fry up a big batch. Someone will come to pick them up later. After paying, he grabbed another skewer of rice cakes and continued strolling with Nono. Danzo found himself enjoying these leisurely walks with her. She never looked at him with the same deference or fear as others did, which, oddly enough, made him feel more at ease. Nono-sama. A hesitant voice called out from behind them. Is it really you? I can't believe I ran into you here. Anko Mitarashi practically dragged Kurenai Yuhi along, her face brimming with excitement. Nono-sama. Kurenai bowed respectfully. Anko, and this is Kurenai, my best friend. Nono-sama, your outfit is so pretty, I almost didn't recognize you. Danzo's expression darkened slightly. He had spent quite some time picking out that outfit for her. Of course, it looked good. And these two had no sense at all. If they were en route, they'd be assigned to clean the latrines for this kind of behavior. Is this Nono-sama's boyfriend? Are you two on a date? Anko finally turned her gaze toward Danzo, her eyes lighting up as if she had discovered some great gossip. Anko. Kurenai, sensing Danzo's displeasure, tugged at her sleeve and quickly bowed again. Apologies for the intrusion. Nono simply smiled gently at Kurenai. It's fine. She neither confirmed nor denied anything, but that didn't stop the two from letting their imaginations run wild. Even Kurenai started sneaking glances at Danzo. Yakushi Nono was something of a legend, a former high-ranking leader of Root, an essential figure in Konoha's operations during the 4th Hokage's tenure, and someone held in high regard by the major clans. Among female ninja in Konoha, only Tsunade had a greater reputation. Many young kunoichi idolized her. She had, however, faded from the public eye in recent years. Seeing her today was an unexpected surprise. Unlike Kurenai's discreet curiosity, Anko was unabashed in her scrutiny of Danzo. She even nodded occasionally, looking like a mischievous troublemaker sizing him up. "Alright, what exactly do you two want?" Danzo finally asked. "We're just looking out for Nono-sama. You look kinda young." Anko. Kurenai quickly tugged her sleeve again, clearly embarrassed. "Sorry, she doesn't mean any harm. It's just her personality." Danzo frowned slightly. Anko's complete lack of boundaries was irritating. He took another bite of his dango. "Oh, so you're Anko. Orochimaru's student. I heard he didn't even bother taking you when he defected." His words struck like a knife. Anko's expression darkened instantly. Kurenai, alarmed, stepped in front of her friend and hastily bowed. "Apologies. We have other matters to attend to. Sorry for disturbing you, Nono-sama, let's go, Anko." She dragged the fuming Anko away in a hurry. Nono turned to Danzo, who looked rather pleased with himself. Why argue with a child? Annoying brat. Just giving her a little lesson. Still, he had to admit, Kurenai was quite beautiful. Those red eyes of hers were particularly alluring. Too bad she ended up with that layabout, Asuma Sarutobi. "What are you scheming now?" Nono's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Nothing. Just wondering if this counts as a date." Nono didn't respond. Her expression remained unchanged, but she simply smiled gently and gazed at him, as if silently asking him the same question. Chapter 144, The Arrival of Ichikawa Naomi. Night had fallen. After meeting with Shursue, Danzo made his way alone to a secluded residence at the edge of the village. "Kakashi isn't here?" "No matter, there's nothing much to reminisce about anyway." 6 ANBU members stood motionless beneath the trees, watching as Danzo entered the guarded room. "Who's there?" In the darkness, Kosuke Mariboshi gripped a kunai tightly, his face full of vigilance as he stared at the intruder. "Kosuke, it's me, Danzo." Danzo slowly walked to the wall and turned on the light, illuminating the small room. The space wasn't large, but it was neat and orderly, filled with children's toys that gave it a warm, homey feel. "Lord Danzo." Kosuke was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar face before him. "It's me. No need to be so tense." As he spoke, he released a bit of his chakra. From Danzo's perception, Kosuke had already ignited a delayed explosive on his left foot, and the room itself contained several hidden mechanisms. Danzo's gaze shifted to the bed behind Kosuke, where Naruto lay fast asleep, drooling slightly. System: gain the recognition of key plot character Uzumaki Naruto, Azura. Warning: without sufficient strength to go against the current, it is advised to stay away. Danzo's heart trembled momentarily but quickly regained composure. "It seems you've done well in fulfilling Minato's final wishes, Kosuke." "Lord Danzo." Kosuke knelt on one knee. "There's no need for formalities. This little one must have been a handful over the years. Lord Danzo, are you here to take Naruto away?" Kosuke's aged face revealed hesitation. "Rest assured. You are his grandfather, no one can take him from you. You must have already guessed what's sealed inside him, the Nine Tails." Ignoring the sorrow that flashed across Kosuke's face, Danzo stepped closer to the bed, gazing at the sleeping child. "As he grows, the Nine Tails chakra will begin to interfere with him. I'm here to reinforce the seal." Looking at Naruto sprawled out in bed, Danzo noted how soundly he slept. Placing a finger on Naruto's abdomen, the 8 trigram seal immediately became visible. Closing his eyes. A dimly lit sewer. The only sound was the steady drip of water. Following the passage to its end, Danzo arrived before a massive iron gate. "Who are you?" A voice filled with wariness and suspicion echoed from within. 2 crimson eyes emerged from the darkness beyond the bars. Danzo stepped forward to inspect the seal, it was still intact. "I'm here to collect the rent." A massive claw suddenly lashed out, aiming for Danzo's head, only to freeze midair, held firmly in place. At the same time, the Nine Tails' fiery chakra surged outward like flowing water, rising and coalescing before pouring into Danzo's body. "What did you do to me? Stop, you worm." The beast's terrified roar echoed through the underground chamber. In reality, only a moment had passed. Danzo opened his eyes, a hint of satisfaction curling his lips. The sensation of feasting on such energy was simply unparalleled. "Kosuke, take good care of Naruto." He turned and patted Kosuke's shoulder. Before Kosuke could react, Danzo vanished from the room, leaving behind a stunned Kosuke, who suddenly felt his old injuries being healed by an influx of vibrant chakra. This was Danzo's reward to him. The arrival of the daimyo of the Land of Wind had pushed Konoha's security to a new level. Countless civilians and merchants lined the streets, eager for a glimpse of the famed Bloody Princess and her legendary beauty. The third Hokage, accompanied by the village elders and various clan leaders, personally led the welcoming delegation. The daimyo's presence added an extra layer of grandeur to the upcoming Chunin exams. Her temporary residence was under heavy security, surrounded by multiple layers of guards. Yet, at this moment, Ichikawa Naomi, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, was kneeling on the ground. Her noble attire and submissive posture created a stark contrast. You truly give Konoha face by accepting their invitation. After all, aside from the daimyo of the Fire Country, the other nations had only sent ministers as representatives. This was my own decision. If I overstepped, please punish me. I'm not blaming you. This Chunin exam will be anything but peaceful, stay alert. Yes, my lord. A trace of joy flickered in Ichikawa Naomi's heart. Compared to Pakura, who had been denied permission to visit Konoha, it seemed she held more favor in her lord's eyes. Is Lady Nono available? I wish to pay my respects. There's no need. She's been quite busy lately. Ichikawa Naomi lifted her gaze, her expression filled with longing. Then, may I serve you during this time? With that, she slowly crawled forward, inching closer to Danzo. A bit presumptuous, but she was becoming more and more understanding of his ways. Sensing her nervousness, Danzo reached out and gently patted her head. The security arrangements for the Wind Daimyo are in place. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, tapped the end of his pipe against the table. Tomorrow, assign additional kunoichi inside the estate. Ensure there are ANBU guards both inside and out. The arrival of the Wind Daimyo undoubtedly boosted Konoha's prestige, but it also introduced potential risks. If anything happened to her, Konoha's reputation would suffer a severe blow. The consequences could trigger a chain reaction far beyond their control. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chapter 145, the tournament begins. Early the next morning, Danzo stretched lazily, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The soft, curvaceous body sprawled across the futon, combined with the scene of utter disarray, exuded an unparalleled allure. Indeed, the ninja world was far more colorful and indulgent than his previous life. Her mastery of the transformation jutsu and shadow clone technique had completely overturned Danzo's previous understanding. If Pakura had witnessed last night's events, she would have burned Ichikawa Naomi to ashes. However, in the end, Naomi herself also suffered the backlash of her shadow clone technique. The moment it was dispelled, she convulsed and passed out, her eyes rolling back. Danzo toyed with her a little more, but seeing that she still hadn't woken up, he reluctantly abandoned his lingering thoughts. Instead, he used a healing jutsu to aid her recovery before leaving. Meanwhile, the Chunin exam's preliminary rounds were progressing rapidly. At the same time, Root's covert operations were becoming more frequent, with many of its members returning to the Land of Fire. Though the ninja world appeared calm on the surface, undercurrents surged beneath. As the heart of this storm, Konohagakure remained a scene of revelry and celebration. The major ninja clans contributed their strength to maintain the security of the Chunin exams. With the arrival of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the Chunin exams officially commenced. A procession entered the venue, centered around the Fire daimyo. There's no need for formalities, Hokage. Konoha is growing more prosperous by the day. This is all thanks to the support of the Land of Fire, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied respectfully. Oh. The fourth Hokage didn't share that sentiment back then. At these words, Sarutobi could only force a smile and respond humbly, the daimyo jests. Konoha has always been a loyal supporter of the Land of Fire. Watching the third Hokage's ingratiating smile, Uchiha Shirsue, Hyuga Hayashi, and the other clan leaders behind him couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. According to the first Hokage's principles, the daimyo and the Hokage should be equals. They didn't expect the Fire daimyo to exert such dominance over Konoha. Though not as extreme as Minato's stance, the power dynamic was glaringly skewed. As the Wind daimyo and representatives from various nations entered the venue, merchants and civilians also began to fill the stands. Danzo entered with the crowd and took a seat in a secluded corner. His gaze shifted to Hiruzen Sarutobi above, who sat awkwardly smiling beside the Fire daimyo in the center. Next to the Fire daimyo, the Wind daimyo, Ichikawa Naomi, dressed formally, occasionally responded to the conversation. However, she looked visibly exhausted, exuding a languid demeanor. The two Konoha elders sat nearby, offering their support, while several clan leaders bore displeased expressions. Orochimaru truly had an eccentric sense of humor. Still, Naomi's resilience was impressive. Danzo had assumed she wouldn't show up today. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Naomi quickly found Danzo in the crowd. Their eyes met, and her body trembled involuntarily. What's wrong, my lady? Are you feeling unwell? Kohara Udatane, seated beside her, asked in concern. She had clearly noticed Naomi's sudden erratic breathing and slight rise in body temperature. I'm fine. I probably just didn't sleep well last night. While discussions continued in the VIP stands, the battles in the arena officially began. Konoha vs Sunagakure. Iwagakure vs Konoha. Konoha vs Kusagakure. Konoha vs. The matchups were clearly rigged. Even so, Konoha's shinobi were evidently superior in strength, maintaining a 2/3 win rate. Judging from the cheers and shouts of the village spectators, the battles were highly entertaining. Day 2. Day 3. By day 4, Danzo was watching the matches with growing interest, waiting for the situation to unfold. Lord Danzo. Times. He turned to see Kakashi, masked as always, and Might Guy in his signature green jumpsuit. Kakashi. Guy. I'm merely here to observe the tournament. You two should continue maintaining order. Yes, sir. The two left and moved toward the edge of the venue. Kakashi, however, wore a serious expression. He had noticed Danzo's presence days ago but had chosen not to interfere. Yet today, the evident movement of major clan shinobi around the venue set off warning bells in his mind. Guy, stay close to me. Something might happen. Guy. Only then did Might Guy snap out of his daze. I got it. But, is that really Danzo-sama? How did he become so young? I'll explain later. Just stick with me and don't act recklessly today. Don't worry. Ha, ha. With the blue beast of Konoha here, no one would dare cause trouble, he declared, showing off an impressive spinning kick. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd as a young Uchiha warrior performed a dazzling combination attack, defeating an Iwagakure opponent. The next generation truly surpasses the last. The Uchiha clan is indeed a cornerstone of Konoha, the fire daimyo praised. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled at the compliment, but the daimyo's following words made his expression harden. I've heard the Senju clan was once even stronger than the Uchiha. What a pity. At that moment, white feathers began to drift down from the sky. One by one, the noble and common spectators alike slumped over, unconscious. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the invisible thread around his neck and spoke in a cold tone. Daimyo, what is the meaning of this? The fire daimyo leaned forward slightly, licking his lips with an excited gleam in his eyes. A familiar, raspy voice whispered into Hiruzen's ear. Sensei, haven't you already figured it out? Why do you still refuse to accept reality? Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Funeral. The spectators began collapsing in waves, succumbing to unconsciousness. The entire battlefield descended into chaos as shinobi clashed against one another in a frenzied melee. No one knew how Orochimaru had managed to smuggle in so many enemies. Boom. An explosion erupted from the eastern part of the village, and the silhouette of a massive serpent emerged from the smoke. 4 violet flames formation times 4. A dense purple barrier flared to life, sealing off the battlefield, trapping only 2 figures within. Do you like it, Sensei? This is my gift to you. Orochimaru tore off half of his face, revealing an eerie grin beneath. Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes closed, radiated an aura of profound sorrow. Orochimaru. I should have killed you back then. But it's not too late. Orochimaru leaped back just as the ground beneath Hiruzen crumbled. Sensei, is this how you treat the daimyo? Aren't you curious about his whereabouts? On the rooftop, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed himself, shrugging off his Hokage robe. The Umbu will pry the answers from you, he declared, forming rapid hand seals. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Orochimaru's legs slowly sank into the softening earth, yet his expression remained eerily amused. It seems Sensei is in quite a hurry. Not even a moment for reminiscing. No matter. I still brought you a present. Biting his thumb, he smeared blood across a scroll and released its seal. With a muffled detonation, 3 lifeless bodies tumbled onto the battlefield. The corpses belonged to the fire daimyo, Utatane Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura. Their once dignified faces were now twisted and unrecognizable, drained of all vitality. Orochimaru. A roar of pure grief and rage erupted from Hiruzen. All composure shattered, his elderly face flushed crimson as his eyes widened with fury. As he charged toward Orochimaru, his hands blurred through a sequence of seals. Orochimaru watched with unrestrained glee, slicing a shallow line across his own cheek with a long, slender finger. His entire body quivered with exhilaration, his lips stretching into an ever-widening smile. Danzo, observing from afar, was equally intrigued. Orochimaru was clearly pushing Hiruzen into a desperate battle. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the fights unfolding were no less absurd. An elite Umbu and a mere invading Chunin were locked in an even battle. How was that possible? And then there was Shisui and Hayashi. Instead of rallying their clans to support the village, they had opted to stay behind and fight personally, as if piloting giant mechas. Outside the four violet flames formation, numerous shinobi stood watching. Yet none attempted to break the barrier to assist. Where was the sealing team? Why was Kakashi restraining Might Guy? And why were they both heading east? The Hokage was right here. And what about the Inoshikacho trio? Danzo scanned the battlefield, nowhere in sight. TCH. It seemed everyone was playing their own part in this charade. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen found himself struggling. Despite his experience, he had gained no advantage in the battle. His breath came in heavy, labored gasps. Sensei, it seems you've truly aged. Even if I die today, I will eliminate you, Orochimaru. Hiruzen roared, slamming his palm to the ground. A burst of white smoke erupted as a massive figure emerged. What's wrong, Hiruzen? Orochimaru. I told you we should have finished him off back then, Enma growled, his sharp eyes locking onto the rogue shinobi. Enough talk. Prepare for battle. The third Hokage's gaze never wavered from his former student, yet deep inside, a bitter chill crept into his heart. From within the barrier, he could still see the outside world. And yet, no one was coming to save him. Even Kakashi had left. Hiruzen had placed so much trust in him, even considering him as the fifth Hokage. Are you wondering about the shinobi and clan leaders outside, sensei? Orochimaru sneered. Wondering why no one is coming to your aid? He spread his arms wide, his face alight with manic delight. Because they're waiting for you to die. Only with your death can Konoha be set on the right path. This is the will of the entire village. Hiruzen remained silent. Only I am willing to hold a funeral for you, to end your era of decay. Orochimaru's words dripped with mockery, but Hiruzen's resolve only hardened. You are a danger to Konoha. Even if it costs me my life, I will put an end to you. At those words, something flickered in Orochimaru's expression. Just for a moment. Just as Danzo said, you've been consumed by power. Lying even to yourself. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smirk. Let me send you off properly, sensei. Edo Tensei. 3 wooden coffins rose from the ground, each etched with a kanji, 1, 2, and white. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he launched a great fireball technique at the caskets, but the flames dissipated harmlessly. The coffin lids creaked open. First Hokage. Second Hokage. White Fang. As sealing formulas activated, awareness returned to the reanimated shinobi. Hashirama's eyes opened slowly. Edo Tensei. I told you, don't use this technique, wait. Tobirama. You too. Not my doing, Tobirama muttered, arms crossed. But I must say, the technique has been perfected. Third Hokage, and Orochimaru? Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward, confusion evident on his face. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. As much as I'd love to give you time to catch up, I'm afraid I must cut this reunion short. With a hand seal, the 3 resurrected warriors' expressions dulled, their eyes turning vacant as they lunged at Hiruzen. Hiruzen barely dodged as thick roots erupted from the ground, attempting to ensnare him. Orochimaru. Defiling the dead is unforgivable, he bellowed. Then tell them, not me, Orochimaru replied, his laughter ringing out as the battlefield was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Even Danzo, watching from outside, felt his vision dim. Only the sounds of the fierce battle remained, echoing through the suffocating void. Chapter 147, Shinigami. Darkness enveloped the battlefield as a flash of white light streaked through the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a muffled grunt, leaping backward as he quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palm to the ground. Several earthen walls rose up around him, forming a makeshift defense. Panting heavily, his hands trembled. A deep gash ran across his chest, exposing bone, with blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Only after facing White Fang, as an enemy did he truly understand how terrifying he was. Despite his keen perception, Hiruzen still couldn't sense White Fang's presence. The earth walls cracked and crumbled as tree roots slowly infiltrated them, reducing them to rubble. Hiruzen knew he couldn't afford to wait any longer. If this continued, he might not even have a chance to fight back. Taking a deep breath, his gaze grew more resolute than ever. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village. And new leaves shall sprout once more. Let me become the nourishment that protects this great tree. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He hurled Enma into the air. In an instant, Enma transformed into dozens of adamantine staffs, interlocking around Hiruzen to form a dense barrier. Just as the technique was completed, the earth walls finally collapsed. From every direction, countless thick branches surged forward, rapidly entwining around the adamantine cage. In mere moments, they completely enveloped Hiruzen's defense. Yet, Hiruzen showed no intention of escaping. His hands continued weaving seals. Ga. The pressure from the branches warped the adamantine staffs, causing Enma to groan in pain. Hold on, Enma. The moment the words left his mouth, a thin jet of water pierced through the outer layers of the wooden entanglement, slipping through the gaps in the adamantine prison, and impaling Hiruzen's abdomen. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he cast one last glance outward, as if looking past the layers of branches to gaze upon Konogakure. Orochimaru. I cannot allow you to continue your evil deeds. Come with me to hell. Reaper Death Seal. With Hiruzen's resounding declaration, a massive spectral figure materialized. Its grotesque mask bore a menacing grin, prayer beads in one hand, and a short dagger clutched between its teeth. It loomed above the battlefield, gazing down upon the insignificant beings below. A suffocating aura of spiritual dread swept through the area. White Fang and the second Hokage, still under Edo Tensei's control, instinctively moved to Orochimaru's side, standing guard. Nearby, hidden within the towering Mokuton branches, Danzo silently observed the enormous spectral figure. Is this jutsu truly such a bug-like existence? Can Orochimaru not see it? Or am I the only one here capable of perceiving it? Just what is this Shinigami? To Danzo's sensory perception, the entity felt like an external soul, something that did not belong to this world. It resembled a projection, connected to Hiruzen's own soul. The Shinigami moved. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, its massive arm extended through Hiruzen's spectral form, splitting into three and reaching for the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and White Fang. Like an inescapable homing attack, all three were instantly seized. Their bodies stiffened, then collapsed. The Edo Tensei technique began to unravel. Sheets of paper peeled away from their forms, revealing the sacrificial bodies hidden within. What did you do? Orochimaru's face twisted with shock. Before he could weave hand seals, his body suddenly froze. In that moment, he finally saw it. The towering spectral figure. The massive hand reaching inside his own body. And Hiruzen's bound soul staring at him with unwavering resolve. Orochimaru, come to hell with me and repent. Are you kidding me? A terrifying force tugged at his very essence, a splitting sensation tearing at his soul. For the first time, Orochimaru felt powerless, an uncontrollable fear seeping into his heart. No. He struggled with everything he had, but it was futile. The Shinigami's arm continued to drag his soul from his body, nearly halfway extracted. Then, a calm voice rang in his ear, like divine salvation. I understand wanting to hold a funeral for our teacher, but do you really intend to die with him, Orochimaru? Danzo. Orochimaru's eyes widened. His body trembled, unable to speak, yet his gaze overflowed with desperate will to live. Danzo. Though he wasn't bound to the Shinigami, and no external sound could be heard, Danzo still heard Hiruzen's voice. Along with an unmistakable hostility. If Hiruzen had any strength left, Danzo suspected he would have tried to drag him down as well. Danzo retrieved a sealing scroll, a mask, and a white Zetsu clone. Orochimaru, let's conduct an experiment together. If it's you, you'll definitely survive. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun to life as he placed the Shinigami mask over Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru, who had been desperately resisting, went completely rigid. Intricate sealing patterns rapidly spread from the mask, covering his entire body. The Shinigami's arm abruptly released Orochimaru's soul. And lunged toward Danzo instead. Oh. So it's conscious. It knows what I'm trying to do. But even if you are the Shinigami, this is still the mortal realm. Mangekyo Sharingan, tension. The Shinigami's arm, which had passed through Hiruzen's soul to reach him, suddenly exploded into fragments. At the same time, Orochimaru, now like a puppet, began forming a rapid series of hand seals. The sealing patterns covering his body grew even brighter. The mask on his face seemed to come alive. The Shinigami in the void also appeared to be frozen in place, resonating with the mask's presence. As Orochimaru completed the ritual, he gathered chakra into his hand, forming a sharp blade. And without hesitation, he sliced open his own stomach. Blood and entrails gushed forth. At that very moment, the Shinigami, beyond anyone's control, raised its dagger and carved open its own belly. A soul drifted free from within. Mangekyo Sharingan, tension. The soul of Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, was pulled into Danzo's consciousness. The shadowy figure of the Shinigami tightened its grip on the short blade, staring intently at Danzo. It opened its mouth wide and inhaled sharply. The souls of the first, second, and third Hokage, along with White Fang, were rapidly drawn toward its gaping maw. I'll be taking this one. You can have 3, but I'm taking 2. Danzo pointed at White Fang's soul, his Sharingan locked onto the Shinigami. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, the third Hokage's soul suddenly ignited. Even Danzo could hear his agonized screams. The Shinigami's shadow grew denser, its presence becoming even more terrifying. If you were here in person, I wouldn't have a word to say. But right now, Danzo no longer held back, releasing the full intensity of his own soul's aura. The sheer force of his soul energy rivaled, even surpassed, that of the Shinigami shadow. The two formidable presences clashed, neither yielding an inch. Even if you burn through all your sacrifices, this soul is mine. Danzo's voice carried unwavering determination. The flames consuming the third Hokage's soul gradually subsided. The Shinigami cast a deep, lingering gaze at Danzo before parting its jaws, swallowing the three remaining souls. As the shadowy figure slowly faded, White Fang's soul was left drifting in the air. Danzo reached out, pulling it into his consciousness. He could still feel the lingering presence and mark left by the Shinigami. The message was clear: when Danzo eventually died, the Shinigami would personally come to claim his soul as compensation. Humph, so petty. Looks like the Shinigami is nothing more than an exceptionally powerful entity after all. It even weighed pros and cons, far from the untouchable concept of a deity. How's Orochimaru? Is he still alive? Nearby, a white Zetsu's body had begun shifting, gradually taking on Orochimaru's form. He even habitually licked his lips. What an excellent vessel. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he swiftly familiarized himself with the intricate details of white Zetsu's body. Because of you, I'm in debt. Work for me for 10 years to pay it off, or you can go keep the Shinigami company. If my lord doesn't mind that the Akatsuki are hunting me down, I would be more than happy to oblige. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, The Shift of Power. With the cooperation of the major clans, Konogakure quickly stabilized the situation. As damage reports came in from all sides, it became clear that the destruction caused by the invasion was far less severe than anticipated. Apart from the deaths of the third Hokage and two elders, civilian and shinobi casualties were minimal. However, among the nobles who had come to witness the Chunin exams, 2 ministers and a general from the Land of Water were killed in the attack, in addition to the daimyo of the Land of Fire being the sole survivor among his peers. Konoha swiftly sent messages to the capital of the Land of Fire and to the Land of Water, expressing condolences. At the same time, they issued a statement to the 5 great nations, officially declaring that the attack was orchestrated by the Akatsuki of Omegakure as part of their Konoha Crush plan. The statement detailed the extensive losses suffered by Konoha, including the deaths of the third Hokage and 2 elders. Additionally, a list of Akatsuki's S-rank rogue ninja members was provided, and Orochimaru's bounty was raised to 100 million ryo. With this announcement, Konoha formally declared Omegakure and the Akatsuki as enemy forces. On the second day, during a Jonin council meeting, though Danzo had not assumed the title of Hokage, his prestige now far exceeded that of any leader before him. Root had absorbed both the Umbu and the authority previously held by the 2 deceased elders. Ever since Minato's death, Konoha has remained dormant for too long. It's time for the ninja world to remember Konoha's strength. Backed by overwhelming military power and widespread support from the shinobi forces, Danzo immediately dismissed a group of outdated officials from the administration. Many key positions in the medical corps, education department, and Umbu, once dominated by the Sarutobi clan, were stripped away and reassigned to elite members of major clans and prominent civilian shinobi. He ordered all Jonin stationed outside the village to return immediately and declared a state of war readiness in Konoha. Furthermore, he reinstated policies from the 4th Hokage's administration, including the reformation of the Fire Guardian Corps, which was divided into a supervision bureau, an enforcement bureau, and a special task force. Each major clan was required to submit a list of their elite members for these divisions. Danzo's firm approach and decisive actions left the entire shinobi force exhilarated. While it was clear that Danzo would not show favoritism towards any particular clan, the way he expanded Konoha's power meant there would be more resources to claim. The major clans were confident that, given their superiority over civilian shinobi, they could secure significant advantages. On the third day, the funeral for the third Hokage was held as scheduled. A light drizzle blanketed the village, making the already somber atmosphere even heavier. The heads of the major clans had already paid their respects and departed. Meanwhile, a long line of villagers moved forward one by one, each placing a small white flower before the memorial. You don't seem too happy, Danzo-sama. I just dislike the cliché of it always raining when someone dies. But I didn't expect you to attend the funeral. Standing behind Danzo, Orochimaru was clad in Umbu attire, his eerie aura still perceptible despite the mask and raincoat. I had nothing else to do, so I came to observe. Are they really grieving? Orochimaru asked as he watched the villagers silently lay down their flowers. Perhaps. With that, Danzo turned and walked away, undeterred by the drizzle. You're leaving already? Yes. Before the daimyo of the Land of Wind departs, I will pay him a visit on behalf of Konoha to strengthen diplomatic ties. You can stay here and mourn. Hiruzen will rest in peace. Upon arriving at the temporary residence of the Wind daimyo, security had been significantly tightened. Danzo was accompanied by Shikaku Nara and 4 recently appointed root members from the administrative division. As they reached the entrance, an unexpected encounter took place. You. Anko Mitarashi stood there, pointing at Danzo, momentarily at a loss for words. Elite Chunin Mitarashi Anko, do you have something to report? Danzo's expression remained indifferent as he coldly addressed her. And no. Nothing. Her face flushed red, and she looked completely flustered. Then do your job properly and continue guarding the premises. Without another word, Danzo stepped past her and entered the daimyo's residence. Why yes. Danzo-sama. Shikaku and the root members followed closely behind, maneuvering around the still-dazed Anko as they entered. Danzo had come to discuss official matters. In addition to the Wind Daimyo, the delegation from Sunagakure, who had attended the Chunin exams, was also present. Leading the discussions, Danzo pushed for deeper collaboration between the two nations. Konoha proposed exporting food supplies to the Land of Wind in exchange for valuable minerals. Sunagakure also placed large weapon orders with Konoha. Additionally, Konoha would send medical shinobi to Sunagakure in exchange for access to their advanced prosthetic puppet technology and secret soul-based techniques. A commercial alliance was also established, with agreements for Konoha to provide security for trade convoys between the two nations. These deals were mutually beneficial, securing advantages for both sides. After the formal meeting concluded, that evening, the Wind Daimyo invited Danzo for private negotiations. Despite various persuasive tactics, including support from Sunagakure's Kazekage Pakura and Konoha's own Kurinai Yuhi, Danzo remained steadfast. Even when offered expanded trade routes through the land of rivers and greater economic incentives, he held firm to Konoha's dominant negotiating position. By the time the discussions ended at dawn, the Wind Daimyo, left speechless and visibly frustrated, had no choice but to concede. While Konoha swiftly transitioned into its new leadership, the rest of the ninja world was thrown into turmoil. Following the death of the Fire Daimyo, the capital sent only a formal letter of condemnation before descending into political chaos. Various factions began vying for power, each backing their own candidate for the daimyo's heir. Many nobles joined the struggle, seeking to expand their influence. But the power struggle soon turned bloody when one of the daimyo's potential successors was assassinated. What had started as a political contest quickly escalated into outright violence. Soldiers gathered around the capital, while mercenary shinobi were hired in increasing numbers, frequently appearing near the city. The Fire Capital sent a request to Konoha for protection of the daimyo's heir, but Danzo flatly refused, citing the long-standing agreement that shinobi must not interfere in the succession of the daimyo. Thus, the balance of power in the ninja world continued to shift, with Konoha standing firm under its new leadership. Chapter 149, Kakashi and his father. Half a month had passed, and it was as if the third Hokage had been forgotten. The village of Konogakure had returned to a state of calm. Ninjas and villagers resumed their respective duties, and if anything, they were busier than ever. Danzo stared at the pile of documents on his desk, feeling a tinge of regret. He never should have taken on this mess. He wasn't sure if Tsunade would return upon hearing the news. Danzo had never aspired to be Hokage, he neither had the time nor the energy for it. Besides, Root already had control over Sunagakure, Kirigakure, Konohagakure, and a vast portion of the Land of Wind. Why would a king lower himself to be a mere governor? Compared to the Hokage title, Danzo preferred being the one behind the scenes, pulling the strings. Running Root never required him to sit at a desk all day, buried in paperwork. Unfortunately, Nono was currently overseeing the infiltration and control of the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, leaving her too occupied to assist him. Kabuto, summon Kakashi. Yes, sir. Kabuto's figure flickered into sight for an instant before vanishing again. Not long after. Sir. Kakashi, would you be willing to take on more responsibility? I will follow your orders. Then, I am appointing you as the leader of the Konohagakure Jonin Corps. If possible, I also hope that you will step up as the Hokage's chief advisor. Kakashi was indeed an ideal candidate. He was highly capable, possessed great combat strength, had no ties to any major clans, and was fairly well respected within the village. Though, much like in the original timeline, he had endured the loss of his father to suicide and the deaths of Obito and Rin, Danzo's interference had softened him somewhat. He had lost a bit of his cold detachment and gained a touch more humanity. More importantly, his ideology was deeply influenced by both Root and the fourth Hokage. In a way, he was a true inheritor of Root's version of the Will of Fire. Yes, sir. Danzo intended for Tsunade to take over as Hokage. Very few people knew of this plan, but Kakashi was one of them. Looking at Kakashi, who stood before him with respectful composure, Danzo asked. Kakashi, is there nothing you wish to ask me? Kakashi lifted his head, his expression relaxed as he met Danzo's gaze. I trust in the Will of Fire that you uphold, sir. I also believe that you would never harm Konohagakure. As for my doubts, knowing or not knowing makes little difference. After a brief silence, Danzo spoke again. That man is indeed Obito. He was deceived by Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, which led to the tragedy of Minato and Kushina. Though Kakashi's expression remained composed, Danzo still noticed the slight tremor in his shoulders. This unfortunate child. At least he had a strong heart. As for your father, the White Fang, I assume you have already formed your own judgment on what truly happened back then. Your father's reputation had grown too great, threatening the third Hokage's position. In the end, Hiruzen prioritized the seat of Hokage over your father. He abandoned him. Danzo spoke in an even tone, smoothly placing the blame on the third Hokage. He felt no guilt in doing so, after all, he hadn't orchestrated it. In fact, his past self, blinded by political maneuvering, had merely been a pawn in Hiruzen's greater scheme. The entire matter had been masterminded by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without his tacit approval, Danzo would never have been able to act on his own. I, too, share some responsibility for what happened. Orochimaru's reanimation jutsu revived your father, as you may have heard. Using a secret technique, I preserved his soul. Root has been cultivating a suitable body for him, and before long, your father will be revived. A glimmer of light flickered in Kakashi's eyes before he hesitantly asked. What about Minato-sensei? Minato and Kushina's bodies were preserved in Root after the Nine-Tails incident. A long silence fell between them. Finally, Kakashi spoke slowly, "May I see my father?" Danzo nodded, and his Sharingan spun into a Mangekyo pattern. A wave of dizziness overcame Kakashi. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing under a dim sky, in front of a familiar old house, just like the afternoon he had returned from a mission all those years ago. Since moving out to rent a place, he had rarely returned here. Suppressing the emotion surging within him, he stepped inside. The furniture, the decorations, everything was just as he remembered it. Step. 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 He walked toward his father's room, his heart pounding. Taking a deep breath, he slid open the shoji door. There was no blood-stained nightmare. Only the sight of Tsukumo Hatake kneeling quietly, breathing, heart beating, alive. You're back. That familiar voice instantly melted away Kakashi's tension. Yes, father. As always, he knelt down across from Tsukumo. How was the mission? It went smoothly. Danzo-sama has appointed me as the Jonin leader and hopes I will become the Hokage's chief advisor. But don't let your guard down. Being Jonin leader isn't easy. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. For the first time in a long while, Kakashi truly looked at his father's face. The familiar, resolute features made his throat dry, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a while, a rare gentle expression crossed Tsukumo's face. You've endured a lot over the years. Kakashi could no longer hold back. No, everyone has been good to me. I had Obito and Rin, Minato-sensei, Kushina-sensei, Captain, the Fox, Lord Danzo, and even Guy, you remember the kid with the bowl cut from when you took me to school. Tsukumo listened patiently as Kakashi recounted his life. Occasionally, he nodded. Time passed, and eventually, Kakashi realized he had been talking too much. He fell silent. Only then did Tsukumo speak. Last year, one of your subordinates confessed her feelings to you. You like her, don't you? Why didn't you accept? You should settle down. Kakashi was taken aback. Father, how do you know about that? I have always been here. I never left. Kakashi's heart trembled at those words, but Tsukumo quickly pulled him back to reality. Stop reading Jiraiya's books. At your age, I was already married to your mother. Yes, father. Aside from joy, Kakashi also felt a bit of embarrassment. So his father had never truly left him after all. Tsukumo nodded. Seeing you now, I can rest easy. It's time for me to be with your mother again. As for reviving me, tell Danzo I decline. This, Kakashi hesitated, unable to accept it. But Tsukumo gave him no chance to argue. You've grown up. You should live your own life, and I should find my own peace. They locked eyes for a long time before Kakashi finally lowered his head. Yes, father. Tsukumo smiled warmly, his body beginning to glow. Take care of the old house and the camellias in the yard. I promised your mother. That task is now yours. Yes, father. And make sure the Hatake clan flourishes. If possible, marry more than one wife. I will. Chapter 150, Tsunade and Jeriah. Danzo could clearly sense everything that had just transpired within the soul space. The soul energy of White Fang had dissipated, his spirit becoming pure and unbound by the constraints of the soul space. This gave Danzo a new understanding of the nature of souls. It seemed that even Edo Tensei would be unable to summon his soul again. Kakashi's gaze gradually cleared as he withdrew from the soul space. Danzo-sama. I saw everything that happened. Since this was your father's choice, we should respect it. Go and rest for now. Yes, Danzo-sama. After Kakashi left, a long unheard voice echoed in Danzo's mind. Ding, you have gained the acknowledgement of an important plot character, Kakashi. Fate link in progress. Acquired, combat instinct, as long as I get an opportunity, no matter how powerful my opponent is, I can always fight to a draw. A surge of exhilaration coursed through his soul as the soul space expanded, its colors deepening. The presence of his hidden secretary and bodyguard, Kabuto, along with Yuzuki Yugao, became vividly clear in his perception. He could even feel an illusion that he could directly grasp their souls with his mind. Though he had experienced this sensation before, the feeling of his soul strengthening never failed to fascinate him. Regaining his composure, Danzo glanced at the combat instinct skill, feeling somewhat speechless. Seriously, what kind of abilities were these? Originally, he had planned to resurrect White Fang to gain Kakashi's acknowledgement, but things had taken an unexpected turn. A faint smile appeared on Danzo's lips as he returned to reviewing documents. Before long, the official announcement of Kakashi's promotion to Jonin leader was made public. The major clans of Konoha immediately recognized the significance of this move. After all, past Jonin leaders had included the likes of White Fang and Orochimaru, both individuals who had been close to the center of power. Konoha Cemetery. A tombstone stood adorned with fresh flowers. A gentle breeze rustled the petals. Kakashi stood lazily before the grave, no longer weighed down by his past sorrow. Footsteps approached from behind. Kakashi. Lady Tsunade. Lord Jeriah. Kakashi turned and greeted them calmly. Tsunade stepped forward and placed a bouquet of chrysanthemums before the tombstone. Jeriah stood beside Kakashi, gazing at the grave with a complicated expression. I heard what happened to White Fang from the villagers. I never expected sensei. Jeriah found it difficult to put his thoughts into words. They had just returned to Konoha, and the first news they received was Danzo's public disclosure of the truth behind White Fang's death, complete with documentation. At the same time, Danzo had also openly stated that, as someone who had made his own share of mistakes, he was unfit to hold the Hokage position. The Hokage position will be decided through an open Jonin vote in half a month. Why bring up that old geezer? He should have died ages ago. Tsunade's expression darkened with irritation. Tsunade. Jeriah sighed inwardly. He knew that despite her words, Tsunade still harbored feelings for the third Hokage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come back to Konoha at all. But to return and immediately be confronted with undeniable evidence of the third's misdeeds. It's all in the past, Kakashi said in his usual easygoing manner. Tsunade opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. After a final glance at the tombstone, she turned and walked away. Tsunade, where are you going? Jeriah shot Kakashi an apologetic look before hurrying after her. At the cemetery entrance. Wait for me. Didn't we agree to visit the old man's grave? How about we grab some flowers on the way? Tsunade stopped in her tracks, her expression impatient. Who wants to visit him? If he wants flowers, he can go ask White Fang for some. I never should have listened to you and come back to Konoha. Tsunade. Tsunade. Jeriah. Danzo's sudden appearance cut their conversation short, though the atmosphere remained tense. Care for a drink? My treat. If Danzo-sama is offering, I'd be a fool to refuse. Jeriah accepted the invitation but shot a cautious glance at Tsunade. Come on, Tsunade. Seeing that she wasn't rejecting the offer outright, Jeriah grinned and followed along. A private room at the Akimichi clan's bar. Gulp, gulp. As soon as she sat down, Tsunade downed 3 bottles of sake in quick succession before speaking. Did you kill that bastard Orochimaru? You know as well as I do that he's not so easy to kill. And Sarutobi, he died as he saw fit. Who cares about that old man's death? Tsunade's face darkened with fury. Orochimaru dared to desecrate my grandfather's soul. That bastard. With a loud crack, the sake bottle in her hand shattered against the table. Danzo turned to Jeriah, who merely offered an awkward smile and looked away. No wonder you can't win her over. Serves you right. Danzo sighed internally before speaking. He will face the punishment he deserves. Tsunade, however, gave him an irritated glare. And you? Just looking at your young face pisses me off. Seeing her clench her fists, Danzo exhaled sharply, his gaze sharpening in response. Tsunade, don't push your luck. Their eyes locked, tension crackling between them. Tsunade, calm down, calm down. Jeriah quickly stood up, trying to defuse the situation. Boom. A figure was sent flying through the wall. Tsunade sat back down, exhaled, and opened another bottle of sake. Danzo glanced at the hole in the wall before turning back to Tsunade. I'm nominating you for the next Hokage. Not interested. Leave me alone. She took another swig. I wasn't asking for your opinion. I'm simply informing you. To me, Konoha's existence is not a necessity. Danzo. Tsunade slammed her hands onto the table, shattering it into pieces. She now looked like a predator poised to strike. Danzo, however, remained unfazed, his voice cold and indifferent. The philosophy of Root is to unify the ninja world, end chaos, establish order, and protect the weak. Konoha is merely a vessel for that goal, but it is not the only one. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, The Hyuga Clan. Half a month passed quickly. During the inauguration ceremony of the fifth Hokage, Danzo handed over the Hokage hat, the symbol of power, to Tsunade. He then stepped back, silently watching as Tsunade received the villagers' cheers and acceptance. Danzo-sama, how did you convince her? Turning his head, Danzo saw that Jeriah had somehow appeared beside him, looking at him with curiosity. I told her that if she refused, you would have to take the position. She agreed immediately. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Jeriah gave an awkward chuckle, rubbing his nose. Watching Tsunade deliver her speech, Danzo spoke indifferently. Jeriah, stay in Konoha. The village needs you. With you, the village's clans, and everyone else here, I'm not that important. Besides, I trust Tsunade to do a good job as Hokage. His gaze was filled with trust as he looked at her. Loving Konoha isn't enough to be a good Hokage, just look at Hiruzen. If you stay, Tsunade will have an easier time. Jeriah hesitated slightly. Danzo continued, I also want you to become Naruto's teacher. If it's you, Minato would be at ease. Though, Kushina might not be too happy about it. Fine. But only for 3 to 5 years, tops. You know I can't sit still for long. Jeriah scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. Danzo gave a slight nod, not bothering to respond further to Jeriah's antics. You thought you could run? Stay and do your job properly. At the entrance of the Hyuga clan compound, Danzo arrived as an invited guest. I apologize for the trouble, Danzo-sama. Hisashi lowered his head in both shame and gratitude before leading the way inside. Danzo, accompanied by Kabuto Yakushi and Yugao Yusuke, followed him into the Grand Hyuga estate. This was not Danzo's first visit. Along the way, every Hyuga clan member they encountered bowed in greeting, maintaining their strict discipline at all times. At the entrance to a spacious hall, 2 kneeling maids slid open the doors. Inside, Hayashi was already waiting, along with 3 elders from the Hyuga clan's main family. Danzo-sama. Times. No need for formalities, Hayashi. As Danzo took his seat, the atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed. Naturally, polite exchanges were inevitable. Though Danzo wasn't particularly fond of such pleasantries, he knew how to play the game. The core topic of discussion was, of course, the allocation of benefits within the Fire Country's regulatory department. As one of Konoha's most influential clans, the Hyuga were certainly entitled to a share. Danzo had already reached an understanding with Hayashi regarding this matter. However, for the 3 elders who were unaware, the news was quite pleasing. Once the discussions concluded, servants brought in a variety of dishes. I've heard that the Hyuga clan has a talented young prodigy, Hyuga Niji, as well as the main family's daughter, Hyuga Hinata. May I have the pleasure of meeting them? Given Danzo's request, the group, who had been having a pleasant conversation, naturally had no reason to refuse. Soon, the 2 children were brought in by a maid. Compared to Hinata, who appeared timid and somewhat afraid, the 6-year-old Niji stood calmly, unfazed by the situation. However, Danzo's gaze lingered on Hinata for a moment, a flicker of interest flashing in his eyes. System notification, gain the acknowledgement of a key story character, Hyuga Hinata. Status, lacking independent will. Warning, time flows like a great river. Even if you create ripples, they are still just ripples. Danzo shifted his gaze to Niji without betraying any emotion. As expected of the Hyuga clan's prodigy, he's no less talented than Fugaku's son. Through his sensory abilities, Danzo could tell that Niji, though only a recent academy student, already had signs of chakra development within him. His words of praise brought satisfaction to the Hyuga members present, especially with the implicit comparison to the Uchiha. Danzo continued, I hear he's Hisashi's son. Why not have him join the new generation of Root? The 3 elders exchanged glances before Hayashi directly made the decision. For Niji to earn Danzo-sama's recognition is a great honor. Danzo smiled slightly before beckoning to the still nervous Hinata. At Hayashi's approving nod, Hinata hesitantly stepped closer to Danzo. So small, so cute, head lowered, timid and shy. So, this is the future princess. Danzo had the sudden urge to pat her head, but considering Hayashi was watching, he restrained himself. She really is adorable. I believe you'll grow into an excellent ninja. Taking her small hand, he placed a wooden ring infused with life energy into her palm. This is a little gift for you. Hayashi and the elders, sensing the potent life force within the object, were visibly surprised. Hinata, thank Danzo-sama. Thank you. Danzo-sama. Hinata bowed shyly. Afterward, Danzo requested a private conversation with Hayashi. The elders tactfully excused themselves, and the two children were led away by the maids. There's one more thing I'd like to ask. I'd like access to the Hyuga clan's historical records, particularly those concerning the Warring States period. That's a small matter, Danzo-sama. You're welcome to review them anytime. Danzo wasn't surprised. Aside from their secret techniques and jutsu, most clans had little regard for historical documents. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken only a few generations for the Sage of Six Paths to become a mere legend, barely believed. The two spoke a bit more about Niji's future before Danzo finally took his leave. It was agreed that Niji would join Root after turning 10. As for the caged bird seal, with Danzo backing Hayashi, the clan elders wouldn't dare force it upon Niji. Whether out of respect for Danzo or the benefits of having Niji in Root, the Hyuga clan stood to gain more from this arrangement. There was no need to risk antagonizing Danzo over it. Though it defied traditional clan customs, it was ultimately overshadowed by greater interests. Chapter 152, Journey to Kirigakure. The land of Rorin had long since changed. With the sands no longer encroaching upon it, the people had returned to a peaceful way of life. Politically, it had once again become part of the Land of Wind, though it remained under the rule of Queen Sarah. With her assistance, Danzo attempted once more to absorb the power of the Ryumayaku. It's working. Feeling the natural energy strengthening his body, Danzo's eyes lit up. However, before even 15 minutes had passed, he withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. If he continued any further, he feared he would once again turn into wood. And yet, he hadn't even absorbed a tenth of the Ryumayaku's power. Moreover, the natural energy he had taken in, just as the slug had described, felt as if it were being forcibly subjugated rather than naturally integrated. It followed his will under compulsion rather than truly becoming part of him. He could use it, but it wasn't his. It lacked the seamless flow of chakra. The sensation was strange. Danzo vaguely suspected it had something to do with the Otsutsuki cells in his body. Could it be that only after collecting the tailed beasts would he be able to take the next step toward the Six Paths mode? The sheer energy unleashed by the Ryumayaku wasn't any weaker than the combined power of the tailed beasts, in fact, it was even stronger. What's wrong? Did something happen? Sarah asked. Nothing. We're done here. Hearing this, Sarah finally seized her control over the Ryumayaku. The vast, earthen-yellow energy slowly retreated into the depths of the earth. Watching this, Danzo felt a twinge of envy. A person with no chakra at all was somehow able to control the Ryumayaku. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Sarah hesitated before stepping closer to Danzo. My lord, is it really possible to bring Minato back? It won't be long now. Danzo knew that this was one of the key reasons Sarah had chosen to cooperate with him unconditionally. After giving her a few more instructions, he didn't return to Konoha. Instead, using space-time ninjutsu, he teleported directly to a root base in the Land of Water. The Land of Water was currently suffering the repercussions of the Bloody Mist era. The remnants of the Bloodline Limit clans, once oppressed by the 4th Mizukage, had launched a rebellion. Though they lacked the strength to attack Kirigakure head-on, they waged a relentless assassination campaign against the nobles of the Land of Water. Had the country's aristocracy studied the turbulence that gripped the Land of Wind years ago, they would have realized that history was repeating itself. Leading the hunt for these rogue ninja was none other than Hoshigaki Kisame and his Kirigakure pursuit squad. Mizuki's office. Mei Terumi set down the documents she had been reviewing and rose to her feet. You are all dismissed. Yes, ma'am. Once the figures disappeared from sight, Danzo opened the office door and pulled up a chair, sitting down across from her. I hear you pushed Tsunade into power in Konoha, only taking a mere elder's position for yourself. Are you interested in becoming an elder of Kirigakure? I can offer you far more than Tsunade ever could. Mei half sat on her desk, leaning forward with a playful smirk. Her voice dripped with allure. Not interested. I came here for a reason. What kind of reason? If you agree to stay, I'll grant you whatever you desire. She winked teasingly. Danzo felt a twitch of irritation. Each leader he had supported seemed to be more eccentric than the last. But he also understood Mei's nature well. To her, politics came first, followed by her role as a shinobi, and only then did she consider herself a woman. Enough games. I need the Six-Tails Jinchuriki to assist me in an experiment. Make the necessary arrangements. Seemingly oblivious to the impatience in his tone, Mei tilted her body slightly, allowing her robe to slip down her shoulder. The mark you left on me is truly beautiful. Are you sure you don't want to admire it up close? The fabric slid just enough to reveal the delicate curve of her shoulder, where a peony tattoo adorned her pale skin, lending her an air of ethereal allure. To me, it's only beautiful when it's activated. How dull, she huffed, pulling her robe back up and sitting properly. With a quick hand seal, she called out. Knock, knock. Come in, Ao. The door opened, and Ao stepped inside, only to freeze in surprise at the sight of another person in the room. Though he hadn't activated his Byakugan earlier, he hadn't sensed Danzo's presence at all. Mizukage-sama. Bring me the six-tails Jinchuriki. Yes, ma'am. With a quick bow, Ao departed to carry out her orders. You wait here quietly. Don't disturb me. Mei nonchalantly resumed her paperwork. She truly was an alluring woman. Before long, Ao returned, leading in a middle-aged shinobi whose body was covered in sealing markings. Only then did Mei set her pen down and lift her gaze toward Danzo. The flirtatious playfulness was gone, replaced by the composed, businesslike demeanor of the fifth Mizukage. How do you intend to conduct this experiment? Ao will assist you as needed. That won't be necessary. Danzo stood and observed the vacant-eyed Jinchuriki. This sealing technique is utterly subpar. It didn't allow the Jinchuriki to harness the tailed beast's power at all. At best, the host was nothing more than a disposable bomb. Mei clicked her tongue in mild annoyance, watching as Danzo placed his hand on the Jinchuriki's shoulder. In an instant, the air in the office grew suffocatingly heavy. A crushing sense of dread filled the room, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Not again, damn it. Mei clenched her teeth, suppressing the shiver that ran down her spine. Within mere moments, Danzo withdrew his hand. The Jinchuriki's vacant gaze regained clarity, but now it was filled with sheer terror. What did you do to it? It's afraid of you. The creature that had tormented its host day and night was now cowering in fear, desperately trying to hide itself. The experiment is complete. Send him away. Ao. Hearing Mei's call, Ao, his face pale, snapped out of his daze and quickly escorted the Jinchuriki out. If you have no further business, leave. Don't interfere with my work. Mei sat down, her hand trembling slightly as she picked up her pen again. Silence filled the room. Mei lifted her eyes, only to find Danzo staring at her intently. What are you? Danzo stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Before she could react, he gripped her chin and pressed his lips against hers. A long moment passed before he finally pulled away, looking down at her flushed, dazed expression, a thin string of saliva connecting them. Respect your superiors. Understood. And with that, his figure vanished. You bastard. Chapter 153, Moonlit Ritual. Under the full moon at midnight, its silver light shone especially bright over the dense forest near the Hokage Rock in Konoha. A group of kids darted through the shadows of the trees, their figures illuminated by the moonlight. You guys are lying. There's no way there's a grave up there. I've played here plenty of times before. It's real. You can only see the roots ritual on this specific night, Sasuke declared with certainty, his young face filled with conviction, and a hint of curiosity. Naruto, keep your voice down. We don't want to get caught. And Choji, can you stop eating for just 1 second? Shikamaru sighed, already regretting agreeing to this little adventure with his newfound friends. Woof, woof. Kiba grinned excitedly, hugging the small pup in his arms. Akamaru's onto something. This way. With no choice but to follow Kiba's lead, the group jogged forward through the moonlit forest. Reaching a small clearing, the kids panted heavily, resting their hands on their knees as they watched Kiba shaking Akamaru gently. Is your dog even reliable? Where the heck did he lead us? Naruto grumbled. Looks like it's a dead end. It's late anyway. Let's call it a night and head back, Shikamaru decided. Yeah, I guess we have no choice, Choji agreed. What the heck? If I had known this would be a bust, I wouldn't have come. I shouldn't have listened to smug Sasuke. Oh, please. You were the one who insisted on coming, and now you're blaming me. Sasuke shot back, equally annoyed. Enough arguing. Let's just go back. It's getting late. The 5 small figures bickered as they turned around, their voices fading into the distance. Perched high on the treetops, several dark figures watched them leave. But moments later, the 5 kids reappeared, this time crawling on their hands and knees, sneaking through the tall grass on the outskirts of the clearing. Shikamaru, are you sure this is the place? There's no one around, no buildings. But look. This area has no weeds growing. That's not natural. Now stop talking and just wait. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. What are you kids doing here? Ah. Startled, they spun around to find a silver-haired ninja staring down at them. That's Jonin leader Kakashi. Shikamaru quickly recognized him. Is he strong? Idiot, Naruto. He's a Jonin leader. TCH, smug Sasuke. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. Are you spies? The sudden killing intent in the air sent a chill down their spines, immediately halting their argument. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm Nara Shikamaru. I've met you before with my father, Nara Shikaku. We didn't mean to intrude, we were just exploring. Shikamaru forced himself to stay calm as he explained, deeply regretting ever agreeing to this so-called adventure. The others were frozen in fear. Even Akamaru was trembling. After a tense moment, Kakashi's killing intent gradually faded. Leave. If I catch you here again, you'll be treated as spies. Why yes. Let's go, now. The 5 kids didn't hesitate, scrambling to flee as fast as they could. Watching them disappear into the night, Kakashi's usual lazy expression returned. You didn't have to scare them like that, a voice said. Uchiha Shirsue appeared beside him. You weren't going to stop them, so I had to play the bad guy. Well, enough of that. Lord Danzo is here. In the darkness, a group of solemn figures stood in the clearing, their bodies rigid under the moonlight. There were no eulogies, no tombstones, no flowers. And yet, everyone here knew exactly who lay beneath the earth, comrades who had once shared the same ideals. As they had sworn long ago. Mourn the fallen. Fight for the living. Early the next morning. The moment Tsunade heard that Danzo had returned to Konoha, she immediately summoned him to the Hokage's office. The office had been recently renovated, with its walls replaced by glass panels, allowing sunlight to flood in and providing a clear view of the entire village. As a Konoha elder, where the hell have you been these past 2 months? Tsunade asked irritably, stretching lazily. She had only just taken office, and this old man had dumped all the work on her before vanishing without a trace. Danzo, seated across from her, noticed her bad habit, resting her chest on the desk when she relaxed. Truly unreserved. I took a trip to Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Did some sightseeing. Anything wrong with that, Lady Hokage? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Was it you who attacked Iwagakure's Jinchuriki? If you're asking whether they're weaker than before, then yes, that was me. Danzo admitted without hesitation. There was no need to hide it. His work was clean and efficient. Even the 4 tails and 5 tails Jinchuriki had no idea who had attacked them. Don't bring unnecessary trouble to Konoha. I've already spread word that the Akatsuki were responsible. I'm sure Inoki will be busy investigating. Is the Akatsuki really that terrifying? Tsunade asked. In her eyes, Danzo, having awakened the wood release, was already powerful enough. And yet, he still seemed wary. The Akatsuki itself isn't terrifying. The ones behind them, maybe. Or maybe it's the ones behind those ones. Who knows? Danzo wasn't sure either. If things followed the original timeline, Madara hadn't appeared yet. By all rights, he should now be the strongest in the ninja world. But hints from the system suggested that the enemy might be far more powerful than expected. Tsunade rubbed her temples. Don't overthink it. If they ever attack Konoha, I'll lay down my life to protect it. That is the oath of Root. Her calm tone made Tsunade roll her eyes. That's my job as Hokage, not yours. Danzo decided not to argue and dropped the subject. You know Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nono. If you ever need anything while I'm gone, consult them. As long as it doesn't go against Root's principles, they will support you fully. You're leaving again? Yes. A long trip. Then get lost. And do me a favor, die out there. After kicking Danzo out, Tsunade glanced down and smirked to herself. When did I start acting like Jeriah? That shameless old fool. At the thought of Jeriah, she couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn idiots. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Jiraiya's Joy. A secluded courtyard in Konogakure, this was the small residence that Root had arranged for Jeriah. Ha ha ha. You lost. As they approached the entrance, Jiraiya's hearty laughter echoed through the courtyard, accompanied by the playful giggles of women. Kabuto knocked on the door, and before long, it was opened. Jeriah, his face slightly flushed from intoxication, brightened when he saw the visitor. Ah, Elder Danzo. Following Jeriah inside, they stepped into the room. Kneeling by a low table were 3 women. Upon seeing the guests, they respectfully bowed. Each of them had a voluptuous figure, exuding a mature allure. One of them subtly adjusted her loose kimono, still basking in the afterglow of whatever had transpired moments ago, making it clear that drinking had not been their only activity. Behind them, Yugao Yuzuki pursed her lips in displeasure. Over the past 2 months, her opinion of Jeriah had plummeted. Although these women had been handpicked under Danzo's orders, Jeriah accepted them without hesitation. In just 2 short months, he had already taken 3 wives. The legendary Sannin. More like an insatiable womanizer. You may leave now, Jeriah waved his hand with the authority of a household head. The three women bowed again before gracefully exiting the room. Kabuto and Yugao also withdrew, leaving only Jeriah and Danzo alone. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, and he offered a slightly embarrassed smile. He was well aware that these past 2 months had been a bit excessive. But the women Root had introduced to him were simply too much to resist. Each one was stunning, with curvaceous figures that rivaled even Tsunade's. More importantly, they were gentle and considerate, embodying the ideal. It was impossible for him to turn them down. These past days had been nothing short of paradise. He had even neglected his usual habit of gathering material for his novels. Danzo, being a fellow man, wasn't surprised that Jeriah was indulging himself. After all, he had been suppressing his desires for years. Since you've taken wives, treat them well. And stop peeping on women outside. These 3 women had not been found within Konogakure alone, they had been selected from across the land of fire. Though they lacked status and noble lineage, Danzo believed that this made them more suitable for Jeriah than someone like Tsunade. For their part, the women were more than willing to serve one of the legendary Sannin, going to great lengths to please him. Not to mention, they provided Jeriah with a level of hands-on research that would greatly benefit his writing, something Tsunade would never allow. I'll be leaving the village for a while, Danzo continued, bringing the conversation back to serious matters. Keep an eye on things while I'm away. And don't neglect Naruto. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as well. A warm smile spread across his face. I've already taken him as my student. That kid is a genius, no doubt about it. He's Minato's son, after all. A genius. Danzo mused. Is it because of his ability to absorb the Ninetales chakra? It seems I've truly altered the course of events. All right, I won't keep you any longer, Danzo said, turning to leave. Oh, and congratulations, you're going to be a father. You might want to start thinking about a surname for your child. Jiraiya's grin grew uncontrollable, clearly having known about this for some time. Danzo, on the other hand, did not share in the joy. On a deserted street, Danzo turned to the 2 figures following him and asked indifferently. Kabuto, do you believe in Root's ideology? This is my path, my lord. Danzo could sense the unwavering conviction in Kabuto's soul. And do you acknowledge me? I will always follow in your footsteps. Danzo could feel the steadfast loyalty in Kabuto's essence. Meanwhile, the masked Yugao Yuzuki trembled slightly, an intense emotional wave rippling through her. It was as if she wanted to answer first. Danzo nodded. Good. I can always trust you both. Returning to Root's underground base, Danzo had barely taken his seat when a familiar presence arrived. My lord. Yakushi no entered upon receiving word of his return. The 2 guards standing by tactfully retreated, leaving them alone. How is the preparation going? Danzo asked. We've located the site, but the sealing techniques are proving troublesome. It may take a few more days. Danzo nodded. That's fine. Are you feeling troubled? Nono asked, seemingly noticing his shift in demeanor. Danzo was momentarily taken aback. I can sense it. Without hesitation, Nono stepped behind him, placing her hands gently on his temples and beginning a slow, soothing massage. You don't have to bear everything alone. It makes us feel useless. Her words, spoken in a calm and gentle tone, carried a comforting weight that melted into his mind. Danzo closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of relaxation before speaking again. Then bear my child. For a moment, Nono's hands froze. Then, she resumed her gentle kneading. All right. When you return, she answered, her tone as composed and serene as ever. Danzo couldn't tell if her words were spoken out of genuine desire or merely because he was her superior. Her soul was tranquil, without a trace of emotional turmoil. She didn't reject him, but Danzo couldn't say for sure whether she truly harbored feelings for him. Still, the idea of her leaving him or growing old alone was something he refused to accept. Danzo had a strong attachment to this woman. A possessiveness. A feeling that could only be described as love. She belonged to him, and him alone. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, The Moon. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Root headquarters. Lord Danzo. Standing before him was Mitarashi Anko, looking somewhat haggard but maintaining an unusual level of respect. What do you need from me? Please help me find Kurenai. Danzo's mind flashed to an image of Yuhi Kurenai. Kurenai. What happened to her? She disappeared. Not long after the 3rd Hokage passed away, she went missing while on a mission outside the village. I heard Root has the best intelligence network. Please, Lord Danzo, help me find her. Anko looked up at him with a pleading expression. This was her last hope. The village had investigated for a month before giving up, even suspecting that Kurenai had defected. Danzo quickly obtained information on Kurenai. As he flipped through the files, he noticed that the last suspicious individual she had been in contact with was Sarutobi Asuma. The report explicitly stated that after the third Hokage's funeral, Asuma had left the village without filing any requests or reports. Danzo had been aware of Asuma's departure at the time, but he hadn't classified him as a rogue ninja. Now, considering Kurenai's disappearance, combined with what he knew from the original timeline, could the two of them have eloped? The report seemed to suggest the same, noting that Asuma and Kurenai had been romantically involved. Anko finished reading through the intelligence, her eyes reddening slightly as she shook her head. That's impossible. They weren't at that stage yet. Kurenai would never betray the village for him. I will have Root search for her. If there's any news, you'll be informed immediately. Thank you, Danzo-sama. After Anko left, Danzo sighed inwardly. If it wasn't an elopement, then the chances of survival were slim. The shinobi world, which appeared peaceful on the surface, was far from being as tranquil as it seemed. In a forest in the eastern region of the Land of Fire, at a sunken area where streams converged into a small waterfall. Danzo-sama, the seal has been lifted. The perimeter is secured by Root's 2nd, 3rd, and 6th squads. Well done. Danzo stepped onto the water's surface, where a transparent barrier had been formed, and descended straight into the depths. The pool, no more than 10 meters in diameter, had an astonishing depth of 100 meters. At the very bottom, a stone slab covered in ancient, intricate markings emitted faint spatial fluctuations. Danzo's eyes gleamed. This was it. It was less than 50 kilometers from the Hyuga clan's ancestral land. As he landed, his eyes closed, and the surrounding runes began to light up one by one. Found it. The dark water glowed as the stone slabs activated. The space around him distorted. When Danzo opened his eyes again, he was no longer underwater. He now stood on a stone platform in an open, desolate valley. No vegetation. No signs of life. Just endless rubble. Under the dim light, everything appeared bleak and silent. He had come to the right place. Danzo's senses sharpened. 200 kilometers away, he detected a chakra fluctuation that resonated with his own. It felt somewhat like a tailed beast, but different. With a flicker, Danzo's lone figure darted across the barren surface of the moon. Suddenly, he sensed a battle taking place. In the distance, 6 figures, clad in ancient-style clothing, were chasing a man and a woman. The one thing they all had in common. Byakugan. Because Danzo had unknowingly blocked their path, both the pursuers and the fleeing couple came to a halt. The man and woman, who appeared to be a married couple, watched both Danzo and their pursuers warily, drawing their weapons in preparation for a fight. Then. Your eyes. One of the pursuers gasped, as if realizing something incredible. Danzo's ordinary eyes were suddenly covered by a beautiful, intricate pattern. All at once, the 6 pursuers dropped their guard. Their weapons slipped from their hands as they stood frozen in place. Where am I? The southern ruins. What's the situation on the moon? Why are you chasing them? Our main family has gained the upper hand. It won't be long before the branch family is completely subdued. The branch family's leader has gathered all their members and is organizing a counterattack. As the hesitant answers came one by one, Danzo frowned. The main family and branch family were locked in a bitter civil war, now reaching its final stage. The intensity of their battle was no less than the wars between the 5 great shinobi nations. After extracting the necessary information, Danzo chose not to harm them. Instead, he erased parts of their memories before continuing on his way. Whether the fugitives survived would depend on their luck. From Danzo's perspective, it seemed like inbreeding had affected the descendants of Hamura in more ways than one. Their minds were unreasonably extreme. They were willing to wipe out their own kin, just because of ideological differences. And the most ridiculous part? Their initial disagreement wasn't even about themselves, it was about how to handle the shinobi world. What a mess. As he traveled, Danzo encountered several more clashes between the two factions. He ignored them all, making his way toward his target, Hamura's shrine. After a day and a night of non-stop travel, he finally arrived. Before him stood a majestic shrine, a stark contrast to the desolate landscape surrounding it. The unusual chakra resonance grew stronger. What he sought was inside. Wasn't this place supposed to be heavily guarded? It felt like something was blocking his perception, he couldn't sense what was inside clearly. Maintaining a high level of vigilance, Danzo slowly infiltrated the shrine. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, The Temple. A temple constructed from a unique kind of stone emitted a faint glow from within. The moment they stepped inside, they encountered several corpses, all wearing identical uniforms, evidently the temple's guards. Danzo immediately heightened his vigilance. Silently, he made his way toward the main hall. Ah. Ah. The ancestors are responding to me. Haha. Throw in a few more. Patriarch, we've already sacrificed all the ones we gathered this time. Even Ichiro and Jiro's eyes have been taken. Will this really work? The voice carried a hint of doubt and hesitation. More than half of their clan's eyes had been offered this time, including those of the two most talented individuals with the strongest bloodline. It will work. The ancestors' eyes are watching me, I can feel it. They crave destruction. Gather more of our kin's eyes. Hidden in the shadows, Danzo's gaze was immediately drawn to a colossal eye, encircled by metallic runes and radiating a yellow glow. The Tenseigan, Otsutsuki Himura's Eye of Destruction. Below the grand staircase, two Otsutsuki clansmen lay in agony, blood streaming from their eye sockets as they writhed and screamed in pain. Danzo could sense an inexplicable force connecting them to the massive Tenseigan above. At the same time, the Tenseigan was steadily draining their bloodline and chakra. That explained their agony. Once the process was complete, they would not survive for long. A sudden chill crawled up Danzo's spine. Who's there? The patriarch's voice rang out. The last remaining Otsutsuki clansman assumed a defensive stance, scanning the surroundings warily. Danzo's gaze remained fixed on the massive Tenseigan above. The eye was alive, and it was staring right at him. There. The patriarch pointed with his staff, and a nearby guard swung his arm. A chakra blade shot through the air, forcing Danzo to reveal himself. The moment he appeared, a figure lunged at him, chakra surging around their clenched fist. Boom. The attack possessed speed and strength on par with the fourth Reikage, and it wielded non-elemental chakra. Danzo felt his arm sting. The chakra wasn't just an energy, it corroded flesh upon contact. Their battle unfolded at breakneck speed. Bang. Bang. Unlike the Hyuga clan's single-minded combat style, this opponent's techniques were far more complex. Blocking a relentless barrage of attacks, Danzo locked onto his opponent's arm, meeting the Otsutsuki's shocked gaze. Dojutsu, Heavenly Mind Dominion. The Otsutsuki, who had been attacking ferociously just moments ago, suddenly collapsed, lifeless. Danzo, his Sharingan activated, turned his gaze toward the massive eye above. The feeling of being watched had only intensified. Who are you? You're not from the main family. The patriarch's voice rang out in disbelief. Danzo couldn't be bothered to respond. This man's actions were nothing short of madness. His eyes spun, forming intricate patterns. Dojutsu, tension. Who are you? What are you doing to me? The patriarch shrieked in terror. Yet Danzo was the one taken aback. His dojutsu, his greatest weapon, had failed. The massive Tenseigan behind the patriarch had neutralized it. He had already begun extracting the man's soul, but the giant Tenseigan had forcibly pulled it back. Now, its gaze was locked onto Danzo, filled with hostility. You're from the shinobi world. How dare you set foot on the moon? You are the source of all calamity. His expression twisted in madness as he suddenly gouged out his own eye. Danzo's lips twitched at the sight of the patriarch's deranged hostility, his grudge was completely irrational. Yet the ominous feeling intensifying around the men did not stem from him alone, but from the massive Tenseigan behind him. The moment he threw his eye into the Tenseigan, a wave of danger surged through the air. The patriarch lifted his staff, pointing directly at Danzo. Ancestor. Kill him. Danzo had anticipated the move. Wind release, shuriken. A wind-enhanced shuriken flew toward the crazed elder. At the same time, Danzo activated his body flicker technique, vanishing from the temple in an instant. Yet even after leaving, the sensation of being locked onto did not fade. Black markings spread across his face as he instantly entered sage mode. The threat emanating from the temple only grew stronger. Susanoo. A colossal blue skeletal figure took form, swiftly gaining muscle, armor, and a shield. Danzo's hands formed seals at lightning speed. Wood release, shield technique. A massive wooden shield, adorned with monstrous carvings, rose from the ground, enveloping Susanoo. The entire temple erupted with blinding light. The stones comprising the structure began floating, then disintegrated into dust. A beam of silver light shot out, piercing through the temple. The silver radiance streaked across the moon's surface like a shooting star before vanishing into the vast expanse of space. Atop a high tower in the land of rain, Nagato lifted his head, gazing toward the moon. That light. In a dense forest, Zetsu emerged from a tree, his black and white face twisted with unease. Himura's presence. How is that possible? Chapter 157, Tenseigan. Upon arriving at the teleportation platform on the moon, Danzo staggered slightly as he emerged from the spatial passage. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he turned his gaze toward the distant silver light illuminating the sky. Such an awe-inspiring power. His sensory abilities confirmed that all the flying thunder god markers he had placed outside the temple had been wiped out by the light. As the silver radiance faded, a massive chasm appeared on the moon's surface. By the time Danzo rushed back at full speed, the temple and everything surrounding it had been completely erased, leaving behind a crater stretching for miles. In the distance, thunderous echoes resonated through the air. Danzo followed the lingering vibrations in his perception and quickly found the source. Floating in the sky was the Tensigan, its brilliant light sweeping across the battlefield, eliminating enemies with ease. The clan head of the branch family, the one controlling it, had undergone a shocking transformation. His once snow-white hair had withered, his skin wrinkled like an aged tree, and his frail body trembled. The empty socket where one eye used to be made his appearance even more unsettling. Surrounding him were over a dozen branch family members, guarding him closely, including the married couple Danzo had encountered earlier. Encircling them were hundreds of main family members, cautiously advancing in an attempt to seize control. Every long-range attack they launched, techniques akin to the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, was effortlessly absorbed by the Tensigan. Even those who managed to get close found their chakra rapidly drained, leaving them powerless in an instant. A perfect balance of offense and defense, practically invincible. You bastard! How dare you defile our ancestors? You should have been executed long ago. This is the ancestors' will. The ancestors have chosen me. Only I can lead the Otsutsuki clan forward. The branch family head's voice trembled with fervor as he raised his staff and pointed toward the encroaching main family. The Tensigan flared once more, unleashing another devastating beam of energy. Dozens of Otsutsuki warriors vanished in an instant, reduced to nothing but a crater littered with a few scattered remnants of flesh. Though weaker than the blast that had nearly obliterated Danzo, it was still more than enough to annihilate an average Kagaya-level fighter. The middle-aged man who had just shouted turned bloodshot eyes toward the branch family head, his expression one of pure, seething rage. You deserve to die. We won't let you take the ancestors' relics with you today. The branch family head planted his staff into the ground, panting heavily as he watched the main family warriors close in again. Glancing at his loyal guards still standing by his side, he murmured under his breath. It's time for you all to offer your strength to the ancestors. He straightened his posture and lightly tapped his staff against the ground. The dozen branch family members surrounding him barely had time to process his words before their bodies convulsed. Visible streams of chakra and life force drained from them, their vitality rapidly fading, yet their eyes only grew brighter. Like ripened fruit, their eyes detached from their lifeless bodies, floating up toward the Tensigan and merging into it. Their dried-out corpses collapsed at the branch family head's feet. The advancing main family warriors froze in shock. Even they felt a deep chill at the sight. The old man had lost his mind. This is the power of our ancestors. The branch family head spread his arms wide, his face twisted with madness. Fall back. Retreat, quickly. The colossal Tensigan pulsed like a living heart, sending out waves of energy rippling across the battlefield. Anyone caught within the expanding field instantly withered into husks, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Unlike the sacrificed branch family members, however, their eyes did not merge with the Tensigan. Ah. Help. Run. Get away. The battlefield devolved into chaos. The main family members fell like harvested wheat, felled in widening rings around the glowing eye. Only a few dozen figures managed to flee beyond its range, retreating with expressions of lingering terror. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Seeing the results of his attack, the branch family head erupted into maniacal laughter. At that moment, a shadow streaked toward him at breakneck speed. Bang. Like a billiard ball, the branch family head was sent flying dozens of meters before tumbling to a stop. The assailant, who had charged in recklessly, paid the price for getting too close. His chakra and life force were drained in an instant, his body crumbling into dust. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The spot where the branch family had landed erupted with towering trees, rapidly expanding outward to form a dense forest. A beam of energy shot from the Tensigan, vaporizing countless trees in an instant, but new saplings sprouted immediately, restoring the greenery at an astonishing rate. Ensnared within the ever-growing forest, the branch family head's eyes finally showed a flicker of fear. It wasn't just chakra depletion. The trees were alive, moving as if with their own will. They carried him deeper into the woods, their branches passing him along, transporting him farther and farther away. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was futile. Once he was dragged far enough from the Tensigan's influence, the giant eye seemed to lose control, ceasing its relentless barrage against the forest. Danzo's figure emerged partially from the trunk of a massive tree, his Mangekyo Sharingan glinting eerily. What's wrong, old man? Afraid to blast yourself with the Tensigan? You. Before the branch family head could finish his sentence, his consciousness faded. Danzo smirked. As expected, the true power lay not in the man himself but in that eye. Without its influence, the so-called clan leader was nothing more than a frail, decrepit old fool. Within the depths of his soul, Danzo pressed one hand against the unconscious man's forehead. As he extracted information, his eyes gleamed with an even sharper light. He had to admit, the old man was both a lunatic and a genius. The Tensigen left behind by Otsutsuki Himura could only be controlled jointly by the main family and the branch family leader. But this madman had found another way. By sacrificing enough branch family bloodlines, he had managed to seize partial control. It wasn't without cost, his body had already deteriorated beyond repair. Still, just like Otsutsuki Tonari, he had entertained the notion of traveling to Earth to acquire his own Tensigen. Danzo smirked. Now that was an interesting prospect. I've recently started working on a Naruto fanfic with a simulation system. They are very popular now on webnovel, but the recommendations do not promote my fanfic well. I recommend you to check out Naruto. I am crazy with the simulation system. You can find the fanfic through my profile on the site. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, The Turmoil Begins. The tightly wrapped branches slowly unfurled, revealing the clan leader of the Otsutsuki branch family. His eyes opened gradually, and he stood frozen in place. Reflected in his solitary eye was the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a detail that spoke volumes. Whoosh! 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 From the treetops above, more than a dozen figures appeared in an instant, gazing warily at Danzo and his companion below. Who are you? From the branch clan leader's memories, he knew that the middle-aged man who had just spoken was the head of the main family. Danzo swept his gaze around calmly. Every individual present was at least Kagaya level, with even a couple who had surpassed that threshold. Even though the Otsutsuki bloodline had been diluted, it remained one of the most powerful lineages compared to the shinobi world. You guard Otsutsuki Kagaya, keeping watch over the ninja world. But at the same time, Root has also been observing the moon, keeping its sights on the Otsutsuki clan. Root. Yes. Like the roots of a tree, we operate in the shadows, maintaining the order of the shinobi world while also restraining forces that should not exist. Danzo's gaze flickered past the forest to glance at the massive Tensigen. I don't care what organization you claim to be, the middle-aged man said, pointing at the branch clan leader. Hand him over and leave the moon. His eyes were locked onto Danzo with a hint of wariness. Absolute power requires absolute restraint. Just as the descendants of Hagoromo were kept in check, the heirs of Otsutsuki Himura must also be regulated. The markings of sage mode appeared on Danzo's face, and his Sharingan began to rotate. In an instant, Susanoo took form, a colossal blue giant, towering over 100 meters, looking down upon the assembled Otsutsuki members. The sheer oppressive force compelled them to retreat instinctively, evading the crushing pressure. Because of your prejudice and reckless use of Himura's power, the branch family has nearly been wiped out, and even the main family has suffered heavy losses. You no longer have the strength to guard this eye. From now on, Root will take over. The middle-aged man's expression darkened completely. All that talk had just been a smokescreen. Danzo was here to exploit their weakness and seize the Tensigen. We will not abandon our ancestors' relic. Danzo glanced at their formation. There was no avoiding a battle. If you can prove yourselves worthy, you are welcome to reclaim it anytime, but not now. Sage Art would release Deep Forest Emergence. As Danzo clasped his hands together, the ground trembled violently. Countless trees erupted forth in a frenzy. The once manufactured forest was swiftly consumed, along with many members of the Otsutsuki clan. Only a handful managed to evade capture, leaping desperately through the rapidly expanding woodland, dodging the grasping branches. Most, however, were drained of their chakra and left hanging from the treetops, unconscious. By the time the rampant growth ceased, Danzo and the branch clan leader had vanished, along with the massive Tensigen. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Not only had Kagaya's descendants on the moon experienced upheaval, but the shinobi world was also in turmoil. It had begun when the Four Tails and Five Tails were mysteriously attacked. Rumors in the ninja world attributed it to the Akatsuki. Although there was no concrete evidence, that didn't stop Inoki from pressuring the Land of Rain. He deployed a significant number of spies and shinobi, demanding the extradition of the culprits and compensation. It wasn't until Pain himself appeared in the skies above Iwagakure that Inoki realized he had provoked the wrong enemy. Yet, at that point, there was no room for retreat. Amidst Inoki's surprise dust release attack, Pain engaged in battle against the Tsuchikage and the village's elite forces. For the first time, the power of the Rinnegan was unveiled, one man against an entire village. In the end, Pain's absolute power secured victory. Inoki perished. The elite Jonin of Iwagakure suffered devastating losses, with less than 10% surviving. The Four Tails and Five Tails were taken, and half the village was reduced to rubble in the aftermath. Konogakure. Tsunade clenched the latest intelligence report in her hands, veins bulging slightly with frustration. Is Pain truly this powerful? Possessing the legendary Rinnegan, he is an existence beyond Kagaya level. The battle in Iwagakure speaks for itself, Kabuto replied respectfully. Inform the Mizukage and Kazekage, Konoha agrees to joint defense. With Tsunade's signature, 3 of the 5 great shinobi villages, along with the 4 major nations, officially declared the Akatsuki a terrorist organization, publicly revealing information on its members. At the familiar lunar teleportation site, a newly carved-out cave stood within a nearby valley. Danzo had spent the past month here, never leaving, dedicating himself entirely to studying the massive Tensigan. As for the branch clan leader, he had perished from complete exhaustion. Danzo had buried him not far away, marking the site with the man's staff as a gravestone, a final gesture of acknowledgement for his contributions. Gazing at the colossal Tensigan, radiating a golden glow, Danzo could keenly sense the chasm between each level of power. Even from a mere step away from the 6 paths level, he knew that this eye possessed the power to annihilate him instantly. Yes, this eye, or rather, these eyes. When Otsutsuki Himura passed away, he had left behind his own pair of eyes, sealing them with Inyang release to nurture their growth. Though they now appeared as a singular enormous eye, their true essence remained a pair of Tensigan. Danzo was certain, if he could absorb them, he would undoubtedly reach the true realm of the 6 paths. However, the process was anything but simple. Even after a month, his control over it was only at the level of the branch elders. He had to proceed with extreme caution. If Himura's hidden mechanisms were still active, a single misstep could cost him everything. Chapter 159, The Attack of Pain. The evening sun cast an orange glow across the sky, illuminating a small courtyard within the Uchiha clan compound. I'm home. Sasuke's back. Hurry and wash your hands, dinner's ready. Uchiha Mikoto, wearing an apron, stepped out to take his bag, her face full of warmth and affection. The dining table was already filled with a variety of delicious dishes. I won't be eating. There's something I need to take care of. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been seated, stood up and began heading toward his study. What? But you said we'd eat together as a family. Mikoto frowned slightly in disappointment but soon turned to take young Sasuke to wash his hands. Fugaku reached the entrance of the study, slid open the door, and stepped inside. In the dimly lit room, Uchiha Itachi sat formally on the tatami mat, his posture upright. Fugaku's gaze wavered for a moment before he closed the door and took a seat across from his son. You brought a friend. Yes. Pain is becoming increasingly enigmatic. Even members of Akatsuki rarely see him now. His next target might be Konoha. There's no point in staying in Akatsuki any longer. Fugaku's heart tightened. Though he had distanced himself from clan affairs, he had heard whispers of Iwagakure's destruction. Then stay. Danzo and the Hokage will handle the situation. Itachi remained silent. You should spend some time with Sasuke. He's been complaining about you for a long time, and your mother misses you too. I understand. Not far from Konoha, atop a small hill, 3 figures stood overlooking the village, Pain, Konan, and Black Zetsu. Our goal is to capture the tailed beasts. There's no need for an all-out assault. Silence. Before Zetsu could finish, Pain's cold voice interrupted him, laced with unmistakable killing intent. Pain. Konan called out in concern. Ignoring Zetsu, Pain gazed down at Konoha. They've prepared for this. Those traitors must be here as well. Perfect. I'll deal with them all. Konan, stay here. With that, Pain launched himself toward the village. Once he had completely disappeared from sight, Black Zetsu finally spoke again. Don't you think something is off about him? Shut up, you scheming rat. Konan's voice was as cold as ice. I'm merely offering a friendly warning. A tense silence settled between them, but Konan's heart was far from calm. She knew Zetsu had a point. Ever since Nagato had regained his ability to stand, his power had grown exponentially, but so had his detachment and ruthlessness. Akatsuki was falling apart. Yahiko. As Pain approached Konoha, a massive shadow loomed over him, a giant toad plummeting from the sky. Boom. A tremendous repulsive force sent the toad flying. On Konoha's defensive walls, Jeriah stared in shock at the floating figure before him. Nagato. Is it really you? Why are you doing this? Pain stopped midair. Jiraiya-sensei. Just as you see. This is for the sake of peace in the ninja world. This won't bring peace. What about Konan and Yahiko? How did it come to this? Only through suffering will people learn to cherish peace. The 5 great villages should never have existed. If you intend to stop me, then you. Boom. A violent explosion tore through the watchtower where Jeriah stood, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Before he could crash, Tsunade intercepted him, pressing a steadying hand against his back. Focus, or you'll get yourself killed. You wouldn't want to leave all your little wives widowed, would you? Her expression was grim. That attack had come with no warning. One moment, Jeriah had been standing there, the next, everything around him had exploded. According to intel from Root, this ability was nearly unstoppable. Even a tailed beast bomb could be deflected. Jiraiya's expression darkened. He could never accept that his student had come to destroy Konoha. Cough. Hold them off for a bit, I need time. Pain raised his hand again, but before he could attack. Two enormous chakra warriors, one purple and one green, materialized on either side of him, each brandishing a massive weapon. ZZZ. A deafening sonic boom filled the air as the weapons slashed toward Pain. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Pain held his hands up, but the enormous chakra blades pressed against his defense, unable to break through, yet unable to be repelled either. Shursue and Fugaku stood within their respective Susanoo, their chakra surging. The pressure from their weapons strained Pain's repulsive barrier, making the previously invisible force field flicker into visibility. As the deadlock continued. From below, an orange Susanoo rose from the ground like an emerging colossus, its sword-length gourd in hand, stabbing upward. Traitors. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous shockwave burst outward from Pain, sending all three Susanoo flying. A massive crater, 100 meters in diameter, was carved into the earth below. Itachi's orange Susanoo was nearly buried in the rubble. Seizing the moment, Pain stretched out his hand. Fugaku's purple Susanoo, still reeling from the blast, was suddenly yanked forward. Whoosh! A black chakra rod shot toward Fugaku's chest at blinding speed, bypassing even the absolute defense of Susanoo. Just as the rod was about to strike. Despite still being midair, Fugaku twisted his body unnaturally, narrowly dodging the attack. Pain didn't pursue but instead glanced around calmly at the approaching streaks of firelight. No matter how many rats gather, they're still just rats. Dozens of scorching, distorted orbs materialized in the sky before hurtling toward him, converging on a single point. Scorch release, excessive steam murder. Everything within a dozen meters of Pain's position became a raging inferno, flames twisting unnaturally as they engulfed the area. Chapter 160, Akatsuki. Flames engulfed the sky, turning the entire surrounding area into a sea of fire. Pointless resistance, Pain muttered, his eyes narrowing. The raging flames around him were suddenly blown away. TSS. TSS. The fire was pushed aside, dissipating into steam as it met a massive wall of water. From below, the view of Konoha's sky was dominated by a gigantic sphere of water, covering nearly the entire village. At its very center, enveloped in thick steam, was a smaller, white sphere. Pain was trapped within it. On the village's outer walls, Mate Terumi appeared, leading a squad of water release users. I never thought the day would come when I'd be fighting for Konoha, she remarked. Still, Kisame really outdid himself. Now, it's our turn. Water release, great waterfall technique. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Water release, water formation pillar. Massive amounts of water erupted, forming four vortex-like columns that further expanded the water sphere. Shinra Tensei. The enormous water sphere trembled, rippling under the impact of Pain's repelling force. The disturbance lasted for a long moment before the waves finally settled. It worked, someone exclaimed. As long as the sphere's radius exceeds the force of his repulsion, we can restrict his movement. Deep within the mountains behind the Hokage rock, Shikaku observed the scene before turning to Inoichi, who sat with his eyes shut in deep concentration. It's time. High in the sky, Daidara, riding on his clay bird, received the signal. His face lit up with excitement as he formed a hand seal. A loud shout echoed through the battlefield. Art is the death of gods. Inside the massive water sphere, dozens of enormous white clay sharks swam swiftly toward the center. Boom. A muffled explosion reverberated underwater, its brilliance visible even from below. As shockwaves spread, the colossal sphere of water swelled and contracted rapidly before finally reaching its limit and bursting apart. Summoning Jutsu. Mei pressed her hands to the ground, summoning a battered shark. From within its torn belly, two arms reached out, tearing it open from the inside. Kisame, half transformed into a shark, emerged, his body covered in fluid. Are you okay? Mei asked. I'm fine, Kisame responded nonchalantly, completely unfazed by the disdain in the Mizuki's eyes. Instead, he looked up excitedly at the dissipating water screen above them. Below, Konoha's shinobi sprang into action, unleashing jutsu to manage the aftermath. Earth release, open earth rising excavation. Earth release, earth flow rampart. The cascading water streamed into massive trenches that had been prepared in advance, quickly forming a vast lake at the village's perimeter. Before long, Konoha looked like a flooded land. Yet, everyone's eyes were fixed on the sky, where Pain still floated, seemingly unscathed save for his slightly disheveled appearance. How is this possible? Daidara muttered in disbelief. I poured my heart and soul into that explosion. Damn it. Explosions underwater were exponentially more destructive than those in open air. He had worked tirelessly to craft this attack, its power rivaling even his ultimate art, yet, Pain stood unharmed. Pain's cold gaze swept over the battlefield below. This meaningless game ends now. A small black sphere floated upward from his hand, rising into the sky. The ground began to tremble. The remnants of the water curtain, not yet fully settled, were lifted into the air once more. High above, Deidara felt an eerie force pulling at him. His clay bird flapped furiously but failed to move forward even an inch. TCH. Gritting his teeth, he formed a seal. Boom. Boom. Deidara detonated his clay, using the shockwaves to propel himself away from the black sphere. Meanwhile, the shinobi below also felt the pull. Buildings, trees, and even people were being lifted skyward. Focus your attacks on the core. Itachi shouted. His Susanoo formed instantly, hurling the Yasaka Magatama toward the black sphere. At the same time, Fugaku's Susanoo entered its third stage, extending its palms forward as blood trickled from his eyes. T/N, Yasaka Magatama acts in a similar manner to that of a shuriken when thrown by Susanoo, rapidly spinning towards the intended target. Susanoo. A purple energy sphere shot forth, closely following the Yasaka Magatama. Meanwhile, Inoichi relayed the message telepathically to all nearby shinobi. Scorch release, Heaven's Blaze. Fire release, Fire Dragon Jutsu. A series of deafening explosions rocked the battlefield. The floating debris, water, stone, trees, was instantly reduced to ashes. A slug crawled onto Fugaku's shoulder, emitting a soft green glow. Your eyes have sustained severe damage. If this continues, you'll go blind. So this is the cursed fate of these eyes, forever consumed by darkness. Fugaku exhaled. I understand. High above, Deidara, now clinging to the foot of a smaller clay bird, was slowly descending. He glanced at Pain, not far away, and forced an awkward smile. Leader, this is a misunderstanding. Traitor. A black rod shot toward him. With no choice, Deidara let go of his bird and triggered an explosion, using the force to evade the attack. He plummeted, shouting in alarm. He reached into his pouch, empty. Shit. I'm out of clay. Am I really going to die from falling? The first artist to fall to his death. The old man would laugh himself to death if he knew. Whoosh. A shadow flashed through the air, catching Deidara mid-fall. Are you hurt? Can you still fight? The voice was deep and confident, the embrace solid and warm. Deidara froze for a moment. Damn it. Let go of me. That bastard Pain needs to learn the price of disrespecting art. Jeriah, his face adorned with his signature toad markings, grinned as he watched the feisty artist struggle in his grip. Itachi really does bring home some interesting friends. He turned his gaze upward, locking eyes with Pain. Two sages. Looks like it's our turn now. Meanwhile, below, Kakuzu and Biwa Juzo stood watching the chaotic battlefield. Despite their efforts with water release and Deidara's explosives, Pain remained unscathed. Maybe we should retreat, Juzo muttered. Though he had wanted to aid Itachi, this battle was clearly out of his league. Kakuzu hesitated. He had only agreed to help Itachi deal with this internal Akatsuki issue, but now. The Hokage has issued an order, an arriving Umbu agent interrupted. Assist in repelling Pain, and the bounty increases to 500 million ryo. Kakuzu turned to Juzo, his eyes gleaming with newfound motivation. Listen, kid. A true shinobi never backs down. The more you fight the strong, the longer you'll live. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Pain. Outside the outskirts of Konoha, atop a small hill. They're more capable than expected, and Uchiha's hiding deeper than I thought. Even the Mizukage and Kazekage have joined the fight, not to mention those traitors. Should we go down and help? Conan glanced at the talkative Black Zetsu with a calm expression. We must have faith in God. Black Zetsu fell silent and turned his gaze toward the distant battlefield. As expected, none of them were normal. But Pain. Pain should already be invincible, right? Though, in this state, things are a bit troublesome. Boom. The massive body of the great toad boss was sent flying by an invisible force, crashing into Konoha and toppling countless buildings. It skidded across the ground, leaving a deep trench spanning several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. You too, is this really the kind of battle I should be involved in? Gamabunta gritted his teeth through the pain, using his sword to support himself as he stood up. He turned to the two toad sages perched on Jiraiya's shoulders and complained. Enough whining. Focus, or you'll die before you know it. Sorry, Bunta. The enemy is too troublesome. I need your help. Jiraiya's face was solemn as he looked up at Pain. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, truly a problem. Fukasaku, also staring at Pain, looked grim. Little Jeriah, watch your Sage mode. If you keep it up too long, it will cause permanent damage to your body, Shima warned. Water style, Water Shark Bullet. Windfire style, Divine Whirlwind Blaze. Lava style, Corrosive Bone Pain. Magnet style, Sand Drizzle. Pain extended his hand, absorbing every jutsu thrown at him, even the iron sand, which lost its chakra and fell harmlessly to the ground. The relentless attacks made him frown slightly. Especially Kakuzu's signature move, the combination of all 5 elements, was particularly eye-catching. Pain's Rinnegan locked onto its next target. With a mere hand movement. Kakuzu, who had just unleashed his attack, was suddenly yanked from the ground at an alarming speed, flying toward Pain in the sky. Feeling himself losing control and rising rapidly, the battle-hardened Kakuzu immediately split his body into multiple Earth Grudge Fear clones. He used Earth Style to increase his weight, then detonated his fire clone midair. The powerful explosion altered his trajectory. Just as he broke free from the gravitational pull, he glanced up and saw Pain extending both hands toward him. His heart dropped. A moment later, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him. Konoha, beneath Pain's outstretched hand. A massive shockwave erupted outward, obliterating every structure in its path. Within moments, a newly churned wasteland, over 100 meters wide, stretched before them. At the same time as Pain unleashed his technique. A long tongue shot up from beneath Konoha. Pain tilted his body to evade, only to be met with a stone sword attached to a long iron chain coming from the opposite direction. A feint. But against the Rinnegan, tricks like these were pointless. Pain dodged the initial strike, yet the moment the stone sword brushed past him, it curved back midair as if alive, the chain wrapping tightly around him. Looking down at the chain now coiled around his waist, Pain coldly glanced toward the one responsible, Jeriah. A futile trick. This ends now. The chain did not break under his repelling force. Instead, an immense pulling force surged through it, dragging him downward. For a moment, even Pain struggled to maintain his position. A combination of oil, wind, and fire surged along the chain, igniting into an inferno that hurtled toward Pain like a massive fireball. Shinra Tensei. The flames, infused with sage chakra, exploded outward. Yet the chain remained unscathed. Now. The chain around Pain's body began to grow. The stone sword, seemingly alive, twisted like a venomous snake and struck at him. SHHK. A direct hit. Fukasaku and Shima's faces lit up with joy. This weapon was nurtured for generations by the great Toad Sage's will, it exists between physical and spiritual form. It worked. Once pierced, even a tailed beast would have its consciousness sealed instantly. Pain's body fell through the air. But then he stopped mid-fall. Suspended in the sky. A ghostly figure of the King of Hell manifested behind him. Its massive jaws chewed methodically. With every bite, cracks spread across the stone sword and chain. Crunch. Crack. Crack. Finally, they shattered into specks of light. This. Ah. How are we supposed to explain this to the great Toad Sage now? Jeriah watched Pain slowly descend, eyes wary. No time for regrets. Prepare for the next round. Pain observed as Yugura, Mei Terumi, and the others closed in, forming a perimeter around him. His gaze swept across them. You still fail to understand the gap between yourselves and God. You have 2 choices, submit or suffer. It seems you've chosen the latter. Raising both hands. Jeriah, get back. Super Shinra Tensei. A blinding white light erupted. A devastating shockwave expanded outward, annihilating everything in its wake. For a moment, not just matter, but even sound, color, and light itself seemed to vanish. No one knew how long had passed. Mei Terumi crawled out of the rubble, battered and bruised. The noble presence of the Mizukage was nowhere to be seen. She turned her gaze toward Konoha. Her body trembled. Konoha was gone. Physically erased from existence. A massive crater, as if struck by a meteor, lay in its place. The surrounding terrain was slowly collapsing into it like a whirlpool. Damn it. Old men really can't be relied on. Mei bitterly tossed aside a shattered ring from her finger. A slug crawled onto her shoulder, emitting a faint green light. What do you need me to do now? Mei let out a self-deprecating laugh. Pain's power had left a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. In her mind, a voice echoed. No need, Mizukichi-sama. Thank you for your assistance. We will attempt once more to seal him using the Uchiha clan's unique ocular jutsu. If that fails, Hokage-sama will use the Reaper Death Seal. For now, we ask that you and the Kazekage help rescue any survivors trapped beneath the ruins. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, The Swan Song of the Uchiha. That old man still hasn't returned. Tsunade maintained her summoning jutsu, opening her eyes with a hint of fatigue. We've already sent a message, but... Yakushi no hesitated as she looked at the devastated village. It's better if he doesn't return. No need for him to see this mess. The village's destruction was already an undeniable reality, and Tsunade no longer held any expectations. After all, even Danzo, who could use wood release, would likely struggle against pain at this moment. He was simply too strong. A figure leaped from the distance. It was Kakashi, supporting a blood-soaked Jeriah. Cough. Tsunade. The dead demon-consuming seal might not work on pain. Having failed to seal his will within the blade of the Soul Reaper, Jeriah, who also understood the technique, was well aware of its limitations. But before he could finish, Tsunade cut him off. Enough. It doesn't matter if it works or not. Since I am the Hokage, there are some things I must do. She cast a determined glance at the ruined Konoha. If I fail, you and the old man can decide who'll be the sixth Hokage. Tsunade. Don't distract me. There are still many wounded beneath the rubble who need help. With that, she closed her eyes. A soft green glow emanated from her body as she ignored Jeriah entirely. Facing pain, Uchiha Itachi and Shisui exchanged glances before activating their fully realized Susanoo. Even with the first Hokage's cells integrated into his body, the prolonged high-intensity battle had already strained their eyes, causing a burning sensation. Stubborn fools. As Pain's words fell, the two Susanoo staggered forward, momentarily losing their balance. By the time Itachi steadied himself, Pain had already vanished from sight. Watch out. Shisui shouted as his Susanoo's sword slashed toward Itachi. Boom. In an instant, Shisui's massive Susanoo was sent flying by an invisible force. Meanwhile, Itachi's orange-red Susanoo rapidly deteriorated, first losing its armor, then its muscles, then its very bones, before dissipating completely into chakra that Pain absorbed into his palm. As Pain reached for Itachi's body, a flock of crows suddenly scattered. Pain's expression remained impassive. With a glance to his left, he extended his hand, activating Universal Pull. In the blink of an eye, he had seized Itachi's escaping crow clone by the throat. At the same time, his other hand gripped a black rod, which he drove straight through Itachi's heart. Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's lips. Pain gazed coldly at his dying form and spoke indifferently. I will eliminate each and every one of you. No one betrays the Akatsuki. With a sickening crack, he snapped Itachi's neck and turned his gaze toward the charging Shisui. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling shift in time and space. Frowning, he looked down at Itachi's lifeless body, only to meet a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. In the dim, blood-red world of Tsukuyomi, a great pinwheel-like Mangekyo loomed in the sky. Pain scanned his surroundings, an endless, desolate wasteland filled with deathly silence. So, this is a Sharingan technique. I already killed him. Then I'll just have to kill him again. Two rifts appeared in the sky, slowly opening to reveal Rinnegan staring down upon the crimson world. Cracks spread across the landscape, the space itself beginning to collapse, breaking apart piece by piece, floating upward like the fragments of a shattered mirror, heralding the world's end. Just then, another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, bearing a different pattern, manifested in the sky, fixating on Pain's consciousness with a hypnotic spin. Koto Amatsukami. An overwhelming force of will erupted into a radiant pillar of light beneath Pain's feet, blasting him into the air. Suspended within the raging luminescence, his body was engulfed in its transformative energy. For the first time, the omnipotent glow of the Rinnegan seemed to dim. Father. Mother. Yahiko. Konan. Jiraiya-sensei. Deep in his subconscious, forgotten emotions and memories began to resurface, bit by bit. This is trying to alter my mind. Pain, still levitating midair, opened his eyes. His gaze was ice-cold, laced with a hint of fury. I am a god. His voice echoed through the void. The Rinnegan in the sky contracted. The Tsukuyomi world cracked apart completely, like a shattered mirror. Even the two sets of Sharingan above were not spared. In reality, both Itachi and Shisui collapsed, blood trickling from the corners of their eyes. Pain, momentarily dazed for a single second, snapped back to awareness. Enough. Swish. Swish. Two black rods shot forward, piercing straight through their skulls. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui fell lifeless to the ground. However, moments later, their bodies flickered and dissipated into mere illusions. Pain's eyes narrowed. Without pursuing, he shifted his gaze toward the distance, and in the next instant, he vanished. From behind Uchiha Fugaku, who clutched his bleeding eyes, came Pain's emotionless voice. A little rat. Puffed. A black rod impaled his heart, followed by another stabbing straight through his brain. Once he was certain Fugaku was truly dead, Pain extended his hand. With a single gravitational pulse, he crushed the corpse into a mist of blood. Only then did his figure disappear, heading toward the location where he sensed Itachi's chakra. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, The Ghetto Statue. Dressed in his signature green jumpsuit, Guy appeared before Tsunade in a flash, carrying the unconscious Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursue under his arms. Hokage-sama, mission accomplished. But their condition doesn't look too good. Two slugs quickly attached themselves to the unconscious Uchihas, beginning the healing process. Tsunade opened her eyes and stood up. It's time for me, as Hokage, to step in. Wait. A voice interrupted her. Looking over, Tsunade saw Yakushi Nono gazing at Might Guy. Might Guy, do you remember self-restraint? She asked, handing him a mission scroll from the Foundation. Nono turned to Tsunade. Apologies, Tsunade-sama. Before departing, Danzo-sama instructed that if we encounter an enemy we cannot defeat, this mission should be entrusted to Might Guy. Guy. Kakashi, standing nearby, seemed to have realized something, his expression growing heavier. Taking the scroll, Might Guy flashed his signature grin, giving Kakashi a thumbs up. This is youth, Kakashi. I've been looking forward to my youth burning at its peak. With that, he performed a swift leaf whirlwind right on the spot, his energy surging. A shadow appeared behind the fired-up Might Guy, a hand resting on his shoulder. Guy, it's not time for your youth to bloom just yet. For now, let us old folks handle it. Danzo-sama. Everyone turned, their faces shifting from shock to joy. Apologies, I was delayed by some matters. Danzo gazed at the devastated Konoha before him. But it seems you've managed well. Honestly, I've long thought about tearing Konoha down and rebuilding it. You damn old geezer, quit talking nonsense. Tsunade's initial joy instantly turned into irritation. Enough, Tsunade. The others still need your healing. If I fail, then Guy can take over. Your medical skills are more crucial now. With those words, Danzo's figure vanished. Pursuing Pain suddenly halted, his eyes locking onto the figure blocking his path. Danzo. Perfect, I can use you to obtain more intel. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. I was thinking the same thing. Danzo stared directly into the Rinnegan. Having studied eyes of a similar caliber, he couldn't help but doubt how Uchiha Madara had awakened this power. If Madara had truly unlocked these eyes, then even in his twilight years, he should have been invincible. And yet, he died. Possessing the power to reshape yin and yang, to create from nothing, yet ultimately succumbing to old age, it sounded like a cruel joke. Black markings began spreading across Danzo's face as he slammed his hands onto the ground. Sage art, birth of the world of trees. The very ground of Konoha trembled as countless trees erupted from below, spreading in all directions. Even the crater at the village's center wasn't spared, as the trees surged forth, turning what had been reduced to rubble into a vast forest. All traces of battle were buried beneath the rapidly growing landscape, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment. Yet, the forest was unnerving. It twisted and expanded wildly, as if alive, an overwhelming force of nature. This. Terumi stared in shock at the transformed battlefield. The voice in her mind informed her of Danzo's arrival, and with it, a renewed sense of hope. A technique of this scale, was this really the work of a human? So this would release the legendary power of the god of shinobi. Tsunade, too, was stunned. Though proud, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. This was, after all, the treasured release of the Senju clan. Meanwhile, Jeriah could clearly sense the immense concentration of natural energy within the forest. There was no doubt, Danzo had integrated Sage Mode into his technique. Deep within the dense foliage, Pain experienced it firsthand. Though the Rinnegan could absorb chakra, it was ineffective against natural energy. Worse still, the excess natural energy distorted his sensory abilities, making it difficult to track Danzo's movements. Pain began to levitate just as a colossal wooden humanoid rose from behind him. Its massive hands closed in from both sides, attempting to crush him. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repelling force erupted outward, yet instead of shattering the wooden hands, it created a momentary stalemate. The towering wooden entity, as if embracing an invisible sphere, continued pressing inward, exerting greater force. Creak. Creak. Pain, hands raised in defiance, furrowed his brows. His once unstoppable repelling force had failed to obliterate the wooden giant. Impressive. So, you're their trump card. Wrapped around the wooden construct's arms was a massive wooden dragon, its eyes locked onto Pain like a venomous serpent preparing to strike. Summoning Jutsu. From within a billowing cloud of smoke, two colossal arms emerged, grasping the wooden giant's limbs. At the same time, a terrifying glow radiated from its mouth. Boom. A sphere of energy, reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb, obliterated the wooden giant's head in an instant. What is that monster? Tsunade gasped in shock. It loomed even taller than the wooden giant, an eerie, mummified husk wrapped in chains, like a cursed prisoner from an ancient era. The brief hope that had sparked in the hearts of Konoha's defenders was swiftly replaced by dread. Pain had not yet unleashed his full power. A guttural roar erupted from the creature as the wooden dragon coiled around its neck was torn into pieces. The ghetto statue threw back its head and bellowed. The sound waves rippled through the forest, an unnatural, oppressive force that sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Even those simply laying eyes on the monster felt their instincts screaming in fear, as if an ancient power was suppressing their very blood. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Battle. The Ten-Tails Husk. Perched atop a tree, Danzo fixed his gaze on Nagato, who floated calmly above the ghetto statue. As if sensing Danzo's stare, Pain turned to look at him. At the same time, the ghetto statue lowered its head, its sealed eyes seemingly locked onto Danzo as well. Roar. The trees of the forest seemed to gain a singular purpose, growing in a coordinated manner toward the ghetto statue, attempting to bind it. The trees wrapped around the massive figure, only to be torn apart, growing, binding, and being ripped asunder again and again. Though the relentless vegetation managed to hinder the ghetto statue's movements, it couldn't completely stop its attack on Danzo. A colossal hand, large enough to blot out the sky, swung down toward him. Boom. Fragments of trees and debris flew in all directions as the massive palm cleared out a sizable section of the battlefield. But in mere moments, the endlessly growing trees surged back, coiling around the arm that had struck the ground, binding it tightly. Roar. The forest went wild, its growth accelerating at a terrifying pace. Twisting vines and branches spiraled up the statue's legs and arms, climbing higher and higher. The ghetto statue, like a magnet caught in iron sand, found itself increasingly restrained. For every branch it tore apart, countless more grew to take its place, climbing relentlessly. As the vegetation spread, covering more and more of its form, the once struggling ghetto statue gradually stilled. With no resistance left, the trees engulfed it even faster. The massive figure was soon completely wrapped in a thick layer of greenery, transforming from a fearsome entity into what appeared to be a mountain covered in dense forest. Boom. 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 A deep, rhythmic sound echoed from within the sealed ghetto statue, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Even from a distance, Conan and Black Zetsu could hear it clearly. That old man really is a threat. Black Zetsu cast a quick glance at the ever-calm Conan but couldn't hide the flicker of excitement in his eyes as he continued to observe the battlefield closely. This chakra. It's a tailed beast. Danzo immediately sensed that something was wrong and poured even more chakra into his jutsu. The twisting, coiling trees that had swallowed the ghetto statue made the covered mountain appear eerily distorted, as though something monstrous was incubating within. Roar. Branches and leaves were sent flying in all directions. Like a creature hatching from its shell, the ghetto statue emerged, unleashing a furious roar toward the sky. Its previously withered body now appeared fuller, revitalized. Scorching lava burst from beneath its feet, spreading outward in all directions. In a matter of moments, the once lush forest was now home to a landscape of bubbling, molten rock, resembling the crater of an erupting volcano. The lava continued to expand, devouring the land, suppressing the rapid growth of the trees completely. Did I fail? The power of the four tails, truly troublesome. Danzo quickly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Wind Release, Tornado Tempest. A massive storm engulfed the entire forest, ripping trees from their roots and sending countless leaves and branches spiraling into the sky. The tornado expanded, growing wider and wider, reaching a diameter of nearly 5 kilometers. The sheer force of the storm limited the visibility of the distant onlookers, but Pain's resounding roars could still be heard within. Inside the storm, Danzo abandoned his direct confrontation with the ghetto statue. Moving with the chaotic air currents, he maneuvered like a fish swimming through the tempest, swiftly rising into the sky. Sage Art, Rasengan. A dazzling sphere of spinning chakra arced through the air, homing in on Pain from above. Boom. The Rasengan detonated, its immense wind-based chakra explosion causing a sudden shift in the surrounding airflow. Yet, as the dust cleared, Pain remained unharmed. The closer an attack gets, the stronger his repulsion force. As the first Rasengan dissipated, a second one, swirling amidst the storm, struck him directly. But just as Danzo had predicted, Pain didn't use Shinra Tensei to repel it. Instead, he relied on the Rinnegan's chakra absorption ability, catching the Rasengan with his bare hands. The massive blue sphere of wind chakra slowly shrank as it was absorbed. Danzo narrowed his eyes as he noticed wooden markings slowly appearing on Pain's hands. So it works. The Rinnegan can absorb wind chakra, but natural energy is harmful to him. Just as he was about to press the attack. Whoosh. Boom. A barrage of lava and fire exploded around him, scattering across the sky like molten fireworks. Below, the ghetto statue had turned into a living artillery cannon, spitting out massive lava projectiles toward the storm above. Danzo was forced to weave through the gusting winds, narrowly dodging the barrage. But the intelligence he had gathered was enough. The ghetto statue was highly resilient, capable of wielding the power of the tailed beasts. Taking it down in a short period was unlikely, making an all-out attack unwise. Pain's Rinnegan was far stronger than in the original timeline, and his chakra reserves were absurdly high. However, his combat experience seemed immature. Or perhaps he was simply too reliant on the Rinnegan's abilities. That made him the prime target. Within this storm, infused with his chakra, his sage art Rasen Shuriken would almost certainly land. This was still his battlefield. Advantage, Danzo. He prepared another sage art, Rasen Shuriken, ready to strike. Just as he was about to launch it, a sudden force yanked at him. Danzo immediately used the body flicker technique to escape. An instant later, the spot he had just occupied was obliterated by a lava explosion. More swift teleports followed, his figure flickering through the storm. Every position he had just left was promptly bombarded by the ghetto statue's relentless attacks. That damn thing is a real nuisance, and Pain is starting to coordinate his attacks with it. Danzo was mildly surprised. Pain had managed to track his movements within the storm, despite the abundance of natural energy interfering with normal chakra sensing. Haichi, have Tsunade and the others provide some support. Don't let that monster run wild down there. Soon, Yamanaka Haichi's voice echoed in his mind. Lord Danzo. The storm's range is too vast, and its penetration power is overwhelming. We can't provide support. We can't even properly sense what's happening inside. Damn it. Even with home field advantage, my team is useless. Compared to Danzo, Pain was even more shocked. Not only did this enemy know the cooldown time of his abilities, his usually infallible chakra absorption had failed. And his opponent's reflexes were fast enough to break free from Bansho Tenin's pull. This battle was proving to be far more difficult than anticipated. Chapter 165, Rinnegan. It seems Pain is in trouble. I'm skilled at concealment, an ambush in this environment might be highly effective. Hearing Black Zetsu's words, Konan looked toward the battlefield engulfed in a raging storm, hesitation flickering in her eyes. You don't want Pain to fail, do you? If you dare harbor any other intentions, I will kill you. Relax. Until our cooperation is complete, our goals remain aligned. Black Zetsu let out a sinister smile before slowly sinking into the ground. Navigating through the storm, Danzo observed Pain in the distance. Despite his battle prowess being somewhat inexperienced, those eyes were an enigma. They provided both offense and defense while also allowing him to anticipate attacks in advance. Even in Sage mode, with little killing intent, his every move was still easily perceived. Ordinary attacks were almost ineffective. At the same time, Pain was also unable to do anything to him. So, it seems that move is necessary after all. Now, dealing with the Rinnegan shouldn't be a problem. After encountering the Tensegan, Danzo had developed a deep wariness toward these 6 paths level ocular powers. And now, that wariness had only grown stronger. Sage Art, Rasen Shuriken. A glowing blue Rasen Shuriken spiraled outward in a perfect arc. Danzo's figure vanished alongside it. Boom. Pain blocked the attack, but doubt began creeping into his mind. How could this be happening? I am a god. I am a god. Danzo reappeared before Pain, but instead of attacking immediately, he spoke. Pain, I know you. Boom. A fiery explosion erupted where Danzo had stood, engulfed by the Tentail's long-range lava flames. His form flickered back into existence behind Pain, just a short distance away. You call yourself a god, yet you're nothing more than a clown. Boom. You couldn't stop your parents from being killed, nor could you prevent Yahiko's death. Boom. 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 The relentless explosions continued. Yet, amidst the fire and destruction, Danzo's voice carried on. I've known about you for a long time. A puppet, a mere marionette whose entire life was orchestrated by someone else. Boom. 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 Pain's expression remained emotionless, but the indiscriminate devastation around him betrayed his inner turmoil. And those eyes of yours? Do you know where they truly came from? Having wielded their power yourself, surely you don't believe they are yours by birth. A soft chuckle. Pain's composure shattered completely. Watching your parents die, witnessing your best friend's death, weak and powerless. And now you call yourself a god, striving for peace through suffering. Tell me, who wrote that script for you? It's nothing more than a pathetic, miserable tragedy. Am I wrong, Nagato? Pain barely had time to react before a pair of crimson eyes appeared in his vision. By the time he regained awareness, he found himself in a vast, open space bathed in white and blue light. You're shaken. You've had doubts, haven't you? Do you want to know the truth? Danzo's form materialized in front of him, emerging from the mist. If I kill you, I'll learn the truth just the same. No matter what was, I am God now. Above them, a colossal projection of the Rinnegan slowly opened. Cracks began to spread, repairing themselves, only to fracture again. Danzo shook his head. I'm sorry. If your life is meant to be a tragedy, then let it stay that way. Twists and redemption arcs, those are the most annoying things. Besides, in here, I am God. With a mere thought, 4 towering statues appeared, their presence overwhelming. The lifelike statues extended their arms, pulling forth chains formed from pure white mist. Clang. Clang. Pain's limbs were shackled, his body forced into a cross-like position in midair. White lightning began to rain down in rapid succession, each strike siphoning fragments of his soul. His violent struggles only intensified, but every surge of resistance from the Rinnegan above summoned another divine thunderbolt, striking him down. Seeing this, Danzo finally exhaled in relief. Even if he couldn't outright defeat him, grinding him down would do the job. Time lost meaning within the spiritual plane. Aya. For the first time, Pain let out an anguished scream. His once semi-solid soul now fractured, countless luminous soul fragments drifting away. Danzo frowned slightly and opened his eyes. Something was off. Did he just self-destruct? No. That's not it. The Rinnegan in the sky was growing more corporeal, its gaze more sentient. At the same time, the entire space around them was starting to waver, becoming unreal. Then, the Rinnegan turned its focus to Danzo. A gaze filled with murderous intent. That feeling. Like a mouse trapped in a box, caught in the sights of a cat. Only this time, the terror was far worse than before. The destroyer of the ninja world must die. Fuck you, you sneaky old bastard. Danzo's face darkened as he cursed aloud. Pressing his hands together, he prepared for all-out combat. Hrack! A dense mist of white souls erupted from his body like smoke signals. The space twisted, as if gaining a will of its own. 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan manifested above, locking eyes with the Rinnegan in a frenzy of madness. Die. The word carried the full force of the Rinnegan's overwhelming will. Fissures tore through the space, shattering the 4 towering statues. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan began to break apart. Cracks spread across the battlefield, originating from the Rinnegan, fracturing reality itself. In mere moments, the once complete space was reduced to 1/3 of its original form, its total collapse only a matter of time. Just as it seemed all was about to end. A pair of white eyes slowly opened. You, defiler, must die. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Black Zetsu's Shock. Outside world. Black Zetsu, clinging to the shattered remnants of trees swirling within the hurricane, stared at the 2 figures in the distance with an expression of utter terror. Just a second ago, Pain had fallen prey to Danzo's dojutsu, leaving both sides momentarily vulnerable, an opportune moment gifted by fate itself. Yet, just as he was about to make his move, Pain's body suddenly twisted and shriveled. In the blink of an eye, his entire form aged rapidly, withering into a dried husk before being swept away by the raging winds. Only the Rinnegan, detached from its sockets, remained floating in the air, staring fixedly at Danzo. Had the Rinnegan come to life? And the aura it exuded, it was all too familiar. How is he still alive? Impossible. This has to be an illusion. Black Zetsu's entire face contorted in disbelief, his dark visage overcome with horror. At that moment, Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan, which had been oozing blood, began to change. The intricate kaleidoscope pattern slowly faded, the pupils turning completely white and emitting a faint blue glow. The eyes of Hamura. The once radiant Rinnegan suddenly dimmed, as though it had sustained severe damage. The space around them warped, and the Rinnegan vanished along with it, leaving Danzo standing there, stunned. Black Zetsu was at a loss, unable to fully process what had just happened. The presence he had just sensed from the Rinnegan, it was unmistakably that of Otsutsuki Hamura. But he had been dead for centuries. That was Madara's Rinnegan, how could this be happening? And this Danzo, why did he possess the eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura? No, there was no mistake. It was undoubtedly the presence of those 2 brothers. Memories flooded back, of the times he had hidden in the shadows under the Sage of 6 Paths' watchful gaze, and of trembling in fear when Hamura's gaze swept over the ninja world from the moon after the sage's passing. That feeling was seared into his very being. There was no mistaking it. Why? Why was this happening? This wasn't part of the plan. Nagato. The Eye of the Moon plan. Mother. Would he have to wait another 1,000 years? No. Staring at Danzo, whose eyes were now bleeding profusely, a flicker of madness and greed flashed through Black Zetsu's gaze. Whoosh! A mass of viscous black substance shot forward, piercing directly through Danzo's chest and striking his heart in an instant. Success! This body, Haha, there's actually a fragment of my consciousness inside it. Mother, wait for me. I'll free you soon. Danzo's shattered heart was quickly engulfed by the black tendrils, which spread through his blood vessels and spine, taking root deep within him. His external wound closed rapidly, as if nothing had happened at all. As the hurricane slowly subsided, countless debris rained down from the sky. A green glowing figure stepped lightly across the falling wreckage, catching the unconscious Danzo midair. I've found Lord Danzo. He needs medical attention. No enemy presence detected for now. Guy, protect him. Backup will arrive soon. Whoosh. 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 In no time, several figures gathered around Guy, standing on high alert. Simultaneously, Yakushi Nono and two root medical nin extended their hands, releasing a soft green glow. No physical injuries. Chakra levels are stable. His cells are even more active than usual. It seems like the damage was to his soul and psyche, which caused him to lose consciousness. Within seconds, Pakura and the others also arrived, their expressions filled with concern as they looked at the still unconscious Danzo receiving treatment. Yakushi Nono sighed in relief and stood up. Guy, help me escort Lord Danzo back. Pakura, you stay here. She cast a glance at the lifeless husk of the tentails in the distance, motionless. Understood. Pakura hesitated but eventually nodded. Shortly after they left, Jeriah approached with a grim expression, cradling a dried corpse in his arms. The red clouds on its black cloak made its identity unmistakable. So this is pain. Poor guy. Something's off. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Stay alert. There may still be Akatsuki members nearby. Conan. A figure with wings descended slowly from above, her gaze locked onto the lifeless body in Jeriah's arms. Wait. Jeriah raised a hand, stopping the others from attacking. He stepped forward, his face heavy, his eyes filled with sorrow. Conan, why did you all end up like this? He simply couldn't understand how the three kind-hearted children he once knew had led to such devastation. Isn't war always like this? You kill me, I kill you. The strong always rule over the weak. Her icy gaze met that of her former teacher, carrying an air of resignation and finality. Jiraiya-sensei, can you grant me one last request? If possible, bury us at the little hut where we once lived. Jiraiya's body trembled, his voice growing heavier. Until everything is clear, you'll have to stay in Konoha. With a swift motion, he slammed a hand onto the ground. A massive toad erupted from the earth like a ravenous serpent, swallowing Conan whole without warning. Its body then began to petrify, sealing inscriptions covering its surface. With a bang, the toad disappeared, transported to Mount Mayaboku. Now, we need to discuss how to deal with that thing. She murmured, eyes lingering on the colossal husk of the tentails, still exuding an ominous presence. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Treatment. Where is this? In the pitch-black void, Black Zetsu stared in confusion at the countless floating fragments surrounding him, varying in size. He had been devouring Danzo's consciousness, so why had he ended up here? The fragments emitted a faint glow, resonating as if responding to something. Black Zetsu. It seems fate has finally smiled upon me. The voice had barely fallen when chains shot out from all directions, wrapping around Black Zetsu in an instant, binding him tightly like a cocoon. No, Danzo, this is a misunderstanding. We can work together, no. Before he could finish, he vanished from the space. Once again, silence returned, but the fragments in the void seemed to be gathering and repairing themselves at an even faster pace. Deep within the root's secret base, in a hidden chamber, Danzo lay on a treatment bed, his body connected to numerous medical instruments. His brain is in a state of complete consciousness lockdown. There's no way to intervene. Uchiha Itachi deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi, thank you for your efforts. You should go back now and spend some time with your family. Yes. As Itachi left, the chamber fell into silence, save for the rhythmic beeping of the monitoring devices. After a long pause, Nono Yakushi, standing beside the bed, finally spoke. Kabuto, go and invite the Hokage here. Understood. A shadow flickered in the darkness, then quickly disappeared. Before long, Tsunade arrived, following Kabuto, her face showing clear irritation. This place is really well hidden. No wonder I haven't seen that old man around, turns out he's actually bedridden. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Everything was done for your safety. A week ago, after returning to the base under Guy's escort, Nono had sealed off all information regarding Danzo's condition. Even when Tsunade had sent people to inquire, the only response given was, Danzo is recuperating from his injuries. Tsunade glanced around the room, then scoffed at herself. Well, it certainly is safe. A space-sealing jutsu. Let me guess, if I even think about making a move, this entire chamber will be teleported elsewhere. And I assume the forces waiting on the other side are more than enough to kill me. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Nono bowed deeply again, but did not deny it. Tsunade's tone grew sharper. Get out. I don't want anyone interfering with my treatment. Understood, Hokage-sama. Nono remained composed as she left the chamber. Once the stone door sealed shut with runic inscriptions, Tsunade finally let out a breath, easing some of her frustration. Your subordinates are certainly competent. She approached the bed, her expression turning serious. Although she was displeased by Root's lack of trust in her, she still had some understanding of their strength. If even they couldn't handle this, then the situation was likely far more complicated than it seemed. For an old geezer, you sure made yourself look younger. Honestly, you're only tolerable when you're unconscious. TCH. Placing her glowing green hands on Danzo's chest, Tsunade closed her eyes and began scanning his body with chakra. This body. This life force. It's inhuman. The sheer vitality coursing through him was unlike anything she had ever seen before. Tsunade couldn't help but wonder, if she cut off his head, would he even die immediately? Opening her eyes, she was visibly shaken. Is this what Grandpa's would release was like? According to Senju clan records, Hashirama had survived countless fatal injuries without succumbing. Tsunade chose not to probe further. She feared she wouldn't be able to resist dissecting Danzo for research. As her hands moved to envelop his head in green light. It really is a soul-related issue. The glow in her palms intensified as her brows furrowed. Soon, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. When she projected her consciousness, she vaguely saw a fragmented space. Her understanding of soul-related treatment came primarily from her grandmother, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade prided herself on her knowledge of souls, believing she was no less proficient in this field than Orochimaru. But she had never encountered a case like Danzo's before. A normal person in this state should have been reduced to a mindless husk, yet he remained in a coma instead. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead spread across her body, and the green chakra in her hands turned pure white. E-natured chakra, infused with soul energy, reached into the shattered space. But the moment it made contact, the fragmented space reacted like a dried-up sponge, frantically absorbing the energy. The chakra, meant to be supplied in controlled amounts, was instead being forcefully drawn in, growing more intense by the second. By the time Tsunade realized what was happening and tried to pull away, it was already too late. Her consciousness. It was trapped. Even opening her eyes became impossible. Damn old man. Even unconscious, you're still a pain in the ass. Yet soon, her irritation turned into terror. The absorption force had reached an absurd level. Her spiritual energy and chakra were rapidly draining, and even her very soul was beginning to suffer damage. It felt endless, relentless. In the chamber, Tsunade stood at the bedside, her eyes shut tight, her expression twisted in pain. Her face had turned deathly pale, her body unable to stay upright. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed forward, her face landing directly onto Danzo's. Completely unconscious. In the haze of darkness, she could faintly sense an overwhelming, boundless life force. The chakra flowed through her body like a raging river, filling her cells with revitalizing energy. Every fiber of her being seemed to cry out in joy, her blood boiling with exhilaration. Her body greedily absorbed the life force, desperate for more, craving deeper, more intimate contact. It was an unparalleled, intoxicating pleasure. More. More. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Missing. Hokage-sama, are you all right? Stepping into the hidden chamber, Nono Yakushi glanced at the still unconscious Danzo. She immediately noticed that Tsunade's breathing was slightly uneven. Tsunade let out a slow breath. I'm fine. Just a significant chakra drain. His soul was indeed damaged, but the treatment was successful. When he'll wake up, however, is up to him. Thank you for your trouble, Hokage-sama. Nono bowed in gratitude, but Tsunade simply waved her off impatiently. Enough. Just notify me when he wakes up. Without waiting for a response, she turned and strode out of the chamber. After conducting a thorough check on Danzo's condition, Nono couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Something about Tsunade's state earlier didn't seem quite right. It didn't look like simple chakra exhaustion. On the contrary, her complexion had been slightly flushed. In the newly rebuilt Hokage office, Tsunade stood alone, lost in thought. Tsunade, is Danzo all right? Jeriah barged in without knocking, as was his habit. A flicker of irritation flashed across Tsunade's face. What's the problem? He's alive and kicking, bah, as if. He's just as much a pain as you are. Even if he died, it'd be a relief. Jeriah, accustomed to Tsunade's outbursts, merely walked over and sat down at her desk. Did he piss you off again? He's lying there like a corpse. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't piss me off. Jeriah's expression turned serious. How bad is it? Tsunade sighed, her temper cooling slightly. He'll wake up. Eventually. I just don't know when. What about your little student? Did she get any useful information? Conan only knows that it was summoned through the Rasengan. The 4 tails and 5 tails were sealed inside it, but beyond that, she's not sure. The Rasengan itself has also gone missing, which is why I was hoping Danzo might have some answers. Through the window, the colossal remains of the 10 tails husk still stood motionless, its mere presence exuding an oppressive pressure that made one's heart clench. This battle had left Jeriah with a rare sense of helplessness. He wasn't even sure if there were more enemies lurking in the shadows. Conan had mentioned a figure called Black Zetsu, but they hadn't found any trace of him on the battlefield. The old bastard is useless for now. Any news on Naruto? Jeriah shook his head helplessly. No. It's like he vanished into thin air. Sasuke, too. Fugaku's younger son. And what about Itachi? Has he found anything? Jeriah shook his head again. Seems like a space-time jutsu was involved. They were teleported away without a trace. Root is already searching the entire shinobi world for any leads. Hopefully, we'll hear something soon. Tsunade felt a growing frustration. One problem after another. Forget about spending time with that little wife of yours. I'm assigning the Hyuga clan to assist you. Focus on Konoha's defenses. The news of Konoha's destruction at the hands of Pain had spread like wildfire across the entire shinobi world. Though details remained unclear, the undeniable fact was that the village had been completely wiped off the map. Many believed this marked the beginning of an era of chaos. However, a month had passed, and the major villages remained eerily silent. Instead, turmoil erupted in the land of water. The daimyo launched a brutal purge, eliminating a number of high-ranking officials, only to be assassinated in his own palace shortly afterward. The entire nation plunged into disorder as feudal lords and city rulers vied for power. However, the intervention of Kagaya swiftly changed the situation. Despite her youth, Mei Terumi, the newly appointed Mizukage, displayed a ruthlessness beyond her years. She wielded her authority with an iron grip, forcibly stabilizing the conflict. Many expected this to spark even greater unrest. Yet, surprisingly, none of the other nations took action. In fact, the second heir to the Fire Country's throne publicly expressed his support, urging Kagaya to restore order to the land of water as soon as possible. This strange turn of events left many veteran shinobi and nobles at a complete loss. In the Uchiha clan compound, the news of Shisui Uchiha's awakening brought Tsunade a rare moment of relief. His combat prowess had been witnessed by many, and having him back was a significant reassurance for Konoha. However, her relief was short-lived. Inside the Hokage tower, Tsunade frowned at the young man standing before her. You want to leave Konoha now? What about your mother? Uchiha Itachi remained resolute. There are reports of sightings in the Land of Lightning, Naruto and Sasuke. My mother also wishes for me to investigate. No matter who took Sasuke, I will bring him back. Seeing the determination in his gaze, Tsunade had little choice but to concede. Be careful. Whoever took them managed to bypass multiple layers of security undetected. They're not ordinary opponents. If you find anything, report back immediately. Understood, Hokage-sama. Tsunade knew all too well that even if she refused, Itachi would go regardless. After dealing with the day's paperwork, Tsunade absently twirled a pen between her fingers. Tiny green buds sprouted along its surface, pulsing with life. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Has it stopped growing? Is this as far as it goes? Danzo remained unconscious. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Recompense. Deep within the underground secret base of Root, in a sealed chamber. Hokage-sama. Tsunade made her way alone through the familiar corridors and arrived at the chamber, where she was met by Nono Yakushi, who was waiting by the entrance. Still no change. No, it's the same as before. Having gained some experience from the previous treatment, Nono's tone was not as rigid as before. Leave us. No one is to disturb me. Understood, Hokage-sama. Nono took 2 medical personnel and exited the chamber. As the stone door closed, the runes embedded in the walls flickered to life, sealing the chamber completely. Tsunade walked over and looked down at the still unconscious Danzo. For a long moment, she simply stared. Then, she scoffed and spat on the ground. Closing her eyes, she unsealed the Een seal. Runes spread across her entire body as a soft, milky white glow enveloped her hands. Not long after, Tsunade opened her eyes, frowning. There was no reaction from Danzo at all. Did she have to do it the same way as last time? The feeling of having her chakra and life force drained dry was not pleasant. You're getting off easy, old bastard. Closing her eyes again, she allowed her consciousness to slip into the fragmented space within him, bracing herself for the familiar sensation of being siphoned. Chakra, life force, and even a trace of soul energy were being forcefully extracted. Unlike last time, Tsunade no longer panicked. Instead, she simply waited as her energy was drained bit by bit. Until she could no longer hold on, her body finally gave out, collapsing onto Danzo. Suddenly, a deep green light radiated from Danzo's body. Here it comes. Through her hazy vision, Tsunade saw it and felt a tinge of satisfaction. Vital energy surged from the points of contact between their bodies. Like a traveler in the desert stumbling upon an oasis, an indescribable pleasure washed over her. Danzo's body, now actively absorbing, greedily devoured more and more of the life energy. No more barriers, more contact, deeper contact. Unlike last time, his consciousness remained clear throughout. The process of receiving life energy was intoxicating, utterly consuming. Much later, the stone door finally opened. Hokage-sama, are you all right? I'm fine. Just excessive chakra depletion. I'm leaving now. Let me know when he wakes up. As she walked away, Nono Yakushi remained deep in thought, unable to shake her suspicions. Excessive chakra depletion. That wasn't how it looked at all. If anything, Tsunade seemed almost overcharged, like someone who had just taken a military ration pill or a powerful stimulant. Her chakra was so abundant it was unstable. Stepping over to the bed, Nono carefully examined Danzo's condition. There were no visible issues. However, as she touched his chest, she noticed something damp. Bringing her fingers to her nose, she sniffed. Sweat. Danzo had been lying here for so long, yet he had never once sweated. There had never been any bodily excretions. Could this be from Hokage-sama? Calling for warm water, Nono instructed the staff to cleanse Danzo's body, meticulously wiping him down from head to toe as if handling a priceless artifact. Even his undergarments were removed for thorough cleaning. However, that was when she discovered something unexpected. For the first time in her life, Nono Yakushi, a woman who had always been composed, felt her expression shift into one of deep contemplation. Without delay, she summoned Pakura. Is he awake? Pakura asked as she arrived. Not yet. But I need you to do something. Pakura's expression turned to one of disappointment. However, as Nono explained the task, Pakura's eyes widened in shock. This is important, Nono said solemnly. Moments later, a visibly flushed Pakura walked out of the chamber. There's a response. Nono Yakushi's mind raced with 1,000 possibilities, conspiracies, bloodline theories, even the idea that Tsunade was conducting secret genetic experiments. After all, such things were not unheard of in the shinobi world. Some powerful Kekkei Genkai could fetch astronomical prices on the black market. Just as she began making arrangements to investigate whether Tsunade had initiated some kind of secret breeding program, Danzo regained consciousness. Inside the chamber. Danzo-sama. Danzo immediately sensed the relief in Nono Yakushi's voice. How long was I unconscious? 1.5 months. She hesitated briefly before regaining her composure. During that time, Hokage-sama treated you twice. Danzo rose to his feet, stretching his stiff wrists. Tsunade came here? No wonder I felt my recovery accelerate twice. So it was her doing. It seems her medical ninjutsu has progressed significantly, even in matters of the soul. Danzo-sama, were you able to perceive anything from the outside while unconscious? Nono asked, carefully observing his reaction. Danzo shook his head. No. Why? Is there something I should know? Danzo-sama. Before she could continue, a figure suddenly threw herself into Danzo's arms, clinging tightly to him. Compared to Nono Yakushi's reserved nature, Pakura was far more direct, almost to the point of audacity. Danzo did not seem to mind. With his increasing strength, his mindset had grown more composed. He no longer needed to constantly maintain the ruthless image befitting the leader of Root. His demeanor had become noticeably more relaxed. And the women in his chambers were the first to sense this change. Even Ichikawa Naomi, who had once been so terrified that a mere glance from him could make her tremble, had grown bold enough to seek his favor through small acts of defiance. It's nothing major, Nono finally said after a moment. However, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto have gone missing. Uchiha Itachi has already set out to search for them. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo gently stroked Pakura's smooth back as his gaze turned cold. Chapter 170, Jiraiya's Recognition. That day, news of Danzo's awakening was delivered to the Hokage, and the first to rush over was none other than Jeriah. Jeriah, you're in such a hurry. Is something wrong? In the underground stone hall of the root headquarters, Danzo sat on a stone bench, watching as Jeriah entered with his usual carefree grin. "It's great to see you recovering, Lord Danzo. Tsunade mentioned that your condition was rather dire not long ago." Sensing Jeriah's genuine joy, Danzo's expression suddenly turned strange. "Ding. You have received the recognition of Jeriah. Fate connection established. Acquired, unyielding willpower is often stronger than mere strength. Acquired, natural affinity, though not completely eroded by chakra, you still share a bond with nature." A clear sensation washed over Danzo's soul, as if a refreshing spring had been poured into it. The overwhelming pleasure made his gaze waver slightly. Natural energy swirled around him, exuding an almost affectionate warmth, as though it had a will of its own. This was unprecedented. Lord Danzo. Pakura, standing behind him, immediately noticed something amiss and asked with concern. "It's nothing, just a brief distraction." Danzo waved a hand dismissively. Jeriah, who had just been glared at by Pakura, scratched his head with an awkward smile. Though she wore a mask, Jeriah had long since figured out her identity from their previous collaborations. He never expected the Kazekage to be part of Root, and to be so close to Danzo, no less. Danzo truly lived up to his reputation. But quickly, Jeriah got to the point. "Lord Danzo, I came in such a hurry because of the Rinnegan." The Rinnegan was taken. Naruto and Sasuke were likely abducted by the same person. But don't worry, they're not in any immediate danger. As for the Ten-Tails husk, I'll handle it. Ha ha ha, with you around, my job just got a whole lot easier. Tsunade has been working me to the bone lately. Watching Jeriah's retreating figure, Danzo couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. She arranged 3 wives for him, yet he still wasn't willing to risk his life for Konoha just once. Sensing Pakura's subtle shift in emotions behind him, Danzo reassured her. "Relax, I'm fine. In fact, I feel better than ever. I will do my best to protect you." Hearing the firmness in her voice, Danzo sighed internally. Yet, he could clearly sense the deep-rooted dependency and worry within Pakura's soul. He reached out, pulling her onto his lap and gently stroking her silky hair, as if petting a kitten. "I believe in you, Pakura." His thoughts, however, drifted back to Jeriah's gifts, 2 in total. Unyielding will and natural affinity were both inherent traits of Jeriah. But the most valuable gain was the enhancement of his soul's quality. At this moment, he could feel his body evolving with every passing second. Just a little more time, to fully digest his recent gains, and he would truly reach the level of a perfect 6 paths being. When that time came, it would be time to settle the final accounts. Before the colossal husk of the Ten-Tails, sealing barriers and countless intricate runes had been arranged all around. Danzo stepped into the formation, placing both hands on the Ten-Tails husk. Immediately, he could sense the presence of the 4 tails and 5 tails sealed within, as well as the empty, hollow soul lingering inside. His eyes emitted a faint blue glow, and the withered husk of the Ten-Tails stirred ever so slightly, its spine straightening as if regaining some semblance of vitality. As expected, it worked. With a 6 paths level core, he could indeed gain control over it. Using the Tensegan's abilities, Danzo imprinted a summoning contract upon it. Then, activating a summoning jutsu, he transported the massive creature to a deserted island. As the colossal monster vanished, the gathered shinobi all breathed sighs of relief. Without delay, they resumed their efforts to rebuild Konoha. The village's landscape had been drastically altered. Trees had been cleared, revealing the planned streets, where numerous shinobi and laborers worked tirelessly on construction. Caravans streamed in from all over the land of fire, bringing essential supplies. Despite its recent devastation, Konoha still exuded vitality. The clan districts were being reorganized, and opportunistic merchants were making fortunes amidst the rebuilding efforts. Danzo's return was a relief to many. Although reports had claimed he was recuperating, his actual presence was far more reassuring, especially for the major clans working closely with Root. In the council chamber, after meeting with the clan heads, Danzo turned to Shizun with a puzzled expression. "Where is Tsunade?" "Lady Hokage wasn't feeling well today, so she couldn't attend," Shizun replied apologetically. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Was Tsunade trying to abandon her responsibilities? This was an important meeting, how could she not show up? Had the recent attack by pain shaken her so much? Tell her this, just focus on governing Konoha. I will handle everything outside the village. Understood. At the heart of Mount Myaboku, within a grand palace, the great toad sage suddenly awoke from a deep slumber. Huff, huff. His breath came in ragged gasps, his ancient eyes filled with disbelief and terror. But soon, he calmed himself. So, you have arrived. The space around him distorted, and a translucent spectral figure wielding a staff materialized out of thin air. The Sage of Six Paths, I never expected you to personally appear, the great toad sage murmured. Then again, it has been 1,000 years. And now, someone truly fascinating has emerged. Despite nearly a millennium apart, there was no joy in their reunion, only an eerie atmosphere. You, too, have lived for 1,000 years. It's time for this to end. Slumped upon his throne, the great toad sage's once bright eyes had long since clouded with age. You haven't changed at all. This feels so familiar. Ah, it reminds me of the rabbit goddess. Truly uncanny. As the amethyst orb before him floated toward the Sage of Six Paths, the great toad sage closed his eyes once more, slipping back into slumber. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, What I Want is a Nun. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed from outside the secret chamber as Nono Yakushi approached, carrying a tray of food. Come in. My lord, it has been 7 days. 7 days already. Time really flies. Nono Yakushi carefully placed the food and soup down before kneeling respectfully beside Danzo. It has been a long time since I've seen you train this diligently. If there's anything that needs to be done, please allow us to handle it. There's no need to push yourself so hard, it makes us feel useless. Danzo glanced at her curiously and said, You've already done enough. How is the orphanage coming along? Accompany me to take a look later. With your intervention, my lord, it was nothing short of a miracle. The orphanage has been set up, and in less than a month, Konoha will return to its former prosperity. Recalling the day Danzo acted, the entire village had been in an uproar. Buildings rose from the ground as if by divine will, and the villagers revered him as a god. Yet, Danzo could sense the subtle fluctuations in Nono Yakushi's emotions, an undercurrent of anticipation and boundless tenderness. He wasn't sure if these feelings had always been there, or if he had only now become strong enough to perceive them. But on the surface, even as she spoke words of flattery, her expression remained calm and composed. After finishing his meal, he enjoyed the gentle care of Nono Yakushi as she wiped his hands with a warm cloth. Gazing at her kneeling beside him, Danzo spoke. Do you still stand by the promise you made back then? He clearly felt her heartbeat skip for a moment, and the hand holding the cloth trembled slightly. Do you require it now, my lord? Nono Yakushi set aside the cloth and carefully moved the tray of dishes away. Under the dim candlelight, she began undoing the fastenings of her robes. The cinch of her nun's habit came loose, and the fabric slid down her shoulders, cascading to the floor. The flickering firelight illuminated her porcelain skin, making her appear like a flawless jade statue. Though she had long passed the prime of youth, her slender frame remained well-proportioned and elegant, possessing a refined beauty. As he watched her approach step by step, her expression gentle, prepared to serve him, Danzo's lips curved into a smile. Are you nervous? Nono Yakushi paused momentarily. A little, my lord. Meeting her calm and tender gaze, he mused that if not for her slightly accelerated heartbeat, one might mistake this for a routine moment. Will you stay by my side for the rest of your life? Will you bear my children? Danzo rose to his feet, lifting her into his arms. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered softly. Do you need me to teach you how to serve me? There were few things in the world that brought Danzo true satisfaction, but his union with Nono Yakushi was one of them. After accompanying her for a brief outing to relax, Danzo resumed his closed-door training. He needed to quickly digest his recent gains, push himself to the level of the Six Paths, and achieve a qualitative transformation in his power. Then, he would settle things with the Sage of Six Paths. The sage likely didn't have a physical body in the ninja world. If he had been in his complete form, there was no way Danzo would have survived their previous encounter. If his theory was correct, the sage now existed as a spiritual entity. Even his last intervention had been through borrowing the Rinnegan's power, one that ultimately drained Nagato's soul and life force. In his past life, the anime had shown that the sage had to rely on Naruto and Sasuke's power to seal Kagaya. Now that the sage had taken Sasuke and Naruto away, Danzo was even more convinced of his own hypothesis. On a street in Konoha, a group of strangely dressed individuals walked leisurely. The surrounding villagers, however, paid them little mind, too busy with their own affairs to react. So, what should we do now? This place is so boring, and I can't even showcase my art, Daidara grumbled. Shut up, Daidara. Pain already proved that your art is worthless. TCH. My art is the greatest. The greatest thing in the world is money. I've decided to stay here, there's an endless supply of it. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with greed as he recalled Root's financial records from a few days prior. The revenue streams and expenditures had convinced him that this was a treasure trove. I heard Itachi went to the Land of Lightning. I'm heading out to find him. Juzobiwa hefted his executioner's blade onto his shoulder and walked off without another word. Humph. You guys are so boring, Daidara muttered, annoyed that everyone had their own plans. Are you sure you don't want to stay? Root offers excellent benefits, Kakuzu suggested. Daidara scoffed. As if. I refuse to be tied down. My art is a journey. He was starting to miss Sasori, who had not come to Konoha. Even though their artistic philosophies differed, at least they could hold a conversation. What about you, Haydn? Want to chase art with me? If not, you'll be all alone, and let's be honest, nobody likes you. I don't care about being liked. As long as Jashin-sama watches over me, that's all I need. But if you go around causing trouble, they'll kill you. Deidara's eyes flickered toward the root operatives lurking in the shadows, their watchful presence unmistakable. If that happens, I'll just move to another country. There will always be people willing to embrace Jashinism. Haydn sounded annoyed, but he also remembered Itachi's warning: if any of them massacred civilians, Root would execute them without hesitation. Just then, an unusual energy ripple swept across the area. A powerful presence washed over them, making them freeze in place. Even Kakuzu's earth grudge fear tendrils trembled involuntarily. This chakra, it's terrifying. If I could sacrifice someone like that to Jashin-sama. Haydn's eyes lit up with fervor as he turned to the others. Only to find them stepping away from him, staring at him like he was an absolute idiot. Chapter 172, Tsunade's Breakdown. His hair turned white, cascading down to his waist. A third eye appeared on his forehead, its 9-tomo pattern clearly visible. Surrounding him were 9 truth-seeking orbs, a clear symbol of the 6 paths floating in midair. Danzo opened his eyes. His Rinnegan glowed with a faint blue light. I found you. His figure vanished from the chamber. A deserted coastline in the land of lightning. The sky darkened, space twisted, and violet lightning rampaged wildly. Countless arcs of purple electricity flickered and intertwined, as if targeting something unseen. Blinding purple flashes illuminated the entire shoreline. The scene was like the end of the world. Then, a streak of blue light cut through the storm, and the apocalyptic lightning gradually subsided. The dark clouds rapidly dispersed, and sunlight once again pierced through the sky. Escaped, huh? Danzo closed his eyes but could no longer sense the enemy's presence. His brow furrowed slightly. Had they returned to the Pure Land? Or hidden elsewhere? Still, as he had suspected, their power barely reached the level of the 6 paths. And they remained nothing more than a soul. A cloaked figure, moving at an astonishing speed, skimmed across the ocean's surface. My lord. Having tracked his target to this location, Uchiha Itachi hesitated upon seeing the familiar figure. Danzo, still floating in the air, slowly withdrew his truth-seeking orbs, and his white hair darkened back to black. The divine aura surrounding him faded considerably. Itachi, come back with me. You can't handle that enemy just yet. A flicker of hesitation crossed Itachi's face. The sheer destruction from earlier had been terrifying. Even from 10 kilometers away, he had felt an overwhelming sense of dread. But Sasuke. As if reading his thoughts, Danzo spoke again. Don't worry. Sasuke and the others won't be harmed for now. I'll deal with that old bastard as soon as possible. Understood, my lord. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, the 2 figures vanished from the ocean's surface. By the time Itachi regained his senses, they were already standing at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's newly constructed settlement. Meanwhile, atop the Hokage Tower, Danzo stood alone, his expression unreadable. His surveillance of the entire shinobi world had revealed an anomaly: Tsunade. Now, he could feel it more clearly. Her chakra brimmed with vitality, carrying traces of his own energy. And within her womb, a new life. A child with a bloodline connection to him. Inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade glared furiously at the envoy before her. The shinobi village does not interfere in the internal affairs of the Land of Fire. That was my grandfather's decree. You'd best leave. My lady, will you really stand by and watch the Land of Fire fall into ruin? You are its princess. Ruin. This is nothing more than your internal power struggle. The village will not get involved. After instructing Shizune to escort the envoys out, Tsunade leaned back in her chair, massaging her temples. She already knew who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. The so-called second prince was nothing but a puppet, a pawn in the schemes of some old fools who refused to accept reality and sought to drag her into their game. Tsunade. The voice sent a chill down her spine. For a moment, she almost used the body flicker technique to escape. But in the end, she suppressed the impulse and looked up at the man standing before her desk, Danzo. Old bastard, what are you doing here? Her tone was as sharp as ever, but Danzo could sense a hint of unease beneath it. He scrutinized her closely. Aren't you going to explain your would release, and the child in your womb? Tsunade shot to her feet and slammed her hands on the desk. Bang. She glared at him, eyes burning with defiance. Explain what? So what if the Senju bloodline has awakened would release? And what's wrong with a woman having a child? Danzo remained silent, watching her feigned bravado. The atmosphere grew tense. Just then, the office door swung open. Lady Tsunade. Shizen glanced between Tsunade and Danzo, sensing an odd tension in the room. It's nothing, Shizen. Take good care of Tsunade for the time being. With that, Danzo rose and left the office. Tsunade sank back into her chair, staring blankly ahead. My lady, are you all right? Shizen asked cautiously. Tsunade buried her fingers in her hair, her expression crumbling, and slammed her forehead onto the desk. What the hell am I supposed to do, Shizen? Did you and Lord Danzo have a fight? Shizen asked hesitantly. Lord Danzo is actually very kind. He wouldn't hold a grudge over something small. You don't need to worry too much. You don't know anything. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she shot Shizen a suspicious look. Did he bribe you? Why are you speaking up for him? What? Of course not. Shizen blushed, hastily denying it. Yet, she couldn't help but recall the first time she had met Danzo, the warmth in his gaze. Tsunade, seeing her assistant's flustered expression, grew even more suspicious. A small residence in the heart of Konoha. Come on, have another drink with me. Ha ha ha, this part is pure gold. Jeriah laughed, rapidly scribbling across the pages of his manuscript. Ever since Danzo had regained consciousness, Jeriah's creative juices had been flowing like never before. After being restrained for so long, inspiration flooded his mind. Surrounded by two beautiful women pouring him sake, he was in absolute bliss, drinking and writing his novel without a care in the world. Poof. A small toad, leaning on a cane, suddenly appeared in the room. Oh. Fukasaku-san, what brings you here? Want to have a drink? You should try human food sometime. Jeriah. Fukasaku's solemn tone made Jeriah pause. He set his cup down. You too, leave us. Yes, my lord. Once the women had left, Jeriah turned back to Fukasaku. What happened? The great toad sage has passed away. Jeriah was momentarily stunned but not entirely surprised. I see. Well, he was over 1,000 years old. It was only a matter of time. That's not all. The sacred relic of Mount Myaboku is also missing. The great sage left behind a prophecy: if the relic disappears at the time of his death, Mount Myaboku must be sealed off for 1,000 years. 1,000-year isolation. Yes. During that time, the summoning jutsu will be unusable. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The State of the Shinobi World. Inside the hall of the root headquarters. My lord, is something the matter? Tsunade is pregnant with my child. Danzo's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Yakushi no froze for a moment but quickly resumed her usual composed demeanor. This is good news. My lord should have had an heir long ago. Danzo had indeed considered continuing his bloodline, and he had thought about Tsunade. After all, aside from her temper, she was the best possible choice. But he had never expected it to happen so suddenly, especially when he hadn't even done anything himself. Though he was a man focused on results, he still preferred to have some sense of participation. Yet now, Danzo could only accept this reality. Handle matters in the land of fire quickly. Do not allow anyone to disturb Tsunade. During this period, you will oversee Konoha's administrative affairs. Itachi will also step forward publicly to assist you. Send people to protect her in secret. If possible, carve a spacetime teleportation seal in the Hokage's office. No, never mind, I will personally set it up when I have time. Understood, my lord. Danzo glanced at Yakushi no, who maintained her usual respectful and obedient posture. Also, you should bear my child as soon as possible. With that, he pulled her into his arms, completely disregarding the fact that they were in a hall. A secretary should be used for such purposes, after all. Besides, Yakushi no showed no sign of shyness. It seemed she had long realized that her nun's attire was precisely what Danzo favored. This time, however, she seemed slightly more proactive, as if venting something deep within her. It was only after she was completely exhausted that she collapsed unconscious in Danzo's embrace. The next morning, news spread that Uchiha Itachi had become the deputy minister of Konoha's administrative department. The major clans were instantly envious. After all, the Uchiha clan already controlled the police force and was the backbone of external regulatory affairs. They also had influence in various other departments. Everyone understood one thing: the Uchiha were rising once again. Not only were they powerful, but they also had Danzo's trust. Though others were jealous, they could only admire them. After all, the Uchiha had earned their position through effort, especially since even their former clan head had died in battle. Many clan leaders began preparing themselves. Centuries of survival experience told them. During difficult times, a clan should focus on preserving its strength to ensure survival. During prosperous times, a clan should seize opportunities to make a name for itself, securing more resources for greater advancement. Meanwhile, the Land of Rain officially declared its dissolution. Half of its territory was annexed by the Land of Fire, while the other half went to the Land of Wind. Even though the Land of Rain's daimyo protested and sent letters to various nations, it was to no avail. The Land of Fire justified the annexation by accusing the country of harboring Akatsuki, assassinating nobles, and destroying shinobi villages. Consequently, the Land of Rain's daimyo was stripped of his title. Both nations sent jonin-led squads to establish borders along the Ichikawa River, marking the division of land between them. For the Land of Fire, this was merely an expansion of territory. For the Land of Wind, however, the Land of Rain, rich in water resources, was an invaluable acquisition. A plan for a massive canal, stretching several hundred kilometers into the Land of Wind, was quickly drafted. Tasks for Earth Release shinobi were immediately posted in the allied village of Konogakure. At the same time, the Land of Wind recruited a large number of water release shinobi from Kirigakure and placed an order for grain supplies from the Land of Fire. Under Root's subtle influence, shinobi missions were gradually shifting from assassination and protection to construction and development. Even the weakened Iwagakure accepted Root's olive branch. The village joined the Four-Village Alliance and dispatched Earth Release shinobi to various nations for infrastructure projects, earning significant rewards. As for the Root operatives stationed in the capital of the Land of Earth, the authorities merely turned a blind eye. After all, given their current crippled state, they were in no position to protest. Instead of being excluded, they were grateful to even be included in the game. Kuratsuchi, the newly appointed Tsuchikage, had at least enough sense to recognize the benefits. Moreover, modern shinobi no longer held feudal lords and nobles in the same reverence as before, some even resented them. When the fourth Hokage of Konoha had dared to defy the Land of Fire's daimyo and instead consumed his territory bit by bit, it had been a clear declaration. That moment had been the first arrow aimed at the ruling class. From then on, noble families and daimyos began losing their divine status. In a hidden laboratory outside Konoha. The product of willpower. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he unconsciously licked his lips. Inside a small glass container, a blob of black fluid writhed and slammed against the glass, struggling to break free. This thing is unlike any known life form, yet it possesses independent consciousness. This is truly the work of a god. Mother. Orochimaru muttered. As soon as he spoke the last word, the black mass inside the container reacted violently. Enough, Orochimaru. I came to see you for another reason. You can study this remnant will later. Orochimaru reluctantly tore his gaze away, suppressing his hunger for knowledge, and turned to Danzo. His eyes still shone with boundless curiosity. What can I do for you? I need to borrow your Edo Tensei. Here are 5 sets of remains, I want them summoned. Standing behind Danzo, Kabuto performed a summoning technique, producing 5 ancient urns and 5 white Zetsu bodies. It is my honor to be of service, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he unfurled a scroll, quickly forming hand seals. With a puff of smoke, the technique was completed. Ah! The white Zetsu bodies shrieked in agony. Among the summoned figures stood Granny Chiyo and the first Kazekage. The other 3 were clad in increasingly ancient garments. Danzo. Reto-sama. Chiyo muttered in disbelief. Who are you? Chiyo. The first Kazekage questioned, clearly confused. Enough. Be quiet. I'm not here to fulfill your dying wishes, Danzo cut in. The moment he spoke, Orochimaru noticed that he had lost control over the Edo Tensei. Danzo scanned the resurrected figures with his sensory abilities. Chiyo's soul was relatively intact, and the first Kazekage's was slightly damaged but still retained awareness. The third figure, a powerful shinobi from 150 years ago, had a soul that was muddled, as if something had devoured parts of it. The remaining 2, great warriors from 200 and 300 years ago, respectively, had completely failed to revive due to their souls being too fragmented. Danzo then instructed Orochimaru to attempt reviving 3 ordinary civilians from 500 years ago. This time, all 3 resurrections were successful. As expected. Chapter 174, Minato's Revival. For some time now, Danzo had been searching the ninja world, but his efforts had yielded nothing. On the contrary, his frequent and unrestrained use of 6 paths level power had left many perceptive Kaga-level ninja deeply unsettled. Land of Water, Kirigakure. Compared to the mist-shrouded, lifeless village of the past, Kirigakure was now just as vibrant as Konogakure, bustling with activity and prosperity. Inside the Mizukage's office. Danzo reached under his desk, ruffling Mei Terumi's hair in encouragement. You're quite good at hiding. Even after the entire pond has been upturned, you still manage to remain calm. His suspicions had been confirmed recently through Orochimaru's experiments. The entire ninja world was nothing more than the Sage of Six Paths' personal fishpond. Through constant conflict, the Pure Land harvested the souls of powerful shinobi. Even Chakra, the ten-tail split into 9, the perpetual enmity between Indra and Asura, and even Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows, all were carefully orchestrated by the sage to stir the pond, ensuring the development of stronger souls. One used humans as sacrifices to feed the god tree and increase her power. The other scattered chakra across the world, sowed chaos like a grand experiment, and ultimately reaped the rewards. Rather than let things continue like this, destruction would have been the better option. Unfortunately, Hamura had ultimately chosen to leave the decision to his descendants. At some point, Mei had climbed onto Danzo's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You bastard. With such a beauty in front of you, couldn't you at least show some interest?" she huffed, clearly upset. "That sounds like a personal problem. You're just not professional enough." Mei's expression froze before shifting to anger, tinged with grievance. She bit Danzo's neck in retaliation. "Seems I haven't disciplined you enough. Go ahead. You think I'm scared of, No, not there. I was wrong, you bastard." Danzo picked up the scattered clothes on the floor and gently draped them over Mei before walking to the window. The sky had darkened, heavy with the promise of rain. The matter of the Sage of Six Paths needed to be dealt with swiftly. Not only had Mount Myaboka sealed off spatial travel, but the other two great summoning realms had done the same. Just like 1,000 years ago. Yet the sage remained hidden, nowhere to be found despite exhaustive searches across the entire ninja world. Even the moon had been explored twice, along with various sealed alternate dimensions, but there was still no trace of him. Glancing once more at Mei, Danzo's figure vanished from the Mizuki's office. "Konogakure. Minato, are you sure?" Faced with Danzo's question, Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I want to find Naruto first, then awaken Kushina. Otherwise, she'll worry too much. Not afraid she'll find out about the Queen of Rorin. Come on, don't joke about that." Minato gave a helpless smile. Being revived only to learn he had a daughter in the situation with the Queen of Rorin, it had taken him quite a while to process everything. "Very well, I respect your decision. Have Kakashi help you adjust for now. Root is pushing for the formation of a shinobi federation, and we need manpower. Your assistance will be invaluable." Even more shocking than the fourth Hokage's return was the Hyuga clan's announcement to abolish the caged bird seal. Though some internal resistance arose, with Danzo's support, Hayashi and Hisashi had stood their ground against the clan elders. "I don't intend to interfere with clan affairs, but the caged bird seal severely contradicts Root's philosophy. I will personally modify the seal to prevent the Byakugan from falling into enemy hands while ensuring the clan's freedom." With Danzo's direct intervention, the Hyuga elders had no choice but to relent, bringing the conflict to an end. At Ichiraku Ramen, Minato sighed as he observed the changes in Konoha. So much has changed. Even the Hyuga clan. Not just Konoha. The entire ninja world is changing. The Land of Lightning is also undergoing reform. A new order is being established, one without war or oppression. Kakashi's eyes gleamed. Having lived through war, he knew how difficult peace was to attain. That means we were on the right path all along. "Kakashi, you're not getting any younger. Have you considered settling down?" Kakashi's expression grew awkward. "I was actually thinking of asking Lord Danzo for a marriage arrangement. Someone who isn't a kunoichi. You're not trying to follow in Jiraiya-sensei's footsteps, are you?" Minato eyed him suspiciously. He was well aware that Jeriah had ended up with 3 wives. All of whom were still quite robust, which had significantly weakened his teacher's strength. "No, just one will do." Kakashi muttered, recalling how disturbingly immersive the latest volumes of Ika Ika Paradise had become. Minato shot him a strange look. "I heard Danzo has high hopes for you. He's even considering you as the 6th Hokage. Don't end up like Jiraiya-sensei." "Sensei, when are we going to Rorin? I'd like to meet my other sensei's wife." Minato choked on his ramen, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. For the first time, he realized his former student had this side to him. Kakashi. Chapter 175, Uchiha Mikoto's Observations. Hokage's Office. If one looked closely, they could see a slight bulge on her abdomen, now 4 months along. "Tsunade-sama, would you like some soup?" Shizen asked, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. Tsunade, who had been resting her head on one hand at her desk, snapped out of her daze. "I'm not that fragile. You don't have to take care of me like this every day. But Danzo-sama gave strict orders that you need proper nourishment during this period." Tsunade's expression darkened slightly, but she still took the soup and sipped it slowly. "That guy hasn't come by in the past few days. He seems to be busy." Even Jiraiya-sama received deployment orders, he's likely not in Konoha right now. Shizune hesitated for a moment before cautiously adding. Tsunade-sama, you really shouldn't be at odds with Danzo-sama. I think he's quite responsible, and besides, this situation isn't good for the child. You talk too much. Tsunade muttered, rubbing her stomach with a troubled expression. She didn't want things to be this way, but their relationship was stuck in an awkward limbo. Acting too close was impossible. Then there was Yakushi Nono, the woman Danzo had assigned to assist her. Though flawless in both her conduct and work, and someone Danzo trusted wholeheartedly, Tsunade found herself inexplicably irritated every time she saw her. A sudden knock on the door made Tsunade sit up straight, instantly regaining her authoritative presence. Come in. Uchiha Mikoto entered the room, carrying a large stack of documents. Hokage-sama, these are the latest task plans from the administrative department. Shizune took the documents and placed them on the desk. Tsunade asked casually, Mikoto, why have you been delivering these reports yourself lately? Isn't Itachi around? Itachi received an important mission and left Konoha 3 days ago. For now, the only senior official in the administrative department is Nono-sama. Besides. Mikoto glanced at Tsunade. The departure paperwork was approved by you, Hokage-sama. Noticing Mikoto's curious gaze, Tsunade looked away. There's too much work, I must have forgotten. Itachi, that kid, excels in everything. Mikoto's expression softened with motherly affection. Since Itachi returned to Konoha to serve, he had become her pillar of support. Unwilling to stay alone in her empty home, she had transferred to the administrative department to keep herself occupied. Hokage-sama flatters him. No need to be so modest. Itachi's achievements are well known. Ugh. Shizune panicked and rushed forward to rub Tsunade's back, helping her recover from the sudden nausea. Mikoto watched with a strange expression. This scene felt all too familiar. Hokage-sama, perhaps something sour would help. Yes. Pickled plums. Shizune hurriedly pulled a small box from a drawer and handed one to Tsunade. Tsunade's face flushed with embarrassment as she suppressed her nausea. Shame burned inside her. This is something every mother goes through, Mikoto said gently. It may be difficult now, but watching your child grow little by little makes it all worthwhile. Tsunade's gaze flickered with a rare hint of maternal longing. Her hand unconsciously moved to her abdomen. But Mikoto wasn't as calm as she appeared. This was a massive revelation. The fifth Hokage was pregnant. Her shinobi instincts kicked in, and countless pieces of intelligence flashed through her mind. All of Konoha's administrative affairs had been handled through Itachi, the deputy minister. Even with Itachi away on a mission, Nono had sent her, Mikoto, to deliver reports instead of coming herself. And Tsunade never spoke of Yakushi Nono, almost as if the minister of the administrative department didn't exist. The two clearly didn't get along. Back at the administrative department, Mikoto's thoughts refused to settle. The more she analyzed the situation, the more convinced she became that her assessment was correct. She arrived at Nono's office and knocked before entering. Inside, Yakushi Nono was immersed in reviewing documents, exuding an air of calm efficiency. She didn't seem like someone caught up in petty rivalries. Mikoto started doubting her own theory. Mikoto, is something wrong? Nono asked, noticing her odd expression. Nothing, I just came from the Hokage's office. Tsunade-sama doesn't seem to be feeling well. She's unwell. Is she sick? Nono finally put down her pen, her brows knitting together in concern. She's been experiencing nausea. I see. Itachi's absence means you have more responsibilities to handle. Nono sounded satisfied with Mikoto's performance. As the former wife of the Uchiha clan head, Mikoto had both skill and insight, often managing affairs even more efficiently than Itachi. But Mikoto barely registered Nono's words. Why had Nono been so concerned at first, but immediately relaxed when she heard it was nausea? The only explanation was that she already knew Tsunade was pregnant. And she likely knew who the father was. Mikoto. Mikoto. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Nono studied her curiously. You seem distracted today. I'm just worried about Itachi. Don't be. With Danzo-sama overseeing things, they won't be in any danger. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Deep within the land of wind, in the ancient kingdom of Rorin. Minato stood somewhat awkwardly, facing the woman before him whose eyes shimmered with tears. In her arms, a 6-year-old child gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. Sarah, I've kept my promise. I've brought him back to you. Thank you very much, Lord Danzo. Are you my father? Why have you never come to see me? The little girl asked innocently, her curiosity shining through. Minato's previously tense expression softened as he gently took the child from Sarah's arms. The large, inquisitive eyes studied him intently, showing no trace of unfamiliarity. That undeniable bond of blood dissolved the last remnants of hesitation in Minato's heart. "I'm sorry. That was my mistake." The awkward atmosphere dissipated instantly. Understanding the need for privacy, Danzo vanished with a body flicker, leaving the three of them alone. At this moment, Rorin had become one of the most prosperous locations in the Land of Wind. Thanks to Danzo's early modifications, it was now a highly livable place, peaceful and steadily developing. Outside the palace, Jeriah smirked as he watched Danzo step out alone. "I never expected Minato to be so reckless. And with a queen, no less. The kid's already 6 years old. Wonder what Kushina thinks about all this." Seeing Jeriah's increasingly inappropriate remarks, Danzo shot him an exasperated glare. "You should be worrying about yourself. Don't slow us down during tomorrow's mission. Relax. I'll train properly tonight. It won't be a problem." Danzo sighed at Jeriah's embarrassed expression and advised. "Exercise some restraint. Don't neglect your training in the future." He was already regretting arranging 3 wives for Jeriah. Uchiha Shursue and Itachi, standing nearby, exchanged subtle glances at Jeriah. They had long heard rumors of his nightly indulgences and once assumed they were mere exaggerations. Seeing his current state, they began to believe otherwise. Early the next morning, deep within the desert, 100 kilometers from Rorin. 4 Crimson Ray Formation times 4. Scarlet barriers rose from the ground, sealing off the surrounding space. Summoning Jutsu. Roar. The massive husk of the Ten-Tails materialized. Unlike before, 8 of its 9 eyes were now open. Its body, no longer thin and withered, pulsated with an overwhelming energy that seemed ready to burst. With a puff, a scroll unraveled, and a glass incubation chamber appeared beside Danzo. Inside lay a sleeping girl. Her white hair and pale skin bore a striking resemblance to Danzo's Sage of 6 Paths mode. Her body had been cultivated with Danzo's own bloodline as the foundation, fused with the genetic legacies of the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and other notable clans. Additionally, her existence was intertwined with Black Zetsu's Inyang release to ensure a seamless integration. This body was already strong enough to withstand becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. "It's time, Sarah." Danzo entered Sage of 6 Paths mode, forming a shadow clone to support Sarah. "Yes, my lord." Sarah closed her eyes. With Danzo's assistance, her control over the Ryumayaku, dragon vein, surged exponentially. Moments later, the ground trembled violently. The once towering sand dunes flattened under the force of the shock waves, and the desert churned as though boiling. Then, with an earth-shattering explosion. Boom. The 4 Crimson Ray Formation quivered. A torrent of raw energy from the Ryumayaku surged skyward through the breach. Roar. Roar. The outer path golem remained unaffected by the natural energy. Instead, it reveled in it, letting out a deafening roar. Its body began to transform. From the severed stumps of its back, new tails sprouted like seedlings, waving exuberantly as they absorbed the dragon vein's vast power. Then came the second phase of its transformation. The creature's body underwent a grotesque metamorphosis. Its 10 elongated tails stabbed into the earth-like roots, anchoring it as it twisted and grew. In mere moments, it had become a colossal divine tree. With the constant influx of energy from the land, the once violent energy of the Ryumayaku began to stabilize. "It sure is a glutton. The dragon vein is nearly drained. But this should be enough." Inside the incubation chamber, the girl's eyes fluttered open. Her pure white pupils glowed with an eerie blue light. She floated into the air, drawn toward the divine tree. As her hands made contact. 6 Paths, sealing technique. The enormous divine tree, as if responding to a summon, surged toward the girl at an astonishing speed. Ah! The sheer force of the influx contorted and distorted her once stable body, rapidly inflating her into a grotesque sphere. The sight of the writhing, expanding mass sent a wave of nausea through Danzo. Only when the entire divine tree was absorbed did the girl's form stabilize, though she was no longer human. Instead, she had become an immense, pulsating cocoon of chakra. 6 Paths, bloodline induction technique. As the technique activated, Danzo, his face pale, opened his eyes and focused on the rapidly compressing sphere. "Sarah, leave now." Without hesitation, his shadow clone teleported her away using the Flying Thunder God technique. As he observed the distortion of the cocoon, a new consciousness began to emerge. Danzo knew then. The technique had worked. Otsutsuki Hamura's hypothesis was correct. Back when Hamura and Hagoromo fought their mother, Hamura had briefly fallen under Kagaya's control. During that time, he had experienced her pain and fear. Compared to Hamura, Danzo had an even deeper understanding of her torment, the agony of betrayal at the hands of her own sons. Hamura had spent centuries guarding the moon, contemplating the possibility of releasing Kagaya's sealed consciousness. Though he never acted upon it, he had devised a technique. Similar to the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, it was a secret ability granted by the Tenseigan. It had a singular purpose: to summon the sealed consciousness of Otsutsuki Kagaya. But the prerequisites were strict. Only an immensely powerful body and a near-limitless energy source could contain her will. Chapter 177, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The swirling mass of chakra gradually took on a humanoid form, stabilizing completely. A flowing, ornate robe. Pure white, crystalline eyes. An aura of unfathomable mystery. This is. Sensing the overwhelming presence, Minato, Jeriah, and the others were visibly shaken. However, Danzo remained calm, levitating into the air. This version of Kagaya was weaker than expected. Perhaps it was because she had not been resurrected using a true Six Paths level vessel. In the manga, Six Paths Madara had devoured the God Tree and absorbed all the world's chakra before she emerged. As Danzo approached, Kagaya's vacant gaze flickered with emotion. She slowly reached out a hand. Child. Danzo, infused with Black Zetsu's consciousness, secretly exhaled in relief. As expected, her intelligence was lacking. Even in the original manga, Kagaya had never been particularly sharp. She had first married the ruler of the land of ancestors, only to be betrayed by her own husband. Then, after consuming the God Tree's fruit and unifying the world, she divided her power between her two sons, who eventually sealed her away. During the final battle, she had been bewildered and easily fooled, even falling for Naruto's ridiculous harem jutsu before being sealed once again. Danzo grasped Kagaya's hand but ultimately refrained from addressing her as mother. Let's leave here first. After sending a mental message to his team, the two figures vanished and reappeared high above the capital of the Land of Wind. Kagaya still gazed at him in a daze. 1,000 years of imprisonment, could she really have gone insane? Mother, do you still remember me? Danzo finally spoke the words, relieving a burden in his heart. A true man knew when to endure and when to yield. Kagaya reached out, caressing his face, though her vacant expression remained unchanged. Still, Danzo could feel the deep, instinctual bond flowing from her bloodline. But seeing her so absent-minded, he began to doubt whether using her to locate Otsutsuki Hagoromo was a reliable plan at all. The Land of Wind, Daimo's inner palace. Ichikawa Naomi had already been waiting with 10 handmaidens, having received Danzo's mental command. My lord. See to the lady's needs. Prepare a bath and a feast. We will dine together later. At his command, 2 of the most elegant attendants stepped forward to assist Kagaya. But as they took her by the arms, Kagaya tensed slightly, her expression uncertain and hesitant. Danzo sighed, patting her hand reassuringly. It's all right. I'm here. This is home. It's safe. Only after much coaxing did Kagaya reluctantly follow the attendants. My lord, this is. Don't ask. I will be staying here for some time. Danzo had considered taking Kagaya to the root headquarters, but that environment was too harsh. The root operatives were excellent sentries, but not exactly suited for hospitality. Understood, my lord. Sensing his authority, Ichikawa Naomi respectfully bowed with the grace of nobility. After personally accompanying Kagaya through dinner, Danzo walked with her through the palace gardens. He could clearly sense her mind recovering. Occasionally, she would space out, her eyes flickering with fleeting, indecipherable emotions. As if she was recalling fragments of the past. At twilight, their silhouettes stretched long across the palace corridors. Are your memories returning? Kagaya's eyes filled with pain for a moment, but then she shook her head. Danzo spoke gently. Then don't dwell on it. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will tell you everything. She nodded. Her confusion seemed to be fading, but she still frequently lapsed into moments of absent-mindedness, looking even more dazed than before. It was hard to believe this was the progenitor of Chakra, the final boss of the series. Danzo couldn't help but smirk, reaching out to pat her head. Kagaya froze, staring blankly at him, but did not resist. After escorting her to her chambers, Danzo finally made his way to the daimyo's residence. The grand hall, illuminated by candlelight, exuded an air of luxury. Below the raised platform, an alluring dance was being performed in his honor. Ichikawa Naomi, dressed in sheer silk, knelt beside him, ready to attend to his every need. Beyond the gauzy curtains, 6 stunning dancers moved in flowing garments, their graceful movements exuding the seductive charm of the Land of Wind. Their veiled figures hinted at hidden beauty, radiating an irresistible allure. As the performance ended, the dancers stood in formation, awaiting further orders. Does my lord not find this entertaining? Ichikawa Naomi leaned forward slightly, her sultry gaze filled with suggestion. No, the dance was excellent. Danzo casually caressed her chin, acknowledging her. But his mind remained elsewhere, on Kagaya. After all, she was his key to finding him. Kagaya herself was not a threat. Even at her current level, should anything go wrong, Danzo was confident he could suppress her. But he, the unknown factor, was a concern. The mere thought of that elusive schemer sent a wave of unease through him. If he didn't deal with him soon, it could become a major problem. Sensing Danzo's distraction, Ichikawa Naomi bit her lip before making a bold move, reaching out with mischievous intent. But the moment their eyes met, her hand trembled, losing its strength before it could reach its target. My lord, it has been so long, since you last visited me. I. Danzo's brow gradually relaxed. Indeed, he had been away from the capital for some time. Compared to the daimyo, lately, he seemed to prefer the shadowed corridors of his office more. Enough. I do not blame you. Continue the dance. Beyond the curtains, the mesmerizing performance resumed. Within the chamber, flute and zither intertwined in a different kind of harmony. Chapter 178, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Part 3. The rising sun pierced through the darkness. Floating in midair, Danzo opened his eyes, a flicker of disappointment flashing through them. That scheming old fox, is he really planning to pull a fast one? The blue glow surrounding him gradually faded as he deactivated his sensory perception of the ninja world, withdrawing from his six-path state. He hadn't expected Otsutsuki Kagaya to descend upon the world once more, yet the Sage of Six Paths had done absolutely nothing in response. After remaining on high alert all day yesterday, Danzo now felt as if he had thrown a punch into cotton, frustratingly ineffective. A deep sense of irritation welled up within him. In the blink of an eye, his body reappeared before the entrance of Kagaya's sleeping quarters. My lord, the two attendant maidens at the door immediately bowed in greeting. You may leave. At his words, the maids quietly withdrew. Danzo stepped forward and pushed open the door without hesitation. Inside, Kagaya sat cross-legged, floating above her bed. Her eyes opened, and compared to yesterday, they held a greater clarity. There was also a newfound sharpness in her demeanor, an aura of cold detachment that warned others to keep their distance. The way she looked at Danzo was complex, both intimate and hesitant, with a tinge of wariness. Mother, have you remembered everything? Who exactly are you? Why do you possess my will and Hamura's presence? Danzo wasn't surprised by her reaction. Without any hesitation, he stepped closer, his entire being radiating a gentle aura. Under Kagaya's wary and uncertain gaze, he took her hand. There is no need to worry, mother. I will not harm you. After all, I came from you. Feeling her tension ease, Danzo seized the moment. Do you remember when you were sealed away? A fragment of you was separated, me. At the time, I was weak, forced to wander and hide within the ninja world. But Hamura and Hagoromo had inherited your power. It wasn't long before they discovered my existence. They didn't destroy me, perhaps because I was too insignificant at the time. Later, though, Hagoromo, for reasons unknown, decided to share chakra with humanity. At the same time, he used me as a tool to orchestrate various conflicts. Under his surveillance, I realized that breaking your seal was impossible in such an environment. Then, 300 years ago, I devised a plan. Using Inyang release, I split myself apart. One part remained active in the ninja world, always in Hagoromo's sight. The other completely vanished, lying dormant and gathering strength in secret. To ensure I wouldn't be detected, even my main body erased the memory of this separation. But perhaps because I was a temporary existence born from you, I was never a complete being. When I used Inyang release to split myself, things went terribly wrong. The part of me that was divided lost all rational thought, driven only by survival instinct. I wandered in that state for centuries. Until over a decade ago, when by chance, I merged with this body and regained my full consciousness. I am your will, mother. But I am not entirely you. Danzo finished speaking and gazed at Kagaya with a complicated expression. You have suffered. You are my child, I can feel it. Tears welled in Kagaya's eyes as she pulled Danzo into her embrace, gently stroking his head. The bond of blood was unmistakably clear. Danzo exhaled in relief, though he also felt somewhat awkward. He had been patted on the head before, but this was different. Gently, he placed his hands on Kagaya's shoulders and extricated himself from her embrace. Your revival was only possible thanks to Hamura on the moon. Hamura. Kagaya's expression turned dazed. Compared to the artificial existence of Black Zetsu, she had far deeper memories of the child she had raised herself. But her nostalgia was soon replaced by a flicker of anger and pain. Her hands, which rested on Danzo's shoulders, unconsciously clenched. Hamura tried many times to release you, but whether it was Hagoromo's interference or some other hesitation, he never succeeded. In the end, when his life neared its end, he sealed the technique that could free you within his own eyes. At these words, the fury and sorrow in Kagaya's gaze slowly faded, replaced by pure grief. Hamura. Watching Kagaya sink into sadness, Danzo couldn't help but reflect. Women's emotions were truly fickle, even someone of her power had not escaped this truth. Yet, most of what he had said was true. Even the part about Hamura was factual, he had no need to steal credit for that. As for the few minor deceptions mixed in, they were insignificant in the grand scheme of things. He was certain that even if Black Zetsu were to return, he could stand his ground against him. Would Kagaya believe that he had saved her? And as for why he had interfered with Black Zetsu's plan? Simple, because the plan was unreliable. Why did he have to consume Black Zetsu? Because they were one and the same. There was no need for such an unpleasant term as devour. What? She didn't remember creating him. That was because she had erased her own memory. How did he die? With his power. Perhaps out of guilt toward you, he chose to let himself fade away naturally. Danzo sighed. Fine, he could play the role of the son for now. Consider it an honorary adoption. He stepped forward once again, embracing Kagaya and gently rubbing her back, soothing her grief. Feeling that her emotions had settled, Danzo began laying the groundwork for the next step. We must remain cautious. I can sense that Hagoromo is watching from the shadows. He attempted to stop me multiple times while I was preparing to free you. I doubt he will give up so easily. Hagoromo. I gave him everything, even half of my power. Why? Kagaya's fury surged again, her pale eyes flaring with chakra as veins bulged at the corners. Though she no longer resented Hamura, her thousand-year grudge had not faded. Instead, it had simply found a new target. Held in Kagaya's embrace, Danzo could clearly sense her anger, and the way her chest rose and fell against him. He had to admit, there was something there. Chapter 179, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Part 4. Danzo remained in the palace, recounting the millennium of changes to Kagaya. It wasn't until nightfall that he finally managed to extricate himself from her embrace and leave. Spending the entire day in her arms, being occasionally patted on the head, and receiving constant affectionate gazes made Danzo feel deeply uncomfortable. Was it guilt over the years of separation? Or was it because both of her sons had either died or betrayed her? Danzo couldn't shake the feeling that her maternal instincts were overflowing. At one point, he subtly hinted that he was merely a fusion of her consciousness and a human, not truly her child. But Kagaya seemed entirely unconcerned with that fact. She didn't even inquire about Black Zetsu's situation, completely ignoring the subject. All the explanations Danzo had prepared went unused. Fortunately, his plan was progressing far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Inner Palace, Main Hall. Kneeling beside the table laden with exquisite dishes, Ichikawa Naomi keenly sensed Danzo's mood. My lord, would you like to enjoy dinner while watching a dance performance? I've handpicked the finest dancers for you. No need. You will suffice for tonight. Naomi's eyes sparkled with delight. She had been sent away unfinished the previous night, which left her anxious. As she served him, she deliberately adjusted her posture, emphasizing her curves beneath the sheer fabric of her gown. Her ample figure was in stark contrast to Pakura's more delicate frame, especially as she knelt, her full hips accentuated by the position. When she turned to pour his drink, she leaned forward intentionally, offering a tantalizing glimpse of what lay beneath. Perhaps it was the lingering sensation of having been held by Kagaya all day, but Danzo found himself more interested than usual, indulging in both the meal and Naomi's artful attentions. If judged purely on appearance, she might not be the most beautiful among the women, but she certainly knew how to please a man. However, no matter how skilled she was, she always remained the lowest in status before Danzo, humbling herself completely. This submissiveness made her incredibly sensitive, even Danzo's gaze alone was enough to leave her breathless. Before the meal was even finished, she collapsed against his arm, her body trembling, a deep flush spreading over her skin. The tatami beneath her bore the evidence of her state. A soft chime rang out as Naomi, still gasping, reached for a silk cord and gave it a gentle pull. At the sound of the bell, a group of attendants in translucent robes swiftly entered, clearing away the dishes and tidying the space before silently departing. If Danzo wasn't mistaken, those were the very same dancers from earlier. My lord, would you like them to stay? Naomi whispered. No. Just you tonight. With that, he pulled her into his embrace. My lord. I won't be able to handle this alone. Perhaps I should use Shadow Clone Jutsu. Danzo's roaming hands caused her to fumble the hand seals twice before finally succeeding on the third attempt. With a soft poof, two figures emerged from the smoke, Pakura and Kurina Yui, both devoid of any clothing, kneeling gracefully on either side of him. Danzo's hand paused for a brief moment before tightening around Naomi's waist, making her let out a small gasp. Though the clone of Pakura looked perfectly real, Danzo could tell at a glance that its consciousness still belonged to Naomi. Kurenai, however, was real, flesh and blood, without any disguise. One of the attendants had never left the chamber, remaining just outside the gauzy curtains. Danzo had assumed it was one of Naomi's servants, meant to assist her. But he never expected it to be Kurenai. Their coordination was flawless, using body flicker jutsu the moment the shadow clone jutsu was cast. Yet to Danzo, such tricks were transparent. "My lord, punish me if you must," Kurenai murmured. "As long as it pleases you, I have no regrets." "Oh. You still have the nerve to talk back." The next morning. At dawn, Danzo left the chamber. Naomi, still on the bed, propped herself up and reached for the silk cord once more, ringing the bell. 6 attendants entered in perfect synchrony, silently drawing back the curtains. The disheveled bedding, intertwined bodies, and lingering traces of the night before were laid bare. Without hesitation, the attendants set to work, some supporting Naomi, others cleansing her skin with warm cloths. A soft moan escaped from the other side of the bed as Kurenai stirred awake. She sat up abruptly and immediately knelt. "Enough, stop kneeling already," Naomi said impatiently. "If you can conceive the Lord's child, that would be ideal." Her tone carried a trace of irritation. After all, she had put in so much effort last night, only for Kurenai to benefit in the end. Still, if Danzo favored Kurenai, it meant he would visit more often. That was at least some consolation. 2 attendants gently eased Kurenai back down and placed a cushion under her legs, carefully tending to her body. Kurenai remained completely still, allowing them to cleanse her, but her eyes were filled with turmoil. Having been in the land of wind for over 6 months, she had long since understood Naomi's position of power. She had attempted to escape multiple times, all to no avail. Not only was Naomi influential, but she was also utterly ruthless and domineering. Yet last night had completely overturned everything Kurenai had come to believe. However, the moment Naomi's gaze met hers, a chill ran down Kurenai's spine, and she quickly averted her eyes. "Are you pleased with yourself?" Naomi asked coldly. "No," Kurenai stammered. Naomi scoffed. This woman might not be killed outright, but she had endured punishments far worse. Punish all those old crones who trained her in the bedroom arts, 30 lashes each. Absolutely useless. After issuing her command, Naomi turned her gaze back to Kurenai, her expression filled with displeasure. "As for you, I'll let this slide since it was your first time. But you'd better learn quickly. If you embarrass yourself like that again." A slow, sinister smile spread across her lips. "I have plenty of ways to make you regret it." Chapter 180, Sage of 6 Paths. Inside the palace. "No. Why not?" Danzo looked at Kagaya in surprise. Just yesterday, she had been embracing him with a motherly tenderness. But today, she was talking about planting the divine tree and turning all of humanity into its nourishment. "Don't worry. The 2 women from last night can stay. If you want more, you can have as many as you like. Mother doesn't mind." As she spoke, she gently stroked Danzo's face, her tone teasing yet affectionate. Danzo felt a trace of awkwardness but quickly dismissed unnecessary thoughts. "Our current strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world. Even Hagoromo wouldn't be able to defeat us. There's no need to do this. I'm not worried about Hagoromo." Seeing the trace of concern on Kagaya's face, Danzo immediately understood what she was truly afraid of. But he was confident that with his strength, he would be more than capable of dealing with the arrival of beings from beyond the stars before the story unfolded. He took her hand, reassuring her. "Don't worry. Even at the very last moment, I will stand by your side and protect you, mother." Kagaya's eyes still held hesitation, prompting Danzo to tighten his grip. "I like this world. I don't want to see it destroyed." They stared at each other for a long time before Kagaya finally smiled softly and once again caressed Danzo's face. "All right, I'll listen to you." Danzo let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Kagaya had insisted on her path, he would have had no choice but to seal her away once more in his own way. But that would not only render all his efforts in unsealing her meaningless, it would also ruin his plans of using Kagaya to locate the Sage of 6 Paths. In the following days, Danzo did not remain in the daimyo's residence. Instead, he took Kagaya on leisurely strolls through the capital, indulging in the delicacies and culture of the Land of Wind. For someone who had been sealed for 1,000 years, everything felt novel and intriguing. She never again spoke of annihilating humanity. Above a remote island far from the continent, black orbs etched with intricate runes slowly floated around Danzo. "It's time." Kagaya's regal robes billowed despite the absence of wind. She pressed her hands together. 6 paths, bloodline summoning technique. Space distorted violently, and a figure materialized in front of them. Whoosh! 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 Finally, he appears. The black spheres behind Danzo shot toward Otsutsuki Himura, 12 in total. The orbs formed a massive, rotating circle around Otsutsuki Hagoromo, orbiting like miniature stars. His Tensegan flashed. Each moving orb left behind streaks of glowing runes in space before vanishing. The surrounding space locked down, sealing everything within. This was a technique Danzo had specifically developed to deal with this old schemer. Not only did it seal space, but it was also particularly effective against spiritual entities. This is... Mother. The floating, cross-legged figure of Otsutsuki Hagoromo finally reacted. Seeing her once eldest son, Kagaya's expression darkened. The pain of being sealed and betrayed surged back into her heart. You again. Hagoromo's gaze landed on Danzo, his expression twisting into something unreadable. His face grew grim. Danzo's actions had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he grown immensely powerful, but he had also managed to release Kagaya. And now, he had forcibly dragged Hagoromo's soul from the Pure Land. He tried sensing the surrounding space, but his consciousness was met with nothingness. Even the Pure Land was unreachable. I am the one who created peace and order. Why do you seek to disrupt it? A sacred, imposing aura radiated from him as the staff manifested in his hands. Danzo shot him a glance and sneered. Peace and order. Looks like spending all these years in the Pure Land has made you delusional. He had no intention of continuing the conversation. Turning to Kagaya, he said, prepare the seal. Danzo's aura surged to its peak, and Kagaya's power flared alongside his. Although devouring Hagoromo outright was an option, Danzo had considered all possibilities and decided on the safest approach, sealing him first before slowly refining his essence. Mother, don't be deceived. His soul is unnatural, he is an outsider. Hagoromo shouted as he hurled the staff at Danzo. When the attack struck, the runes flared brightly, and a massive sphere manifested, blocking the attack. Clang. The staff rebounded, returning to Hagoromo's hand. Kagaya's aura flickered for a brief moment, but it quickly surged again. Unfilial son. Accept your fate. Even if you surpass the 6 paths level, escaping my carefully designed seal in a short time will be impossible. As their energies peaked, Danzo and Kagaya positioned themselves on either side of Hagoromo, trapping him in the middle. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed Hagoromo's face. He recognized this technique. It required 2 6 paths level forces, continuously circulating power, forming an incredibly stable seal. If he were sealed this time, there might be no escape. In that fleeting moment, a decisive thought flashed through his mind. His Rinnegan gleamed, and the once ethereal form of his soul began to shift. 2 smaller, childlike shadows appeared beside him, merging with his Rinnegan as they overlapped his figure. Like 2 misaligned spatial projections stacking on top of each other. Slowly, their figures solidified. And Hagoromo's own soul grew faint and illusory. Until finally, he vanished completely. Everything changed, except for the pair of Rinnegan that remained in place. Where Otsutsuki Hagoromo had stood just moments ago, an old man had been replaced by 2 children. Chapter 181, The Two Little Ones. Looking at Sasuke and Naruto, both with a Rinnegan in one eye, they were dazedly scanning their surroundings. Danzo's expression darkened. Kagaya teleported to Danzo's side. Is this Hagoromo's son? No, it's someone else's child. He was kidnapped by Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But his chakra feels off. Naruto, who had been groggy until now, also noticed Kagaya and Danzo not far away. Ah, you world-destroying person. Naruto, stop shouting. I noticed him a long time ago. Get ready to fight. The two exchanged hostile glances, their chakra overflowing, reaching an overwhelming, super-elite level. Take this, tailed beast Rasengan. Wait, Sasuke shouted just as the orange Rasengan flew out. Boom. The tailed beast Rasengan exploded in the ceiling space, turning into a massive orange sphere. As the chakra energy from the explosion dissipated, a purple Susanoo enveloped the two of them. You idiot, Naruto. Didn't you notice we're inside a seal? You idiot, Sasuke. I noticed a long time ago. Isn't this what we wanted, to break it? Now is not the time to argue. We're sealed. Sasuke's youthful face carried a serious expression. Looking at the two, filled with hostility, it was clear they had been brainwashed. However, each of them only had one Rinnegan. That was a valuable asset. It seemed like that old man had escaped relying on this power. So, how do we deal with them? Seal them again or kill them? Kagaya's cold voice made the 2 little ones, who had been cautiously observing the seal, suddenly tense. Fear began to creep into their hearts. Danzo was still reluctant. That old man managed to slip away. Can we use the 6 paths, bloodline summoning technique again? Kagaya shook her head. I can vaguely sense them, but it's faint. I can't lock onto them. Hagoromo is a cautious man. The same technique won't work twice on him. Several figures appeared around Danzo. My lord. Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, Minato Namikaze. Danzo's 2 wood clones were dragging 2 people. We found them. Can you make them quiet down? Sasuke. Naruto. The wood clones brought the 4 to the edge of the seal. Big brother, protect mother and leave quickly. You, let go of my family. Uchiha Itachi frowned as he looked at Sasuke and Naruto, who were glaring at Danzo. Their original goal had been to secretly protect the shinobi world, with Root and Danzo in mind. And now, just a few months later. Sasuke, a qualified ninja, must remain calm at all times. Big brother. Sasuke froze. As the truth-seeking balls transformed into bracelets and anklets, encircling their limbs and necks, their chakra and Rinnegan were suppressed. Danzo finally unsealed them, bringing everyone back to Konoha. You take them back first. I'll deal with the issues inside them in a few days. After watching everyone leave with their thanks, Danzo turned to Kagaya. Are you trying to lure Hagoromo out with the Rinnegan? Yes, half of his power comes from the Rinnegan. He won't give it up easily. Kagaya glanced at Danzo, shaking her head. You probably don't know your older brother that well. He won't act unless he's absolutely sure. Even if he risks losing the Rinnegan. Danzo looked at Kagaya in confusion. How could she know so much about his Otsutsuki Hagoromo but still allow him to seal her? Hagoromo is more calculating than his brother. He's also more patient. Even when the people he loved were chosen as sacrifices for the God Tree, he didn't ask me to spare them, nor did he show any dissatisfaction about the God Tree's sacrifices until the final confrontation. Danzo cursed inwardly. Damn it, he really is a sly old fox. He was even more determined to kill him now. As Kagaya had guessed, everything remained calm. The 2 little ones were still muddled about the Pure Land, unable to explain it clearly. Danzo didn't plan to wait any longer. After preparing in Orochimaru's lab, he began extracting the power from the Rinnegan. Part of their power comes from the Rinnegan, and part comes from the souls deep within their bodies, specifically the sons of the Sage of 6 Paths. If we don't deal with this, the soul's power will continue to erode them. Although their power will increase, their souls and personalities will be assimilated. After hearing Danzo's words, Uchiha Itachi's eyes were filled with worry. When Sasuke found out about his father's death, he immediately lost control, becoming extremely radical and filled with hatred. He even said, "Father died to protect Konoha, but now that he's dead, why are they still alive?" Fortunately, the truth-seeking balls had turned into bracelets and anklets, suppressing his power. But this made Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Itachi feel a strange fear. Sasuke had never gone through the massacre of his clan in this version. His father was stern, his mother loving, and he had an older brother who adored him. Though he liked to act cool, his personality was quite innocent and romantic. Whether at school or within the Uchiha clan, he had always been a beloved little boy. Don't worry. Danzo will handle it, Minato reassured Uchiha Itachi, staring intently at the laboratory through the glass. Though Naruto didn't show the same extreme behavior as Sasuke, after spending time with his daughter, he began to think his son seemed a bit too naive. By all logic, his son shouldn't be this clueless. He must have been affected. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, The Ninja World Federation. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months ago, under the collective signatures of the 5 major hidden villages, the Ninja World Federation was officially established. At the same time, a notification was issued throughout the ninja world. All ninja villages and wandering ninjas were required to join the Federation. This sparked the final struggle from the aristocracy. They believed that ninjas served the nobles, served the daimyo, and refused to acknowledge the Ninja Federation, condemning the betrayal of the ninja villages. At the same time, they began gathering rogue ninjas, making their last stand in an attempt to restore the old system. But it was already too late, all their efforts were in vain. The Ninja World Federation issued tasks, and the villages were tasked with local suppression. They also declared the highest laws of the Federation to all nations. Without the protection of their former authority, using the extraordinary strength of ninjas to deal with these aristocrats was nothing short of crushing them. The other 4 villages carried out their tasks flawlessly. However, the situation in Kumogakure caused some issues. Not only had the plan to suppress the aristocracy been leaked, resulting in failure, but there were even factions within the village that, under the guise of welcoming the daimyo, supported anti-Federation forces. In the spiritual space, at the roundtable meeting, the 4th Raikage stood up. I can resolve the situation in Kumogakure soon. The Federation doesn't need to intervene. The other Kage remained silent, merely watching the figure seated at the head of the table. Two virtual recordings played in the center of the table, like a film. Ninjas wearing Kumogakure headbands were fighting amongst themselves, battling and slaughtering each other. In a bid to seize resources, they began massacring surrounding villages and plundering civilians. The recording finished, and the figure at the head of the table glanced at the wreckage, speaking coldly. According to Federation Ninja Act, Article 6, Chapter 8, ninja villages are prohibited from engaging in local political conflicts. According to Federation Ninja Act, Article 2, Chapter 6, ninjas are not allowed to harm civilians without cause. According to Federation Ninja Act, Article 1, Chapter 2, when a ninja village is unable to regulate its ninjas, the Federation's emergency laws will be enacted. With each law read aloud, the Reikage expression darkened. 3 months ago, the 4 major ninja villages had suddenly established the Ninja Federation, and he too had been invited. Their stance was clear: take part or suffer the consequences. The people behind the Federation were deeply mysterious, and his consciousness was swiftly drawn into this Federation meeting. Given the points above, this council has decided, the dispatch of the Federation Guard. The Reikage's face grew even darker. When they had joined the Federation, each village had agreed to send 100 Jonin and 1 Kaga-level expert to the so-called Guard. Though he had agreed, the Reikage had been stalling and had not yet sent the required forces, while the other villages, aside from Iwagakure, had already fulfilled their quotas. But from intelligence gathered, the Guard boasted over 1,000 Jonin and more than 10 Kaga-level experts. It was a terrifying force, capable of overwhelming any single ninja village. I oppose this. The Federation's laws prohibit interference in a village's internal political struggles. The Reikage stood up, making one last protest. Opposition is invalid. Immediate execution, came the cold, unyielding reply. The Reikage glanced around at the other Kagaya, only to find them silent. The once formidable man slumped back into his seat, deflated. With the Federation's intervention, the internal chaos in Kumogakure was swiftly quelled, and the aristocrats of the Land of Lightning fell into ruin. Thousands of aristocrats were judged for their role in the uprising, most executed under charges of war crimes. Several opportunistic gangs and rogue ninjas were also captured, those who were killed, and those who were sentenced to serve. The total number of individuals tried exceeded 60,000. This caused the nobles in the other countries who had initially complained about giving up land to suddenly feel a sense of relief. The most eye-catching figure in all this was the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Many believed he had long since died, but here he appeared as the Chief Justice of the Federation. With the Land of Lightning's turmoil settled, the Ninja World Federation, which many thought would calm down, issued yet another announcement. Ninjas must comply with the laws of the Ninja World Federation. Small ninja villages, other than the 5 major nations, must merge into the 5 major villages or join the Federation. They cannot exist independently. The Federation will crack down on illegal organizations such as black markets and gold exchange businesses. With the 5 nations now under its control and a powerful military force backing it, most of the smaller ninja villages wisely chose to join the Federation. Although no one truly understood what this organization was, it was now the largest one around. The black markets and gold exchanges had suffered greatly, one after another shutting down. Among the rogue ninjas, only a few stubborn ones resisted, while most were willing to accept employment by the Federation, choosing a life that appeared to be more legitimate. Soon, rogue ninjas, bandits, and gangsters became the least promising occupations in the ninja world. The Ninja World Federation gradually became known to the majority, and its high-ranking positions began to take shape. The 5 major nations were no longer ruled by the daimyo, but by the highest-ranking officials appointed by the Federation. Underneath them were the various administrative regions, governed by internal Federation personnel who were selected or promoted through internal assessments. Before the 5 major ninja villages had fully adjusted, the entire ninja world had already been restructured. And it began operating with terrifying efficiency. Now, the Federation's success left the major villages envious, and they scrambled to send people into the organization. They finally realized that although the ninja villages hadn't changed on the surface, the leadership had. The Federation would give the ninja villages tasks to maintain the ninjas' normal livelihoods. Each year, a significant sum would be allocated for the training of ninjas and the maintenance of security in the various districts. But all this required votes from the Federation's high-ranking officials. At present, many positions at the upper levels of the Federation remained vacant. Land of Rivers. Boom. A massive explosion tore through the mountains, blasting a gaping hole into the rocky terrain. Amazing. As expected of the great ninja. Alright, everyone, get ready to start working. Despite the foreman's enthusiastic praise, Daidara, standing not far away, looked rather dispirited. Sasori, this isn't the kind of art I want at all. Blowing up mountains and rocks every day, this is even more exhausting than being in Akatsuki. Complaining to me won't help. You can always take it up with that person. Who knows, maybe you'll get to keep Haiden company. Daidara shuddered at the thought, his head shaking vigorously. That's a death sentence. Ever since the establishment of the Ninja Federation, those who had been lurking in the shadows of the ninja world had been captured one by one. Sasori and Deidara were among them. Lord Sasori. We need 3 more giant puppet machines over here, the foreman called out from the distance. With the flick of a few scrolls. Boom. 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 3 massive puppet excavation machines materialized. Sasori, don't tell me you actually enjoy this kind of life. Seeing Deidara's baffled expression, Sasori simply shook his head. I just appreciate the system. What's so good about it? Some so-called Ninja Federation, and I still have to work for 3 whole years. Enough, Deidara, stop complaining. Just think about Haydn. Deidara paused, his expression suddenly improving. Yeah, compared to him, we actually have it pretty good. A new civilian academy in the land of rain. Clang. 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 Academy's out. Bye, Konan-sensei. Bye, Konan-sensei. Don't run too fast. As the children rushed past her, Konan cradled a stack of books in her arms, a warm smile spreading across her face. Lifting her head toward the sky, she watched as sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a glow that felt almost surreal. Yahiko. Nagato. A remote laboratory in the land of fire. I don't care. I demand a vacation. Stitch my leg back up. And my kidney, don't forget my kidney. This is employee abuse. Haydn, lying on the operating table with his abdomen sliced open, shouted in protest. You've already taken 6 days off this month. No more vacation. Besides, you still have the nerve reflex experiment and the fungal toxin experiment coming up. I don't care. I need to pray to Lord Jashin. And I'm filing a complaint with the Ninja Federation for ninja abuse. Get Orochimaru in here, now. Director, what do we do? The test subject refuses to cooperate. It's fine. We only need the data. His cooperation is irrelevant, he won't die anyway. Ack. Don't come any closer. I'm filing a complaint, Ack. Get your hands off my appendix. Be careful, don't snap it. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, A Day in Konoha. Deep within the hidden chambers of Root. Danzo, seated cross-legged in midair, slowly opened his eyes, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. In an instant, Kagaya appeared out of thin air within the chamber. Her gaze landed on the eye in the center of Danzo's forehead, now transformed into a Tomo Rinnegan, and she revealed a look of satisfaction. The fusion is flawless. Your power has grown once more. The eye on Danzo's forehead slowly shut as he withdrew from his six-path state, placing both feet firmly on the ground. It's all thanks to you, Mother. Calling her Mother no longer felt awkward in the slightest. If anything, he had profited greatly from this arrangement. Absorbing the Rinnegan, along with the souls of Azura and Indra, had required significant effort from Kagaya, even at the cost of diminishing her own strength. Draped in an ornate robe, Kagaya took 2 elegant steps forward, extending a delicate hand toward Danzo. We must find Hagoromo quickly. If you can reclaim his power, no one will ever be able to harm us again. Danzo gently removed Kagaya's hand from his face. Though her expression was gentle and loving, he couldn't help but feel somewhat uneasy. It was fine to play along with her indulgent words, but letting her actually touch him. That was a different matter altogether. Besides, this woman had a habit of stroking his head and face, and even pulling him into her embrace, burying him within her bosom. She was completely reversing their roles. Don't worry, Mother. I won't let anyone harm you. I've already found a way to enter the Pure Land, but I have some matters to attend to first. Seeing Danzo reject her affection, Kagaya gracefully folded her hands before her abdomen, regaining her noble composure. Her tone also grew colder. Is that woman about to give birth? She is indeed a suitable vessel. Among all the women in this village, only she was able to conceive your child so easily. Danzo sighed internally, unwilling to argue. In Kagaya's eyes, ordinary people were mere ants, even someone as powerful as Tsunade was nothing more than a breeding vessel. Yes, I love children very much. I'll make sure she gives birth to plenty so they can keep you company, Mother. Danzo's submissive attitude earned him another affectionate touch on the cheek from Kagaya. She gazed at him with the look of a satisfied mother, her expression once again gentle and loving. If you like children, then have a few more. I think the Hyuga and Uchiha bloodlines would also be suitable. Autumn had settled over Konoha, and the occasional leaf drifted down the streets with the cool breeze. Inside the old Senju compound, however, the greenery remained lush and vibrant. Under a pavilion in the courtyard, Tsunade sat with a troubled expression, absent-mindedly stroking her swollen belly. When is this baby going to come out? It's already past the due date. This is torture. And that damn old bastard. Danzo stepped out of the house, only to hear Tsunade cursing him the moment he arrived. With a helpless expression, he approached and crouched beside her, placing a glowing hand gently on her lower back. The baby's almost here. Can't you calm your temper even a little? Umph. Tsunade closed her eyes and let out a soft hum, her body gradually relaxing as she leaned against Danzo. A soothing warmth spread through her, easing her discomfort. Even the little one inside her finally settled down, allowing her a moment of peace. You try carrying a chakra-sucking, restless little troublemaker in your belly and see if you can stay calm. Though she grumbled, her earlier irritation had faded. If not for Danzo's frequent visits, she would have been completely drained of chakra and vitality by now. It should be any day now. I'll stay here with you until it happens. Tsunade didn't refuse, but she turned to him with a questioning look. Are your affairs settled? Danzo stopped channeling chakra and half-embraced her, gently caressing her round belly with an affectionate gaze. Aside from her larger abdomen, Tsunade's body had barely changed. Her skin remained smooth and radiant. Almost. Once you've given birth, I'll handle one last matter, then I'll stay in Konoha with you. Umph. Who said I wanted you to stay? Damn it. Keep your hands to yourself. Just checking the baby's food supply. After some playful banter, Tsunade's face flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering. Satisfied, Danzo finally let go and signaled for Shizen to take over and help Tsunade rest. Leaving the Senju compound, Danzo allowed himself a small smile. His relationship with Tsunade had developed due to an accident, and their respective positions made intimacy somewhat awkward. But over time, they had grown much closer, even to the point where he could enjoy some privileges. The final battle would still take some time. At her desk, Nono Yakushi suddenly stiffened before letting out a soft sigh, her body instinctively leaning back into the warm embrace behind her. My lord. Didn't I assign Uchiha Mikoto and Kakashi to assist you? Why are you still so busy? Feeling the familiar touch and warm breath against her neck, Nono knew exactly what was coming. Setting down her pen, she made no move to resist as Danzo pressed closer. Her cheeks grew flushed, her eyes half-lidded with a hazy expression. As her lips parted slightly, Danzo waved a hand, concealing their presence from detection. Why take such precautions? Because of Kagaya. At the Six Paths level, nothing in this world was truly private if someone willed it so. And as someone under Kagaya's constant observation, Danzo had no choice but to take measures. What he once dismissed as insignificant now felt like an intrusion. He had learned to cherish his private moments. Until... Click. The office door suddenly swung open. Uchiha Mikoto stood at the entrance, holding a stack of documents, utterly stunned. On the desk, Nono was still lost in a daze, completely unprepared for the interruption. Behind her, Danzo furrowed his brows. With a slight movement of chakra, a gust of wind pushed the door shut once more. As if nothing had happened. Chapter 184, Pure Land. A ripple spread through space as Danzo and Kagaya's figures emerged. So this is the Pure Land. The ground mirrored the sky like a giant, glassy surface, reflecting a dreamlike expanse that stretched endlessly in all directions, vast and serene. To Danzo, this place bore some resemblance to his own Tenkasari soul space. Yes. I can feel his presence. He's here. Kagaya's eyes narrowed as she tensed with caution. The once bright sky abruptly darkened, and the ground's reflection turned pitch black. It was as if someone had switched off the light in this space, plunging everything into darkness. Ripples of pale light spread outward, expanding in concentric waves. At the center of those ripples, Otsutsuki Hagoromo appeared, floating cross-legged as always, his expression filled with boundless sorrow and compassion. I have dedicated my existence to protecting this world. I even went so far as to seal my own mother. Why must you insist on causing trouble? His voice echoed in the empty space, as if questioning the two of them directly. Danzo nudged Kagaya with his elbow and muttered, was he always this shameless, or did it get worse over time? Kagaya ignored his sarcasm, her expression serious. Be careful. He wouldn't reveal himself unless he was confident. Hagoromo turned to Kagaya. Mother, stand with me. He is not to be trusted. I will not harm you. He reached out his hand in an earnest invitation. In response, Kagaya fired a all-killing Ash Bones attack. Hagoromo reappeared on the other side, his expression now devoid of compassion, his face as calm and emotionless as still water. Stubborn and foolish as ever. But it doesn't matter. Since you've come here, you will remain with me forever. Despite his tranquil tone, a trace of madness lurked beneath it. Boom. 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 The space trembled violently as radiant cracks began spreading. The once dreamlike Pure Land brightened once more, yet the tremors did not cease. Then, from deep below, the ground swelled and shattered as an enormous tree erupted forth. Danzo's eyes narrowed. he knew this site all too well. The divine tree. He had actually planted a divine tree within the Pure Land. No wonder he needed powerful souls. As the space quaked, the colossal tree shot skyward, its trunk thickening, branches stretching outward, blossoms blooming, and fruits forming. Boom. 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 The ground beneath Danzo and Kagaya suddenly collapsed as two massive roots burst forth, lashing at them. Senjutsu, storm release, light fang. With a swift, zigzagging slash, the massive roots were severed into multiple segments. But the violet light blade didn't stop, it swept directly toward the divine tree. Sizzle. The attack left a deep gash upon the tree's trunk. Yet, in mere moments, the wound regenerated as if it had never been there. Crack. Crack. Across several kilometers, the ground buckled and splintered as countless root-like tendrils burst forth, surging toward them in a frenzied attack. The dreamlike Pure Land had transformed into a Lovecraftian nightmare. All killing ash bones. Dozens of bone projectiles shot outward, disintegrating every root they touched into dust. Kagaya waved her sleeve, extending her hand toward Hagoromo and the divine tree, unleashing 80 Gods vacuum attack. Fists formed from radiant energy punched through the writhing roots, obliterating every obstruction in their path. Boom. A towering wooden colossus and a massive, violet Susanoo materialized before the divine tree and Hagoromo, blocking their way. The two giants shattered under the assault, yet, as though time had reversed, they instantly reformed. Meanwhile, Danzo found himself in an unexpected predicament. His senses sharpened as he scanned the narrow space and the pulsating, fleshy growths around him. His flying thunder god mark had clearly been set on Hagoromo, so how had he ended up here? His technique hadn't failed. No, the space itself had shifted, transferring his mark elsewhere, diverting him to this enclosed area. Remaining alert, he expanded his sensory perception. This place felt completely cut off from the outside world, none of his other flying thunder god marks were detectable. Before he could process the situation further, countless writhing flesh tendrils surged toward him, attempting to engulf him. Danzo extended both hands, unleashing a surge of violet lightning that crackled across the area. Yet, instead of the expected destruction, the flesh merely charred on the surface, halting for a moment before swiftly shedding its burnt layers and regenerating unhindered. It was adapting. The more the tendrils grew, the smaller the space became. This thing was trying to consume him. Let's see if you can stomach me. Danzo lowered his hands, his aura surging to its peak. A golden blade of energy, blazing like ethereal blue fire, formed in his grasp. Golden will reincarnation explosion. Outside. A golden light burst forth from within the divine tree, cleaving a massive vertical rift straight through its core, nearly splitting it in two. The golden aftershock carved a deep chasm across the Pure Land's mirrored surface. A streak of blue light shot out from the divine tree's core, Danzo. At the same time, a distortion in space unfolded nearby, and Kagaya emerged from the rift, her gaze landing on Danzo. Are you all right? I'm fine. Danzo's eyes shifted toward the distant wooden colossus and the violet giant. Wasn't this Madara Uchiha's and Hashirama Senju's jutsu? Moreover, he could sense the presence of tailed beast chakra within them. Chapter 185, Battle. The divine tree, which had been split apart, began to heal at an astonishing rate, with countless fleshy tendrils sprouting from the wound. In just moments, it had completely regenerated. The ground also started to mend itself, closing up seamlessly until it was smooth and pristine once more, as if nothing had ever happened. Impressive power, but it's all meaningless. You cannot defeat me here. I had originally planned to wait until the fruit fully matured before dealing with you in the shinobi world, but I didn't expect you to walk into my domain on your own. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's voice echoed throughout the Pure Land. At the same time, Danzo could sense that Hagoromo's chakra, which had initially only been at the level of a sage of 6 paths, was still rising. Let me, the protector of the shinobi world, the founder of Ninshu, put an end to this anomaly. The space trembled violently, as if the entire Pure Land was responding to Otsutsuki Hagoromo's will. A blood-red eye opened on Hagoromo's forehead, resonating with the Pure Land itself. His presence had now surpassed the sage level. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned slightly. So this world is sustained through the eye on his forehead. No wonder I've always felt hostility from this place. Danzo had to admit that Hagoromo's mastery of ocular techniques far exceeded his own. However, this was perfect. A battle-hungry smile formed in his heart. In the shinobi world, he had never dared to fight without restraint, but now, he finally had the opportunity. He exchanged a glance with Kagaya. His chakra erupted, flaring up like blue flames that clung to his body. Sage art, Rasengan. A Rasengan, slightly smaller than usual, formed in his palm. Its black core, reminiscent of a truth-seeking orb, was surrounded by a rotating wind release layer, leaving behind afterimages as it shot forward. Danzo's blue-cloaked figure streaked through the air like a meteor, following closely behind the attack. In an instant, the black Rasengan collided with the truth-seeking orbs protecting Otsutsuki Himura. The Rasengan's black core silently expanded, engulfing Himura in its void-like destruction. Instead of a conventional explosion, there was only eerie silence as the attack erased everything it touched. A portion of space itself seemed to have been scooped out, leaving behind a black sphere that devoured all matter. Even light couldn't escape it. Hagoromo narrowly avoided the attack, his expression dark as he observed the lingering black hole. 2 of his floating truth-seeking orbs had vanished within it. Bang. A truth-seeking orb transformed into a shield, blocking the incoming blue streak of light, but the assault wasn't over. Bang. 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 Danzo's figure flickered like a flowing blue comet, striking from different angles. However, the Inyang-infused truth-seeking orbs acted like an absolute counter to taijutsu, intercepting every strike with precision. But as Danzo's speed continued to increase. Crack! Otsutsuki Himura was suddenly sent flying in a bizarre posture, his body propelled backward at high speed. The blue light pursued him relentlessly. Damn it! Himura cursed, swinging the sword of Nunoboko in his hand. Ahead of him, the Pure Land's terrain suddenly shifted, a giant reflective surface rising like a vertical mirror. Himura's body shot into the mirror and disappeared within it. Danzo's kick landed squarely on the mirror's surface, shattering it instantly. Across the battlefield, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, now standing at the roots of the divine tree, took a moment to examine his right waist. A massive gash had been torn into him, as if something had taken a bite out of his body. That bastard actually dared to use taijutsu, such an unsophisticated technique. His gaze flickered toward the distant battlefield, where the enormous wooden construct in Susanoo, previously shattered by Kagaya, lay in ruins. A glimmer of irritation flashed in his eyes as he stabbed the sword of Nunoboko into the ground. Once again, a towering giant emerged from the earth. Its massive form, as vast as the sky itself, had a translucent surface that reflected light, making it look like a giant made of glass. Hagoromo raised his spear once more. Rise. The entire space rumbled. The horizon tilted as the terrain shifted, the ground folding and rising at sharp angles. The once vast Pure Land was transformed into an enormous, cube-like battlefield, its 4 walls rising vertically to create an inescapable box. All killing ash bones. Suddenly, a chaotic black void opened behind Hagoromo, from which dozens of bone spears shot forth. Otsutsuki Kagaya emerged from the void, launching a counterattack. At the same time, multiple truth-seeking orbs streaked toward Hagoromo as he dodged the bone spears. Grrrkk. The ground erupted as the divine tree extended countless roots to block the attacks, shielding Hagoromo from Kagaya's assault. Crack! Crack! A massive glass-like hand burst from the ground, reaching for Kagaya as she prepared to attack again. She swiftly activated Yamatsu Hirasaka and teleported away to evade. At that moment, a black sphere floated down toward the battlefield. Sage Art, Great Rasengan. A blinding white light expanded outward, unleashing a devastating shockwave that obliterated everything in its path. The entire space trembled under the sheer force of the impact. As the light gradually faded, the divine tree stood at the center of the destruction, though its roots had been severely damaged, leaving the entire structure unstable. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, half of his face revealed from within a protective layer of truth-seeking orbs, locked eyes with the 2 figures in the sky. Below, the enormous glass-like giant slowly rose from the ground. Half of its body was encased in truth-seeking orbs, shielding Hagoromo as he merged into the glass titan's form. "Are you all right?" Danzo asked. "I'm fine. This divine tree is different from the one in the shinobi world," Kagaya replied, somewhat uncertain. Danzo nodded in agreement. "It's definitely not the same. Visually, it appeared tangible and could be attacked, but in terms of chakra perception, it lacked a true physical presence. Not to mention, its regenerative ability was absurdly strong." Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 186, Battle, Part 2. The sword of Nunoboko narrowly missed Danzo, sending a shiver down his spine. What was that? That old bastard sword of Nunoboko carries his soul's aura, don't get hit by it. In the distance, the towering giant crouched and reached toward the ground. A massive hand emerged from the pristine earth, growing like a plant and clawing at the 2 airborne figures. Sage Art, Wind Style, Rasengan. All killing ash bones. Both attacks struck the giant hand below, while Danzo and Kagaya ascended higher into the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 sword of Nunoboko, embedded at the edges of the Pure Land's boundary, seemed to rebound unnaturally, shooting straight back down. Danzo swiftly pulled Kagaya into his grasp, dodging the eerie counterattack. Below, the Rasengan clashed with the giant hand, producing an ear-piercing screech that echoed through space, disorienting anyone who heard it. Meanwhile, the swords that had rebounded now pierced into the giant hand, but instead of inflicting damage, they melted into it, vanishing like ice dissolving into water. Suddenly, the light above dimmed. Another massive hand reached down from the sky. Sage Art, Susanoo. A colossal blue warrior formed midair, enveloping Danzo and Kagaya. Its arms stretched outward, grabbing the descending giant hand. With a powerful heave, it executed an over-the-shoulder throw. The giant, still crouched in the distance, had its buried arms yanked forward, its enormous body dragged entirely into the ground. Then, as if plucked from the sky, the giant was pulled downward at terrifying speed, crashing toward the earth. Yet, to Danzo's surprise, there was no impact. The moment the giant touched the ground, it sank seamlessly, as though plunging into a body of water without resistance. Boom. Before Danzo could react, the giant re-emerged from above, crashing down in its original posture. Two titanic figures collided midair and tumbled violently to the ground. Boom. The impact sent massive cracks sprawling across the earth. Danzo, controlling Susanoo, stood back up, his gaze fixed on the unscathed giant, which was already emerging from the ground. This bastard's cheating. No time to complain, another massive sword materialized in the giant's hand and was launched straight at Danzo. Whoosh. Danzo sidestepped the attack. I'll pull Hagoromo out of the glass. You back me up. With that, he ejected Kagaya from Susanoo and conjured a massive blue flaming sword. Charging at the giant with incredible speed, he delivered a cross-shaped slash. A deep cross-shaped wound split across the giant's chest. At the same time, Susanoo's massive hand lunged forward, aiming straight for the exposed Otsutsuki Hagoromo inside the wound. Bang. Yet, the strike failed to pierce through. The wound rapidly regenerated, sealing shut in an instant. Danzo's eyes narrowed in surprise. That level of regeneration. Then I'll skewer him properly. Danzo locked onto the unconscious Hagoromo at the giant's core. In a flash, he charged forward once more, sword poised for a decisive strike. Whoosh. The swords he had previously dodged reached the edge of space and, as expected, rebounded right back. Danzo ignored the incoming attack. He had a limited window of opportunity, he had to strike before the giant recovered. He trusted Kagaya. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A distorted black rift appeared behind Danzo and another behind the giant. The rebounding swords vanished into the rift. Only to reappear behind the giant, converging with Danzo's sword from opposite directions. Swish. Both giants were impaled simultaneously, like a skewer piercing through them. The blue sword stabbed deep into the giant's chest. At the same moment, a sword of Nunoboko emerged from its back, skewering Susanoo. Boom. Danzo's Susanoo kicked the giant away. The spot where the sword had struck Susanoo's shoulder burned with a white, soul-consuming flame, rapidly spreading and dissolving it. Danzo willed Susanoo's chakra to shift, severing the affected arm before the flames could spread further. In an instant, a new arm regenerated from the blue chakra. Meanwhile, white flames ignited from the giant sword embedded in the giant's chest. Within moments, the sword melted away. Inside the glass, Otsutsuki Hagoromo finally opened his eyes, but he looked entirely unscathed. Everything you do here is futile. Just surrender and become nourishment for the divine tree. Before he could finish, Danzo surged forward again, sword raised. Otsutsuki Hamura immediately abandoned his taunt, bringing his hands together. Crack. 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 Rows of massive glass pillars shot up at a 45-degree angle, attempting to block Susanoo's advance. At the same time, Hamura's body began merging into the ground. Whoosh. The next instant, Danzo's blue sword plunged deep into the earth. The giant reappeared, now positioned at the very edge of the folded Pure Land boundary. What a reckless heretic. Hamura scowled but grudgingly admitted the truth, Danzo's sheer combat ability far outclassed his own. Even while controlling the Pure Land's giant, he struggled to keep up with Danzo's relentless pace. At this level of battle, relying on something as primitive as taijutsu. A flash of blue light streaked across the battlefield. Whoosh, thunk. A glowing blue arrow embedded itself in the giant's chest. Inside, Hamura looked down at his own body, half of it had already disintegrated. Rage flared within him, mixed with a sliver of relief. His wary eyes locked onto the distant blue giant, still holding its bow. He was lucky he hadn't set foot in the shinobi world yet. This man truly was an anomaly. Hey everyone. I recently found a really good fanfic called Starting from One Piece with the Rinnegan. You can also find it on my web novel profile. It's about a character with the Rinnegan who ends up in the One Piece world. He's not some overpowered guy crushing Yonko on day one, but he's definitely not weak either. He's strong enough to survive and grow, which gives the story a nice balance. I'd say the pacing is smooth, easy to read, and packed with action. Personally, I didn't feel bored even when rereading it, which is rare for me. Highly recommend checking it out if you're looking for something fun and engaging to read. Chapter 187, Battle 3. Crack. A blue arrow was embedded in the fractured wall of the Pure Land. But the massive giant that had been there moments ago had already vanished. This guy is such a rat. Danzo drew his bow again, aiming at the fruit atop the divine tree while keeping his senses sharp for any movements around him. Whoosh. An explosive burst of chakra detonated the entire tree crown, but the divine tree rapidly regenerated, and the crimson fruit reappeared as if untouched. Crack, 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 crack. Four enormous pillars slanted toward Danzo in an attempt to crush him. Susanoo leaped back. Crack. Crack. Two more pillars suddenly shot up from behind, cutting off his retreat. With a swift turn, his giant blade swept in a half-moon arc, severing the incoming pillars behind him. Just as he landed, a deep cracking sound resonated beneath his feet, followed by faint tremors. How long is this going to go on? Senjutsu, explosive Rasengan. The giant hand of Susanoo slammed a glowing white sphere infused with yang energy into the ground beneath him. Boom. Crack, crack, crack. The shock waves rippled outward like waves on water, rapidly spreading across the entire Pure Land. The impact caused fractures to extend across the surrounding walls. This space is shrinking, came Kagaya's voice from above. Hearing her warning, Danzo finally took a moment to observe his surroundings. Sure enough, the battlefield had shrunk to nearly half its original size. As the fractures generated by their attacks were repaired, the space itself seemed to be slowly contracting, with the divine tree at its center. Danzo couldn't immediately determine whether this was good or bad, but there was no time to think. Crack, crack, crack. The sky above them fractured, and countless massive spikes descended, piercing into the ground. Looking around, the entire space was filled with these towering spikes crashing down from the heavens. Creak. Crack. To Danzo's surprise, the spikes began shifting and closing in, pressing the remaining space inward like a colossal grinding machine. A gigantic hand emerged from the cascading spikes, reaching toward Kagaya, who had just activated Yamatsu Hirasaka. Swish. Swish. Spears rained down from above, sealing off her escape routes. The ever-tightening spikes further restricted her movement. Boom. 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 Several of the spikes shattered under the force of her truth-seeking orbs, but in the blink of an eye, more descended to take their place. Dodging the incoming spears that streaked like shooting stars, while also fending off the elusive giant hiding in the shadows, even Kagaya found herself struggling. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to take a spear strike if necessary just to activate Yamatsu Hirasaka once more and escape. Boom. A flash of blue sword light sliced through the merging spikes, severing two cleanly. A massive blue hand reached in, snatching Kagaya from danger like a beast claiming its prey. Leaping back, Susanoo landed in a safer zone. You're not hurt, are you? Danzo remained on guard, scanning their surroundings. The enemy was getting craftier. The last large-scale attack had separated him from Kagaya. While it seemed aimed at him, its true objective had been her. Perched on Susanoo's shoulder, Kagaya gazed at the long spears burning with soul flames embedded in the armor. Her eyes flickered with concern and guilt. She knew Danzo was stronger than her. If he hadn't stepped in to save her, he wouldn't have been struck. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. His attacks can't break through my defense. As Danzo spoke, the flaming spears fell from Susanoo's armor. Blue chakra surged again, forming a fresh layer of armor over the colossal entity. The space is getting smaller. I don't know what he's planning, but you'd better stay inside me for now. Danzo was beginning to appreciate just how formidable Susanoo's defense was. Even if Hagoromo could break through it, the time it bought him was more than enough to react. Crack. 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 Two more rows of massive spikes crashed down, embedding themselves into the Pure Land's ground. Simultaneously, spikes began emerging from the ground, reaching toward the sky. Rather than spikes, they resembled massive conical pillars. Interlocking from above and below, they formed a monstrous abyssal maw. Crack. 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 The spikes began closing in again, furrowing deep trenches into the ground as they converged. Danzo, now trapped at the center of the encroaching spikes, charged forward, gripping his sword tightly. With one hand raised. Boom. 4 or 5 of the massive spikes instantly shattered into dust, yet more remained behind them. A sweeping chakra blade carved a luminous arc, obliterating the obstructions ahead. Yet beyond the destruction, more spikes loomed, grinding ever closer. The entire space now resembled the gaping maw of Charybdis, the monstrous whirlpool from Greek mythology, lined with countless teeth. T/N, Charybdis is a sea monster in Greek mythology. Danzo furrowed his brows and stopped in his tracks. He could feel the cunning bastard lurking nearby, watching him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Gripping his sword, he slammed it into the ground and brought his hands together. Golden will reincarnation explosion. A golden radiance flashed. The abyssal maw halted its closure. Boom. 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 The massive conical pillars crumbled into pieces, scattering haphazardly across the battlefield. What was once a smooth pure land had been transformed into an uneven wasteland, nearly impossible to traverse for an ordinary person. Danzo noted that the space had shrunk even further, so much so that even a jump from Susanoo might touch the ceiling. Then he saw him. Floating near the divine tree, Otsutsuki Hagoromo had finally revealed himself. Danzo reached for his sword, but before he could unsheath it, the translucent pure land underwent a sudden transformation. The once clear sky and ground darkened, taking on a murky brown hue. The entire space began to warp, twisting and writhing as though it were alive, rapidly consuming the already diminishing battlefield. This is the interior of the divine tree. The pure land is inside the tree. Danzo instantly grasped the situation. A rare, manic glint flickered in Hagoromo's eyes. Figured it out, have you? Too late. Your attacks, your power, and you, everything will become nourishment for the divine tree. Only I am fit to dictate the rules of this world. He turned to Kagaya and shook his head. Mother, you are always so foolish. Despite possessing overwhelming power, you are constantly shackled by fear. You seek reliance on others, only to be used and betrayed in return. But don't worry, after today, that will never happen again. Chapter 188, Pure Land Divine Tree. Show. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who had been incessantly rambling, disintegrated into ashes amidst the blue streak of light. Is he dead? I doubt it, Danzo said cautiously, scanning the surroundings. As if in response to Danzo's words, Otsutsuki Hamura's body re-emerged from a mass of writhing flesh on the other side, his expression filled with excitement and urgency. Golden will reincarnation explosion. A golden light flashed, momentarily halting the grotesque tumors spreading across the area. But rather than stopping, they began growing even faster. Resistance is futile. The moment you entered the pure land, your fate was sealed. Hagoromo's words were cut short by a crescent-shaped slash that once again reduced him to ashes. However, with every attack Danzo unleashed, the divine tree's growth only accelerated. Within mere seconds, the entire space was engulfed by pulsating tumors. When the monstrous growths finally reached Susanoo, the once impenetrable defense crumbled like fragile paper. Instead, the moment the tumors made contact, they sprouted tendrils that burrowed into Susanoo's form, greedily absorbing its energy at an alarming rate. Danzo turned to Kagaya, who wore a deeply troubled expression. Do you trust me? Kagaya hesitated for a moment before nodding solemnly. Hold onto my hand. Don't resist. Danzo took her hand and pulled her into his embrace. As Susanoo slowly faded away, the relentless tumors surged forward, tightly enveloping them. As the surrounding mass pressed in, the two were swallowed into darkness. Mount Myaboku. The enormous palace atop the mountain had long been abandoned following the passing of the great toad sage. Yet it remained a sacred ground, home to many of the toad's sealed artifacts. A single purple orb shattered through the temple's ceiling, soaring into the sky above Mount Myaboku. Ha ha ha. It's finally happening. The laughter sent ripples of unease through the toad populace. Countless toads, big and small, turned their gaze toward the sky. That's. Elder Fukasaku stared at the floating orb, one that had always rested before the great sage, with a face full of apprehension. The great sage had once foretold a prophecy: Mount Myaboku faced the threat of annihilation. Before his passing, he had ordered the mountain sealed, hoping to avoid the impending disaster. But now. Crack. Fine white cracks spread across the surface of the purple orb. With its shattering, a blinding white light engulfed the land. The energy it released sent chills down the spines of every toad, filling them with an instinctual terror. As the light faded, a towering tree materialized in its place. At its peak hung a single, glistening red fruit. One mere glance was enough to ignite an insatiable hunger deep within the soul. The divine tree. The records left in the temple were real. It's the divine tree, exactly as described in the ancient texts. But why here? Before the toads could process what was happening, a voice echoed from the sky once more. For the sake of Gamamaru, I shall grant you the honor of becoming nourishment for the divine tree's awakening. As the words fell, the divine tree radiated another wave of soft white light. Instantly, the toads' eyes turned vacant, their bodies bound by the tree's branches, hanging in the air. Their life force, souls, and chakra were rapidly drained away. Before long, rows of withered toads dangled from the divine tree's limbs. Even the two sage elders were not spared. Mount Myaboku, once teeming with life, was reduced to an eerie silence. The only thing that remained standing was the divine tree, towering with an imposing presence. Under the serene sky, a gentle breeze passed through, making the shriveled toads sway slightly, an unsettling, macabre sight. Konogakure, Senju residence. In a warmly decorated bedroom, Tsunade sat on the bed, her expression unusually gentle as she played with the baby in her arms, who was eagerly gulping down food. "Little one, how are you this hungry? You take after your father." She suddenly paused, her face flushing slightly. She stole a glance at Shizune, who was busy folding clothes nearby. Luckily, she hadn't noticed. "Lady Tsunade, why hasn't Lord Danzo visited in the past few days?" Shizune asked, placing the neatly folded garments into the wardrobe. She turned to watch the heartwarming scene with a sweet smile. "Why should I care where that bastard is? Who knows what kind of trouble he's off stirring up?" Tsunade responded nonchalantly, brushing off the question as she continued playing with the baby. "Pfft." Shizune's quiet giggle caught Tsunade's attention. "What are you laughing at? You always say one thing but mean another, Lady Tsunade. If Lord Danzo doesn't come, then I'll have to help you instead." Shizune's gaze briefly flicked towards Tsunade's chest. A hint of pink dusted Tsunade's cheeks as she shot Shizune a glare. "You spend too much time around that guy. You're becoming just as shameless." "How is this shameless? At least it's better than when Lord Danzo visits, and you immediately kick me out of the room." Shizune smirked mischievously. Tsunade adjusted the baby in her arms and looked at Shizune with a teasing smile. "Then next time he comes, why don't you stay?" Shizune's face instantly turned beet red, and she hurriedly looked away, fidgeting with her fingers in embarrassment. Watching her reaction, Tsunade narrowed her eyes in suspicion. "You're not actually considering it, are you? He's not a good man, you know." Shizune lowered her head, her voice barely audible. "Lord Danzo, he's actually very kind." Tsunade sighed, feeling helpless. "Do whatever you want. It's your life." She was well aware of Danzo's diverse tastes. Whether it was Nono Yakushi, the Wind Daimyo's wife, or even that fox like Mizukage, he certainly got around. Not to mention the absurd number of tricks he had up his sleeve, who knew where he learned them. The thought alone made her irritated. "I'm telling you, he's not a good person. Think this through carefully." Shizune's voice was soft but firm. "That's not what you said the night before last, Lady Tsunade." "The night before last?" Tsunade frowned, searching her memory. Then, her expression stiffened as she turned to stare at Shizune. "You were here that night." Shizune kept her head down, her fingers fidgeting even more. The little one was crying. He seemed hungry. "So I." Tsunade placed a hand over her forehead and sighed deeply. "Forget whatever you heard. Just erase it from your memory." Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Unexpected. Within the God Tree, in a space devoid of light, Otsutsuki Hagoromo remained in a soul state, yet his heart surged with excitement. After so many years of waiting, the moment had finally arrived. Even the extraterrestrial threats that his mother had feared, he now had the confidence to stand against them. And besides, wasn't the entire shinobi world still here? With such a vast population, an endless supply of resources, the harvesting and cultivation of new God Tree fruits could continue indefinitely. Without Danzo lurking around, Otsutsuki Hagoromo unleashed his powerful spiritual sense, scanning the shinobi world like a field ripe for harvest. The Ninja Federation, a new order. The hostility from the old factions, an intriguing narrative. Unfortunately, Azura and Indra were gone, and Black Zetsu had disappeared as well. It seemed he would need to sow new seeds once more. This heretical child. Sensing the bloodline within Konoha, a flicker of murderous intent flashed through his heart. But it quickly subsided, replaced by a knowing smile. A fine bloodline. Perhaps it can weave an interesting new story. Suddenly. So this is the God Tree. A rather impressive vessel, but your ideas truly disgust me. Who's there? In the pitch-black space, a faint white glow began to gather, slowly condensing into a human figure. "You, how can this be?" Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression turned to one of shock. His fluctuating aura rippled through the darkness like waves. "If you can inhabit the God Tree, why can't I?" Danzo's lips curled into a smirk. "Besides, you're utterly repulsive." With that, he took a deep breath, his expression filled with an almost intoxicated pleasure. "So this is the fruit nourished by my own body. It's truly tempting." Seeing Danzo covet his millennia-old achievement, a ruthless glint flashed in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes. "This belongs to me. You, on the other hand, will serve as nourishment." He extended a single hand, and the sword of Nunoboko materialized, stabbing into the ground. What are you trying to do? Is this what you mean?" With just a glance from Danzo, a tree root emerged, twisting into an intricate wooden sculpture of himself. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's face darkened in horror. The God Tree wasn't obeying his commands. "What have you done to my God Tree?" "Your God Tree? It seems you're mistaken." Danzo's voice carried an eerie amusement. I suffered quite a loss this time, so you'll be the one to make up for it. As his words fell, the darkness around them rippled like disturbed water. Centered around Danzo, the black void gradually receded, revealing a space of interwoven blue and white light. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's gaze sharpened. This space was all too familiar. This is my domain. You will not take it from me. He slammed the sword of Nunoboko into the ground, sending concentric ripples outward. The invading blue and white realm began to retreat, swallowed once more by the darkness. In mere moments, the two opposing forces stabilized, their respective souls shaping the battlefield. Half of the space remained pitch black. The other half shimmered in blue and white. Danzo smiled. Without the Pure Land as your foundation and without the God Tree support, you're far weaker than I expected. If that's the case. Blue-white tendrils, like the arms of an octopus, extended forward, invading the darkness. Bit by bit, they devoured and assimilated it. This, your soul, how is this possible? Otsutsuki Hagoromo's expression twisted in terror. Never had he imagined that Danzo's soul would surpass his own. You don't understand, do you? I have my advantages. Danzo's gaze turned chilling, his intent to kill nearly tangible. This time, I'll make sure you're finished. No. I am the god of this world. I am the sage of six paths. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's spiritual energy burst forth, but it was futile. Nothing could stop the inevitable. The blue-white realm continued its slow, relentless consumption, as if the death knell of fate had begun to toll. As the surrounding darkness shrank to a mere patch beneath his feet, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's panic exploded. I won't die. You heretic. This is not my fate. God Tree. Help me. Take it all. Take my soul if you must. At his desperate cries, something unexpected happened. Thick roots surged in from all directions, piercing into the blue-white space. But this was a mental domain. How could these roots exist here? Did the God Tree have its own will? Moments ago, it hadn't. This went beyond Danzo's understanding. His supposedly invulnerable soul space now felt like an unguarded house, utterly exposed to invasion. One by one, the roots reached out, all converging toward Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Like a serpent luring countless others, his body became the nucleus of a writhing mass of roots, forming a grotesque cocoon. Only his face remained visible, twisted with unhinged delight. Ha ha ha. Come. Feast upon me. The roots pulsed, sucking in greedily. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's once solid soul grew faint and transparent. Even his form withered, his features becoming gaunt, his skin shriveling, his eyes sinking into deep hollows. Like a wraith. Danzo's heart pounded. The transformation was happening too fast. Wasn't this supposed to be a hot-blooded battle manga? Why had it taken such a horrific turn? Before long, the roots ceased their feast. The cocoon unraveled. What remained of Otsutsuki Hagoromo looked even more emaciated than Nagato had been in his final days. God Tree, as promised, devour him, we are yours. Barely clinging to life, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes burned with manic hatred as he glared at Danzo. I don't like playing this game. Danzo turned to leave the God Tree, but found his soul trapped in place. Ha ha ha, stay with me, become the God Tree's eternal sustenance. Chapter 190, The Collapse of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Where is this? What happened to me? Danzo's consciousness slowly returned. It looked like a forest. Was this Mount Myaboku? Right. The divine tree had tried to devour his soul. Before Danzo could fully collect his thoughts, a venomous voice of resentment reached his ears. Ah. Why won't you just die? Why are you still alive? An all-too-familiar figure, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, was slumped weakly against a tree, staring at Danzo with eyes filled with pure, unhinged hatred. If his soul had the strength to move, he would have crawled over and torn into Danzo, not just his flesh, but his very soul. Danzo felt a sharp pain in his head. His soul was damaged. But compared to Hagoromo, he was still in far better shape. Mother, why did you save him? If he had been absorbed by the divine tree, you could have obtained a perfect, mature chakra fruit. You could have become the god of this world. Why? Kagaya saved me. Right, he had sensed Hagoromo's condition while in the Pure Land. Caught in an immortal, undying state. He had protected Otsutsuki Kagaya, used his physical body to feed the divine tree, and entered its core to fight Hagoromo's soul. But he hadn't expected the divine tree to possess its own consciousness, and it had tried to consume him as well. Now, as Danzo observed his current state, he realized he had lost his body entirely. With his soul damaged, his condition was complicated, to say the least. My child, are you all right? Before Danzo could react, Kagaya suddenly appeared and pulled him into a tight embrace. A suffocating hug, one that trembled with emotion. But the warm moment was swiftly interrupted by Hagoromo. Mother, he is not your child. Don't be fooled by him. Hamura and I are your true children. Offer him to the divine tree, and I will stay by your side forever. Though Kagaya gave no response, Danzo, who was in her arms, felt a shiver run down his spine. In the past, he wouldn't have cared. His contingency plans ensured that Kagaya had no ability to resist him. But now. Kagaya held his head in her hands, her teary eyes filled with lingering fear. You fool. The divine tree is extremely dangerous for our souls. If I had been even a second later. She shuddered at the thought and hugged Danzo even tighter, pressing his head into her chest. Thank goodness. Seeing this, Hagoromo grew even more frenzied. His spectral form flickered, growing more unstable. Mother. What are you doing? Wake up. He's deceiving you. Look at him carefully, sense his soul. He is not your child. Yet his voice failed to reach Kagaya. She only held Danzo closer, enveloping him in the folds of her robe. A soft, white glow emanated from her, nourishing Danzo's damaged soul. The agonizing sense of fragmentation he had been feeling was instantly soothed. Danzo barely registered anything beyond the overwhelming comfort. It was addictive, just like the system bestowing power upon his soul. At the same time, he checked on the contingency measures he had placed on Kagaya. They were still intact. Her body had been cultivated using his own flesh and blood. If his soul were in perfect condition, he could have easily taken over her consciousness, slowly erasing her soul piece by piece. Even reviving himself using her body, just as she had once done through Uchiha Madara. Inside Kagaya's consciousness space, everything was pure white. This wasn't Danzo's first time entering someone else's mental domain. But rarely had he felt so at ease. The entire space was filled with affection. No, overwhelming indulgence. He felt as if he were its rightful owner. If only Kagaya's consciousness wasn't clinging to him so tightly. Just like in the outside world, she was sitting cross-legged, cradling his consciousness in her arms. Danzo tried to push himself away from her chest. You need to recover properly. Once I use the divine tree's fruit to restore your body, your strength won't diminish at all, Kagaya soothed, her voice filled with warmth. In her mind, the image of Danzo shielding her and being swallowed by the divine tree was etched deeply, refusing to fade. Once more, she pulled him into her embrace, their souls intertwining. Her pure spiritual energy poured into him, mending his fractured soul. Before long. Both Danzo and Kagaya let out faint murmurs. The connection between their souls was indescribably profound. Danzo could clearly see the memories and emotions within Kagaya's mind. The Otsutsuki clan, extraterrestrial invaders who planted the divine tree. The nourishment for the divine tree. Fear. Unfathomable fear. Confusion. Anger. Hatred. Comfort. Safety. Love. Indulgence. Danzo suddenly snapped back to awareness. If he could read her memories and emotions, then didn't that mean Kagaya could do the same to him? His eyes shot open, only to find Kagaya gazing down at him. Danzo's heart clenched. Had he gone too far? So, this is what you were thinking when you called me mother, Kagaya murmured with a small, knowing smile, gently caressing Danzo's cheek. Danzo froze. What did she mean? What was she implying when he called her mother? He needed to make her take that back. No, that wasn't the point. Before he could say a word, Kagaya leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. Her voice was tender as she whispered, if your life is ever in danger, activate it immediately. I will be your vessel. Danzo, who had been on high alert, was now utterly stunned. The memories from earlier were probably all exposed, along with his contingency plans. But Kagaya's reaction. And the feeling transmitted through their connected souls, her response was undeniably genuine. The sensation mirrored the atmosphere of their shared mental space, utterly indulgent. At this moment, neither of them needed words, they could perceive each other's emotions instinctively. Danzo stopped overthinking. In the end, all his scattered thoughts condensed into a single sentence. Don't worry. That day will never come. I will protect you. A sly glint flashed through Otsutsuki Kagaya's gentle eyes. I believe you. Daddy. You. Danzo's defenses crumbled once again, his mind thrown into chaos. Back then, he had indeed considered using this to disgust Otsutsuki Hagoromo, a small revenge for the 2 times he had been ambushed. But as time went on and Kagaya treated him with sincere kindness, that thought had completely faded. Kagaya leaned in again. Their eyes met, and both could feel the subtle shift in each other's deepest emotions. Didn't you want to curse that unfilial son Hagoromo? Now's your chance. Outside. A pure white light radiated from Kagaya, tightly enveloping both of them. Without reservation, she allowed her soul to merge with Danzo's, nourishing him. Witnessing this scene, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was leaning against a large tree, felt his sunken eyes widen in shock. Of course, he knew exactly what was happening. That foolish woman had actually opened her soul to this outsider. If he willed it, she would instantly become his slave, his vassal. Idiot. You absolute fool. No wonder you were betrayed by your husband, then sealed away by me and Hamura. What a complete fool. You will end up just like me, dying by his hand. At this moment, his hatred for Kagaya surpassed even his hatred for Danzo. Before long, his curses gradually weakened. Through the ethereal form of his soul, one could see the tree he was leaning against. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's soul had weakened to the extreme, teetering on the brink of complete dissolution. His consciousness was already beginning to blur. You will not meet a good end. You will not meet a good end. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, A New Body. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On Mount Myaboku, the fruit atop the massive divine tree glowed with an even deeper crimson, so bright and vivid now that a curled-up, fetus-like shadow was visible within it. Like a diligent gardener, Otsutsuki Kagaya either sat beside the fruit, nourishing the soul within, or moved around the area laying down all manner of barriers to guard against any unforeseen accidents. Boom, boom. The divine tree began to tremble. The surrounding trees started to wither. Death spread outward from the base of the tree like a wave, life force being drained from every living thing nearby. Within seconds, all of Mount Myaboku looked as if it had been struck by the end of days, barren, lifeless, and desolate. But the trembling didn't stop. The enormous roots of the divine tree tore free from the ground, and the glowing fruit began to consume the entire tree. In mere moments, the vast tree was absorbed completely into the fruit. Suddenly, a pair of hands burst forth from within. Danzo emerged, tearing through the wall of the fruit with raw strength. He looked down at his hands. This body, was it still human? Or was it more like a tailed beast or the divine tree itself? Well, whatever it was, as long as it was powerful, he didn't care. It was definitely a level above his previous body. But, why were the hands so small? Before he could even process the thought, he was swept into a lavish embrace, wrapped tightly in luxurious robes. Wait, let me grow first. Why am I in a child's body? Let go, not so tight. He pressed helplessly against Kagaya's chest, trying to push her away. For the first time, Danzo realized, too big could also be a problem. His arms sank into the softness, unable to resist, only getting hugged tighter. Kagaya nuzzled his head with her chin, her expression filled with doting affection. This is perfect. So cute. Be good, don't struggle. After a while, she finally released his head from her bosom. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Danzo glared up at her, his small hands braced against her collarbone, legs still buried deep in her embrace, but thankfully with some footing. He tried to maintain eye contact as best he could. This child-sized body, she had to have done this on purpose. So cute, Kagaya said, leaning in even closer, pressing her face to his. Danzo was speechless. He felt like a kitten being rubbed. His face was full of resistance as he used his hands to push her face away. Seriously? Are you done yet? He muttered, then took the opportunity to slip out of her grasp. His body rapidly matured, quickly growing back into his usual appearance. A flowing white robe draped over him. Seeing the faint look of disappointment on Kagaya's face, Danzo couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. What kind of face is that? Grown-ups just aren't as cute anymore, she murmured, then floated forward again and pulled him back into her arms. After a while, Danzo gently pushed her back by the shoulders, looking her straight in the eyes. All right. We need to return to the shinobi world. What for? Kagaya tilted her head, puzzled. This place is fine. Danzo looked around at the barren wasteland. Fine. Really? You're not still thinking about those women, are you? With your current body, they can't even bear your children anymore. The seriousness on her face as she said that left Danzo at a loss for words. If you think this place is too empty, we could always capture some people to bring here. Still seeing no response from him, Kagaya hesitated, then softly added. If you're thinking about that child of yours, you could bring the mother and child here too. Looking into Kagaya's eyes, Danzo could sense the hesitation and uncertainty within her. He pulled her into his arms without hesitation. His soul's presence radiated from his body, embracing her with the same ease and familiarity she had shown him before. We'll be together until the end of our lives. I'll protect you. Kagaya could feel it clearly, his conviction, his sincerity. The unease in her heart slowly began to settle. Then suddenly, she looked up at him. What kind of indecent thoughts are you having? She asked, shoving Danzo away with one quick push and slipping out of his arms. She folded her hands in front of her stomach, regaining that noble, distant demeanor. Danzo stared at her, stunned. That shift in attitude. Was this really the same woman who just moments ago had wanted to melt into him? If you're feeling lustful, she said coldly, go find one of your other women. With that, she opened a rift in space and disappeared into it, heading back to the shinobi world. Leaving Danzo alone in the wasteland, dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? That woman changed faces faster than the worst of playboys. Toying with people's emotions. As irritation welled up inside him, Danzo vanished from the wasteland as well. He had originally planned to return to Konoha, but after some thought, he changed his mind and headed for the Land of Wind. These days, the Land of Wind was under federal control and had become a provincial territory. The highest governing official was still the former daimyo. Inside the palace, after a crescendo of moans, silence finally returned. Danzo sat cross-legged, gently stroking the flushed back of Yuhi Kurenai, who lay against his chest. Behind him, a now-awake Ichikawa Naomi wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling affectionately against him. All right, if you're tired, just rest a bit, he said, pulling her forward into his arms, teasing her full figure as she settled in. But Naomi wasn't ready to stop. Danzo didn't bother restraining her. With his current body, his physical strength truly was abnormal. Honestly, he was starting to feel less and less human. Yet, despite that, indulging in these primal desires still couldn't compare to the spiritual connection he'd shared with Kagaya. But even so, this made him feel more grounded, more human. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Kagaya, beings who had lived for 1,000 years, they weren't exactly what he'd call sane. He feared that one day, he too might lose himself in time, becoming numb and extreme. Luckily, he still had passion. Still had reactions. As he lowered his head and saw Kurenai joining in with licks of her own, a ripple stirred in his heart once again. Chapter 192, Untitled. Back in Konoha. Danzo could sense that Kagaya was staying in the residence he had prepared for her. You go on ahead, he said as he gently set down Yuhi Kurenai from his arms. She gave him a grateful look, which only made things more awkward for Danzo. Even though he hadn't personally taken action, she'd been kidnapped because of him. It had been Kurenai herself who asked to return to Konoha, and only then did Danzo realize the extent of it all. Rising up on her toes, she planted a kiss on his cheek. When you miss me, come find me. I'll always belong to you. Her crimson eyes shimmered with emotion as her striking figure vanished at the end of the alley. Danzo appeared at the Senju residence. Even though he didn't see his child directly, the bond of blood was unmistakable, such a strange and profound feeling. You're back, sir. Shizen stepped forward with a respectful bow after spotting Danzo. Lady Tsunade is with the young master in the courtyard. I'll take you there, she said, gesturing politely before leading the way. Watching Shizen's back as she walked ahead. She's really grown up. A mix of joy, nervousness, and anticipation bubbled in Danzo's heart. He straightened his back slightly and slowed his pace, wanting to savor the moment. Of course, Danzo had already sensed everything from the beginning. Even the night he parted ways with Tsunade, he had noticed Shizen lingering outside the door. But Shizen was Tsunade's right hand, and if Tsunade found out he was messing around with someone so close to home, she would blow a gasket. Besides, while Shizen was graceful and charming in her own way, Tsunade, well, she was more his type. What are you doing here again? Tsunade looked at Danzo with her usual impatience as Shizen brought him over. She glanced up only briefly before turning her attention back to calming the baby in her arms. But beneath that annoyed tone, Danzo could clearly sense the happiness, the longing, and the warmth she was trying to hide. I got held up a bit. Came straight here as soon as I got back to see you and the baby. Danzo stepped closer and poked at the chubby cheek of the baby in Tsunade's arms, who was gobbling down his food. The infant frowned and turned his head in protest, shaking it while still holding onto his food pouch. Sir, I'll take the young master to sleep, Shizen said as she gently interrupted the baby's meal, plucking him from Tsunade's arms. The baby opened his mouth, about to cry, but she quickly and expertly popped a pacifier in. With a few soft slurps, he calmed down. Watching as Shizen rocked the baby and carried him away, Danzo muttered, still too young. Why are you looking at Shizen like that? I'm warning you, don't even think about it, Tsunade said as she adjusted her robe, eyeing Danzo warily. Relax. You know I've always liked your type. Danzo grinned as he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her down onto the seat beside him. Who knows what your type is? You're always chasing something new. She grumbled, but she leaned against him anyway, relaxing into his embrace, her eyes half closed in comfort. Did you miss me? What's there to miss? Who knows where you've been messing around? Danzo smirked at her stubborn front and let his hands wander. He leaned in, biting gently on her soft earlobe. I missed you a lot. Tsunade let out a soft moan and shot him a sideways glance. Those sweet words only work on girls like Shizen. Despite her trembling lashes and the flush on her cheeks, Tsunade still played hard to get, even though both her heart and body clearly enjoyed it. No. Today, he would assert his rightful place as the man of the house. If her mouth kept lying, he'd just ignore it. He moved past her ear and started kissing down her neck. By the next afternoon, the room was steeped in the lingering air of lust. Tsunade lay sprawled across the bedding, completely boneless, like melted wax. Her pale, voluptuous body looked like something out of a Greek oil painting, Venus herself brought to life. Knock knock knock. Come in. The door opened and Shizun entered, holding the baby in her arms. The moment she saw the scene in front of her, her face flushed deep red, and she almost forgot to breathe. She quickly stepped inside, shut the door behind her, and placed the baby into the cradle. Then she walked over to the bed and gently pulled the covers over Tsunade's exposed figure. Next, she opened the window to let in some air. She picked up the scattered clothing from the floor and tossed them into a laundry basket. Returning to the bedside, she saw Tsunade still lying there in the same limp pose. Lady Tsunade, the young master needs to feed. He can't live off powdered milk forever. Tsunade finally opened her eyes lazily, her expression seductive and half asleep. She turned on her side, propping her head up with one arm, and yawned. If only you could nurse him for me. Bring him over. Shizun blushed bright red. The baby, newly placed in her arms, seemed absolutely starving, latching on and eating greedily. Shizun carefully held him, worried he might choke from gulping too fast. Tsunade watched her child suckle, a lazy, motherly smile playing on her lips. Shizun, meanwhile, couldn't help but stare at Tsunade with curiosity. The change was unbelievable. Danzo had only been back for one night, and yet Tsunade seemed like a different person. She felt mellow, gentle, even her temper had softened. And the things she'd said earlier. Shizun. Shizun. Ah. Yes, my lady. What are you daydreaming about? He's finished, go mix him some formula. Only then did Shizun realize the baby had drained the milk. His little hands were pawing and tugging, trying to coax out more. His face was all scrunched up, on the verge of crying. Flustered, Shizun hurried to soothe him and began mixing formula. Tsunade lay in bed, unmoving, watching Shizun scurry around with disinterest. Finally, once the baby had been fed and put to sleep, Shizun looked over at the bed. You didn't help me at all, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade stretched out lazily and replied, I just don't feel like moving today. I might not move at all. Even her voice was slower than usual. Still lying on her side, with no effort to cover herself despite being exposed, she didn't seem to care in the slightest. My lady, Shizun sighed, stepping forward to gently pull the covers up over her again before leaving the room. Before long, she returned with a basin of warm water. Seeing that Tsunade had already fallen into a deep sleep, she set the basin beside the bed. Carefully, she began wiping down her body. Shizun's face grew redder and her breathing heavier as she worked. There were so many marks left by Danzo, there was no need to be a trained intelligence ninja to figure out what had happened. Not again. Go find Shizun. I'm dying. Shizun froze instantly. Chapter 193, Untitled. On the outskirts of Konoha, in a secluded manor. A traditional garden of flowing water and artificial rocks framed the estate in elegant silence. The refined Japanese architecture lent the place a quiet dignity, a subtle display of wealth and power. In a village like Konoha, where every inch of land was precious, a manor of this scale was a sign of serious status. It ranked among the most luxurious properties in the village. In the back courtyard, a small stream flowed gently. Otsutsuki Kagaya stood there, her posture as regal as ever, as she spoke about the origins of the Otsutsuki clan. You were slaves to the god tree. Danzo's brow furrowed in disbelief. You could put it that way, Kagaya replied calmly. The god tree gave rise to the Otsutsuki clan. But we're also bound by it. We gained our power from its fruit, and yet that power comes at a cost. In times of need, we become its nourishment. As Kagaya spoke, Danzo couldn't help but recall the moment he'd shared with Otsutsuki Hagoromo inside the god tree. It didn't quite match what the manga had depicted. Of course not. Kishimoto was just a manga artist, he never truly understood the world of shinobi. He left so many things vague, the lore unclear and incomplete. Noticing the concern on Danzo's face, Kagaya added. There's no need for you to worry. With your strength, even if other Otsutsuki come knocking, you're more than capable of standing your ground. And what exactly does my strength amount to among your people? Danzo asked. Kagaya took 2 slow steps forward, turning her back to him as she looked out over the distant landscape. Hagoromo may have delayed the fruit's maturation, but in exchange, its quality became exceptional. And your soul, it doesn't feel human. In terms of power, perhaps only our clan leader, who has never set foot here, could defeat you outright. That eased Danzo's mind a bit. As long as he had enough time, he could still grow stronger. And when that day came, even their so-called clan leader wouldn't be able to cross into the shinobi world unchecked. He looked at Kagaya standing by the corridor, watching the sky. She seemed distant, almost lonely. Taking a few steps forward, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Surprisingly, Kagaya leaned into him like a perfect Yamato Nadeshiko, serene and compliant. After a while. "This place feels too empty," Danzo said. "I'll find a few people to serve you." "It's fine," Kagaya murmured. "This is perfect. As long as you visit when you can, that's enough." But as Danzo's hands began to wander, Kagaya quietly slipped out of his embrace. He blinked, caught between embarrassment and confusion. In the spiritual realm, they'd connected deeply, more so than any physical union. Yet now, she seemed reluctant. "I'm sorry, Kagaya turned her head slightly, a hint of guilt in her voice. "It's all right," Danzo said, pulling her back into his arms. This time, his heart was calm and clear. Was he being too aggressive? Or maybe the Otsutsuki were just different from humans, they didn't care for physical intimacy. But then again, back in the spiritual realm, Kagaya hadn't shied away. On the contrary, she'd been seductive, even eager. Suddenly, the Kagaya in his arms spoke again. "That Uchiha Makoto seems like a good fit. Maybe she could keep me company." Uchiha Makoto. Danzo instantly recalled the time she'd barged into Yakushi Nono's office. And now she was supposed to serve Kagaya. Would Itachi or that brat Sasuke activate Susanoo and come charging at him? "What's wrong?" Kagaya asked, tilting her head up from his chest. "Nothing. Just, why her? You said you liked children, didn't you? I looked into it back then, she's got great potential as a mother. Though I suppose it's too late for that now." Hearing her name Makoto so casually, Danzo scratched his nose awkwardly. "She's not exactly available. I'll find someone else for you." Kagaya frowned slightly, puzzled. Weren't they all just servants? "Well, I'll leave it to you then." The two remained in each other's arms until dusk crept in. Only then did Danzo finally slip out of her embrace. He wasn't sure if it was habit or something else, but Kagaya always preferred to hold him, rather than being held. But he liked having the control, hands roaming freely, doing as he pleased. Being on the receiving end of a woman's gentle caresses always felt a little awkward to him. Under the laws and regulations of the Shinobi Federation, the entire Shinobi world had entered a period of rapid development. The Federation didn't suppress ninja power, but instead promoted growth in other areas. Medical ninjutsu, in particular, saw explosive advancement. And Earth-release ninjas who could reshape soil and terrain quickly became some of the most sought-after shinobi. Even Iwagakure, once lagging behind, began to reap the rewards of progress. A surge of commissions and research funding poured into the village, giving them a developmental edge that made the other villages burn with envy. Not even 6 months passed before Kirigakure announced a breakthrough: new water release techniques combined with deep-sea algae to enrich soil and increase crop yields by 50%. Sunagakure implemented sweeping reforms as well, even requesting Sasori of the Red Sand to return as an advisor for large-scale ninja tool development. Early results looked promising. Meanwhile, Konoha doubled down on its medical ninjutsu program, signing a deal with the Federation to supply 1,000 medical nin annually. And Orochimaru, now serving as the director of the Federation's top laboratory, returned to the spotlight. He published several groundbreaking research papers, all based on data from the Federation. The dangers of chakra refinement at a young age. The average life expectancy of shinobi over the past 20 years. The corrosive nature of Kekkei Genkai. The reports painted a grim picture: overusing chakra and pushing one's limits too far could drastically reduce lifespan. The average shinobi barely lived past 28. Even those who survived the battlefield rarely made it to 40. Most high-ranking shinobi were already aware of these facts. But the average foot soldier, the cannon fodder, had no idea. Some might have suspected, but under pressure to perform, they had no choice but to follow the system. The public outcry triggered by the Federation Daily's revelations led to a new law. No student at any ninja academy could refine chakra before the age of 10. The rule gained widespread approval. After all, peace had arrived, why sacrifice the next generation? Only a few diehards complained, fearing it would weaken future shinobi. But such voices were quickly drowned out. Within a year, everyone had more or less accepted the Federation's rule. The once proud 5 great ninja villages now resembled elite academies, producing talent and feeding fresh blood into the Federation. Inside a modest Konoha residence, a woman's high-pitched moan rang out, then the room fell quiet again. Danzo gently pushed Anko aside and pulled the unconscious Kurenai into his arms, savoring the fleeting warmth. When Kurenai came to, she blinked up at him dreamily, then silently moved to tend to him again. Every so often, she'd look up with wide, watery eyes. You don't have to. Danzo quickly reached out to stop Anko. Though it wouldn't hurt him, he still felt uneasy. She was just so rough and wild. What? Anko pouted. I practiced, you know. I won't mess up like last time. Still, Danzo pulled her into his arms, offering a little comfort. She was an accident. Unreliable, sure, but her body was incredible. And she was bold, always full of surprises. Before long, the room filled once more with heated sounds. Chapter 194, Momoshiki and Kinshiki. The lives of ordinary people in the ninja world had changed dramatically. There were no longer any borders between nations, everything was now part of the Federation. Beneath the Federation, the land was divided into 8 provinces, each containing over 40 cities. Each city oversaw dozens of towns, and below that were countless villages. The armies once controlled by the Daimyo had been disbanded, replaced by the Federal Guard and Federal Police. With a steadily improving system and the establishment of schools, this land had begun to brim with new life. Time passed peacefully, and quickly. Danzo opened his eyes. Aside from calming the many women around him, he had spent most of this time developing the power of his new body and the eye it now possessed. He glanced at the black mark in his palm, a satisfied smile playing at the corners of his lips. As for running the Federation, he only set the broad direction for development. The rest was left to those under him. Otherwise, what was the point of having so many government positions in the first place? You had to give others a chance to shine. As a result, many civilians in the ninja world believed that the highest authority in the Federation was the Secretary General. Only those within the inner circle knew of the existence of the Federation's true leader. 3 more years slipped by. Far above the ninja world, in the depths of space, 2 figures pierced through the atmosphere, gazing down at the planet below. This is the planet the distress signal came from. Yes. This territory was assigned to Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya, Kinshiki replied respectfully. Those 2. No wonder we haven't heard from them in over 1,000 years. A slight sneer curled on Momoshiki's lips. Kagaya might not be much of a fighter, but Ishiki's combat strength wasn't weak. Momoshiki shot Kinshiki a sidelong glance at his reminder, but then his expression suddenly sharpened. With a swift gesture, he reached out his hand, Bansho Tenin, yanking Kinshiki away from their position. A massive pillar of light engulfed the space they had just occupied. In the center of Momoshiki's palm, the Rinnegan pulsed with eerie life, drawing the pillar of light inward and devouring it. Got away, huh? I was hoping to take out the weaker one first. Danzo appeared at the spot where Kinshiki had just stood. Who are you? You carry the scent of a god tree fruit. A native. Kinshiki asked in his deep, echoing voice, serving as Momoshiki's mouthpiece. Suddenly, the space around them twisted. It was as if the 3 had been pulled into a world of pure ice and snow. Kagaya. Momoshiki muttered. This power was all too familiar, Amanamanaka, Kagaya's signature ability. Kinshiki immediately stepped in front of Momoshiki, adopting a defensive stance. Even Momoshiki's expression lost its earlier arrogance. Kagaya had clearly betrayed the Otsutsuki clan, and this so-called native, the one standing before them, was far from weak. Their arrival had clearly been anticipated. In fact, Momoshiki now suspected that the so-called distress signal had been nothing but bait. Crunch, crunch. Several ice shelves began to rise from the ground. 4 towering ice giants emerged around the pair. Each wore sculpted ice armor, wielded massive black swords formed from truth-seeking balls, and bore patterns of tomo etched into their necks. 2 of the giants even carried enormous black shields, and their armor was marked with even deeper, more ominous patterns. The hulking figures loomed over them, every inch radiating overwhelming pressure, and their chakra seemed faintly intertwined with the very fabric of this world. Enjoy this world, Danzo said coldly. With his words, the ground began to quake violently. Cracks split the earth as ice crystal continents surged up from below. What had once been a vast, frozen expanse had suddenly transformed into a deep, chasm-like ice cavern. Kagaya. Are you really going to betray the Otsutsuki clan? Momoshiki shouted to the space around them. He knew all too well, in Amanamanaka, Kagaya was the dimension itself. Unless her chakra was completely exhausted, she would be immortal and omnipresent in this space, a massive threat. And the native standing before him, his power rivaled even Momoshiki's own. Before he could speak further, Danzo cut him off. Enough reminiscing. 2 of the giants melted into the ground. Danzo unleashed a Rasengan, launching it high above the 2 invaders, then shot up after it. Zzz. Suddenly, the entire space warped, rising and sinking around the 2 intruders like shifting waves. The ice beneath Kinshiki surged upward while the ground beneath Momoshiki dropped away. Before they could react, the rising ice slammed Kinshiki into the path of the Rasengan. At the same time, two massive swords extended from nearby ice steps and turned toward Momoshiki, while countless icicles fired from all directions, forcing him into evasive maneuvers. Crunch, crunch. Boom. The ice slammed shut. Momoshiki and Kinshiki had been split apart, now isolated on two opposing layers of the battlefield. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Momoshiki's expression turned grim. He could still feel his portion of the dimension sinking, and above him loomed an impossibly thick layer of ice. Upper layer. Boom. Kinshiki's body smashed into an ice wall. From within the ice emerged a massive hand, gripping a giant shield. The towering form of an armored giant stepped forward, holding Kinshiki's battered body in its grasp. "You're tough, I'll give you that," Danzo muttered, the tomo in his eyes glowing vividly. But close-quarters combat wasn't the smartest idea against him. The runes etched into the giant's body began to writhe, as if alive, flowing down its arm and into Kinshiki. "Come now. Let me see the loyalty buried deep in your soul." Danzo floated in front of the immobilized Kinshiki. The tomo in his eyes began to spin once more. "Lord Momoshiki, it's time to use my power." Kinshiki mumbled, eyes vacant and voice distant. Light began to radiate from his body, slowly condensing into a glowing red chakra fruit. Rumble. Even through the thick layers of ice, the fiery glow from somewhere deep below could still be seen, flickering like molten lava. "Your turn." With a touch of satisfaction, Danzo tucked away Kinshiki's fruit. A trace of longing filled his gaze as he looked downward. Chapter 195, the final chapter. This is the place. A figure appeared high in the sky, where Momoshiki and Kinshiki had stopped. Jigen glanced around, a hint of confusion on his face. Why aren't they here? Space rippled. Danzo's figure emerged from the void, with Kagaya appearing right behind him. "Well, this is a surprise," Danzo said with a cold smile. "I was planning to track you down again, but it looks like you've come straight to me." The moment Danzo appeared, Jigen immediately split into several afterimages, streaks of light scattering in all directions. He unleashed all the power he had built up over the years, fleeing at full speed without holding anything back. Terror twisted his expression. He had been lurking in the shadows all these years, carefully studying the cracks in this world. He was well aware of the truth behind it all. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the god tree saplings Hagoromo had been nurturing in secret, and the ideas he'd been experimenting with. Much of it came from Jigen himself. All he had to do was complete his perfect resurrection and claim the fruit of this long-term cultivation. But everything had changed. Even the pure land had vanished. Desperate, he had repeatedly sent signals, seeking help from his former rival, Momoshiki. So when he saw Danzo appear, he immediately guessed what had become of Momoshiki and Kinshiki. His footsteps quickened, but... Umph. A low grunt echoed behind him. Suddenly, Jigen felt a crushing force clamp around the back of his neck. His feet left the ground. "You didn't even say hello," Danzo's voice whispered by his ear. "So rude. But I should thank you for bringing those two here. Saved me the trouble of waiting." Black markings began to spread rapidly over Jigen's body. His aura flared violently, but before he could break free, a pair of Rinnegan eyes, each with 9 tomo, appeared in Danzo's mindscape. Jigen's strength faltered. His once fiery gaze turned vacant, his body limp like a puppet with its strings cut. It was like holding a chick by the scruff of its neck. A massive windfall. A perfect catch. Danzo's eyes sparkled as he stared at Jigen, or rather, at the true identity behind him, Otsutsuki Ishiki. They were incredibly valuable. Not only could their bodies be refined into chakra fruit through the god tree. Even their souls were a tremendous boon to Danzo. It was like receiving a super-tier system reward. Even Kagaya looked at Danzo strangely after witnessing that. This was a power the Otsutsuki clan had never possessed. 6 months later. Kagaya's estate had become a restricted zone in Konoha. Almost no one dared approach. Tsunade and the clan heads had some idea that a terrifying presence resided within. 3 years earlier, Danzo had asked Nono Yukushi to arrange for 2 attendants to serve Kagaya in her daily life. Many clans had volunteered, especially the Hyuga clan, greedy for any chance to get closer to Kagaya, who possessed the Byakugan. At one point, even the Hyuga brothers had come to Danzo in secret, hoping to earn the honor. Danzo told them the truth plainly. That only made them more eager. If their clan could latch onto such a powerful figure, they could secure prosperity for generations. As someone who had participated in Kagaya's resurrection, Uchiha Shursue knew more than most. Backed by several elders of the Uchiha, he personally contacted Nono and offered to have the Uchiha clan serve Kagaya as well. The 2 clans nearly came to blows over it. In the end, Kagaya chose Uchiha Mikoto and a young Hyuga girl. Danzo had been slightly surprised, but didn't interfere.